Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 6516 to Chapter 6702. The hall was shrouded in demonic chi. It was a terrifying black, dotted with dazzling gold and red. A woman sat quietly in the hall. Her peerlessly fair face was graceful and luxurious. Under the contrast of her black and red dress, her smooth jade-like legs were faintly revealed, making her look even more seductive and alluring. The woman was as cold as ice and her eyes were filled with an everlasting chill. "Have you found any news?" "First Princess, we have already sent people out to look for him. But you know the situation of that barrier. It's not easy to break it." The man half knelt on the ground with a worried look on his face. "That's not what I want to hear. I only want results." The woman waved her long sleeves. Her already cold face became even colder. "Could it be, your subordinates are a bunch of trash? I have waited for so many years. If I miss this opportunity, I will bury all of you." The man shuddered and hurriedly said, "First Princess, we have been trying to find a way to break this barrier all these years. Now we are getting closer and closer. Thanks to Third Princess's efforts, a small crack has appeared in the barrier. Someone has broken through." "Oh?" The woman crossed her legs. Her beautiful jade-like legs made one's mouth go dry. However, the man didn't even dare to look at them. He just lowered his head. This terrifying pressure made him feel extremely terrified. "Who's the one who broke out?" It's, the man's body kept trembling. He wanted to say the result but was worried that the First Princess would be furious. The woman glanced at the man indifferently. She already understood. "Speed up. If anything happens to him, you should know the consequences." Understood. This subordinate understands." "Boss, madam, you didn't see Guan Hongtian's expression. It was so wonderful, haha." Gong Jun was happy. He had been suppressed by Guan Hongtian for so long. This time, he finally had a chance to hold his head high. Just thinking about it made him happy. "Since the matter has been resolved, why did you come here today?" Gong Jun was slightly stunned. He immediately said with a bitter face, "Boss, you can't turn your back on me. I've risked my life to do so many things for you. If you kick me away just like that, wouldn't that be too heartless?" "Risking my life? Isn't that right? Guan Hongtian hated me now. If he knew that the boss was no longer protecting me, he would definitely take the opportunity to kill me. Io, why is my life so bitter?" Gong Jun sat down on the ground. He was obviously acting like a rogue. As long as Bewitching didn't agree, he wouldn't get up today. "Get up." "I won't get up if you don't agree." "Are you sure you don't want to get up?" Bewitching squinted at Gong Jun. "I won't." Before Gong Jun could finish his words, he realized that something was wrong. He immediately got up with a smile on his face. Get up. "Boss, since you agreed, I have to get up." Seeing this, Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang even laughed out loud. This guy, his personality was quite good. "Boss, why don't I take you to see my shop?" Gong Jun's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, I'll run it well. I won't embarrass you. Go see it when you have time." "I vaguely remember it." "Ah? Oh." Gong Jun was a little disappointed. He'd been prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to make a big splash. Sure enough, this matter wasn't important to his boss at all. But that didn't matter. He just needed to take care of the shop. It would come in handy one day. "Gong Jun, I'll leave this to you." Bailey Hongzhuang handed a Qianquan pouch to Gong Jun. "What's this?" Gong Jun took the Qianquan pouch in a daze. In fact, he'd been in a daze ever since his boss had agreed to let him follow him. Before coming here today, he'd been worried that he'd be rejected again. After all, this matter had already been dealt with. However, he'd been prepared to pester his boss to the bitter end. Now that he'd been accepted, he was a little confused. This situation was much simpler than he'd thought. Looking at the man's godlike face, Gong Jun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No matter what, this was good news. "Why are you in a daze?" Bailey Hongzhuang saw Gong Jun staring at Bewitching in a daze. She couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his face. Are you in a daze? You're not a girl. How can you be so entranced by Bewitching? Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly. She really dared to say anything now. Gong Jun snapped out of his daze and smiled. I just can't believe this is all real. Haha. When he saw the contents of the Qianquan pouch, Gong Jun was pleasantly surprised. His face was full of disbelief. These are all for me to sell? Of course. Bewitching replied. These things aren't very high grade, but they should be enough for ordinary cultivators in Xian City. Of course. Gong Jun's face was full of excitement. Normally, people only use first-grade immortal pills and first-grade immortal talismans. There were rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 here. Guan Hongtian's Wanbao Pavilion only sold these. Although we have less variety compared to them, I am confident that we will be able to defeat them. Boss, madam, don't worry, I won't let you down. We believe in you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Previously, when she and Beichen were in the abandoned immortal forest, she had learned alchemy and rune techniques. Therefore, she had kept many Tier 1 and Tier 2 alchemists. Originally, they thought that they wouldn't need it for the time being. Now that Gong Jun's shop happened to need it, they might as well take it out. Boss, aren't you worried that I'll run away with the items? Gong Jun couldn't help but ask. With so many items, their value wasn't low. If you use people, don't doubt them. If you doubt them, don't use them. Bewitching looked at Gong Jun. If you really run away, then I'll treat it as if I've misjudged you. As soon as Bewitching finished speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that Gong Jun was standing there without saying anything. She was a little confused. With this guy's personality, it was impossible for him to be silent for so long. When she turned her eyes, she found that Gong Jun's eyes were red as he looked at Bewitching, and she was immediately dumbfounded. Gong Jun, you, don't tell me you're going to cry? Gong Jun blinked and said excitedly, Heavens, I'm so touched, I've been alone since I came to the realm of chaotic immortal. I don't have any friends. Now that I have a boss and he trusts me so much, how can I not be touched? Wow, the heavens really have eyes. After Gong Jun received the immortal pills and immortal talismans, he busied himself with managing the store. In his own words, he would definitely use the store's results to prove his ability and let everyone wait for his results. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were not worried. They believed that Gong Jun had the ability to do so. Moreover, even if the business did not do well, it would not be a big deal. Bewitching, I've studied this 10,000-year-old purple blood vine. Coincidentally, Gong Jun also sent over the other medicinal ingredients that I needed. I plan to refine it into an elixir. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the 10,000-year-old purple blood vine in her hand. This thing's effects should be very good, which was why Guan Hongtian treasured it so much. However, although this 10,000-year-old purple blood vine's medicinal effects are very good, if too many elixirs are refined, the effects will be greatly reduced. I've thought about it, and in order to maximize the effects of this 10,000-year-old purple blood vine, I can only refine 3 elixirs at most. Maintaining the medicinal effects is the most important. Bewitching nodded. If they ignored the medicinal effects for the sake of quantity, it would be a waste of this 10,000-year-old purple blood vine. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down on Bewitching's lap and wrapped her arms around the man's slender neck with a slight smile on her lips. The man who was originally abstinent suddenly became charming and gentle. He reached out and clasped the woman's head and kissed her. The woman's small face flushed red. I'm talking business with you. Are you sure you're using this posture to talk business with me? Bewitching raised his eyebrows and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, teasing her with a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a little guilty. It seemed that she had sat on his lap first. It's broad daylight and the world is clear. I only sat down because there were no chairs nearby. With that, she prepared to stand up. She could not possibly say that she had seduced him, right? Before she could stand up, Bewitching's big hand pulled her back again. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. It's because my wife is too delicious that it's easy for your husband to misunderstand. How about that? Seeing the man speak so seriously, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that something was wrong. Was it really okay for this guy to ask this question so seriously? I'm thinking that Gong Jun played a huge role in obtaining this 10,000-year-old purple blood vine. After I refine the pills, I will give one of them to him. What do you think? She wasn't a greedy person. Originally, they didn't even know that Guanhong Tian had a 10,000-year-old purple blood vine. If it weren't for Gong Jun's help, they naturally wouldn't have been able to obtain it. It's fine as long as my wife makes the decision. Bewitching smiled faintly. After so many years, Hong Shuang's temperament had not changed at all. However, this was what made Hong Shuang so cute. Then I'll go refine the pills. Bailey Hong Shuang quickly stood up and ran into the room like a wisp of smoke. Ever since he didn't train with others, Beichen's state had changed. After Gong Jun put the pills and talismans up for sale in the shop, the number of customers in the shop didn't increase. Shopkeeper, we didn't have anything to sell before. Since we have something now, should we advertise it? The attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. His shopkeeper had always been good and had spent a lot of effort to defeat the Wanbao Pavilion. It was just that they had too few things in their shop. This was what made them feel the most helpless. No need. Gong Jun smiled faintly and waved his hand. Although we don't have as many customers as the Wanbao Pavilion, we still have a lot of customers. If we deliberately publicize or organize activities, the Wanbao Pavilion will definitely fight us to the death with their hatred for us. Currently, we can't compete with them in terms of financial resources. This method is not beneficial to us. Hearing Gong Jun's words, the attendant suddenly understood. Originally, he was worried that the shopkeeper would not think of a way. Now, he understood that the shopkeeper had already thought through all of this. So, find a few people and spread the news. Say that our shop has a new batch of high-quality goods at a reasonable price, Gong Jun chuckled. He knew very well how quickly this kind of rumor spread. It wouldn't take long for everyone to know. Be smart when you do this. Don't let others find out. The attendant stared blankly at Gong Jun. At this moment, he finally understood the shopkeeper's plan. Come to think of it, this should be the most cost-effective method, right? For a moment, he even wondered if the shopkeeper had said so much before because he could not bear to spend money. After successfully refining the pills, Bailey Hongshuang realized that Gong Jun had not come for a few days. She was a little surprised. With this guy's personality, it was not his usual style for him to endure for so long without appearing. Beichin, should we go to Gong Jun's shop to take a look? No matter what, they were still business partners. It was indeed very unprofessional of him not to visit for so many days. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang's curious little eyes, Beichin smiled faintly. Okay. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also came over immediately. It was rare for them to go out, so they definitely would not miss it. As the two of them arrived at Gong Jun's shop, the scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. The business of the Pavilion of 1,000 Treasures was dull and there was barely a single customer. On the other hand, Gong Jun's Pavilion of Immortal Treasures was crowded with people coming and going. It was obvious that business was booming. Am I seeing things? Xiao He was dumbfounded. According to the situation of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the situation should be reversed. However, when it rubbed its eyes, the scene in front of it remained the same. The last time we came, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion didn't have much strength. How did it change so much in just a few days? Xiao Bai was also in disbelief. Wasn't this change too fast? I got it. Xiao He's eyes lit up. It must be because the products made by the two masters are too good, that's why there are so many customers. Bailey Hongshuang and Beichin looked at each other. Both of them were surprised. It seems that we've underestimated Gong Jun's business acumen, Beichin said in a low voice. The products that they brought out were indeed good, but the Pavilion of 1,000 Treasures definitely had many good treasures as well. In such a short time, Gong Jun was able to bring the entire shop back to life. After all, he was capable. I didn't expect that the little brother who suddenly came to find me would be so capable. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. For them, this was a good thing. Dear guests, please come in. An attendant smiled when he saw Bailey Hongshuang and Xiao He, and welcomed them in. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the waiter's polite attitude and nodded in her heart. In terms of attitude, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was indeed much better than the Wanbao Pavilion. Not only that, she noticed that the layout inside was also simple and clear. The lighting was very bright, and the shelves looked expensive, but there were no extra decorations. Because of this, the entire Immortal Treasure Pavilion seemed more spacious. There were so many people gathered here, but it didn't seem crowded at all. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching didn't look like they were here to buy anything, and even looked around and commented from time to time, the waiter didn't have any dissatisfaction. He just asked the two of them to look around, and then went to greet the other customers. His attitude didn't make anyone unhappy at all. The Wanbao Pavilion really chose the wrong shopkeeper. If he had chosen Gong Jun, the business of the Wanbao Pavilion would definitely be much better now. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. She began to believe that what Gong Jun said earlier was true, this guy. Perhaps he really did use his wealth to increase his cultivation level. Just as the two of them were talking, a voice full of surprise suddenly sounded. "Boss, you're here." Gong Jun's round figure was as agile as a fish in this crowded shop. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the two of them. At this moment, his face full of meat was filled with an excited smile. If one looked closely, it was inexplicably cute. "Boss, madam, are you satisfied with the shop situation? I originally planned to invite you to take a look in a few days, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come. I knew that you must be thinking about me in your hearts. I'm really touched." Noticing that Gong Jun's eyes were slightly red because he was touched, Bewitching couldn't help but say, "Stop." Gong Jun's expression immediately froze, and he forcibly suppressed it under Bewitching's gaze. Bewitching rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. This little brother that appeared out of nowhere was not only good at pestering people, but also had a big problem. He was too emotional. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. Gong Jun was really too interesting. On the path of cultivation, she had seen all kinds of cold, arrogant, and despotic cultivators, but a person as emotional as Gong Jun was really rare. This guy's emotions came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to normal and pulled the two of them to the side. "Boss, madam, you don't know how good our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's business has been these past 2 days. Guanhong Tian was almost angered to death by me, however, no matter how angry he is, it's useless. After all, his things aren't as good as ours." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. "You mean that the things sold in the store are actually better than those sold in the Wanbao Pavilion?" They were all immortal elixirs, so logically speaking, there shouldn't be any difference. Most importantly, when she came in, she had already taken note of the prices of some elixirs. If she remembered correctly, there wasn't much difference between the prices of these elixirs and those sold in the Wanbao Pavilion. Under such circumstances, it was really surprising that they could still hold the advantage. When the news first came out, many people thought that I was the one who hired them. Although it wasn't good news, some people didn't believe it, so they came to the store to buy elixirs. At first, I didn't take it to heart and even thought that it might be a trap set up by Guanhong Tian to make everyone hate the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. I even thought of a countermeasure, but I didn't expect that it wasn't Guanhong Tian's doing at all. Gradually, many people said that our Immortal Spirit Pills were better than the Immortal Spirit Pills of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. As more and more people said this, the rumor spread and became more and more real. For this reason, I did some research and found that the Immortal Spirit Pills of the Madam were indeed better. Gong Jun's eyes shone with excitement and worship. "Madam, your alchemy skills are really amazing. The same medicinal ingredients can have such an effect in your hands. It's really amazing." Not only that, after everyone found out that the Immortal Spirit Pills were better, some people turned their attention to the Immortal Talismans, wanting to know if there was anything special about them. Who would have thought that they guessed right? The Immortal Talismans were better than the ordinary ones. As a result, our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's business became better and better, haha. Gong Jun's eyes narrowed into slits in ecstasy. "Boss, you're really amazing. How did you do it? I've been in Xian City for so long, but I've never encountered such a thing." Bailey Hongzhuang listened to Gong Jun's words and was secretly puzzled. She thought that Gong Jun might be taking the opportunity to flatter them, but she vaguely heard some customers saying the same thing. It was because the price was slightly lower than the Thousand Treasures pavilions and the medicinal effects were better that it attracted so many cultivators. Is that true? Bewitching asked slowly. Yes. Yes. Gongjun nodded repeatedly. I'm telling the truth. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching felt even more emotional. Since they came to the immortal realm, they had been learning from their master and had never seen other people's immortal spirit pills and immortal talismans, so they were completely unaware of such a thing. Since this matter was true, it also proved how strong his master was. Because of their attainments in alchemy and talisman techniques, their two disciples were able to perform so well. Boss, I've recorded all the money we earned recently. I planned to give it to you in 2 days, but since you're here today, I'll give it to you first. Gongjun smiled and led the two of them towards the inner courtyard. Gongjun, that's not why we're here today. I know, boss and madam, you must have wanted to see how this store is. Immortal spirit, immortal, 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 immortal. Now from the outside, it doesn't look worse than the Thousand Treasures pavilion. How can that be? Gongjun hurriedly waved his hand. His usually smiling face revealed a rare serious expression. Boss, it's already very good that you're willing to let me sell the immortal pills and talismans. As for the renovation of the shop, that's part of my job. I'm the boss. Bewitching's cold voice sounded, but it immediately silenced the noisy Gongjun. The meaning of this sentence was very simple: I'm the boss, and I have the final say. Under these circumstances, could Gongjun still refute? Of course not, unless he didn't want to be the boss anymore. That was absolutely impossible. Looking at Gongjun, who was still alive and kicking just a second ago, and the next second he had become resigned to his fate, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt very funny. This Gongjun seemed to have set his mind on Bewitching. Normally, when would there be such a person who was so dead set on meeting? However, Gongjun was very sincere. So sincere that no one could doubt him. Oh right, it's time to talk about business. Weren't we talking about business just now? Gongjun was slightly startled. Anything related to money was a big deal. As he spoke, Gongjun couldn't help but say, Boss, I don't want to say this, but you don't value money too much. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. How can you just casually give me money? This kind of thinking is absolutely unacceptable. As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. You should keep it for yourself or your wife. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched slightly. This guy's brain is indeed wired differently from normal people. So now that I've given him the money, he's still not satisfied? Will you cheat me of my money? Bewitching slowly said. Of course not. Gongjun patted his chest and said seriously, since I've recognized you as my boss, I naturally won't cheat you. Isn't that enough? Bewitching asked. Perhaps they had to be careful of other people, but for some reason, he felt that Gongjun was a trustworthy person. This kind of trust came a little inexplicable. Gongjun paused for a moment before he understood. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Boss, it turns out that you trust me so much. Stop. Bewitching's voice rang out again. He was obviously a man, but his emotions were so rich that it made people want to beat him up. Gongjun curled his lips and stopped himself from being touched. He said, Boss, don't worry. I will definitely make this money more and more. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang then handed the pill to Gongjun. Gongjun, this is for you. What is this? You want me to sell a new immortal spirit pill that Madame refined? No, this is for you to consume. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. Didn't you help us snatch the 10,000-year purple blood vine last time? I refined it into pills. There are exactly 3 of them. This one is for you. Gongjun looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand. His expression froze for a moment, and he fell silent. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. This guy's personality was so strange. He couldn't be unhappy that she gave him a pill, right? Just like when Bewitching gave him money just now, he was unhappy? Ahem, Bailey Hongzhuang gave Bewitching a look, indicating whether they should leave first. At this moment, Gongjun grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's arm emotionally. His eyes were as bright as stars. Madam, I'm really touched. Bewitching's gaze landed on Bailey Hongshuang's arm, which was being grabbed by Gong Jun. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a light quietly flashed across them. Gong Jun was busy being moved when he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop. He wondered what was going on, and then noticed his boss's gaze. Almost immediately, Gong Jun hurriedly let go of his hand. Hee, boss. I was just a little excited. Bewitching didn't say anything. He just looked at Gong Jun indifferently, but the latter felt a wave of pressure. Well, now he understood how much boss valued Madam. Since we've already given the pills, let's go back. Bewitching grabbed Bailey Hongshuang's hand. He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but his hand just happened to be where Gong Jun was grabbing previously. Gong Jun was a shrewd person, and naturally knew that his actions just now had caused boss's dissatisfaction. How could he let boss leave just like that? Boss, I heard that the City Lord Mansion is about to hold a monster-slaying competition. Would you be interested? Hearing this, Bewitching's footsteps paused slightly, and a trace of interest appeared in his handsome eyes. Monster-slaying competition? That's right. Gong Jun nodded repeatedly and walked to Bewitching's side. This event has already been circulated, but it hasn't officially started yet. It said that it will officially start in half a month, and now it's the registration stage. According to past experience, the rewards given by the City Lord Mansion should be very rich, so there will be many cultivators signing up for the monster-slaying competition every time. Does the demon in the monster-slaying competition refer to demon beasts? Bailey Hongshuang was a little curious. Usually, demon beasts that had reached this level of cultivation could already transform into humans. If they attacked, wouldn't it feel like killing people? Moreover, once these demon beasts transformed into human form and barged into them, who would be able to distinguish them? That's not it. Gong Jun smiled and shook his head. It's a demon, not a demon beast. Monster? It seems that around 10 years ago, some monsters began to appear in the outskirts of some cities. Some of these monsters are demonic beasts and some are plants. They look ordinary and mediocre. If you get too close to them, you might lose your life. Back then, when these monsters first appeared, they caused a huge commotion. Because no one had come into contact with these monsters, they didn't know what they were. After more than 10 years, everyone gradually gained some experience with this monster. In short, many of these monsters are black, and many of them are proficient in the power of darkness. Although the power of darkness has always been disliked in the immortal realms, in fact, everyone knows very well that the power of darkness is very strong. Ordinary people are simply no match for it. Gong Jun lowered his voice, his eyes filled with disdain. Ever since these monsters appeared, on one hand, everyone was shocked by the power of darkness. On the other hand, they were even more ostracized by the power of darkness. Boss, if you don't know much about these monsters, I think you should take advantage of this time to learn more about them. Otherwise, when the time comes to register, you will definitely be at a disadvantage if you don't understand the habits of these monsters at all. Bewitching nodded slightly. He was indeed somewhat interested in these monsters. Gong Jun, from the looks of it, you seem to know a lot about these monsters. Have you participated in this monster slaughtering competition before? Gong Jun shook his head. I haven't participated in it. You know that what I'm most interested in is doing business. I don't do things like brandishing weapons. Look at my body. You know, I can't starve myself to thin just to participate in a competition. Looking at Gong Jun's face full of love for the meat on his body, Bailey Hongshuang already didn't know what words to use to express her feelings. If Xianxia also knew Gong Jun, he probably wouldn't have been so serious about losing weight. The reason why I know about this is because the monster slaughtering competition is about to start, so everyone wants to buy some insurance during this period of time. The shop's business is so good, it has a lot to do with the monster slaughtering competition. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly understood. Indeed, whenever they want to go out to gain experience, almost everyone will prepare all the things they may need. Once he needed them, these things might be able to save his life. Boss, I heard that Yun Xiaoman and Guanyi are also going to participate. Moreover, Guanhong Tian has been trying his best to prepare things for Guanyi so that he can perform well in the monster slaughtering competition. Gong Jun's eyes revealed a trace of gloomy light. That little bastard originally wasn't from Xian City, but with his strength, the success rate of participating in Xian City's competition will be higher, so he came here now. This Guan Hongtian really takes care of his nephew, Gong Jun. Bailey Hongshuang secretly sighed. Even a biological father and son may not be able to do this, let alone an uncle. Hee, Gong Jun chuckled, lowered his voice and said, Madam, there's something you don't know. Is there some inside story? As the saying goes, there is no hatred in the world for no reason, and there is no love for no reason. Guan Hongtian was definitely a snobbish person. He was extremely selfish. If it was only his nephew, why would he sacrifice so much? You don't know how much he had to pay for the 10,000-year-old purple blood vine. The lives of others are nothing in his eyes. Bailey Hongshuang frowned slightly. After hearing what Gong Jun said, she felt that things were even more confusing. Madam, haven't you noticed that Guani and Guan Hongtian are somewhat similar? My nephew resembles my uncle, so it's not strange for them to be similar. Gong Jun smiled and shook his head. No, they're too alike. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other and immediately understood. So, Guani is Guan Hongtian's son? Bailey Hongshuang was in disbelief. Although she had heard of such a thing, she still found it hard to accept. Isn't that so? Gong Jun chuckled. At this time, Bewitching's voice sounded. You already knew about their relationship, so you had the confidence to snatch the 10,000-year-old purple blood vine, right? Boss, you really have sharp eyes. I can't hide anything from you. Gong Jun admitted it frankly. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head helplessly. This guy was probably going to make people die without paying for it. So you're not going to participate this time? Bailey Hongshuang asked. After leaving the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching walked toward the City Lord's mansion. They came to the realm of Chaotic Immortal to gain experience. Since there was such a good opportunity, they naturally wouldn't miss it. I'm curious about these monsters. I wonder what they look like. There was a hint of curiosity on her delicate face as her bright eyes darted around. Although the realm of Chaotic Immortal was not as big as the Immortal Realm, there were many things that they had never seen before. It will start in half a month. You will know then. Bewitching smiled faintly. We can buy a book when we go back later. Now that the monster slaying competition is near, there should be many books about this. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. I've already seen many books on the way here. After all, we are not the only ones who have just come to the realm of Chaotic Immortal. The City Lord's mansion was located in the center of Xian City. The square courtyard was particularly eye-catching in the bustling streets. Although Xian City was not considered a large city in the realm of Chaotic Immortal, it was the entrance to the abandoned Immortal Forest. The flow of people was very shocking. Therefore, Xian City was one of the top cities among the many cities. The City Lord's mansion was majestic. 2 stone lions stood on either side of it, exuding boundless majesty. 2 groups of guards stood on either side of it in an orderly manner. Their cold faces and sharp gazes revealed the City Lord's mansion's confidence. No one dared to act rashly. At this moment, a few long tables were placed together in front of the City Lord's mansion's main gate. The tables were covered with red cloth. Many people had already formed a long line. Their names were recorded one by one. Obviously, everyone was here to sign up for the monster slaying competition. The scale of this monster slaying competition is indeed shocking. I heard that today is the 3rd day of registration. There are still so many people. Bailey Hongshuang sized up the long line and lined up behind Bewitching. Other than cultivators who are cultivating in seclusion, most of the people who are free must have come to sign up. Bewitching was also paying attention to the people who were registering. Among them, there were very young people, and there were also some elders. Unlike the upper realms, where the older a cultivator was, the more people feared them, the situation in the realm of chaos was the complete opposite. The younger a cultivator was, the more people feared them. This was because almost all of the cultivators here were at the Radiant Sun realm. Naturally, the younger the cultivator, the more talented and terrifying their potential would be. Therefore, when some young faces appeared, everyone would often pay more attention to them. If Xiren and the others knew about this, they would definitely come to sign up as soon as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. They had recently separated to train and hadn't seen each other for the past few days. However, through this demon-slaying competition, it was very likely that they would meet again. They won't miss such an opportunity, Bewitching said with a faint smile. Just as the two of them were lining up to register, a series of congratulatory voices suddenly came from behind. Young Master Guan, you're here to sign up too? For this kind of thing, you only need to send someone to sign up. Why would you need to come here personally? I heard that young Master Guan is cultivating in seclusion. I'm sure you'll do well in the monster-slaying competition. Compliments were heard one after another, attracting everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, Bailey Hongzhuang saw a familiar figure and couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that because Guani had Guan Hongtian as his uncle, his reputation in Xianxia City was quite resounding. Guani was smiling as he accepted everyone's congratulations. He knew all too well that these people were only doing this to establish a relationship with his uncle. How precious were the treasures in Wanbao Pavilion, even if they could get a discount, it would be a great advantage for them. Although he had suffered a loss a few days ago, it didn't affect him for long. After all, he was still doing well in Xianxia City. However, just as he was feeling extremely happy, he suddenly noticed the two proud figures in front of him and the smile on his face stiffened. How could he be so unlucky? Originally, he wanted to avoid these two guys so he didn't sign up on the first day. Instead, he deliberately waited for 2 days. Who would have thought that these two fellows would coincidentally come to register today as well? Guani, what's wrong with you? Why did your expression suddenly become so ugly? Beside Guani, a young man revealed a puzzled expression. Brother Bai, the person who poisoned us earlier was that woman in front. Yun Xiaoman's eyes were filled with viciousness. Thinking of how arrogant Bailey Hongzhuang was in front of her, she couldn't swallow this anger. However, she also knew very well that she didn't have the ability to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and could only swallow this anger. Hearing Yun Xiaoman's words, Bai Luchuan also turned his gaze. Even if Yun Xiaoman didn't point it out clearly, he still saw the dazzling white figure at a glance. The willow-like woman was like a fairy in a painting. She was clearly standing in the crowd, but it was as if she was standing outside the mortal world, giving off an ethereal aura. Usually, he boasted that he had seen countless women, but compared to the woman in front of him, he understood what a real beauty was. Previously, when he heard Guani talk about it, he didn't take it to heart. He only felt that his description was too exaggerated. Now, it seemed that he wasn't exaggerating at all. On the contrary, he didn't describe her true beauty. However, he also understood that this woman was a rose with thorns. Her method of poisoning was simply appalling. So it's the two of them. Bai Luchuan chuckled. Watch. I'll help you vent your anger in a while. As soon as these words came out, a trace of joy appeared on Yun Xiaoman's face. Big brother Bai, is what you said true? Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Bai Luchuan wore a smug look. Have you forgotten my relationship with City Lord Manor? Yun Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Brother Bai, you are the most capable. I believe that you will definitely be able to avenge me and Brother Yi. Don't worry. Bai Luchuan slowly summoned a person and whispered a few words into his ear. The person nodded and walked towards the person who was recording the name cards. After the man passed on his message, the person who recorded the name cards quietly glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching before nodding his head. Next, we can wait to watch a good show. Bai Luchuan looked at the other party's expression and knew that his matter was done. The smile on his face also had a hint of pride. Luchuan, these two people are very difficult to deal with. If they know that we did this, it's inevitable that they will cause trouble again. Guani, didn't you suffer a loss last time? Why have you become so timid now? Bai Luchuan looked at Guani with some disdain. You're a man after all. As long as you teach them a lesson, will they dare to find trouble with you in the future? Brother Yi, Brother Bai is right. Last time, she deliberately tricked us. Maybe she really thinks we're easy to bully. If we teach them a lesson this time, not only can we vent our anger, but we can also make them fear us, Yun Xiaoman also said. Hearing this, Guani nodded. He also felt very aggrieved about what happened that day. If it could be resolved, it would undoubtedly be best. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching only glanced at Guanyi before retracting their gazes. The previous matter had been resolved. Now, they were just strangers. Gradually, it was finally two people's turn. Name. The man's cold voice sounded. Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching replied. The conditions for registration were very simple. They only needed to write down their names and receive an identity card. This identity card would have their own information. It was also very simple to make. It was similar to the upper realm. I've noted it down. You may leave. The man waved his hand and let the two of them leave with a look of disdain. Seeing this, Bewitching frowned slightly. You haven't given us the identity cards yet. Your conditions don't pass. You can't register, the man said coldly. Why don't our conditions pass? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. She clearly noticed that the cultivators in front only reported their names and didn't have any requirements at all. However, when it was their turn, they suddenly said that their conditions didn't pass. Wasn't this too strange? Do we, the city lord's mansion, have to explain our actions to you? If I say you don't pass, then you don't pass. The sudden commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Some of the people who had participated in the demon-slaying competition more than once naturally understood that the man's words were just a cover. It couldn't even be considered an excuse. It was obvious that he was deliberately making things difficult for them. They must have offended someone, so they were targeted, right? That's someone from the city lord's mansion. It seems these two newcomers have quite the guts. After offending the city lord's mansion, they actually dared to sign up for the monster-slaying competition organized by the city lord's mansion. Isn't this a provocation? Lower your voice. There are always people who seek death. Let's just watch the show. Bailey Hongzhuang originally thought that the other party was deliberately making things difficult for her. Now that she heard the comments of the crowd, she was even more certain that her judgment was not wrong. It was just that, they had only been in Xianxia City for a few short days, and they had not even met anyone from the city lord's mansion, so how could they offend them? If I say you can't pass, then you can't pass. Why do you have so many questions? Are you leaving or not? The man's expression turned cold. If you don't leave, then I can only send people to chase you away. As the man's voice fell, the guards of the city lord's mansion immediately took a step forward, as if they were ready to take action at any time. Master, these guys are too much. Xiao Hei's eyes burned with a raging fury. They were simply looking down on people with dog eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the city lord's mansion's forces, then her gaze fell on Yin Xiaoman. Coincidentally, she saw a flash of pleasure in the latter's eyes. Let's go. There's no point in staying here. A man couldn't help but remind them when he saw the situation. If we offend the city lord, we'll be in trouble. Bewitching turned to look at the man beside him. The man didn't dislike them for wasting time. Instead, he kindly reminded them, which was a little surprising. You guys must have offended Bai Luchuan, right? The man lowered his voice. Bai Luchuan? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. This was the first time she had heard of this name. Here. It's the person standing beside Guanyi. He's the city lord Bai's nephew. If you really want to participate, why don't you find someone to buy a nameless participation token? If you continue to stay here, be careful not to get into trouble. Thank you, brother. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Luchuan weren't sure what was going on. At this moment, the two of them completely understood. So, this matter was really caused by Guanyi and Yin Xiaoman. They thought that the previous matter would be over, but now it seemed that the other party didn't want to let it go. Bewitching, let's go back first. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. She held Bewitching's arm and slowly walked to the back. However, the smile didn't reach her eyes. Her ink-like eyes were filled with a cold light. Bewitching's expression was as cold as ice. He had already made up his mind. When the demon-slaying competition began, these guys would be their hunting targets. I thought they would cause some trouble. I didn't expect them to leave with their tails between their legs. How boring. Bai Luchuan spread out his hands with a dull expression. Yun Xiaoman was also a little disappointed. She had always hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Luchuan would cause trouble in public. The city lord's mansion would definitely not allow anyone to cause trouble here. When the time came, the two of them would definitely be at a disadvantage. They might even be punished on the spot. She never thought that the two of them would lead just like that. This made her extremely depressed. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Shiwen slowly left, their footsteps paused for a moment when they passed by Guan Yi and the other two, leaving behind a meaningful look. Guan Yi's heart trembled when he felt their gazes. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that they had already seen through everything? Brother Yi, why are you in a daze? Yun Xiaoman waved her hand in front of Guan Yi, her face showing a trace of concern. Nothing. Guan Yi shook his head. I just think they might have seen through it. You're thinking too much. If he really saw through it, why would he leave without saying anything? Bai Luchuan didn't take it to heart at all. In my opinion, they know their limits. They know that it's impossible for them to fight City Lord Manor, so they tactfully left. Master, aren't we letting them off too easily if we just leave like this? Xiao He could not help but voice out. This situation was really too depressing. Cheap? A cold light flashed in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. When the demon-slaying competition begins, this grudge will definitely be avenged. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. Bewitching's calm face did not show any anger. However, with Bailey Hongzhuang's understanding of him, just from that slight expression, she already knew that he was angry. Boss, you didn't register successfully? When Gong Jun heard that they didn't get an identity card, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Why? The city lord's mansion has never stopped people from registering. Well, it's all thanks to the other side. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the myriad treasure pavilion opposite them and said meaningfully. Gong Jun turned his gaze. With one look, he understood what was going on. Although Guanhong Tian has some ability in Xi'an City, his relationship with the city lord's mansion isn't very close. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have the ability to make the city lord's mansion do such a thing. Bai Luchuan, do you know this person? Di Baichen asked slowly. Bai Luchuan? Gong Jun was stunned when he heard the name. A few years quickly flashed through his mind and he understood in the blink of an eye. I understand. I heard that Guan Yi has been quite close to Bai Luchuan recently. This matter must have been done by Bai Luchuan. Bai Luchuan is the city lord's nephew. He is usually taken care of by the city lord. Furthermore, the city lord's son, Bai Qingli, grew up with him as if they were biological brothers. Others definitely wouldn't be able to do this, but Bai Luchuan can. I didn't expect this fellow to stand up for Guan Yi. A trace of vexation appeared in Gong Jun's eyes. What a blunder. Di Baichen's gaze swept across Gong Jun's face. What are you hiding from us? No. Gong Jun hurriedly waved his hand in denial. His slightly evasive gaze revealed a trace of guilt. I'll give you a chance. Gong Jun smiled embarrassedly. I actually knew that Guan Yi and the others were going to register today, so I thought that boss would also go today. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. She had been a little puzzled previously. Logically speaking, Gong Jun should have told them about such an important matter as the demon-slaying competition early on. However, he had dragged it out until the third day before telling them. It really didn't match his character. So, this was the crux of the problem. Then you're amazing. We haven't even gotten our identity cards yet. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands, a helpless look on her face. Madam, don't be angry. I didn't think of that either. Gong Jun straightened his expression and said, this is actually not a bad thing. If not for today's matter, we wouldn't have known that Guan Yi and Bai Luchuan's relationship was so good. Now that I know, I can be a little more vigilant during the demon-slaying competition to avoid being cheated by them, right? Seeing that Gong Jun had found a perfect excuse for the trouble he had caused, Bailey Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. This guy really had a glib tongue. He could even make a dead person come back to life. However, on this point, she did indeed have the same thoughts. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If they had known about this situation earlier, they could have been more vigilant. If they really made a move during the demon-slaying competition, they would have to be wary of the people from the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, they would probably be chased down again. Although, they had experienced quite a lot of such things. Gong Jun, I heard that there are other ways to obtain an identity card other than this method. Is that true? Bewitching's handsome eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. They couldn't miss the demon-slaying competition no matter what. Boss, how did you know? Gong Jun was somewhat surprised as he nodded and said, indeed, it's possible. However, such an identity card doesn't have a name, only a number. Apart from this, are there any other effects? No. Apart from not being famous, everything else is the same. If you get into the top 10, you will also be rewarded. However, usually, everyone will collect their own identity cards. Apart from some cultivators who didn't make it in time to register, they will use such identity cards. In the previous few demon-slaying competitions, these identity cards with only numbers didn't seem to have any achievements. They only obtained 10th place once. Back then, many people were shocked. This is because such a number appearing on the ranking list does seem rather abrupt, Gong Jun explained. It's good that there are no other effects. Let's use this identity card. Bewitching's expression was calm. Since Bai Lutuan was involved in this matter, it was definitely impossible to go to City Lord Manor to get an identity card. Since that was the case, why bother? Gong Jun nodded. Boss, madam, leave this matter to me. I'll send the identity cards to you after I prepare them. Alright. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching returned to their residence. On the way, they bought a few sets of information regarding the demon-slaying competition. Along the way, there was an endless stream of hawking voices. All kinds of bindings were dazzling. It was said that many of the information were directly sold from previous years. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had already asked Gong Jun had also pointed them to a shop. That shop's business was undoubtedly the best among all the shops. Its information was also much more expensive than the other information. Since the information in this shop was updated every year according to the cultivator's descriptions, the information recorded in the shop was obviously more comprehensive. However, there were also some problems. The content on it often came from cultivators' oral accounts, so there might be some inaccuracies. This needed to be judged by oneself. For this reason, Bailey Hongzhuang also bought 2 copies of other materials for comparison. Inside the house, the woman and man were each flipping through a set of documents. Beside them, the 2 furballs, one black and one white, were also seriously using their claws to scrape through the documents. Master, the records here are interesting. It is said that the demon crystals of these monsters are blood red. We have encountered such monsters before. Xiao Hei blinked her eyes. The demonic beasts she came into contact with usually did not have such demonic crystals, but in the desert world and the ocean world, the demonic beasts they came into contact with were all like this. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly raised her head. After reading the introduction, she had already thought of the desert world and the ocean world. It was indeed very imaginative. This is really strange. The desert world and the ocean world are real. Although we've been there for a long time, we still haven't figured out what that place is. I feel more and more that this chaos ring is a key to opening the door to a different world. Bewitching slowly raised his eyes, a trace of seriousness on his handsome face. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She thought the same. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean that these monsters didn't appear out of thin air, but came from another plane? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Following this train of thought, things became very interesting. That's not impossible. Could it be that these monsters also ascended? That would be interesting. Her clear black and white eyes shone with an amused luster. Ever since she found out that not all cultivators who ascended to the immortal region came from the upper realm, she felt that this world was much bigger than she had imagined. There were probably countless parallel planes below the immortal region, and the best of these planes had all ascended to this place. Just like Gong Jun, he didn't come from the upper realm, but from another plane. However, these planes were basically the same. Apart from the different locations, there wasn't much difference. These monsters were quite different from them. Perhaps it was a plane full of monsters? Perhaps we'll know after the monster slaughtering competition begins. Bewitching looked at the curious little face in front of him and couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. The competition will begin soon. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. I'll see what else we need to prepare. Before setting off, she had already prepared many things. Now that she had plenty of things, she didn't need to specially prepare. There are many experts in this monster slaughtering competition. It's said that because the cloud-gathering city is relatively weak, some experts may choose to participate here. This way, their chances of success will be much higher. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said, I think we should take the pill before the competition begins. Even if it increases our strength by a bit, it might be of great help when the time comes. Although the 10,000-year-old purple blood vine was useful for cultivators to break through to the elementary immortal realm, she felt that since it was a useful treasure, there was no need to wait until the end. Rather than waiting until the end, it was better to increase her cultivation level first. Otherwise, if she ended up like Guanhong Tian, wouldn't it be a pity if this thing fell into the hands of others? Okay. Bewitching nodded. There's still half a month before the monster slaughtering competition begins. That's enough time. Gong Jun was very fast. In the evening, he had already delivered the identity medallions. Bailey Hongzhuang played with the identity medallion in her hand. It only had numbers on it. Perhaps it was because all the people who signed up were using their real names, so Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's identity cards were 001 and 002 respectively. This number is actually not bad, it's very close to the top. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Isn't it? Gong Jun chuckled, although it's just a number, it's still better than other numbers. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, that's right, we plan to go into seclusion for a while before the demonic beast slaughtering competition. Understood. I won't disturb you for a while. Gong Jun nodded repeatedly. The monster slaughtering competition is quite dangerous. Boss, you must be careful. Seeing that the other party didn't knock on the door and directly entered the courtyard, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She wondered if it was Guani who had instigated Bai Luchuan to cause trouble now. If this trouble were to erupt now, it would be much earlier than they had expected. It would also be more troublesome to deal with it. However, when the two of them walked into the courtyard, they saw a familiar face. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Xianxia, why are you here? Bailey Hongzhuang quickly stepped forward, her pretty face full of surprise. Sister, brother-in-law. Bailey Xianxia smiled. I came today to ask if you know about the demon-slaying competition. We've already heard about it. We just signed up today and are preparing to participate. What about you? Bailey Xianxia nodded. We're also preparing to participate. Since we're out to train, we can't miss such an interesting thing. Why are you here alone today? Where did Ling go? Now that they were in a team of two, logically speaking, they shouldn't be separated no matter where they went. However, Bailey Hongzhuang looked around and didn't see Ling. Ling has been in seclusion for the past few days. I originally wanted to wait for her to come out before looking for you, but I didn't expect her to be in seclusion for a while, so I came first. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang was relieved. Sister, let me take a look at the identity card. Bailey Xianxia's eyes were filled with curiosity. I was thinking that Ling is in seclusion now. I wonder if I can help her get an identity card. It was best not to be disturbed by external forces during seclusion. He naturally didn't want to affect Ling at this time. However, the time for registration was limited. If he couldn't register during this period, it would be very troublesome to participate. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the ID card to Bailey Xianxia. Here, this is it. Looking at the number on the identity card, Bailey Xianxia was a little surprised. Are there only numbers on the identity card? How come I heard that there are cultivators' names? It's a long story. In short, I was tricked by someone. I couldn't get an identity card with my name directly from the city lord's mansion, so I had no choice but to use a numbered identity card. Fortunately, there are no other effects other than the number, so it doesn't matter. Bailey Hongzhuang waved the identity card in her hand, her delicate face rippling with a smile, like 100 flowers blooming. So there's such an identity token? If Linger doesn't make it in time, can we also use this identity card? Bai Xianxia's eyes lit up as he asked. Logically speaking, it should be possible. That's good. Bai Xianxia was relieved. The problem that he was most worried about had been solved. You didn't come here today just to ask this question, right? Bewitching's eyes rippled with a wise luster. He knew Xianxia's character very well. If there wasn't anything important, he wouldn't have made a special trip here. Besides, Linger was still in seclusion at this moment. Brother-in-law is really smart. You saw through it at a glance. Bai Xianxia didn't hide it. I was thinking that the competition is about to start. On one hand, I wanted to inform you, and on the other hand, I wanted to ask my sister for some poison. Before they separated, each of them had put enough pills and runes on their bodies. However, this poison, he also felt that it would be very effective most of the time. Poison? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. Why would you think of that? She was the only one who used poison on a daily basis, and the others had never mentioned it before. Therefore, when they were sorting out the cultivation resources, the others didn't have any in their storage rings. Previously, I also heard about the conflict between you and the Wanbao Pavilion. I think that since you all need it, we naturally need it even more. Bai Xianxia smiled magnanimously. Although he was never afraid of a direct confrontation, no one knew if the other party would use underhanded methods. It was always better to be careful. It seems that the matter we caused before is really well known. Bai Xianxia waved his hand. The Wanbao Pavilion's influence in Xiyin City is not small, but it seems that many people don't have a good impression of the Wanbao Pavilion. Therefore, after this incident, many people felt very happy. At first, we just listened and didn't take it to heart. However, later on, we realized that the people they were talking about were too similar to you, so we came to understand. Sister, have you bought an immortal pill furnace now? Bai Xianxia frowned slightly. He also knew that Hong Zhuang's initial plan was to buy an immortal pill furnace after leaving the abandoned immortal forest. This was because she could only start refining pills after she bought an immortal pill furnace. Otherwise, her alchemy skills would be useless. Don't worry, I already have one. Bailey Hongzhuang replied with a smile. Ever since Gong Jun knew that she needed an immortal pill furnace, he immediately sent one over. Moreover, according to her research, the quality of this immortal pill furnace was much better than the white immortal pill furnace she saw before. However, this immortal pill furnace was completely black and decorated with fiery red datura flowers. The entire structure looked very enchanting and exquisite, revealing an indescribable beauty. When she first saw this immortal pill furnace, she was stunned because she had never seen such a strange pattern. After using this immortal pill furnace, she found that it was very useful. She vaguely felt that it was not inferior to Granny Hua's immortal pill furnace. She wasn't sure about that herself. After all, she wasn't a weapon refiner, so she didn't know how to judge the grade of the two immortal pill furnaces. The only thing she could be sure of was that this immortal pill furnace was extremely useful, and her success rate in refining pills was also quite high. In short, she was very satisfied with this immortal pill furnace. For this reason, she had even asked Gong Jun about it. However, according to Gong Jun, he had only obtained it by accident and did not know its true origin. That's good. I was originally worried that you wouldn't be able to buy an immortal pill furnace in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and would have to find a way to buy one in other cities. Now that we have it, we can rest assured. If we run to other cities, it will be more troublesome, Bai Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia, have you heard of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? I've heard about this too. It seems that his reputation is much better than Wanbao Pavilion's. At least his attitude is much better. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other, and there was a smile in their eyes. We're now in a cooperative relationship with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Oh? Bai Xianxia raised his eyebrows. You guys are really amazing. How long have you been in Xiyin City and you've already started doing business? It's just a coincidence. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the poisons she'd concocted and handed them to Bai Xianxia. She then wrote down the different effects of each poison and left behind some antidotes. Once the poison took effect, it would inevitably require an antidote if it fell on one of their own. After all, Xianxia had never used poison before. Big sister, I understand. Don't worry. Bailey Xianxia put the poisons into his storage ring and smiled brightly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She wasn't too worried. Once the demon-slaying competition started, they would likely meet again. Then I'll go back first. Linger is still in seclusion. I have to watch over her. Take good care of Linger. In the next moment, Bailey Xianxia's figure flashed and disappeared from the courtyard. Master, do you think Xianxia will succeed if he spends some time alone with Linger? Xiao Hei scooted over when she saw Bailey Xianxia leave, a gossipy smile on her face. Bailey Hongzhuang flicked Xiao Hei's head. You're so mischievous. Master, how am I small? I'm clearly older than Xianxia, okay? Xiao Hei rubbed the spot where she'd flicked her head. She looked sullen. If it weren't for the fact that she was a special species and hadn't been able to transform into a human, she would have been like Xianxia and the others a long time ago. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. Because Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai didn't seem to have changed after so many years, she subconsciously felt that Xianxia was an adult and Xiao Hei was still a little fellow. I'm talking about your small size. Really? Xiao Hei dragged out the last syllable. Her face was full of disbelief. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't look guilty at all. You haven't transformed into a human yet, which means you're still a child. As for Xianxia and Linger, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly as memories of the two flashed through her mind. I'm a little curious. If they really get together, what will their child be? Xiao Hei's eyes widened. So her master was thinking even further than her? I don't know. Bewitching shook his head. Usually, demonic beasts that have yet to transform into human form are usually of the same species. After transforming into human form, they have more choices. As for their offspring, I'm afraid they won't know until the very last moment. The dragon has 9 sons, and the 9 sons are different. If Linger and Xianxia have 2 children in the future, they might not be the same type, right? Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow. Thinking about it like this, things were really interesting. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why there are so many different types of demonic beasts in this world. Bewitching smiled faintly. Indeed. Now that you mention it, I suddenly understand why there are so many different types of demonic beasts. Xiao Hei looked at Xiao Bai. Why is Master's focus on this? You don't understand, do you? Xiao Bai looked at Xiao Hei with disdain. This means that Master has already decided that they will be together. Xiao Hei was stunned when she heard this. Then, she understood in the next moment. So that's how it is. Your reaction is too slow. Let's just wait for the good news. Xiao Bai winked with a smug expression. Guan family. Guan Hongtian handed over the cultivation resources to Guan Yi and said, You must perform well in this monster slaughtering competition. If you can get a good ranking and catch the city lord's eye, your future will be limitless. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely work hard. Guan Yi's face was full of smiles. With these cultivation resources, he should be able to increase his strength before the monster slaughtering competition. Those 2 fellows from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion might also participate. You must be careful. Guan Hongtian's face revealed a trace of fear. Whenever he thought of those 2 fellows, he felt like he couldn't breathe properly. He had been in the Serene Cloud City for so many years. He never thought that he would fall into the hands of 2 young fellows this time. Especially when they said such words, it made him even angrier. However, he also understood that it was best not to offend them now. Otherwise, if something like this happened again, his family's property would be emptied. Uncle, I don't think they will necessarily participate in the monster slaughtering competition. Guan Yi chuckled. He couldn't help but feel a little flustered. However, when he thought of the 2 of them leaving with their tails between their legs, he still felt a burst of joy. Hearing this, Guan Hongtian's face revealed a trace of doubt. What do you mean? Today, I went to sign up with Bai Luchuan. After he heard about the incident, he stopped them from signing up. What happened after that? Guan Hongtian revealed a look of curiosity. How dare they cause trouble in the city lord's mansion? After being reprimanded, they directly left. Guan Yi smiled. Guan Hongtian nodded happily. Good. That's great. However, I don't know if they will receive a numbered identity card to participate. No matter what, this incident will dampen their spirit. It will prevent them from being so arrogant. Guan Hongtian put a hand on Guan Yi's shoulder. His face was full of gratification. Bai Luchuan is the city lord's nephew. He has a very good relationship with the city lord's son, Bai Qingli. If you can get in touch with Bai Qingli through him, it will be very beneficial for your future. You should know what to do, right? Guan Yi nodded confidently. Uncle, don't worry. I know what to do. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen went into seclusion after taking the pills. Feeling the medicinal power of the pills in their bodies, the two of them couldn't help but feel happy. The effects of the 10,000-year purple blood vine were indeed extraordinary. Its rich medicinal energy was not something that ordinary medicinal pills could compare to. An endless stream of medicinal power flowed through his body like a flame, continuously strengthening his body's strength and strengthening his dantian's origin energy. At this moment, the two of them were surrounded by piles of blood spirit stones. A steady stream of origin energy was emitted from the blood spirit stone and absorbed into their bodies. Every time the power of a blood spirit stone was completely absorbed, it would turn into powder and break apart. However, the two of them had practically filled the house with blood spirit stones. Even if the absorption rate was extremely fast, there was no need to worry about the blood spirit stones for the time being. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to Guan Hongtian's generosity. Almost all of these blood spirit stones had come from Guan Hongtian, so they would undoubtedly be of great help to them. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Gong Jun stood in the courtyard and anxiously paced back and forth. From time to time, he would stop and look at the closed door. After discovering that there was no movement, he began to anxiously pace back and forth again, sighing from time to time. Today is the day of the monster slaughter competition. Why are Boss and the others still in seclusion? If they don't come out today, they won't be able to make it in time. Gong Jun's face was full of worry. He originally thought that Boss and Madam would definitely come and tell him before they set off. However, he didn't see the two of them in the shop today. He couldn't help but feel a little worried, so he ran over. Who knew that when he came over to take a look, he would find that the two of them were still in seclusion in the room and had no intention of coming out. He immediately became even more anxious. Creak. Just as Gong Jun was thinking about whether he should knock on the door, the closed door suddenly opened. Immediately after, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's figures appeared in his line of sight. Gong Jun rushed over. Boss, you're finally out of seclusion. The monster slaughter competition is starting today. Di Beichen nodded. We know. You guys are too calm. If we don't make it in time, we'll miss it. Gong Jun looked depressed. Let's go. Yes. Along the way, Gong Jun also explained the situation after the monster slaughter competition began. Boss, I've also learned about the details of the competition from others. It said that the location of the monster slaughter competition is in a mountain range behind our Xian city. Normally, this mountain range is accessible, but other than the people from the mercenary union, most people don't go there. Because these monsters reproduce very quickly, a large purge must be carried out every year. Otherwise, it'll be too late. The entire competition lasts for a month. If you're injured in the middle, you can rest in the periphery. There is a ranking board set up there, as well as the previous rankings. The ranking will constantly change according to the score on the identity card. It will be immediately displayed. Now, everyone has basically gathered at the entrance. It will officially start at noon. Di Beichen looked at the sky. With their current speed, they should be able to make it in time. Gong Jun, you're participating in the monster slaughter competition with us. Have you arranged the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's matters? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows rose slightly. With Gong Jun's strength, it was not impossible for him to defeat Xian City's Wanbao Pavilion. However, once he went to the competition, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion would be left unattended, and Guan Hongtian wouldn't be participating. Of the Xian City. Of the monster. Now that most of the cultivators have come to participate in the monster slaughter competition, if I do business here, it'll definitely be better than outside. Seeing Gong Jun's proud expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen immediately understood what he was thinking. Originally, they thought that Gong Jun didn't really want to participate in the competition. Why did he suddenly change his mind? So this was the reason, Gong Jun, I'm suddenly starting to admire you. With Gong Jun leading the way, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohe quickly saw the sea of people in front of them. Even though they had already guessed that there would be a lot of cultivators participating in the competition, they were still shocked when they saw the number of people in front of them. Master, are these just cultivators from one city? Isn't the number of people a little too shocking? Xiaohe was secretly speechless. This was just the number of people in one city, but it seemed as if all the people in the upper realm cities had arrived here. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was a little complicated. She knew that Xiyun City was very big, but now it seemed that this area was still beyond their imagination. In fact, although they had turned around on the streets of Xiyun City, this location was just a small area of Xiyun City. There were many places they had never been to before. Boss, madam, Xiyun City's area is really big. A city here is comparable to a dynasty in the plane we were in before. The number of cultivators here is innumerable, so this demon-slaying competition is actually very dangerous. Gong Jun timely reminded. If I didn't want to have boss's protection and take this opportunity to do business, I wouldn't participate in such a dangerous competition. If I lose my life here, then it's really not worth it. Gong Jun's face was full of fear. It was because his cultivation was basically piled up with heaven and earth treasures, and he wasn't very good at fighting. Don't worry, when the time comes, the three of us will be together. If anything happens, we can take care of each other. Di Beichen spoke out. Gong Jun nodded repeatedly. Thank you, boss. With so many cultivators gathered here, the appearance of the three of them wouldn't attract any attention at all. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's fluttering white robes were very eye-catching against this slightly dark land. Coupled with their temperament, it was impossible for people to ignore them. Therefore, in just a short moment, many people noticed them. Brother E, look at them. They actually came to participate in the competition. After noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's figure, Yun Xiaoman's complexion suddenly became unsightly. She originally thought that this woman wouldn't come today, but she didn't expect to meet her again. Guanyi turned his gaze. As expected, he saw the two indifferent people. His brows furrowed unconsciously. Although his strength had improved a little compared to before, he was still uncertain when he thought about Bailey Hongzhuang's poison methods. Guanyi, these two fellows really won't give up until they hit a wall. The corners of Bai Liuchuan's lips curled into a playful smile, but there was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. I've been in Xiyun City for so long, and it's been a long time since I've seen such a fun person, hee. Upon hearing Bai Liuchuan's laughter, Guanyi knew that he was already angry. The two of them haven't been in Xiyun City for long, but they are very arrogant. What happened last time was obviously not enough to teach them a lesson. Guanyi slowly said. Yun Xiaoman also said, Brother Bai, I feel that they don't put you in their eyes at all. They clearly know that you didn't let them participate, but they still came today. Isn't this deliberately provoking you? As soon as these words came out, Bai Liuchuan's gaze immediately turned cold. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Bai Liuchuan's gaze was sinister and ruthless. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you want to barge in. Since that's the case, I'll make sure they don't leave this time. Seeing that Bai Liuchuan was angry, a trace of pride appeared in Yun Xiaoman's eyes. Among the participating cultivators, there were countless people who wanted to curry favor with the city lord but had no way to do so. As long as Bai Liuchuan said a word, there would definitely be a lot of people who would help. These two guys are dead for sure this time. Bailey Hongzhuang was searching for Bai Liuchen and the others in the crowd. According to her judgment, everyone should be here today. However, after searching, she realized that there were too many people. At most, she could only see a portion of the cultivators outside. As for the ones inside, she couldn't see them at all. However, during the process of searching, she realized that there were a few gazes locked onto her. He slowly shifted his gaze, and as expected, he saw Guanyi's group. Beside them was a yellow-robed man. It was Bai Liuchuan. At this moment, Bai Liuchuan's gaze was still filled with a trace of hatred that had yet to dissipate. Immediately, her heart turned cold. Although she didn't know what method Guanyi and Yun Xiaoman had used to make Bai Liuchuan hate them to the extreme, it was obvious that they had another true opponent. Boss, this Guanyi and Yun Xiaoman are quite capable. They actually made Bai Liuchuan hate us to this extent. Gong Jun's gaze was still very accurate. Just by noticing that gaze, he already understood. Speaking of which, there was really no relationship between them and Bai Liuchuan. They never thought that Bai Liuchuan would be angrier than them. If you're not strong enough, you can only use some methods to make others stand up for you. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. There was also a trace of anger in her heart. Then we have to be careful after the competition begins. Bai Liuchuan is also a character. Since he has such an attitude, I don't know if Bai Qingli will also vent her anger. Gong Jun's face revealed a trace of seriousness. He was also very familiar with these matters of scheming and scheming. Gong Jun, then you have to be careful. Bewitching chuckled, with so many people targeting us, we might not even be able to protect ourselves. Hearing this, Gong Jun couldn't help but shrink his neck. Then, he pretended to be full of confidence and said, "Boss, you're not afraid. As your little brother, I can't admit defeat." "As long as you're mentally prepared," Bewitching said. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze to the ranking board in front of her. The huge ranking board was right in front of her, but there was no ranking on it at all. Next to the ranking board was the previous ranking board. The previous ranking board recorded the names of the previous top rankers. Among them, the most eye-catching name was Bai Qingli. There are a total of 10 tournaments. Bai Qingli actually occupies the majority of the rankings. This strength is really not simple. Bailey Hongzhuang's brows revealed a trace of surprise. No wonder the city lord's mansion gave out such generous rewards. It turned out that it all fell into her son's pocket. However, such a result was enough to see Bai Qingli's astonishing strength. Bai Qingli is indeed a proud son of heaven. His strength is astonishing. In this cloud city, who knows how many women admire him? However, he doesn't seem to be interested in this at all. His greatest interest is in cultivation. Hearing this, a rough image appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. According to Gong Jun's description, this Bai Qingli should be a very upright person. However, in today's world, it could be said that one may know a person's face but not their heart. Rumors might not be completely credible. Sometimes, it was not impossible for the elegant gentleman in the rumors to be a vicious and despicable villain. "Boss, the rewards for the top 10 this time are very rich. The rewards for the top 3 are different, but the rewards for the 4th to 10th are about the same," Gong Jun said with a face of interest. "You think so highly of me?" "Hee, you're my boss. If I don't think highly of you, who will I think highly of?" Gong Jun rubbed his hands and said, "This monster's demon crystal is also useful for cultivators' cultivation, but it's more useful for alchemy. Many immortal medicine masters will collect the demon crystal to refine pills. It has a very good effect, so when you hunt monsters, you have to keep the demon crystal." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Qingli immediately understood. It turned out that this guy had been flattering for half a day, and the final goal was this. This demon crystal can be used for alchemy? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She had never tried using demon crystals to refine pills, so she didn't know how effective it was. When they were in the abandoned immortal forest, Granny Hua didn't say much about this. It seemed that Granny Hua hadn't left the abandoned immortal forest for many years, and these monsters hadn't been around for long, so it was normal that Granny Hua didn't know. "That's right." Gong Jun nodded, "Madam, you're an immortal medicine master. This demon crystal should be of great help to you." Bailey Hongzhuang thought that after the demon slaughter competition ended, she had to think of a way to make friends with the immortal medicine masters of Cloud City. Thinking about it, these immortal medicine masters should have some understanding of using demon crystals to refine pills. Just as the three of them were talking, a loud voice suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "Welcome heroes from all walks of life to participate in this demon slaughter competition. This is not only a chance for you to fight for glory, but also a chance for you to contribute to Cloud City. No matter if you can achieve good results or not, as long as you kill a demon, it will be your contribution. you will forever be the heroes of Xian City. The city lord stood on the high platform and swept his gaze across the crowd. When this gaze swept over them, everyone only felt an extremely terrifying pressure, causing them to be unable to move at all. Only when he shifted his gaze away did he heave a sigh of relief. Immediately, his gaze towards the city lord was filled with amazement. Gong Jun, has the city lord already broken through to the elementary immortal stage? After Bailey Hongzhuang felt the terrible gaze, she had a guess in her heart. Gong Jun nodded. The city lord's strength has indeed broken through to the elementary celestial stage. However, no one knows exactly what his cultivation level is. Does that mean the city lords of the realm of chaos are related to the realm of immortals? Bewitching suddenly realized something. Actually, I also have such a guess. It is said that every city lord has already ascended to become an immortal. The number of cultivators in the realm of chaos is extremely shocking. If the city lord does not have such power, he would not be able to intimidate so many cultivators. Logically speaking, the realm of chaos would not allow the realm of immortals to do as they please. Therefore, it is very likely that the city lord was arranged by them. However, this news has not been confirmed, so I am only guessing. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. Although they didn't have concrete evidence, the more they thought about it, the more likely it was. The immortal realm had existed for so many years, so there must have been a rule. It was just that people who had just ascended often didn't understand the knack of it. After hearing the city lord's words, everyone present had a fervent look in their eyes. For many cultivators who had just ascended, they didn't have any foundation in the immortal realm. If they wanted to gain a foothold here, they could only rely on themselves to make a name for themselves. Participating in various competitions to obtain cultivation resources was the fairest path. Of course, cultivators like Guanyi, whose family had already ascended, would grow much faster here than others. The rules of this demon-slaying competition are the same as the previous ones. As long as you kill a monster, your identity card will automatically record points according to the level of the monster you killed. As long as you get into the top 10, you will receive a very generous reward. However, before the competition begins, I want to remind everyone that these monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Everyone must be careful when dealing with them. Over the years, many cultivators have died in the competition. This is our eternal regret. The city lord's face revealed a trace of regret. He looked like he was very sympathetic to this matter. Everyone was slightly moved, and there was a trace of fear in their hearts. Now, I announce the official start of the demon-slaying competition. The city lord's face revealed a trace of heroism. Heroes, please enter the mountain range. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators seemed to have received a call. They didn't stay any longer and quickly rushed inside. As everyone rushed into the mountain range like a swarm of bees, the sea of cultivators disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone leaped into the mountain range at their fastest speed. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two didn't delay. They immediately sped up and rushed into the mountain range. This was a black land. The entire mountain range was black. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the surrounding environment. She actually felt that this place was very similar to the place where the skeleton army appeared. It was the same black soil, and the surroundings were filled with dense dark energy. In the past, they viewed the skeleton army as a snake and scorpion. But now, the skeleton army had become their good helpers. Therefore, they didn't feel uncomfortable in such an environment. Boss, you haven't seen such an environment before, right? It's said that many people can't adapt to such an environment. What do you think? Gong Jun looked at Bewitching with concern. We have to stay in this mountain range for the next month. Bewitching smiled faintly. I'm quite used to this kind of environment. Actually, the environment here is not bad. Boss, you actually don't mind? Bewitching nodded. There's nothing wrong with the environment. This place is filled with the power of darkness. Everyone doesn't like the power of darkness. However, it seems that only a small number of darkness attribute cultivators have successfully ascended. Gong Jun spread out his hands and sighed. I don't know why these monsters are all darkness type. No wonder darkness type cultivators are so discriminated against. I am of the darkness attribute. Bewitching's voice slowly sounded, and his gaze was slightly complicated. Ever since he came to the celestial realm, he also learned that the situation of the darkness attribute being discriminated against was even more exaggerated than in the upper realm. Fortunately, since the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly in the upper realm, this situation had improved, but the situation in the celestial realm was even more complicated. Thinking about it, it was precisely because of this environment that Master and Master's wife went to the lower realm. Unexpectedly, in the end, they still ended up in such a situation. It was really a pity. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked at Gong Jun and said, I am also of the darkness attribute. Now was not the same as in the upper realm. When she first learned her attribute, she did not know enough about many things. Coming here was equivalent to starting from scratch. Beichen had already said that he was of the darkness attribute, so she naturally would not miss it. After Gong Jun heard that Bailey Hongzhuang was also of the darkness attribute, he was immediately stunned. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. Madam, you are of the darkness attribute? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and looked at Gong Jun in confusion. Yes, what's wrong? Why was Gong Jun not surprised that Beichen was of the darkness attribute, but was so surprised that she was of the darkness attribute? Gong Jun also realized that his performance was too shocking, and immediately smiled embarrassedly. I just looked at Madam's appearance, and you really don't look like a cultivator of the darkness attribute. Then you are wrong, I am indeed of the darkness attribute. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, and a wisp of darkness energy appeared in her hand. How is it? Are you scared? Gong Jun stared blankly at the wisp of darkness energy in Bailey Hongzhuang's palm, and a dark light flashed in his eyes, followed by a joyful smile on his face. I knew it must be fate that allowed me to meet boss and madam, haha. The hearty laughter attracted the attention of Di Beichen and Di Beichen. The two looked at Gong Jun's excited appearance and could not help but feel a little puzzled. Why are you smiling so happily all of a sudden? Don't you discriminate against dark attribute cultivators? Actually, that's not it. Gong Jun shook his head, but the joy on his face did not change. Madam, do you know why I didn't participate in the demon slaying competition? Isn't it because you're lazy? Is that because you're afraid of death? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Gong Jun in disbelief. In her opinion, other than these two reasons, she really couldn't think of any other reason. Facing that sharp gaze, Gong Jun chuckled and said, well, actually, what you said is one of the reasons. But other than that, I have another reason. I'm a darkness cultivator. I'm worried that if I participate in the monster slaughter competition, I might be targeted by many people. At that time, I might lose my life. If that's the case, I might as well do my business properly. At least I don't have to worry about losing my life, right? As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lin Qian were both surprised. You're also a darkness cultivator? Isn't that so? Gong Jun said with a serious face, look. A wisp of black energy appeared in Gong Jun's hand, revealing his identity as a darkness cultivator. Hee hee, don't you think we're birds of a feather? Bailey Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. She really didn't want to be associated with this guy. Boss? Gong Jun, what mountain range is this? Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. There were still many cultivators near them. Even though everyone had tried their best to disperse after entering the mountain range, there were still many people. It was impossible to completely disperse in a short period of time. Among the many cultivators, there were groups of 3 to 5. Some were in large groups with more than 10 people or even dozens of people. Of course, there were also people who traveled alone. In comparison, their team of 3 was considered to be relatively small in number. Madam, this is the Demon Slaughter Mountain Range. It's said that this place wasn't originally called this, and the environment is very good. It's somewhat similar to the abandoned Immortal Forest. There are many treasures here. Usually, many people come here to search for treasures. However, after monsters appeared many years ago, the environment here began to change bit by bit. As the Demon Slaughter competition continued, everyone called this place the Demon Slaughter Mountain Range for the sake of a better name. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This name is indeed easy to remember. Be careful. This is a monster. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was walking, a flower not far from her suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit at her. Di Beichen drew his sharp sword and instantly cut the flower in half. At the same time, his identity card had an additional point. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at the dead flower on the ground. Her eyes were filled with emotion. Previously, I saw that this flower was only at the height of my ankle. I didn't expect it to reach the height of a person in the blink of an eye. This speed is really amazing. Madam, there are many monsters in this demon slaughter mountain range. Many of them don't look like much, but they will attack people. Therefore, we must be careful. Gong Jun patted his chest in shock and looked at Bewitching ingratiatingly. As expected, boss is wise and mighty. Pfft, not far away, when Bai Luchuan saw this scene, the mockery in his eyes intensified. It's just cutting down a man-eating flower, but they are so proud. They really haven't seen the world. Brother Bai, they've just ascended not long ago. Naturally, they haven't seen much of the world. They're so proud of such a small matter. They don't know how laughable it is. Yun Xiaoman's eyes were also filled with disgust. She began to feel that they might not even need to do anything, and these guys would die in this mountain range. Luchuan, how are you going to teach them a lesson? Guanyi turned his head with concern and worry on his face. As long as these two fellows didn't die, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. He didn't expect that even Gong Jun would come along this time. As long as he killed Gong Jun, his uncle would have one less thing to worry about. It was killing two birds with one stone. Once they succeeded, they would be completely at ease. Bai Luchuan narrowed his eyes slightly as a teasing smile appeared on his face. There's no need for us to do anything. We just need to instruct others to do it. Oh? Guanyi's eyes brightened. With your ability, it's easy to find some powerful cultivators to deal with them. Bai Luchuan shook his head. If we kill them directly, wouldn't it be too boring? Then what do you mean? Find someone to bribe them and let them be coolies. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to finish them off in the end? Just when Guanyi and Yun Xiaoman were a little puzzled and didn't understand what Bai Luchuan meant, he had already used his actions to show his plan. Bai Luchuan stopped and called a person not far away. He whispered a few words into the man's ear and pointed at the three figures in front of him. Do you understand? Don't worry, Master Bai. I will definitely resolve this matter properly. Remember, don't let them find out that I ordered it. Yes. After the man left, Bai Luchuan said, let's go. Let's go further away so that they won't notice anything. If they know that I ordered them to do this, they will definitely not agree. Things won't be fun. Yun Xiaoman smiled and nodded. Brother Bai is really smart. He actually came up with such an interesting idea. They definitely won't think that this matter is related to us. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two moved forward. They decided to choose a direction where there weren't many cultivators. So far, the monsters they had encountered were only some ordinary flowers and plants. It was said that these powerful monsters were all in the depths of the mountain range. Moreover, there were already many cultivators in the place they were passing through, so there weren't many monsters left. Just as the three of them sped up and rushed forward, a voice suddenly sounded not far away from them. Hey, those three people. Hearing this voice, the three of them continued to move forward as if they didn't hear it. I'm talking to the three of you. Stop. When the man realized that the three guys he didn't care about actually dared to ignore his call, his expression immediately turned ugly. His figure flew and blocked in front of the three of them. I'm calling you. Why are you ignoring me? Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of them, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were a little surprised. You're calling us? If not you, who else would I be calling? There was a trace of anger on the man's face. He didn't expect that three newcomers who had just arrived in Xi'an City would dare to be so arrogant. However, before he could flare up, he heard the conversation between the three of them. Boss, do you know him? No. He can't be thinking of joining our team, right? Actually, I think the three of us are pretty good now. We don't need to join anyone else for the time being. What do you think? That's right. Then I'll think of a way to reject him. The man's face was livid. This conversation made him more and more speechless. So, where did these guys get their sense of superiority from? They actually think I want to join their team. What was so attractive about a three-man team that was weak and had even offended Master Bai? I say you three, I'll give you a chance. The man said coldly. He raised his chin slightly and his face was full of pride. Brother, there's no need for that. The three of us are doing quite well. We don't plan on letting anyone else join us for the time being. As Gong Jun spoke, he suddenly realized that the other party was asking them to join. He was stunned for a moment. You mean join you? That's my team over there. The man pointed at the team not far away, and the arrogance on his face became more obvious. Our team is the largest out of all the teams participating in this competition. If you follow us, you'll at least be safe. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She could tell at a glance that the other party's team wasn't reliable. The purpose of participating in the competition was to fight for the top 10 spots. It would already be good if this team of dozens of people didn't have internal strife. Just getting along with each other was an extravagant hope. However, there's a condition for joining our team. What is it? Bewitching asked with interest. After joining us, you'll have to contribute all the points on your identity card to our team leader. Once our team leader gets into the top 10, a portion of the cultivation resources will be given to you. You should know that it's impossible for the three of you to get into the top 10. If you join us, you'll at least get some cultivation resources. This is an opportunity that many people can't get. If it weren't for the fact that the three of you are quite pleasing to the eye, this opportunity wouldn't have fallen into your hands. Hearing this condition, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. This kind of behavior should be considered cheating. From another point of view, this was indeed a good method. Since one person's strength couldn't succeed, they would gather everyone's strength. This way, the success rate would greatly increase. However, this kind of thing wasn't attractive to them at all. A trace of disdain appeared in Gong Jun's eyes. He had some understanding of the rewards for the top 10. These cultivation resources were very abundant for one person, but no matter what kind of cultivation resources it was, after being divided among dozens of people, what would be left? They were the ones who opened the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Whether it was boss or madam, refining some celestial spirit pills and celestial talismans would already be more generous than this. Thank you, brother. We appreciate your kindness, but as for joining, we'll pass, Gong Jun said with a smile. The man was originally waiting for the three of them to thank him, but he was suddenly rejected. His expression instantly became very ugly. You're actually rejecting such a good opportunity? Brother, the conditions of your team are so good that I'm sure you'll be so happy that you'll forget about your home. The three of us will take our leave first. Gong Jun cupped his hands in greeting. He knew that his boss was not interested in such things at all. He immediately thanked him and planned to leave. Seeing that the three of them were about to leave, the man's face turned green. He had promised Master Bai that he would complete the task. If he let the three of them leave, it would mean he had failed. It would be impossible for him to be trusted by Master Bai in the future. Thinking of this, the man took another step forward. Are you sure? Yes. Bewitching said indifferently. A dim light flashed through his eyes that were as deep as the sea. Originally, he didn't take this matter to heart. However, the other party's repeated invitations were rather strange. His gaze swept the surroundings, but he did not find any familiar figures. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. So you're saying that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? The man's gaze turned gloomy, and there was a hint of threat in his voice. At the same time, the other cultivators in the group also rushed over. Obviously, they wanted to know what had happened. All of a sudden, the cultivators stopped Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two from leaving. Look. Their ID cards have numbers on them. At this moment, a surprised voice with a hint of ridicule was heard. Then, the other cultivators noticed the identity cards of the three of them. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two all turned their identity cards over. In order for the ID cards to record their information, they all hung their ID cards around their waists. Although the crowd did not see the serial number on the identity card clearly, as long as they saw the number, they could confirm that this was indeed an identity card. I heard that some people did something wrong when they tried to get their ID cards. That's why they didn't get their ID cards. Could it be them? If that's the case, they should just stay away from the team. We don't want to lower our standards. Everyone sneered. Their eyes were full of mockery. I had my eyes on them. I didn't expect them to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. They are asking for death. The man's eyes turned cold. At this moment, he was sure that they had really offended Master Bai. They had been stopped from joining the Monster Slayer competition. They had to use other methods to join. No wonder Master Bai wanted to deal with them. However, Master Bai wanted to deal with them after he was done using them. If he did it right away, would Master Bai be unhappy? Faced with the mockery, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were stunned. These people were looking for trouble. Boss, what do we do now? Gong Jun asked Bewitching. There were dozens of them. If they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Both of them were Radiant Sun Realm cultivators. Their superiority in numbers was no joke. Bewitching's smoky eyebrows were slightly raised, and his dark and deep eyes revealed a trace of playfulness and wisdom. No rush. Maybe they don't want to fight. Gong Jun was shocked. He looked at Bewitching in confusion. Did he hear it wrong? They were surrounded by so many people. If they didn't want to fight, what did they want to do? Bailey Hongzhuang was also lost in thought. Beichen suddenly said such words, he must have seen through something. It's just that they had never seen each other before, so what problem could there be? However, when they were silent, the other party did not make a move. Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Jun suddenly understood a bit, the other party really did not want to make a move? Not only them, but the other members of the team were also puzzled. Captain, why waste time talking to them? Just kill them. I don't think they are capable. They won't contribute many points. Why don't we kill them? Apart from them, we can still recruit others. The man looked complicated. He wanted to shut them all up. He knew what was the easiest way to deal with them. However, he had to find a way to satisfy Master Bai. Thinking of this, the man once again looked at Bewitching and the other two. I will give you one last chance. If you don't agree, then I can only take your lives first. After hearing what the man said, Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Jun realized that there must be something wrong with this whole thing. Maybe it was just a coincidence that they came to them. But if they didn't do anything under such circumstances, only an idiot would believe it. Come to think of it, we haven't been here for long, and we have only offended Guan Hongtian and the others. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke through mind connection. Boss, what are you going to do? Gong Jun also understood that since the other party was targeting them, this matter would definitely not be easily resolved. Unless they could break out of the encirclement, otherwise, if they did not meet the other party's wishes, they would definitely not let this matter rest. Let's beat them at their own game. As soon as these words came out, Gong Jun immediately understood. In the next moment, Gong Jun sized up the people around him, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Big brother, we were wrong. We are willing to do it. Gong Jun showed a flattering and scared smile. This is such a good chance. We can't wait. As he was talking, Gong Jun pulled Bewitching's clothes, signaling him to agree. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also thought that they had to show an appropriate amount of fear to make the other party believe that they had really changed their minds. They did not think that with Gong Jun, this drama queen, they did not need to worry about it. That's right. The two of them didn't want to do it, but they had to agree. The man saw that Bewitching and the other two couldn't take it. He just said something casually and they fell into the trap. He felt relieved. At least he didn't need to worry that he couldn't finish the mission given to him by Master Bai. Captain, do these three cowards look like they're capable of anything? I am definitely not as good as. One of the men beside the man couldn't help but voice his opinion. The three of them were forced to agree. If they joined in like this, it would tarnish the reputation of their team. However, before the man could finish his words, the captain glanced at him and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. The team leader felt helpless. He didn't expect Master Bai to give him such a mission. It was much more difficult than just killing them. He had to use his brain. How troublesome. The three of you will follow us. Someone will explain everything to you later. The captain looked at the three of them indifferently. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me if you lose your life. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two then joined the group of dozens of people. After a rough look, there were a total of 60 people. Sensing this huge group, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. Do you think that all the points earned by the cultivators in this group would be given to Bai Qingli? Didn't he take first place in 3 consecutive monster-slaying competitions? Since this competition has such an unwritten rule, with his strength in Xiyun City, it should be easy for him to win first place. She thought it would be a fair competition. She thought it would be interesting. She didn't think it would end up like this. She was a bit disappointed. Originally, I thought that Bai Qingli's strength was unquestionable, but now, I'm not so sure. Even if he doesn't use these methods, it won't be bad. However, with such methods, the results will be more stable. Upon hearing that, Bewitching slowly said, "Don't worry. We will soon find out the truth." With such a huge team, they naturally didn't have to worry about others finding trouble with them along the way. When the others saw their formation, they almost consciously avoided them. If they were to clash with such a team, wouldn't it be equivalent to courting death? However, Bailey Hongzhuang and company had enough of these people rolling their eyes at them along the way. I really don't understand what the captain sees in the 3 of them. They're good for nothing, yet they dare to put on airs. I can't wait to beat them up. Perhaps the captain has taken a fancy to this woman? To be honest, this woman is indeed an outstanding beauty. No man can turn a blind eye to her. So what? It's obvious that they're already a couple. I don't think the captain will be interested. Bailey Hongzhuang played with a stalk of grass in her hand. She really wanted to remind the guys behind her that if they were speaking ill of others behind their backs, they could at least keep their voices down. If they were deliberately trying to be heard by them, there was no need to think in such a gossipy direction. They had nothing to do with each other, madam. Now everyone thinks that it's a femme fatale. Gong Jun couldn't help but laugh. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Gong Jun. I think it's a femme fatale. If it weren't for this fellow, they wouldn't have bumped into Bai Luchuan when they signed up. Although the final outcome was inevitable, at least the process didn't have to be so torturous. There was no need for a serial number on the identity card. Along the way, they had seen quite a number of demons. However, before they could make a move, the others around them had already dealt with all of them. The funniest thing was that these people had actually surrounded the 3 of them in the middle of the team in the name of protecting the newcomers. Regarding this, the captain had also instructed the others not to do so. It was fine if he didn't instruct them, but with this instruction, the others went even more overboard. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 were very calm about this situation. After all, these guys had made up their minds to not give them a chance to increase their points. They were happy to be idle and watch the others deal with it. This kind of feeling was like having countless subordinates around him. Once danger appeared, these subordinates would directly rush out and wipe out all obstacles. It felt like 100 people would respond to a single call. We are now heading towards a tunnel with many monsters. Although there is a certain amount of risk there, the speed of gaining points will be much faster than in other places. We will arrive at noon tomorrow. At that time, the 3 of you can go ahead and scout the way. Make use of your abilities. You are newcomers, but since you are here, you have to come into contact with demons. You don't have to worry too much. It's not very dangerous there. Besides, there are so many of us here. Everyone will protect you. At this time, a man who was following beside the captain walked up to the 3 of them and gave them instructions for the next day. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded. Okay. However, when they nodded, they did not ignore the strange gazes of the people around them. Even if he didn't say anything, the 3 of them knew that the so-called tunnel was definitely not a good place. The so-called lack of danger and protection was purely a joke. It seems like we've been treated as stones. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Xiaohe looked puzzled. Master, what do you mean? Throwing stones to test the waters. Aren't we that stone? Then what should we do? Should we take advantage of the night and run away? Xiaohe asked, feeling relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Since he dared to tell us this news today, it means that he's certain that we won't be able to escape today. Tonight, I'm afraid that many people will be watching us. Even those fellows who want us to leave the team will be watching us. Because if we run away, the stone might be someone else's tomorrow. Gongjun, do you know where the tunnel they're talking about is? Bewitching asked. Gongjun looked ashamed. Boss, I've always been focusing on business. I didn't plan to participate in this monster-slaying competition at all. Even if I did ask around before coming here, I still don't know much about the situation here. If I had known, I would have asked around before coming here. These fellows should have participated in several competitions, so they know much more about the terrain here than we do. From the beginning, they've already had the upper hand. Bewitching frowned slightly. They hadn't paid much attention to this at first, but now that he thought about it, they had been too naive. Being familiar with the terrain was already an irreversible advantage for many people. If that's the case, we'll have to be extremely careful when we enter the tunnel tomorrow. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression darkened. She suddenly looked at the man beside her and said, Beichen, what exactly are you planning? We're probably thinking of the same thing. Snatch their points? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. A hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. Beichen nodded slightly. Great minds think alike. Gongjun's face also showed surprise. I think so too. If we can get their points, our points will definitely surpass many people. Therefore, the tunnel tomorrow is also a great opportunity for us. Since they value this place so much, the number of monsters must not be simple. This also means that the points will be very shocking. Beichen's eyes were deep. Even if they wanted to leave, they would have to wait until they came out of the tunnel. With so many points, how could they not collect them? Right at this time, Gongjun slapped his forehead and said, I suddenly forgot something. What have you forgotten? Before I set off, my good friend gave me a book, saying that it would be useful after entering the demon slaughtering mountain range. I actually forgot about it. Although he's usually not very serious, he's very reliable when it comes to this kind of thing. Maybe there's a record in this book. Gongjun took out a booklet and handed it to Beichen. After Beichen took it and opened it, his eyes suddenly lit up. The topography of the demon slaughtering mountain range was drawn on it. In addition, it also marked which places had many monsters and which were very dangerous. It even recorded some secret paths. Beichen thought about the route they had taken in the past 2 days, and the scene in the book was very similar. He suddenly sighed in his heart. If everything drawn in the book was true, then it would really be an amazing map. Beichen, what's wrong with you? It was rare to see such a strange expression on Beichen's face. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask, is this book helpful? Gongjun also looked nervous. They could only rely on this booklet. If this booklet couldn't help, then they really had no other way. This booklet will be of great help to us. Beichen's lips slowly curled into a smile. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Gongjun looked at each other. Both of their faces showed great joy. Really? Gongjun looked excited. I knew this guy was very reliable at this time. He always pays attention to the matters of the demon slaughtering mountains. This time, he didn't cheat me. Gongjun, is this friend of yours the one we went to buy the booklet from? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. Gongjun nodded. Yes, it's him. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood. Previously, when Gongjun praised this person so much, she had some doubts. Now it seemed that this person's means were really not simple. Did he sell this booklet to anyone else? If everything recorded in this booklet was true, it meant that the content would be of great help to everyone. Once everyone knew the content, then this advantage would no longer be an advantage. Hearing this, Gongjun shook his head. Madam, don't worry. I can guarantee that he has never sold this booklet to anyone else, nor has he shown it to anyone else. That guy has swindled a lot of things from me. If it wasn't for our past friendship, I would have ignored him long ago. Now, it seems that this guy still has some conscience. He gave this to me to save my life. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Such a booklet would be of great help in the demon slaughtering mountains. The fact that the other party was willing to give it to Gongjun already proved the depth of their relationship. Later, when everyone is resting, I will take a closer look at the location they mentioned and think of a solution. Bewitching put away the booklet. Now that everyone was gathered together, if he suddenly took something out, it would inevitably attract attention. At night, after everyone had started to rest, Bewitching took out the book. However, what he took out was an introduction to monsters that everyone could easily buy. He placed the booklet inside the book. Everyone lost interest just by looking at the familiar cover. They didn't even plan to look at it. These guys really just came to Xianxia. They don't even know the species of monsters and are still reading. Could it be that they are preparing for tomorrow's exploration? Let them read it. Even if they read this book, it's useless. Isn't this what you want? You don't like them anyway. Forget it, forget it. There's really no need to pay attention to people who are about to die. Everyone waved their hands, obviously losing interest in the three of them. Captain, why did you recruit the three of them in the first place? There's nothing special about them and they have nothing to do with you. The man looked at the captain suspiciously. This question had been in his heart for a long time. Tonight, he couldn't help but ask. The captain turned to look at the man, and a sneer appeared in his eyes. There's nothing special about the three of them. But they are very useful to me. Please enlighten me. You should know that we work for Master Bai. It's the same every year. So you're saying that it was Master Bai's idea to recruit them? But does Master Bai want to protect them or torture them? If he wants to torture them, then these 2 days have been too much for them. If he wants to protect them, then tomorrow. Of course it's to deal with them. The captain chuckled. You know Master Bai's personality very well. He just doesn't want them to die too easily. Our goal is to lie to them and torture them. Then we'll tell them the truth before they die. In short, we'll do whatever Master Bai wants us to do. Understand? Captain, I understand. The man let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Because of the three of them, he had been in a terrible mood for the past 2 days. Now that he understood everything, he could finally relax. It's good that you understand. The captain nodded. For the past 2 years, our performance has not satisfied Master Bai. This time, no matter what, we have to succeed. We can't afford to make any more mistakes. Hearing this, the man sighed. The number of points needed to get first place is just too much. How powerful is Bai Qingli? Every time in the tournament, the number of beasts he slew is shocking. Our master may be very powerful, but compared to Bai Qingli. How dare you talk about our master like that? Are you tired of living? Captain, I wouldn't dare. I understand where you're coming from. Last year, Master Bai was 2nd place. He's not far from 1st place. Our team has expanded. Who knows, we might be able to succeed today. Once we succeed, we'll be rewarded. Don't think about anything else. Just do your job. Yes. While the two of them were chatting happily, they did not notice that there was a nimble ball in the darkness. After listening to everything, it quietly disappeared into the darkness. Bewitching looked at the situation depicted on the map while carefully observing the annotations at the back. He suddenly had some understanding of the tunnel tomorrow. According to the book, this tunnel is indeed a good place. Most of the creatures seen in other places were monsters, but there were some extremely rare spiritual herbs in the tunnel. These spirit herbs and monsters should have come from the same place. Previously, we thought that these monsters should have come from another plane, and these spirit herbs should have come from that plane. Someone once obtained the spirit grass here, and after taking it out, he auctioned it off for an extremely high price. That's right. Gongjun's interest was piqued when he heard this. I've also heard about this matter. It said that this demonic spiritual grass attracted a lot of attention. Bailey Hongzhuang was originally only interested in the Fey crystal, but after hearing that there was a Fey spirit herb, she became even more interested. These spirit herbs should all lead to the same destination. The Fey spirit herb should be able to work together with other spirit herbs to produce different effects. Every stalk of spirit grass often had a very special effect, and this kind of spirit grass that had never been seen before might even be a treasure. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's expectant look, Bewitching's eyes revealed a trace of affection. Don't worry, you will definitely encounter it tomorrow. When the time comes, if our plan is implemented, we will have to snatch all these Fey spirit herbs back. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She didn't care about anything else, but these Fey spirit herbs. She was very interested in them. When they returned to the forsaken immortal forest, they would give these Fey spirit herbs as gifts. Granny Hua would definitely like them. Gong Jun also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and immediately understood. If he wanted to please Madame in the future, he would have to start with herbs. The situation we will enter tomorrow is indeed a little dangerous, but, just as Bewitching and company were discussing tomorrow's operation, Xiaobai had unknowingly climbed onto Bewitching's shoulder. Did you hear anything? Master, your guess is right. This matter is indeed related to Bai Luchuan. Xiaobai slowly recounted everything she had heard. After hearing all this, Bewitching's expression became unfathomable. Beichen, did Xiaobai hear something? Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze landed on Xiaobai. Previously, after seeing the captain leave with another person, they had sent Xiaobai to follow them. Clearly, she was here to report the news. So these people are all Bai Luchuan's men. The one who faked the score is also Bai Luchuan. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. Bai Luchuan has been faking it? But I didn't see his name on the previous list. In the past, there's usually only the first name on the list. The names behind are unknown to everyone. I believe Bai Luchuan's name should be quite close to the front, Bewitching said slowly. Gong Jun's face was full of disdain. With so many people helping him cheat, if his ranking is still so low, then wouldn't he be no different from a cripple? Gong Jun, in your opinion, is Bai Luchuan and Bai Qingli on good terms? Boss, why do you say that? Gong Jun was somewhat puzzled. According to what I know, Bai Luchuan and Bai Qingli are cousins. The two of them have been on good terms since they were young. Bai Luchuan often went in and out of City Lord Manor. He looked like a young master of City Lord Manor. However, because Bai Qingli is immersed in martial arts, she doesn't come out often. Although there are many rumors, I don't know how true they are. From the looks of it, their relationship isn't very good. At the very least, Bai Luchuan has other ideas behind his back. Bewitching's eyes were warm. From everything Bai Luchuan had done, he could tell that this fellow was definitely not a good person. Could it be that Bai Luchuan wants to harm Bai Qingli? Gong Jun's eyes widened as a look of shock appeared on his face. City Lord only has one son, Bai Qingli. If he dies, Bai Luchuan might really take advantage of him. Bai Luchuan tried every means to obtain first place? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. In that case, these people are Bai Luchuan's men and not Bai Qingli's men? Bewitching nodded. Bai Luchuan has had this idea for a few years, but he hasn't succeeded. This Bai Qingli treats him so well, but he's still thinking of ways to do such things behind her back. That's interesting. There was a hint of mockery in her cold voice. This was like a farmer and a snake. No one knew what kind of ideas the good brother you had always thought of behind your back. Bai Luchuan is also a very famous young master in Xian City. However, once he meets Bai Qingli, everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that the two of them aren't on the same level. I think he must have been suppressed for too long and is unwilling to submit to others. Gong Jun blinked his shrewd eyes, looking as though he had already seen through it. Although I've never seen this Bai Qingli before, I can tell from your description that she's definitely not on the same level as Bai Luchuan. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. She had a good impression of a martial arts fanatic because such people tended to have simple thoughts. They were obsessed with martial arts and didn't have many twists and turns. In comparison, Bai Luchuan clearly put more thought into other aspects. His cultivation level naturally couldn't compare to Bai Qingli's, so he could only use other means. Has Bai Qingli improved a lot in the past 2 years? Bewitching suddenly asked. Upon hearing that, Gong Jun nodded and asked in puzzlement, Boss, how did you know? He hadn't mentioned anything about this before. Bai Luchuan's various methods might have increased his cultivation level. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile. His deep eyes were like a vast ocean, rippling with a mysterious luster. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up as she immediately understood. In the past 2 years, Bai Luchuan's points have been constantly increasing. Bai Qingli felt the pressure, so she worked even harder in her cultivation. Instead, her strength improved even faster. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile. For a martial arts fanatic like him, he would never have thought that others would try to play tricks on him, let alone his own cousin. I didn't expect there to be such benefits to having a pure mind. Gong Jun was dumbfounded. This kind of thinking was indeed not something an ordinary person could have. Since you already know, let's rest. We'll act according to the situation tomorrow. Bewitching put away the booklet. Originally, he was extremely worried about tomorrow, but after understanding the situation, this worry was obviously reduced by a lot. Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Jun slowly closed their eyes and began to take a nap. There were still many people in the surroundings who were worried that Bewitching's trio would take advantage of the night to run away. However, they never thought that these three would actually be so careless. From the beginning to the end, they didn't have the slightest intention of running away. Instead, they had worried for nothing. The next day, the sun dispelled the misty fog and everyone set off early in the morning. On this day, the three of them clearly felt that everyone was targeting them less. There were no more sour words, and it was much quieter. It wasn't until noon that everyone stopped in front of an area. We have arrived at the tunnel. Xianxia turned around and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. He said, "This is the tunnel we are going to. There are many monsters and some precious demonic spirit herbs in this tunnel. Every year, there will be some changes. You guys go in and explore. If there is no problem, let us know. We will go in immediately." Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two didn't answer. They just looked at him quietly. Facing the slightly suspicious gazes of the three, Xianxia awkwardly coughed twice and said, "Don't worry, all of us will follow behind you not far away. If there is any danger, as long as you shout, we will immediately appear." You don't believe what Captain said? This is a chance for you to gain experience. If you rely on us to protect you, how can you improve? Another man stood up and said. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the man blandly. This is the guy who always has a problem with us. If there is a chance, we will teach him a lesson. Let's go. The three of them walked out from the crowd with weapons in their hands. They slowly walked towards the tunnel. Xianxia felt relieved when he saw the three of them getting ready to go in. According to the experience of the past 2 years, there were 2 extremely powerful man-eating beasts in the tunnel. The fighting power of the man-eating beasts was shocking. Normally, the demon-slaughtering mountain was completely occupied by monsters. Therefore, it was rare for human cultivators or demonic beasts to show up here. That was why the man-eating beasts were always hungry. When they were hungry, the man-eating beasts would be extremely powerful. Even the three of them wouldn't be able to defeat them. However, if they were full, their combat power would be much weaker. They couldn't kill the man-eating beasts, but it was possible for them to go through. Now that they understood the rules, they were still a little confused about how to solve this problem. Now, the appearance of these 3 fellows had obviously solved their urgent problem. Master Bai was planning to teach these 3 a lesson. If they were eaten by the man-eating beast, it would be a painful death, and Master Bai would be satisfied with it. As Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 slowly walked into the tunnel, Xianxia slowly turned his gaze to the back. He knew that Master Bai was not far away from them. He knew that Master Bai was there. Luchuan, it is said that there are many monsters and treasures in this tunnel. Are we not going? Guani looked at the large group of people in front of him with a complicated look in his eyes. In this demon slaughter mountain range, there were a few places with many opportunities. Originally, he wanted to explore this tunnel. If he could harvest some never-before-seen demon spirit grass or other treasures here, his uncle would definitely be able to auction it off for a satisfactory price after bringing it back. Previously, because of him, his uncle had suffered a great loss, and he was also feeling very bad. This place is quite dangerous. Since so many people are willing to risk their lives for me, why should we go in by ourselves? A sneer appeared on Bai Liuchuan's face. Do you know the number of cultivators who died here 2 years ago? A sinister glint appeared in Bai Liuchuan's eyes. There are a few places in the Demon Slaughter Mountain range where demons gather. Although the probability of heavenly treasures appearing is very high, the danger is also incomparable to other places. 2 years ago, the number of cultivators who died in this tunnel was astonishing. Even Bai Qingli almost couldn't come out when she first entered. Look at how famous this place is, but why isn't anyone else here? Hearing Bai Liuchuan's words, Guanyi and Yin Xiaoman looked around. Indeed, there was no one else here other than them. They immediately understood. Other than the larger teams, small teams don't dare to come here, Bai Liuchuan continued. I see. Guanyi came to a realization as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had come with Bai Liuchuan. Otherwise, if he had come alone, he might have fallen into danger. After all, he had just arrived in Shiyun City not long ago. His understanding of this place couldn't be compared to the local tyrants. Guanyi, I know you came here to get a good ranking. After we see the results, we will set off to other places. Although this place isn't suitable for us to obtain points, there are still many other suitable places, Bai Liuchuan said with a smile. That's great. Guanyi heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had some gains in the past 2 days, he felt that this speed was still too slow. If he continued to delay like this, the possibility of him obtaining a place in the rankings was too small. Since Bai Liuchuan had someone to help him, his points wouldn't be too little no matter what. However, he was different. He didn't have such a team to help him accumulate points. Zhong Yiluan is quite smart. He actually came up with such a method. This method of death is indeed quite suitable for the 3 of them. Yun Xiaoman's eyes lit up as she said with a smile, Brother Bai really has a way. Only this way can we completely vent our anger. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Since the 3 of them have already entered, we can also go over and take a look. I believe we will soon hear their screams. Bai Liuchuan took a step forward and slowly walked forward. Guanyi and the other 2 followed closely behind. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 entered the tunnel, they were extremely careful. They slowed down their footsteps and tried not to make any noise. According to the records, there are very powerful man-eating beasts here. They are even stronger than Radiant Sun stage cultivators. The 3 of us are definitely no match for them, Bewitching transmitted. Then what should we do? Gong Jun was stunned. Did that guy write down a way to break it? We just need to walk forward a little bit, and try not to be noticed by the man-eating beasts. On the left, there is a rock blocking a small path that only allows one person to pass. As long as we can take advantage of the time before the beast reacts, we can safely pass through this tunnel. Bewitching stared ahead. If everything was as described in the book, then they really had nothing to worry about. However, if the situation was different, it would be more troublesome for them to solve this round. Gong Jun heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. This guy is actually quite reliable in this aspect. There shouldn't be any problems. This man-eating beast should also be of the dark attribute, right? Bailey Hongzhuang observed their surroundings. They had only just stepped in when a thick dark aura rushed towards them. This aura might be difficult for other cultivators to accept, but to them, it was very easy. Indeed, most of these monsters are of the dark attribute. Gong Jun replied. Then as long as we release the dark attribute, I don't think we'll be targeted too much, right? Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with wisdom. Thinking back to when they had faced the skeleton army, this was the same method they had used. It should work. Madam, the method you mentioned can indeed be tried, but I don't know if it will be effective. Gong Jun looked nervous. I've heard that this man-eating beast is very scary. Previously, many people had directly become its food. Even if I'm going to die, I don't want to die like this. I don't want to die without a corpse. Hurry up and shut your crow's beak. Xiaohei could not help but speak up. The place was already gloomy from the moment they entered, and after hearing Gong Jun's words, they suddenly felt a cold wind blowing around them. It was extremely unsettling. Gong Jun also knew that he had said something wrong and immediately stopped talking. He followed the others and slowly walked forward. Everyone's footsteps were as light as possible. Dark energy lingered around them, trying not to be discovered. Roar, a beast's roar attracted the 3's attention. Immediately after, they felt 2 powerful auras right in front of them. At this moment, they were pacing back and forth anxiously. The 3 of them were extremely tense. Their footsteps were even lighter, trying not to be affected. The book was right. The rock in front of us should be the rock mentioned in the book. Bewitching looked at a rock on the left, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang followed his gaze and looked forward. Indeed, there was a large rock in front of them. This rock looked very hidden. If it were not for the book's reminder, most people would not have noticed this place at all. Upon closer inspection, this rock looked as if someone had purposely blocked this place. Let's try to move this rock away, try to make as little noise as possible. Bewitching's expression was serious. Now that the light in this tunnel was extremely dim, even if they could only hear some sounds, they could tell that there were definitely many monsters here. Once they moved this rock, no matter how little noise they made, they would definitely be sensed. Therefore, they had to hurry up and rush in as soon as they moved the rock and close it. Later on, don't fall behind, Bewitching said. Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Jun nodded slightly. Both of them were serious and didn't dare to make a joke. The man-eating beast seemed to have sensed the approach of an unfamiliar aura, and its footsteps became noticeably faster. Rumble. When the three of them got closer to the rock, they realized that the rock was much heavier than they had imagined. However, they only hesitated for a short moment before they sped up and moved it away. When the man-eating beast heard the commotion, it understood that there must be other living creatures nearby. It immediately rushed over. Quickly go in. Bewitching's anxious voice sounded. Ah, a scream suddenly sounded. Gong Jun's face was filled with pain. Gong Jun, how are you? Are you okay? At this moment, the three of them were stuck in the passage. Bailey Hongzhuang was next to Bewitching, and next to her was Gong Jun. From her current angle, she couldn't see Gong Jun's situation. It's over, it's over. I was bitten by a man-eating beast. I heard that man-eating beasts are highly poisonous. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes showed a trace of worry. Then let's quickly break through. Take this detoxification pill first. Hold on for a while, when there's more space, I'll immediately treat you. Thank you, madam, but I might be dying soon. Gong Jun's face was pale, and his face was filled with pain, but he still tried his best to gradually turn the stone back to its original shape, perfectly fitting it into the gap. The people who came later would never have thought that there would be a passage behind the giant stone. The only thing they could do was to walk through the man-eating beast. Gong Jun, don't worry, there won't be a problem. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was nervous. They didn't know the fatty for long, but from his reaction just now, they could see that Gong Jun treated him with sincerity. In this kind of critical moment, it was best to see a person's heart. He was willing to put himself in danger for Bewitching. This was something that many people wouldn't be able to do. Bewitching's face was also a little nervous. The two of them quickened their pace and walked forward. Because the path was too narrow, the three of them could only move sideways. Naturally, their speed couldn't be too fast. However, as they gradually came out, the space became a lot bigger, and there was a faint light, bringing a trace of light. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly came to Gong Jun's side. The clothes on his arm had been bitten by the man-eating beast, but when she saw Gong Jun's arm, her expression suddenly changed. Madam, am I going to die? Gong Jun closed his eyes, not daring to look. You're about to die. Bailey Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. Gong Jun's face paled. How can I be so miserable? My Immortal Treasure Pavilion business has just made some progress. How can I die so quickly? The heavens are really unfair. I think you want to be beaten to death. Bailey Hongzhuang sat on the ground, her whole body relaxed. Bewitching noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's actions and took the opportunity to look at Gong Jun's arm. He immediately understood what was going on. Gong Jun's sleeve was only bitten. His skin was not injured at all. You're not injured at all. Bewitching's voice slowly rang out. Gong Jun said, Boss, you don't have to comfort me. I know I'm going to die. Open your eyes and take a good look. You're really not injured. I can clearly feel my blood constantly flowing. The stinging feeling is very obvious. Gong Jun did not believe it at all. Madam, even if you want to comfort me, you don't have to lie with your eyes open. Who is the one who is lying with his eyes open? Bewitching, I'll leave it to you. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head. She really did not want to talk to this guy anymore. It was simply a waste of her feelings. Take a good look. Only then did Gong Jun slowly open his eyes. When he saw that his arm was safe and sound, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Gong Jun stood up, and his face was full of astonishment. I clearly felt pain in my arm. I really didn't lie to you. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the dazed Gong Jun and said, the pain you felt should be the tingling sensation caused by the saliva of the man-eating beast on your hand. However, your skin wasn't bitten, so you won't be poisoned. Don't worry. Hearing this, Gong Jun carefully looked at his hand again. Sure enough, it was sticky and looked disgusting. Oh my god, it's so disgusting. Gong Jun took out a wad of tissue and immediately wiped the saliva on his arm. Only then did he feel that the pain in his body was much better. This man-eating beast is too disgusting. There's so much saliva. After seeing that Gong Jun was safe and sound, Bewitching was completely relieved and said, Gong Jun, your scream just now was not bad. Go over and scream again. Gong Jun was slightly stunned, but he quickly understood Bewitching's meaning. Boss, I'm afraid it won't work if I scream alone. I'm afraid we have to create some fighting sounds. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and smiled. Zhong Yiluan and the others wanted them to come to Songming. They might as well attract these guys and give them a big gift first. The three of them looked at each other, and the plan was already formed in their minds. Bang bang bang. The sound of fighting spread out, followed by heart-wrenching screams. The long sword fell to the ground, and everything returned to calm. Bailey Hongzhuang took out 2 pig trotters and gave them to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Eat. Zhong Yiluan and the others had been waiting outside after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others go in. They were just waiting to listen to the movements inside. However, after the 3 of them went in, they waited for a while but didn't hear any sound. Suddenly, they began to wonder. Captain, why is there no movement until now? Could it be that the situation inside has changed? A complicated look appeared on Zhong Yiluan's face. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. It's like this every year, and there hasn't been any news of the human-eating beast being killed. It should have always been here. Then why hasn't there been any movement after so long? Bai Luchuan frowned. He was waiting to hear the commotion inside. If the 3 of them didn't die inside, wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Noticing Bai Luchuan's displeased expression, Zhong Yiluan said nervously, Young Master Bai, don't worry. There will definitely be no problems. Luchuan, they have some ability. Maybe they can hold on for a while under the attack of this man-eating beast. Guani said slowly. When he thought of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, he felt that these 2 guys had a lot of tricks up their sleeves and were not easy to deal with. If he died so easily, he would feel that something was wrong. These man-eating beasts are very strong. They haven't eaten for a long time, so their fighting strength should be very shocking. Bai Luchuan pondered. This feeling made him very unhappy. However, just as everyone was thinking about it, a sharp scream suddenly came from inside. Upon hearing this voice, a look of joy appeared on everyone's faces. From the looks of it, the situation hadn't exceeded their expectations. However, after this scream, it suddenly fell into silence, and no sound could be heard. It wasn't just Yun Xiaoman. Everyone present had a look of doubt on their faces. Logically speaking, once they were confronted by a man-eating beast, there should be endless screams. It was really strange that there was only one sound. However, this doubt didn't last long. In just a short period of time, screams came one after another. As the screams disappeared, everyone could vaguely hear the sound of chewing. As they were only standing outside and were still quite a distance away from the tunnel, they couldn't feel it clearly. Even so, they were still sure that the sound was chewing. Many cultivators had a look of discomfort on their faces. Even though they despised Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2, such a way of dying was not something an ordinary person could accept. A sneer appeared in Bai Luchuan's eyes. These 3 idiots probably didn't know what was going on until they died. However, with their level, they were indeed not worthy of knowing all this. After this man-eating beast is full, it will want to rest. If we wait until then to enter, the danger will be greatly reduced. As long as we pass through this tunnel as soon as possible, there won't be any problems. A smile appeared on Zhong Yiluan's face as he looked at Bai Luchuan ingratiatingly. He should have done well in this matter. Bai Luchuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You did well in this matter. Hearing this, Zhong Yiluan immediately heaved a sigh of relief and felt at ease. Brother Bai, since there's no danger inside, why don't we all go in and take a look? Yun Xiaoman looked curious. She really wanted to go in and see what happened to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. Although she also felt that it was a pity that Bewitching died like this, she felt a burst of joy when she thought of Bailey Hongzhuang's disgusting face disappearing from this world forever. She wanted to see it with her own eyes. Bai Luchuan had already planned to leave, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but stop. He turned his head to look at Guani and said, "Do you want to go in?" Guani looked at the pitch-black tunnel in front of him. Even though he had heard all kinds of rumors about this tunnel, he still wanted to take a look. "Luchuan, can we go in and have a look?" Upon seeing this, Bai Luchuan chuckled and said, "Why not? I wanted to take you to other places first, but since you are so interested in this place, let's go in and take a look." Guani and Yin Xiaoman smiled. They were really curious about the demon-slaughtering mountain range. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Gong Jun, who had also started to chew on the pig trotters. She could not help but think of Bai Li Yanche, Xiao Xuanzi, and Linger. Come to think of it, other than Linger, all of their contracted beasts were gluttons. Now, even the friends he made were like this. It really made him speechless. "You don't say, this pork trotter tastes really good." Gong Jun lowered his voice and laughed while eating. "It's very chewy." Hee hee. The corner of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth twitched. "Then you should eat more." After sensing that there was an aura gradually approaching the tunnel, Di Baichen gave a look. Gong Jun, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai stopped. Zhong Yiluan walked at the front of the team, with Bai Luchuan and the other two behind him. "Be careful, young master. It's very dark here, and the dark energy here is very dense. Even if you light a match, it will be extinguished very quickly. It won't be of much use." Bai Luchuan understood. "Everyone, be careful. Raise your 5 senses." Their eyes were obviously useless here, but they could still sense the surrounding situation through their other senses and elemental energy. Guani and Yin Xiaoman carefully followed behind. As soon as they entered, they had already sensed that the dark energy inside was far denser than outside. This feeling was like a sealed land. The dark energy had been fermenting here for a whole year, and when they arrived, they naturally felt the dense dark energy. Roar! When the man-eating beasts heard the series of footsteps, a fierce light flashed in their eyes. They, who had been hungry for a long time, finally found their prey, and there was a hint of excitement in their ferocity. When Zhong Yiluan heard the sound, he couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, the man-eating beasts had just eaten, so their reactions shouldn't be so sharp. However, he didn't take it to heart. The man-eating beasts that have eaten their fill don't have to kill people. However, everyone still has to be careful when passing through. Don't hurt the man-eating beasts, otherwise, you will be the one at a disadvantage. Everyone nodded one after another as they looked around with solemn expressions. This dark environment gave people an indescribable pressure. They felt that the air was gradually being sucked out, and even breathing became difficult. "Young Master Bai, we will go and scout the path first. It won't be too late for you to come after confirming that there are no problems," Zhong Yiluan said loyally. Bai Luchuan nodded in satisfaction. "Okay." Zhong Yiluan then turned to look at the few people who were on good terms with him and transmitted his voice. "Today is a good opportunity to perform. As long as you perform well, your future will be limitless. Not only do you have to take good care of young Master Bai, but you also have to give him face in front of his friends. Do you understand?" "Captain, don't worry. We all understand." Everyone nodded one after another, as if they had already understood all of this long ago. However, just as Zhong Yiluan and the others were moving forward, 2 beastly roars suddenly sounded. Then, everyone felt a terrifying gust of wind sweep past, and a heavy landing sound suddenly sounded. Bang! One of the cultivators was directly sent flying by a terrifying force. His body slammed heavily into the wall, and 2 of his ribs broke at the first moment. The sudden situation caused everyone to fall into a temporary panic, but they quickly recovered. Zhong Yiluan held his sword with a solemn and tense expression. Beast, you are courting death. In the next moment, Zhong Yiluan's figure flew, and attacked, and fiercely. At the same time, the other cultivators didn't dare to delay and attacked at the first moment. Even though the man-eating beasts' their combat power, they still couldn't be underestimated. They were, with their strengths as theirs, theirs and Esiluan's young masters buys white su, when we master, a terrifying power erupted as an incomparably tyrannical aura swept through the area. Mixed with the furious roar of the man-eating beast, it broke the original tranquility of the tunnel. Originally, Zhong Yiluan was not too worried about the strength of the man-eating beasts. According to the information he received from the previous few times, a Radiant Sun Realm cultivator would be able to dodge the man-eating beasts as long as they were nimble enough. However, when they exchanged blows, he realized that the situation wasn't like that at all. The man-eating beast's strength was just too terrifying. It wasn't something he could resist. How could this be? Zhong Yiluan was dumbfounded. What kind of problem was this? Be careful. A scream rang out. Zhong Yiluan raised his alertness to 200%. He clearly knew how terrifying the man-eating beast's strength was. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. At this moment, a cultivator had already been ruthlessly stepped on by the man-eating beast. At the same time, a hand was stuffed into the man-eating beast's mouth like food. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream rang out. Immediately, they felt a chill in their hearts. This sound made their hearts ache. After the man-eating beast ate some food, it became even hungrier, and the speed of its actions became even faster. What's going on? Could it be that the man-eating beast isn't full yet? Yun Xiaoman's beautiful face was dyed with a trace of paleness. Her body constantly retreated and leaned against the wall. At this moment, she began to regret coming here. She wished that she could immediately leave this tunnel. It was just too terrifying. Bai Liuchuan's expression was also very ugly. He couldn't understand and said, logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. What exactly is the problem? Guani also had a face of worry. Under such circumstances, he felt that even his brain was numb. He couldn't think of any clues at all. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were separated from the main group by a wall, they could still hear the commotion inside clearly. Immediately, a faint smile appeared on the faces of the three of them. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. They deserve it. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly stood up. Now that they had finished watching the show, it was time to get down to business. I heard that there are a lot of demon spirit herbs in this tunnel. These guys will probably waste a lot of time here. Why don't we go and get the treasure first? Hearing this, Gongjun nodded repeatedly. Good. Let's go and snatch all the heaven and earth treasures inside. I'm sure their expressions will be very interesting when they come out. Bewitching also walked outside. His footsteps were very fast, but when he landed, it was very light. It was as if he was stepping on a feather. There was no movement at all. In comparison, it was undoubtedly much more difficult for Gongjun to achieve this. Fortunately, the sounds of battle were ringing out in the tunnel, and no one would notice their movements. After walking for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang could clearly see the scene in front of her. This place was like a garden, but it was different from the gardens they usually saw. Almost everything here was black, and even the flowers were mostly black. There were also some bright red flowers blooming in this darkness, which made them look particularly dazzling. Are these flowers or demon spirit herbs? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. There was a trace of complexity in her eyes. Bewitching's brows furrowed in worry. They were all stumped by this. They really didn't have any understanding of these things. Boss, I heard that there are a lot of demon spirit herbs in this tunnel. Since we don't recognize them, we might as well take as many as we can and judge them after we bring them back. Gongjun had a casual look on his face. It was just that simple to use his linear thinking to think of problems. Anyway, they would bring back the useful and useless ones. They would be able to distinguish them when the time came. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also said, then let's pack these things up first. Take as many as you can. This wasn't a good idea, but it was the best idea at the moment. Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't delay. They quickly jumped down and began to help pick the demon spirit herbs. Be careful when you pick the demon spirit herbs. Many demons are plants. If you're not careful and get attacked, you'll inevitably be injured, Bewitching reminded them. They had already read a lot of related content from the books. There were drawings of some plant demons. These demons were hidden among the plants and weren't easy to find. It was said that many people had suffered in the previous demon-slaying competition because of this. Once they encountered a poisonous demon, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. Everyone nodded. Although their hands moved quickly, they still carefully paid attention to these plants in case they encountered a demon that was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In fact, everything was just as Bewitching had warned. There were indeed some demons in here. Bailey Hongzhuang held a dagger and directly cut down a demon. The plant gradually turned into mist and disappeared. There were many plants in this circular garden. If they were to slowly pick them up, it would take a lot of time. Therefore, everyone knew that it was impossible for them to pick everything here. Therefore, everyone chose to pick some plants that looked like demon spirit herbs and put them away. "Boss, what should we do later?" Gong Jun asked as he picked the immortal spirit herbs. If they left now, they wouldn't lose anything. It was just that their original plan was to take all the points of these guys. If they didn't take them, they would have fallen behind the others by a lot in the past few days. Bewitching's gaze fell on the dark tunnel in front of him. He then withdrew his gaze and said, "When they clear this path, we'll go back." Hearing this, Gong Jun and Bailey Hongzhuang were slightly stunned, but they quickly understood. "It seems that we have to continue pretending." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "But when they see us, their expressions should be very funny. If you sent someone to scout ahead, and the other party came back later than you, it would definitely be a very interesting feeling. However, Bai Luchuan and the other two are also in this team. Once we appear, they will know that their plan has been exposed. In their anger, they might lead everyone to attack us." Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. She couldn't let her guard down in this situation. Facing these despicable people, it would be troublesome if they were to be schemed against. "Wife, this will depend on you." Bewitching looked around and suddenly smiled. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 3 people and 2 beasts who could freely pick the immortal spirit grass, Bai Luchuan and the others were in a much worse situation. After Xianxia was seriously injured, he finally understood that the man-eating beast hadn't eaten anyone at all. The man-eating beast is still in a hungry state. Xianxia revealed a look of horror. He couldn't understand why Bailey Hongzhuang and company had clearly disappeared. Logically speaking, they should have already become the man-eating beast's food. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have rushed in. However, the man-eating beast had already treated all of them as food. Its attacks continued. Although they were barely able to deal with it, no one was a match for it. After all, the man-eating beast's combat strength in a hungry state was much stronger than an ordinary Radiant Sun Realm cultivator. Could it be that the 3 of them have already made it through? A look of surprise appeared in Guanyi's eyes. He quickly recalled the scene when they had entered and his mind immediately went blank. "There's no smell of blood. There's no smell of blood." Hearing Guanyi's words, Bai Luchuan frowned. The surroundings were filled with the smell of blood, but Guanyi had said such baffling words. He really didn't know what he meant. "Brother E, what do you mean?" Yun Xiaoman asked in confusion. "When we came in, we didn't smell any blood." The moment this was said, everyone present was alarmed. After thinking for a moment, they understood. If the 3 of them had really been eaten by the man-eating beast, then they should have smelled a strong smell of blood when they entered. However, when they entered, there was no relevant smell in the entire tunnel other than the dark aura. Bai Luchuan and company's faces turned ashen. If all of this was true, then the sounds they had heard outside. Were they being tricked? Ah, a scream sounded as a cultivator became the man-eating beast's food. Xianxia was already seriously injured. Taking advantage of the man-eating beast's eating, he ignored everything and rushed forward like a madman. As long as he rushed out of this range, he would at least be safe. After all, there were still many people behind him. The man-eating beast wouldn't give up on a group of people just to chase him alone. As Xianxia rolled and disappeared nearby, the cultivators in front began to take advantage of this opportunity to rush inside. "Young master, take this opportunity to rush over." Xianxia's anxious voice rang out from inside. Upon hearing this voice, a hint of hesitation appeared in Bai Liuchuan's eyes. He only thought that with so many people here, it wouldn't be too late for him to take action when it was safer. "Big brother Bai, they've all started to retreat. Should we also retreat?" Yun Xiaoman noticed that the cultivators behind her had unknowingly started to rush to the back, and a trace of panic suddenly appeared on her face. The cultivators at the front had already thought of ways to avoid the man-eating beasts, while the cultivators at the back were rapidly retreating. If they didn't hurry up and make a decision, things would be troublesome. Only then did Bai Luchuan notice the situation behind him. Immediately, his expression turned extremely ugly. "Young master, come over quickly. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Luchuan, we can't wait any longer." Guan Yi's face also revealed a trace of nervousness. Bai Luchuan nodded slightly. The current situation made him extremely dissatisfied, but he also understood that it was impossible for these guys to rush up again. "Let's go." Bai Liuchuan's elemental energy surged as his body quickly flew out. At the same time, Guan Yi and Yun Xiaoman's speed was not slow at all. At this time, as long as their movements were slightly slower, they might be caught by the man-eating beast. "Ah!" Yun Xiaoman suddenly screamed. She realized that the man-eating beast was actually rushing towards her. Immediately, she was completely dumbfounded. "Xiaoman, be careful!" Guan Yi hurriedly shouted. Perhaps it was out of instinct, but Yun Xiaoman felt that there was a figure in front of her. Without thinking, she immediately pushed the figure forward. Following that, she rushed forward as if she had gone crazy. "Ah!" Another shriek rang out, and after hearing this familiar voice, everyone's expression changed. "Young master, are you all right?" Zhongyiluan's face was pale. If anything happened to Bai Luchuan, he really couldn't bear the responsibility. "Who pushed me just now?" Bai Liuchuan's voice rang out as he gnashed his teeth. Because of that step, his arm was directly scratched by the man-eating beast. The intense pain kept coming, and what made him even more alarmed was the man-eating beast's poison. It was said that man-eating beasts were highly toxic. Anyone who was close to or injured by them would die if they couldn't find the antidote quickly. When Yin Xiaoman heard this roar, she immediately panicked. She recalled her subconscious actions earlier. If she hadn't pushed Bai Luchuan out, then the person who was injured would be her. Fortunately, the light here was too dim and there were many cultivators around. As long as she didn't admit it, Bai Luchuan probably wouldn't be able to recognize her. Zhongyiluan quickly rushed in front of Bai Luchuan and said, "Young master, are you injured? Quickly help me out." Bai Liuchuan's face was ashen. He was extremely dissatisfied with Zhongyiluan's performance. However, he also understood that in this situation, the most important thing was to leave this place first. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished setting everything up, she heard the screams coming from the tunnel. She raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she was watching a good show. Previously, they had not fought with the man-eating beast, but just from the aura they had sensed, they could tell that the man-eating beast's strength was terrifying. Thinking about it, Zhongyiluan and the others must have suffered great losses in the battle. If they were caught off guard, their losses would only be greater than before. At this moment, they heard the sound of footsteps gradually approaching their location. The three of them looked at each other and immediately rushed back into the original path. Speaking of which, it was quite interesting. This path seemed to have been specially opened up by someone. There was a huge rock blocking both the front and back. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. As the three of them walked into the passageway, they planned to return to their original spot and enter from the main road again. These man-eating beasts should have eaten their fill by now, so the danger of them entering should be much lower. While walking, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised to hear Guan Yi's voice. Hearing this voice, the three of them weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stopped and listened to the commotion outside. "Where are those three fellows?" As soon as he walked out of the tunnel, Bai Luchuan roared in exasperation. This was simply infuriating. They had schemed to come up with such a scheme so that the three of them would die without a burial ground. Now that the three of them had disappeared, He was the one who had suffered such a huge loss, although Xianxia was already seriously injured. After hearing this voice, he hurriedly shouted for the cultivators beside him to search the surroundings. They had to quickly find these three fellows. Only by doing so would Bai Liuchuan's anger be appeased. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones. However, as everyone circled around and didn't see a single person, their expressions became very blank. "Captain, the three of them aren't here. How is this possible?" Zhongyiluan's face was filled with disbelief. "I clearly saw them enter with my own eyes. How could they disappear into thin air? Could it be that the three of them didn't come in at all?" Yun Xiaoman was also dumbfounded. However, they had clearly seen the three of them enter first and heard their screams and the movements of the man-eating beast. No matter which angle they looked at it from, it was impossible for them to go out. "Could it be that they've already walked past here?" Guani asked. "Perhaps they realized that it would be very dangerous to continue following you, so they took the opportunity to leave." "That's possible." Zhongyiluan's expression was complicated. He looked at Bai Liuchuan with some fear and immediately retracted his gaze. He originally thought that the plan was flawless, but he never expected such a change to happen. He was afraid that he would be punished by Master Bai. "A bunch of trash." Bai Liuchuan's face was ashen. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or poison, but his entire face looked abnormally ferocious. "Brother Bai, your arm is injured. What about the poison?" Yun Xiaoman pretended to be concerned and asked. Everyone followed Yun Xiaoman's gaze and noticed that the wound on Bai Liuchuan's arm looked extremely ferocious. The bright red blood had already been dyed with some black, and there was a faint tendency for it to fester. "Liuchuan, didn't you already take the antidote pill? Is it useless?" Guani hurriedly asked. Bai Liuchuan couldn't hide the depressed look on his face. This man-eating beast's poison has always been terrifying. Even if one takes an antidote pill, it will only temporarily slow down the spread of the poison. If I want to cure the poison completely, I'm afraid I'll have to go out and find a pharmacist. Won't you waste a few days going back and forth? Guani was shocked. It took them 3 days to get here. Even if they didn't kill any monsters along the way, it would still take them close to 4 days to go back and forth. The entire competition would only last for a month, so these few days were extremely precious. "Damn you!" Bai Liuchuan's face was filled with anger. "If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. When I find them, I'll definitely cut them into pieces. Zhongyiluan, I'll leave the matters here to you. You must obtain points as soon as possible. If you really can't, then recruit some more cultivators. However, you have to take care of this matter properly. You can't leak this information out." Due to the poisoning, Bai Liuchuan's speed of obtaining points had been forced to slow down. If he were to punish Zhongyiluan, it would only make the situation worse. Upon hearing this, Zhongyiluan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He felt relieved. "Young master, don't worry. I'll definitely obtain points as soon as possible." Bai Liuchuan nodded slightly. "All right. Young master, if I see the three of them in the future, should I kill them directly or, if we haven't fallen out, then watch the three of them first? I want to deal with them personally." Bai Liuchuan's eyes were sinister and vicious. Not only had they played with them, but they had also caused him to suffer such serious injuries. If he didn't teach the three of them a lesson personally, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. As Bai Liuchuan's words fell, everyone present couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang and company were doomed. "Liuchuan, your injuries are so serious. Do you want me to accompany you back?" Guani asked with concern. Bai Liuchuan's gaze immediately softened. The matter of being poisoned and injured made him very unhappy. However, for Guani to say such words at such a time, it was clear that he truly treated him as a friend. "There's no need. I have no choice now. I can only delay it for a few days. You still have to work hard to get into the top 10. Time can't be delayed. But your injuries, don't worry. I'll find someone else to accompany me. Don't worry. Then be careful." Yun Xiaoman was also feigning concern. She recalled her actions and felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, her surroundings were pitch black and she didn't see anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand Bai Luochuan's anger. Bai Luochuan actually wants to deal with us personally at this time. What a fool. Gong Jun had a look of disdain. From his point of view, any enemy had to make a move from the beginning. The more it was like this, the faster they would lose. Fortunately, this fellow was a fool. Otherwise, their situation would be much more difficult than it was now. Boss, should we go out now? Gong Jun turned to look at Bewitching. They had originally wanted to take this opportunity to threaten Xianxia so that he would give them all the points, but now that the main character had appeared, they were afraid that things would go out of their control if they went. I'm not going out, Bewitching said calmly. Then we'll go out after Bai Luochuan and company leave. Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly. They still needed to make use of this team. If they directly exposed everything now, they would not be able to make use of him. This was not a wise move. As long as the three of them leave, it will be much easier for us to control this team. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood Bewitching's plan. For the current them, it was best not to make a move on things that could be easily solved. It was best to be in their best condition at all times. I'll listen to you, Gong Jun said with a smile. After such a thing happened, Guanyi and Yin Xiaoman sent Bai Luochuan out of the tunnel and didn't stay for long. The two of them were actually very embarrassed. If it weren't for them, Bai Luochuan wouldn't have entered the tunnel, so he naturally wouldn't have been injured. Therefore, they didn't have the face to stay here to obtain the demon spirit herb, so they simply left. After sensing that Guanyi and company had left, Bailey Hongzhuang and company walked in from the entrance. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. Such a strong smell of blood was extremely uncomfortable in this environment. However, they had already seen such a scene several times, so they weren't too uncomfortable. In comparison, Gong Jun really couldn't stand it. Oh my god, these man-eating beasts are really scary. I can even hear the sound of chewing. Gong Jun hugged his arms, feeling goosebumps all over his body. These man-eating beasts are eating. Let's be careful and jump over. Bewitching's expression was solemn. Even if they were enemies with Xianxia and the others, they knew that the other party's strength wasn't weak. Everyone was a Radiant Sun stage cultivator, but they had suffered such heavy losses at the hands of these man-eating beasts. It could be seen that these man-eating beasts were really terrifying. Let's go. Everyone protect yourselves. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed. Her mind was already tense. Through her mental energy, she could sense the location of the two man-eating beasts. Just as they had heard, the man-eating beasts were chewing on the corpses and hadn't noticed the movements of the three of them. Feeling the aura from a closer distance, she felt that the strength of these two man-eating beasts was probably not much different from the elementary immortal stage. It was no wonder that so many people had died at their hands. So. The three of them were like the wind and immediately jumped out. When the man-eating beasts that were eating sensed the aura approaching, they roared angrily, put down their food and rushed over. The three of them flashed through the gap like green smoke, causing the two man-eating beasts to miss. After Bailey Hongzhuang landed, she didn't dare to stop at all. She quickly rushed forward for a distance before stopping. At the same time, Bewitching appeared beside her. Boss, madam, wait for me. Gong Jun ran over from behind, panting. In a short time, his forehead was already sweating. You ran pretty fast. You weren't hurt, right? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. That man-eating beast is so scary. If I don't run faster, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. Gong Jun's face was full of fear. Now that I think about it, what they said is true. The reaction speed of the man-eating beast is indeed much slower after eating. When we first came in, the man-eating beast's speed was much faster. Indeed. Bewitching nodded. He had also noticed this. If Xianxia and the others had not miscalculated, they would definitely be laughed at by the man-eating beasts. If that was the case, they would not be in too much danger. There are quite a few monsters in this tunnel. We have to be careful. Their surroundings were still pitch black, but with the help of their mental strength, even though they couldn't see anything with their eyes, everything around them was clearly reflected in their minds. Boss, we still don't have any points. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to hunt monsters and earn some points? Gong Jun suggested. Alright. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang didn't object. If Bai Luchuan wasn't injured, the others wouldn't have left the tunnel. It wasn't a bad idea to give them this opportunity. The sound of metal resounded in the tunnel. After exchanging blows, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that most of these monsters were of the darkness attribute. Despite being plants, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. The points on the scoreboard began to gradually increase. A moment later, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen in surprise and said, "You killed the monsters so quickly?" The three of them had split up to hunt the monsters. However, she found that Di Beichen was much faster than her. Di Beichen was also a little surprised. These monsters didn't seem to have any resistance. I just made a move and they died. Such a smooth situation was different from everyone's usual description. Not only that, when he first entered the demon-slaughtering mountain range, he also felt that it wasn't difficult to deal with the monsters. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was silent for a moment and said, "I think it might be because your dark attribute is extremely pure, so it's faster to deal with these monsters." Maybe. Di Beichen frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that things shouldn't be like this, but thinking about it carefully, there was no other explanation. Gong Jun silently looked at Di Beichen and said with a smile, "Boss, you're naturally gifted. This is what you should do." Just as the three of them were hunting the monsters in the tunnel, Xianxia and the others were also collecting the demon spirit grass outside. "Captain, I don't understand how the three of them passed the man-eating beasts." The man stood beside Xianxia, his face full of confusion. Could it be that their strength is very high, and everything before was just a disguise? According to his previous observation, the three of them were not very strong. Except for Gong Jun, who had stayed in Xi'an City for a few years, the other two guys had just ascended. Their strength was definitely not that strong. Under such circumstances, the three of them were able to leave smoothly. It was too illogical. Xianxia expression was also very complicated. "I don't understand this either. If their strength can easily avoid the man-eating beasts, then their strength is very terrifying." The two of them suddenly looked at each other and suddenly felt a little creeped out. Sure enough, the people that the young master asked them to deal with were not simple. Just as the two of them were talking, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the tunnel. Hearing this voice, the expressions of everyone present changed, and they all turned towards the source of the voice. At this moment, only a portion of the cultivators had arrived. Many of them had already retreated to the entrance after sensing the danger of the man-eating beasts. Who would be the one entering at this moment? "Io, we're finally out." The situation inside is completely different from what Captain said. His voice was heard before he even saw him. However, after hearing this familiar and annoying voice, everyone's expression became extremely interesting. Is that Gong Jun's voice? Didn't they leave already? Why are you in the tunnel? What the hell is going on? Could it be that they came in after us? Before seeing Gong Jun come out, everyone had already started discussing. This situation was really too strange. There was clearly only one path in this tunnel, so how could they not see Gong Jun and the other two along the way? This did not make any sense at all. However, when everyone saw the three familiar figures with their own eyes, everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. Captain, why are you guys here earlier than us?" Gong Jun looked at Xianxia in surprise, his face full of surprise. Looking at Gong Jun's surprised face, Xianxia couldn't help but break down. "Earlier than you? I want to know why you are so late. Gong Jun, what took you so long?" Xianxia looked at the three of them. Especially when he saw that the three of them were unharmed, and only Gong Jun's sleeves were torn, his face looked even worse. If it weren't for the three of them, they wouldn't have lost so much, and they wouldn't have angered Master Bai. Gong Jun eagerly walked over with a trace of a puzzled smile on his face. He looked harmless to humans and animals, just like a fatty who didn't know anything and was easy to deceive. "Captain, we followed your orders and went into the tunnel. We wanted to check it out, so we will inform you. Not long after we came in, we felt the breath of the man-eating beast. We felt that the beast was very powerful. When we were about to call you, there was nothing under our feet. We didn't know where we landed. After that, we realized that it was an illusion. It took us a lot of effort to get out of the illusion. As Gong Jun's voice fell, everyone was even more surprised. They had never even thought of such a thing. However, looking at the calm faces of Gong Jun and the other two, it didn't look like they were lying. All of a sudden, they couldn't tell. Illusion? How could there be an illusion in the tunnel? Zhong Yiluan didn't believe it. Gong Jun, however, had a serious look on his face. Captain, I'm not lying to you. Otherwise, you saw us come in, and we didn't go out. How could we appear after you? Zhong Yiluan looked at Gong Jun suspiciously. These words happened to be the biggest doubt in his heart. Although he also felt that the news of the illusion was very unreliable, thinking about it carefully, this was the only way to explain this situation. I wanted to warn you, Captain, but the illusion appeared too suddenly. I only had time to scream, that's not right. Zhong Yiluan frowned. I heard you scream first, and then I heard Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. You can't tell me that you fell into the illusion in batches, right? At that moment, Zhong Yiluan's eyes became sharp, as if he had something on Gong Jun. He didn't give him any room to think. Not only Zhong Yiluan, the others' eyes became unfriendly. However, Gong Jun's face was calm. That's not the case. First, I came into contact with a man-eating beast. It only used its mouth to bite open my sleeve, and its saliva landed on my hand, causing me great pain. When we were dodging, we accidentally fell into the illusion. Everyone's gaze landed on Gong Jun's arm. They discovered that his sleeve was indeed torn, and there was a large patch of red on his skin. It was as if a man-eating beast's saliva had landed on his arm. Zhong Yiluan retracted his gaze, and the doubts in his heart were gradually resolved. I didn't expect these fellas to be so lucky. They could escape under such circumstances. Captain, what should we do now? The man asked. If Master Bai knew that it was such a mistake, he would be even angrier. Zhong Yiluan's mood was complicated. He thought for a while and said, tell the others not to reveal our intentions. Since the master said to keep him alive, then we will wait. As long as the master comes back, they will die. The man nodded, leader, don't worry. I will tell the others. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the man. Even an idiot could guess that the two of them were discussing what to do. It was a pity that they had heard everything clearly from behind. So, they knew that Zhong Yiluan and the others would not do anything to them. On the contrary, they would still be in the same condition, or even better than before. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Zhong Yiluan's body. Captain, you seem to be injured? It's fine. Zhong Yiluan waved his hand awkwardly. The other party was unharmed, but he, as the captain, was seriously injured. It was really embarrassing to think about it. Do you want me to take a look? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. No need. Zhong Yiluan's expression was solemn. He now felt that these three fellows were very evil. They clearly looked very simple, but they had suffered a great loss in their hands. He decided to stay put for a few days and wait for Master Bai to come back before making a decision. Bailey Hongzhuang did not insist. She walked to the side and sat down to rest. There are a lot of demonic herbs here. If we go further, there will be monsters. We will stay here today. After we deal with the things here, we can leave. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even though they didn't walk very far today, after the incident with the man-eating beast, everyone felt very tired, and even felt a little drowsy. Night gradually fell. After everyone killed the demons in the vicinity, they took out a formation to prevent the demons from approaching at night. Only then did they rest at ease. Almost as soon as the formation was completed, everyone could no longer suppress the sleepiness in their hearts. They all closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the cultivators sleeping around her, a trace of a sneer appearing in her eyes. Madam, your medicine is really effective. Everyone fell asleep just like that, and they didn't feel anything wrong at all. Gong Jun looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. This medicine was really too powerful. These were all Radiant Sun Realm cultivators. They did not feel anything. My medicine's effect is also good. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Will they wake up? Don't worry. They will not wake up for a few hours. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching and said, Beichen, we should move. Bewitching slowly stood up and walked in the direction of Xianxia. When Xianxia woke up, he saw the three faces in front of him. He screamed. Ah! As he sat up, he found that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had already sat down beside him. Their faces looked casual and did not seem to be a threat. Only then did he feel at ease. What are you doing here? Leader, we have something to discuss with you. Seeing Xianxia's arrogant look, Gong Jun gave him a backhand slap. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my boss like that? The sudden slap left Xianxia dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the three people in front of him, wondering if he was dreaming about them. He actually dreamed of these three fellows? Boss, don't tell me this fellow has been beaten silly by me? Gong Jun couldn't help but ask when he saw Xianxia looking at him in a daze. He muttered to himself, could it be that cultivators at the Radiant Sun realm are so weak? Can a single slap make someone stupid? Xianxia felt a burning pain on his face and realized that he wasn't dreaming. He had really been beaten by the fatty. How dare you hit me? Xianxia stood up angrily, his face flushed red from anger. Today, he had already been reprimanded by Bai Luchuan because of these three fellows. It was already good that he didn't take the opportunity to kill them, but they actually dared to find trouble with him. They were courting death. So what if I hit you? Gong Jun sneered and extended his hand to slap him again. You want us to send ourselves to our deaths? Why don't you check if you have the brains to do so? Upon hearing that, Xianxia realized that everything the three fellows had said was a pretense. They had long seen through his trick, so they didn't fall for it. Even so, he still couldn't figure out how the three fellows had cracked the trap. Just the thought of it left him shuddering. Men! 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 Xianxia shouted at everyone in panic. At that moment, he was already in a panic. After the battle during the day, his injuries had yet to recover. Even though the three people in front of him were opponents he had always looked down on, he was no match for them now. However, when Xianxia shouted loudly, Bailey Hongzhuang and company wore calm expressions as they looked at him mockingly. Go ahead and shout. It's useless even if you shout until the sky shatters, Bailey Hongzhuang said indifferently. Earlier, when they had decided to make their move here, she had already drugged this place. However, the effects of the medicine were very slow. Everyone would unconsciously inhale it and fall into a deep slumber. After Xianxia shouted a few times, he realized that everyone around him was still in their dreams and did not respond. His face turned pale in an instant. He looked at the three people in horror and said, You. What did you do to everyone? Don't worry, he won't die. He'll just be unconscious for a while. Bailey Hongzhuang said lightly. After knowing that the others were not dead, Xianxia was relieved. He said with an ashen face, What do you want to do? Captain, are all the points you have to give to Bai Luchuan? Bailey Hongzhuang asked slowly. Xianxia's expression changed, What nonsense. There's no such thing. At this point, it's useless for you to talk nonsense with us. We've already seen through it. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent as she ignored his explanation. Bewitching also said, What we want you to do is very simple. In a month, hand over all your points to us. The moment that was said, Xianxia's eyes widened. Without thinking, he rejected, That's impossible. What do you mean by that? Xianxia asked in bewilderment. These people can be drugged by me. What do you think you can do? Bailey Hongzhuang said casually. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he probed, Do you want to kill me? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. If you work for me, I'll naturally spare your life. But if you're unwilling, don't tell me I'll keep you alive if I don't kill you? Why do you think I'll agree to it? Xianxia quickly thought of a way to deal with it. He wasn't a match for the three of them, so it was obvious that he couldn't take the opportunity to leave. The only thing he could do was to pretend to agree and think of a solution later. Because you were poisoned by me. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. Her pleasant voice was like the sound of nature, but it sounded like a demon's voice in Xianxia's mind. You poisoned me? Xianxia widened his eyes. This was what he was most worried about, but what he was afraid of came true. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. As long as you give us the points, I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, you can just wait for death. Zhong Yiluan's face was somewhat pale as he said, even if you give me the antidote, young Master Bai will definitely take my life when he knows what I've done. Then, what's the difference if I don't want the antidote? Captain Zhong, you are a captain after all. It shouldn't be difficult for you to find a scapegoat. When the time comes, even if you can't avoid being punished by Bai Luchuan, it won't be a problem for you to keep your life. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Zhong Yiluan lazily, ignoring his little tricks. Since the other party could use the man-eating beast to deal with them and gain Bai Luchuan's favor, it was obvious that this person was full of evil tricks. He definitely had a way to escape. With Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Zhong Yiluan knew that it was useless for him to play dumb in front of the three of them. At this moment, what he regretted the most was not killing these guys directly. If he had done it during the day, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Alright, I promise you. Zhong Yiluan nodded. At least you know your place. A smile appeared on Gong Jun's face. They had been delayed for 3 whole days, and they had finally gained something. Let's go. Bewitching turned around and looked at the exit behind them. Since the matter had been resolved, there was no point in staying here any longer. Oh right, before I leave, I have to remind you of something. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and said, normal pharmacists have no way to neutralize my poison. If you don't believe me, you can try. Of course, you can also ask Guani and the others about how they were poisoned. All the doctors in the city went, but they still couldn't cure the poison. If you don't want to die, don't play any tricks. With that, the 3 of them gradually disappeared from Zhong Yiluan's sight. As the 3 of them disappeared, Zhong Yiluan sat down limply as though he had lost all his strength. He had been hunting geese all day and was finally pecked by the geese. He never expected that he would be schemed against by the 3 of them. He tried to wake up the unconscious person beside him, but he realized that no matter how he shouted, the other party didn't react like a dead pig. His expression turned abnormally ugly. Zhong Yiluan calmed down and thought about it carefully. Guani and the others hated Bailey Hongzhuang so much that they were determined to kill them. Coincidentally, he had heard someone say that Gong Jun was the shopkeeper of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. After connecting all the dots, everything became clear. It turned out that Guani wanted to take revenge for poisoning them. That was why he found Master Bai and tried every means to kill them. He didn't expect that he didn't mention this to him at all. If he knew it earlier, he would have been able to take precautions. Shopkeeper Guan had invited so many pharmacists, but none of them could cure the poison. Presumably, other than Bailey Hongzhuang, no one else could cure him. Thinking of this, Zhong Yiluan's heart turned cold. In this way, he really had no other choice. After exiting the tunnel, Gong Jun couldn't help but ask, Boss, Madam, wouldn't it be a pity if we just leave like this and don't collect those demon spiritual herbs? Don't worry, it will fall into our hands sooner or later. Bewitching smiled faintly. Gong Jun was slightly stunned. Why is that? Do you think that Bai Luchuan looks like a magnanimous person? Of course not. Gong Jun shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. This person is narrow-minded and vicious. He can't be considered magnanimous at all. So, Zhong Yiluan's harvest will eventually be handed over to Bai Luchuan. Instead of alerting him now, why don't we wait until the time comes to take it from Zhong Yiluan's hands and save ourselves the trouble? Gong Jun's eyes lit up and he immediately understood. Boss is wise. This way, we will save a lot of effort. After exiting the tunnel, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 slowly walked forward. There weren't many cultivators in this area. Although Guani and Bewitching had already left through this path, there were still many demons gathered here. The 3 of them were not worried that the people behind them would catch up to them. They immediately began hunting monsters here. The more she fought with the monsters, the more Bailey Hongzhuang felt that the aura of these monsters was very similar to the monsters in the desert world and the ocean world. However, so far, they had only encountered plants. Other than the 2 man-eating beasts, they had not seen any other animal-like monsters. As for the 2 man-eating beasts, because their strength was too strong, she was unable to kill them to understand the situation. The 3 of them continued forward, killing all the demons they saw along the way. The points on their identity cards gradually began to increase. The next day, when everyone in the team woke up, they found that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had disappeared without a trace. "Captain, what should we do?" Zhong Yiluan looked at the anxious people in front of him and couldn't help but ridicule them in his heart. If these guys hadn't slept like pigs last night, he wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. However, he still had to continue acting. A trace of panic quickly appeared on his face as he said, "What's going on? If young Master Bai finds out, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble." Everyone's expression changed. When they thought of young Master Bai's angry appearance, they couldn't help but feel guilty. "Captain, why don't we just say that we haven't seen the three of them? Anyway, as long as we don't say anything, young Master Bai won't know." "Captain, I think what you said makes sense. This is completely feasible. What happened before has already made Master Bai extremely unhappy. If he finds out that we let them escape, we will definitely be severely punished. Captain, just promise us." Everyone looked nervous and looked at Zhong Yiluan pleadingly. Seeing this, a trace of hesitation appeared on Zhong Yiluan's face. After a while, he nodded, "All right, since everyone has made this decision, then we can't let it slip. Otherwise, things will be even more troublesome. Captain, don't worry, we will definitely keep our mouths shut." After leaving the team, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two also had a lot of freedom. "Without those people's chatter, I just feel that my whole body is clean." Gong Jun sighed and opened his hands, looking comfortable. Xiaohei smiled and said, "I'm already looking forward to the end of the competition. Bai Luchuan still wants to defeat Bai Qingli. I think there's no hope this time. I don't know where Guani and Yin Xiaoman are. These two guys should be dealt with as soon as possible." Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She had originally planned to call a truce, but these two guys were relentlessly looking for trouble. If they were not dealt with as soon as possible, there would inevitably be complications in the future. After this demon slaughter competition, it would be a lot more troublesome to make a move on them again. They should have followed this path. Although the demon slaughter mountain range is not small, it shouldn't be difficult to meet them again in a month's time. Gong Jun said. The three of them hunted monsters as they hurried along. Along the way, they had encountered cultivators in 2s and 3s. However, no one had any intention of coming into contact with them. They just pretended not to see each other and continued to fight. "Master, why haven't we seen Xianxia and the others for so long?" Xiaohei's face was dejected. She thought that after leaving the team, she would be able to meet them soon. She didn't expect that after wandering around for another 2 days, she still hadn't met a single acquaintance. In the past, they used to be together all day long. Now that they had been separated for so long, she really missed them. "We've been delayed for a long time. Xianxia and the others should have already rushed ahead of us. It's not strange that we haven't run into them yet." Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. She wasn't worried that Xianxia and the others would be in danger. After all, they were very clever and would definitely be able to turn misfortune into blessing. Not to mention the time we wasted on our journey, just the day we spent in the tunnel is already a lot slower. Hearing Xiaohei's words, Gong Jun couldn't help but ask, "Madam, could it be that you know other people in this city?" "That's right," Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "We'll probably run into each other later. I'll introduce them to you then." "That's great." Just as the 3 humans and 2 beasts were moving forward, they suddenly heard a violent tremor coming from the front. Such a strong elemental energy undulation, his battle aura is very shocking. Gong Jun's face was full of amazement. His gaze had already swept to the front. However, the distance was too far and he couldn't see anything clearly. Bewitching carefully sensed for a moment and said, "There are many cultivators gathered in front. Why don't we go and take a look?" "Okay." Seeing this, the 3 of them increased their speed and quickly rushed forward. The 3 of them quickly approached the source of the sound. As they got closer, they were able to clearly see the situation in front of them. In their line of sight, the swamp of monsters that covered the mountains and plains looked extremely shocking. There were also many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards around. At a glance, this place was simply a gathering place for demons. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze swept over these monsters. She had to admit that they were indeed species that she had never seen before. Almost all of them were black, which was slightly different from the monsters that she usually saw. They looked more ferocious and bloodthirsty. The smooth lines on their bodies and the explosive power showed that they must have fought frequently. However, these monsters did not transform into human forms. Screams, sounds of metal clashing, and roars. These three kinds of sounds continued to resound. A murderous and bloody atmosphere gradually spread. The deep black and the dazzling red blended together and turned into a shocking picture. "Boss, what is this place? How can there be so many monsters here?" Originally, when they were hunting monsters, they thought that the Demon Slaughter mountain range was a gathering place of monsters. However, compared to the scene in front of them, it paled in comparison. What was a gathering of monsters? This was a real gathering of monsters. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance as he said, "I remember that the booklet also described such a place. This is the place where monsters like to gather the most. Hunting monsters here will undoubtedly increase your points the fastest. However, because there are too many monsters here, if there are not enough human cultivators, we can't act rashly. Once they gang up on him, only death awaits him." Hearing this, Gong Jun shrugged. When he thought of being surrounded by these monsters, he felt a chill in his heart. It was truly terrifying. "Let's go over." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. "There are many cultivators here now." Looking around, although the number of cultivators was not as many as the monsters, they would not be surrounded. If they went to other places to hunt monsters, their speed would naturally not be as fast as here. This was undoubtedly the most time-saving place. Bewitching's lips curled into a smile. Both of them immediately flew up. When Gong Jun saw the two of them rushing over, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. "If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. If you recognize a boss, you have to follow him." A sharp sword appeared in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, and her figure had already rushed into the midst of the demons. Bewitching did not slow down at all. He completely unleashed the strength of the Radiant Sun realm, killing the demons mercilessly. As the two of them appeared, the surrounding crowd could not help but cast their gazes over. Now that there were more cultivators, everyone felt a little more at ease. "Brother E, why are the three of them here?" Yun Xiaoman was in the middle of wholeheartedly hunting monsters when she suddenly saw an elegant white color. She subconsciously looked over. However, when she saw who the other party was, her face turned ugly. Although everyone felt that the three of them were not eaten by the man-eating monsters, she always had a trace of expectation in her heart. Because in that kind of environment, it was impossible for the three of them to pass safely. However, the scene in front of her completely shattered her fantasy. These guys were really safe and sound. When Guani heard Yun Xiaoman's voice, he couldn't help but turn around. His gaze followed the direction of the latter's gaze. With this look, he also noticed the three familiar figures. His expression suddenly became very ugly. However, Guani calmly accepted this result. "I already said that the three of them aren't that simple. If you want to kill them, you will have to spend a lot of effort." Guan Yi's expression was complicated. He didn't know why, but he felt that the three of them were very evil. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching didn't need to be said. But even that Gong Jun, he felt that it was very strange. According to his uncle, these past few years, his uncle had been thinking of ways to suppress him. He even sent people to directly take his life. However, this guy was very lucky. Every time, he was able to escape unscathed. "I really hope that Brother Bai can come back soon. If they are here, I think they won't be able to escape." Yun Xiaoman sighed. Her heart was also somewhat regretful. "Xiaoman, these two guys aren't simple. We only have two people now. It's best to stay away from them. Otherwise, once they find us, I'm afraid we will be in trouble." Guan Yi's expression became dignified. He still remembered that time outside the city lord's mansion. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at him with a gaze. He was almost certain that Bailey Hongzhuang had already remembered this enmity. "Brother E, isn't this letting them be too complacent? It's better than losing our lives." After Guan Yi made up his mind, his figure quickly rushed to the side. He didn't plan to leave this place. He only planned to stay a little further away. After all, other than this place, it was too difficult to exchange for enough points in other places. Yun Xiaoman unwillingly followed along, her mind constantly thinking about how to take revenge. Just when she was distracted, a demon took the opportunity to attack her. Bang! Yun Xiaoman's figure was heavily knocked to the ground. A sharp claw mark was left on her neck. Ah! Yun Xiaoman screamed. The intense pain made her neck feel numb. She reached out and touched her cheek, only to find that her cheek was also injured by the claw. Looking at the bright red blood on her hand, Yun Xiaoman's face turned pale, her eyes gradually became sharp, and crazily shouted, "My face! My face!" Guani saw Yun Xiaoman shouting like crazy, and the first thing he did was to cover her mouth and drag her to the side. "You're crazy! Are you trying to lure them here?" Guani said angrily. However, Yun Xiaoman couldn't care less about these things. "Brother E, my face. What about my face? It's just a superficial wound. There shouldn't be any problems." Guani handed the healing medicine to Yun Xiaoman. "You rest here first." Bailey Hongzhuang was hunting demons when she suddenly heard a scream from afar. She vaguely felt that the voice was somewhat familiar and could not help but look over. However, she did not see a familiar figure and could not help but frown. "Did I hear wrongly? Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. She put away the doubts in her heart and continued to hunt demons. The smell of blood spread in the air. In addition to the monsters that were killed, there were also injured cultivators. Exclamations and screams alternated, and occasionally, there would be a wail. These monsters attacked together. Their combat strength can't be underestimated. "I haven't gotten many points, and my injuries are already so serious. What should I do?" Although I knew that I should bring more medicinal pills to participate in the monster-slaying competition, I didn't expect the situation to be so tragic. I don't have much healing medicine left. What should I do? It's useless to regret now. Healing medicine is undoubtedly the most precious thing here. No one will be willing to sell it to us. The only thing we can do is to get points as soon as possible. If we can't, our lives are the most important. Sighs sounded one after another. Almost everyone was hoping for a fluke before the monster-slaying competition began. They felt that with their strength, they could protect themselves safely. After all, with their situation, it was already very difficult for them to survive in Xiyun City. It was already very difficult to get the cultivation resources needed for daily cultivation, let alone exchange them for healing medicine. However, it was only after they entered that they realized that they were lacking in strength. Their injuries were far more serious than they had imagined. They had only stayed here for 2 days, but they were already injured in many places. If this continued, they could only watch other cultivators get points while they recuperated. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but sigh. No matter how regretful they were, it was useless at this moment. At this moment, a hawking voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Selling medicine, selling medicine. Healing medicine, detoxification pills, I have all the medicinal pills you need here." Following this voice, many people immediately turned their gazes and saw a fatty who had unknowingly set up a small stall on the ground not far away. This small stall was very simple. It was just a piece of linen spread on the ground. What attracted everyone's attention was the things placed on the linen. There were simple white porcelain bottles. Obviously, they should be the medicinal pills that everyone needed. The eyes of the crowd, who were originally thinking that they did not have enough medicinal pills, lit up when they saw this scene. Weren't these medicinal pills what they lacked the most right now? Bailey Hongzhuang had noticed that Gong Jun didn't come in to hunt monsters. Instead, he wandered around the area. In the end, he found a place to sit down. She felt a little strange. After interacting with him for the past few days, she already knew that this fatty was really too lazy to make a move. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, he probably wouldn't be interested in hunting monsters at all. She had never thought that he would be so lazy. Since he had come here, he should have at least made a gesture and killed a few monsters. Instead, he sat down and rested. However, when she heard Gong Jun's shout, her expression changed slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. He looked around carefully. The current situation, fortunately, it was quite suitable for doing business. Sell medicine, sell medicine. Don't miss it. There aren't many people selling medicine in this monster-slaying competition. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another one. The medicinal pills I have here are also limited. It's first come, first served. I'll stop when I'm out. That's why I thought he looked familiar. Isn't he the shopkeeper of the Fairy Treasure Pavilion? Now that you mention it, it's true. Why is he here? Could it be that he's participating in the demon slaughter competition to sell elixirs? It can't be, right? His business has already reached this stage? Why do we care so much about him? As long as we can buy elixirs from him, our urgent needs will be solved. For a moment, many people were eager to make a move. In this situation, they really needed some elixirs. The crowd, who were already tempted, did not dare to stay any longer after hearing Gong Jun's limited number of elixirs. They immediately walked up to Gong Jun. At this time, Gong Jun had already written the price of each elixir with a label. When the crowd saw the price of each elixir, they could not help but frown. Shopkeeper Gong, the price of your elixirs is much more expensive than outside. Yes, the price is almost doubled. Isn't he deliberately cheating us? How can we sell it like this? This is too much. Sounds of discussion rang out one after another. Everyone looked at Gong Jun with eyes filled with dissatisfaction. However, Gong Jun did not care about their objections and discussions at all. The smile on his face did not change. He said, "Everyone, calm down and listen to me. Since I'm selling elixirs in the Demon Slaughter Mountain Range, the price naturally can't be the same as in the shop. I've come so far from the Fairy Treasure Pavilion to the Demon Slaughter Mountain Range. I have to pay a little more, right? Even so, you can't raise the price so much. Brother, I've clearly marked the price. If you don't want to buy, I won't force you. How can you say that I'm black-hearted?" Gong Jun smiled. No matter how unpleasant the crowd's words were, he was unmoved. Think about it. The price of elixirs is indeed expensive. But when you're seriously injured, it's even more difficult to get an elixir from other cultivators, right? With this pill, you will be able to obtain even more points. If you are able to enter the top 10, then you will be able to earn many times more. If you don't have enough blood spirit stones, you can pay half of the blood spirit stones and half of the points. In any case, it's only a matter of time before everyone wants to obtain points here. This way, you won't be at a disadvantage, right? Listening to Gong Jun's tireless explanation, the crowd, who were originally filled with righteous indignation, was unconsciously moved. This way, although the price is indeed more expensive, other than having to pay some points, the price is still the same. After we recover from our injuries, we'll get more points than what we'll give him. I think this is feasible. Let's not talk about anything else. I really need to buy a pill right now. At this moment, a cultivator took the lead and said, "Give me a healing pill." All right. Gong Jun happily handed over the healing pill to the other party. Young master is really smart. This choice is really worth it. After the first person took the lead, the others also began to buy it. After all, the number of elixirs was limited. If they missed the opportunity now, wouldn't it be terrible if they couldn't buy it when they needed it later? Bailey Hongzhuang and company looked at the smiling Gong Jun, who was enjoying himself so much that he forgot about his duties. They were full of admiration. Master, this Gong Jun is really impressive when it comes to doing business. Everyone is clearly helping him earn points for free, but they still think he's very kind. Xiaohei was secretly speechless. She originally despised the fatty. He couldn't run fast and could eat more than them. However, from the looks of it, this fellow's ability to earn money was indeed top-notch. In fact, in such an environment, everyone knows very well that the price of the pills definitely can't be the same as outside. Therefore, everyone is already mentally prepared. Gong Jun first doubled the price, causing everyone to be dissatisfied. Then, he proposed using points to replace the ordinary fees. Everyone immediately felt that it was much more worth it and was more acceptable. Bewitching curled his lips slightly. As expected of a cultivator who relied on business to ascend step by step. This fellow came with the intention of doing business from the beginning. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed. However, the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. I suddenly feel that the speed at which we obtain points is probably inferior to his. Upon hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, be it Bewitching, Xiaohei, or Xiaobai, none of them agreed or disagreed. This was because they felt the same way. In just a short period of time, Gong Jun's points had rapidly risen. There were so many cultivators in front of them, and many of them had contributed a few points to Gong Jun. The number was imaginable. If Bai Luchuan had thought of this method earlier, he would have already obtained first place, right? Xiaobai couldn't help but say. The other party had worked hard for so many years and found so many people to help, but the effect was still inferior to Gong Jun's ease in selling the pills. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Xiaobai. You've hit the nail on the head. Fortunately, Bai Luchuan wasn't here. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death when he saw this scene. In fact, Guanyi and Yin Xiaoman who were far away were about to die from anger after seeing this scene. Brother Yi, they actually have such a method to obtain cultivation resources. That's just too despicable. Yin Xiaoman clenched her fists, her face full of anger. They had worked so hard to obtain these points, but now, it seemed that Gong Jun's points alone had surpassed the sum of their points. If we had known this would happen, we would have brought more pills to sell. On the one hand, it can increase the sales volume of the Wanbao Pavilion. On the other hand, it can earn us a lot of points. In this way, not only would they not need to expend so much effort, but they would also be the biggest winners once they obtained the top 10 rewards. However, this opportunity now belonged to Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Even though they had brought a lot of medicinal pills with them, it was still far from enough to sell. Guanyi's face was pale. He had never thought of this method before. Now that he saw it, he realized how stupid they were. However, it was useless to think about this now. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Yin Xiaoman couldn't help but ask, I really hope that Brother Bai can come quickly. They really can't stay here any longer. Luchuan left for only 2 days. Even if he is fast, it is impossible for him to come back now. It is impossible to count on him, Guanyi said slowly. Then are we just going to watch them be arrogant like this? Yin Xiaoman's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. It has only been half a day, and the number of points they have obtained is already very amazing. If we let it continue, it will be too difficult for us to surpass them in a few days. Don't be impatient. In my opinion, even if they came prepared, the number of elixirs can't be too many. Guanyi looked certain. It won't be long before their elixirs are sold out. This plan will naturally not be able to continue. Hearing this, the angry Yin Xiaoman regained some rationality. She nodded slightly and said, you are right. This is only temporary. You see, Gong Jun has already said that the number of elixirs in his hands is not many. Guanyi pointed to the distance. In order to attract business, Gong Jun's voice was also very loud, so even if they were far away, they could still hear it clearly. Yin Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief. I thought they would be well prepared. Now it seems that it is not so exaggerated. At the same time, Xiaobai also asked, Master, the elixirs brought by Gong Jun seem to be almost sold out. Bewitching had just killed a monster, took out the demon crystal and put it into his bag. He glanced at Gong Jun and smiled. With this guy's character, he must have brought all the elixirs he can here knowing that he can make a lot of money here. No way? Xiaobai was slightly stunned. Is the fairy treasure pavilion not doing business? Now most of the cultivators are in the demon slaughtering mountain range. There are very few cultivators who buy elixirs in Xiyun City. What's more, after doing business in the demon slaughtering mountain range, everyone is very familiar with Gong Jun. They know that the things in the fairy treasure pavilion are good. When they go back, the business of the fairy treasure pavilion may be better. Xiaohei also widened her eyes. Is it possible that Gong Jun is doing this to promote the reputation of the fairy treasure pavilion? Of course. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled up into a light smile, like a spring breeze. His handsome face suddenly became even more handsome and bright. Don't tell me you still don't know the effects of the pills refined by Hongshuang? Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at each other. After listening to the male host's explanation, they realized that Gong Jun was really a wolf in sheep's clothing. This seemed to be an extremely simple method, but no one would have thought that he would design so many things into it. He had clearly taken advantage of so many cultivators, yet he was still able to make these people remember him. Wasn't this too frightening? The next day, almost everyone thought that Gong Jun's medicinal pills had been sold out, but they were surprised to find that he continued to set up his stall like yesterday. Don't miss it. There is only one medicinal pill in the demon slaughtering mountain range. The medicinal effect is better than ordinary medicinal pills. You'll know once you buy it. Gong Jun's face was full of smiles, laughing happily like a fox. This was because this place was the most suitable place for cultivators to hunt monsters. Almost every day, many cultivators would enter this place. Therefore, even though many cultivators had already bought it yesterday, there were still cultivators continuing to buy it today. Yun Xiaoman was dumbfounded. Didn't his medicinal pills sell out yesterday? Xian City, Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Several attendants looked at the almost empty counter in their shop, and their faces were full of helplessness. You said that the shopkeeper went to participate in the demon slaughter competition and took away almost all the medicinal pills that he could take away, leaving only these few things. How are we going to do business? The shopkeeper said that he went to the demon slaughter competition to do business, so if we sell out all the things in the counter, we can go back and rest, and wait for him to come back and open the shop. Our business has been getting better recently, so, won't we be suppressed by the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion again? Don't think so much, since the shopkeeper said so, we'll just do it. On the third day, when everyone saw Gong Jun take out the medicinal pills to sell as usual, they understood that this guy said that there were not enough medicinal pills was a lie. What, not enough medicinal pills? It's just a trick to fool everyone to buy medicinal pills. Just from this fatty's wretched smile, they can be sure that the amount of medicinal pills in his hands must be very shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the shameless Gong Jun, and couldn't help but chuckle. In just 3 days, Gong Jun has been crowned as a profiteer by everyone, but he doesn't care at all. Madam, the most taboo thing to do business is to be thin-skinned. If you're thin-skinned, you can't do business, and you can't make money. I don't have any good points, my biggest advantage is that I'm thick-skinned. Gong Jun said with a smile. I'm not praising you, okay. Bailey Hongzhuang secretly shook her head. This guy's skin is really not comparable to ordinary people, at least she can't reach it. However, she also has to say that this is indeed a good point for Gong Jun. Brother E, we can't continue like this, otherwise our points will definitely not be comparable to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Yun Xiaoman at this moment no longer has any wishful thinking. She can clearly see that this baddie's medicinal pills inventory is extremely shocking. If this continues, the gap between them will be pulled wider and wider. Even if they can't get into the top 10, she doesn't want to see these 3 guys get it. Guanyi nodded slightly, his eyes turning sinister. The enmity between the two parties had already been formed, and he could not let the other party continue to be so complacent. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones in the end. His gaze swept across Gong Jun and Bailey Hongzhuang, and a thought gradually formed in his mind. Their method is indeed not bad, but they forgot that they have a fatal flaw. Hearing this, Yun Xiaoman understood that Guanyi already had an idea. She couldn't help but ask, Brother E, what fatal flaws do they have? There are too few of them. Guanyi's lips curled up, revealing a hint of viciousness. Yun Xiaoman's eyes lit up. You're right. Guanyi whispered a few words into Yun Xiaoman's ear. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Immediately, they began to move. That Gong Jun deliberately raised the price so high in order to take advantage of the situation. We worked so hard to obtain the points, so why should he earn them? These are the points that we risked our lives for, but he didn't do anything. When the time comes, if he becomes the first place, wouldn't it be a joke? Don't you feel guilty? Whispers of discussion gradually spread out in the crowd. The eyes of the cultivators who originally did not have any thoughts of snatching the treasures lit up after hearing this. Faced with Gong Jun's wealth and points, it was impossible for them not to be envious. As long as they worked together, it would be very difficult to snatch the points away from the other party if they were not willing to do so. However, once they snatched the cultivation resources and pills, it would be very helpful to them. As cultivators in Xian City, most people could not turn a blind eye to these cultivation resources. Almost in a short time, the news spread. More than 10 cultivators expressed that this method was feasible. There are only 3 of them, and they are all in the glorious sun realm. As long as we work together, they are definitely no match for us. When the time comes, no matter what this guy has, we'll split it equally. What do you think? No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Guani said, we have to think of a way to snatch the points. As long as we can get these points, even if we split them equally, our points will be much higher than the others. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Who would not be envious of these points? Previously, so many cultivators had bought the pills. Even if it was divided into more than 10 portions, the amount would still be very shocking. Guani, you really came up with a good idea. This way, we will surpass many cultivators. Then let's not talk so much. Let's move first. Don't let them get away. Guani sneered. Gong Jun was happily doing business when he suddenly saw a group of people walking toward him aggressively. His smiling face immediately changed. Almost in an instant, Gong Jun put away all the white porcelain bottles and quickly rushed to Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching. Boss, madam, it seems like someone is coming to cause trouble for me. Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look ahead. Sure enough, a group of people rushed toward Gong Jun aggressively. Most importantly, they saw 2 familiar figures among them. I didn't expect Guani and Yun Xiaoman to be here as well. These 2 guys hid so well that I didn't even notice them. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes narrowed. When she first heard that scream, she felt it was very familiar. Now that she thought about it, it should be Yun Xiaoman. However, there were simply too many cultivators in the vicinity, and the other party was rather far away, so they did not notice it. It seems that this idea was also from the 2 of them. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Gong Jun's expression turned ugly. These 2 fellows are too insidious. They can't compete with me in business, so they want to use this method to harm me. It's too abominable. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. Isn't it because you're too good at snatching business? These 3 days, I'm afraid they've been angered by you. Madam, now is not the time to laugh at me. Should we hurry and run? Gong Jun's face was nervous. He looked like he couldn't wait to rush out now. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Gong Jun felt a burst of anxiety, his face revealing a bit of sullenness. Madam, I spent 3 days of hard work to obtain these points. If I were to give them away just like that, then wouldn't my 3 days of hard work have been in vain? No, this is absolutely not possible. I, Gong Jun, have lived for so many years and I have never done a losing transaction. Gong Jun's face was full of indignation. That gloomy look was as if someone wanted to cut off his flesh. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but chuckle. This guy actually cared about this the most at this time. His thinking was indeed different from ordinary people. When Guani and Yun Xiaoman brought more than 10 cultivators and aggressively rushed in front of Bailey Hongshuang and the other 2, their faces revealed a trace of pride. Bewitching, as long as you hand over the dawn and points, we will spare your lives today, how about it? Guan Yi's gaze was cold as he looked at the 2 of them. Until now, he still clearly remembered the scene when the 2 of them had threatened them. Now the tables had turned. Not long after, the situation had reversed. Guani, you want to first make us willingly hand over the points, then kill us? Bailey Hongshuang's lips slightly raised. After dealing with you a few times, what kind of person you are, we can say that we are very clear about it. Now that you are saying these sanctimonious words, let me ask you, do you believe it yourself? Her clear voice was full of ridicule. Bailey Hongshuang bluntly exposed his disguise, saying his true thoughts. Guani did not expect Bailey Hongshuang to see through it so clearly, almost without any consideration. I am kindly giving you a chance. If you insist, then I can't do anything about it. Guani said coldly. Your family really likes to use these kind of insidious methods, what? The loss you suffered at the beginning was not enough, now you want to try again? Guan Yi's face instantly turned cold. Thinking back to how they had suffered defeat in front of these 3 fellows, he felt that it was really humiliating. Bailey Hongshuang, don't be too complacent. Yun Xiaoman cursed, if you hadn't poisoned us, would you have been so arrogant? Your ability to play the blame game is really admirable. I don't know who's the one who didn't play his part in doing business, bullying customers and not allowing customers to retaliate. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, "It's just a Wanbao pavilion. Those who don't know would think that your family is the city lord's mansion." Her clear voice was pleasing to the ear, but every word and sentence was like a gem, tit for tat. When everyone heard this, how could they not understand what was going on? It's not like the Wanbao pavilion doesn't bully their customers. I've heard of it before, but I didn't expect to get into big trouble this time. Now there's a good show to watch. Guanyi has been watching Gong Jun wantonly amass wealth these past few days. I'm afraid he already can't stand it anymore. It's not easy to endure until today to make a move. Gong Jun's actions are really too ostentatious. There are only 3 people in total, yet they still make such a big fuss. It's hard to avoid being attacked by a group of people. Everyone sighed. This was obviously a dispute between the Wanbao Pavilion and the Xianbao Pavilion. No matter who won, it was a good show for them. Looking at Yun Xiaoman's rapidly changing face, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also showed a trace of playfulness. Her gaze swept across the people in front of her as she pondered the current situation in her heart. Gong Jun saw this and couldn't help but look at Bewitching, saying, "Boss, are we not going to take the opportunity to run? They have already surrounded us. Unless we kill our way out, it's useless even if you want to run now." Hearing this, Gong Jun was stunned. In such a situation, besides this method, there was really no other way. Do we really have to hand over these points? Gong Jun's face fell, then as if he was going to throw caution to the wind, if we're destined to hand over these points, then I'd rather hand it over to others than to let Guanyi and them take advantage of us. Guanyi sneered, "Now you don't have a choice." "That's not necessarily true," Bewitching said lightly. "What are we waiting for? Do it," Guanyi ordered. His eyes became vicious. "Let's do it, whether we can get the points or not, even if we can snatch the elixir, it's still not bad." Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated, and immediately rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2. Gong Jun subconsciously hid behind Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2. In terms of fighting strength, he was no match for them. "Boss, I'll go find help." At this moment, Gong Jun no longer had the slightest reluctance. The most important thing was everyone's lives. As for the points, they still had a chance to earn more. Looking at Gong Jun's flustered appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other, a trace of a smile appearing between their brows. "Alright, don't make Gong Jun anxious," Bewitching said with a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, patted the pale face of Gong Jun's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, your boss will take care of you, these points don't need to be handed over to others." Gong Jun originally only felt that it was an extremely critical moment, but at this moment, seeing his boss and madam so calm, for a moment his brain was also a mess. What was this situation? Why was this situation so different from what he had imagined? Not only him, after seeing this scene, Guanyi and Yun Xiaoman were also somewhat confused. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 were actually not anxious. Could it be that their brains were damaged? "Brother E, what's the situation?" Yun Xiaoman was somewhat puzzled. Guanyi frowned. He didn't know why, but looking at Bewitching's calm appearance, he felt that there seemed to be something that they had missed. Boom! Vigorous essence energy exploded in this heaven and earth, and the surrounding air seemed to have become oppressive. Even when fighting with monsters, the aura was not bitingly cold to this extent. As more than a dozen cultivators were about to collectively attack, Bewitching's hearty laughter rang out. "How long are you planning to watch the show?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was dumbfounded for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Guanyi and the others also looked around, secretly wondering if they had helpers. "This is impossible. According to the information we have investigated, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching came to Xiyan City together. There is no one else. Naturally there is no helper here." Guanyi's face was full of disbelief as he sneered, "Things have already come to this point and you're still trying to be mysterious. Do you think you can use this method to divert our attention and escape? Stop dreaming, it's impossible." As Guanyi's voice fell, the cultivators who were originally observing the surroundings finally understood. It turned out that they wanted to create a diversion, but unfortunately, they had already been seen through. Gong Jun was also nervous. They had already been here for 3 days and he had never seen boss greet or interact with anyone. Now he actually said that there were helpers. Was this a joke? Just then, a playful voice sounded, "Bewitching, it's rare that you're in trouble. We're helping you, so you should at least give us some reward, right? As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw two figures quickly fly to Bailey Hongshuang's side. Upon closer inspection, it was a man and a woman. Their eyes were filled with joyful smiles, as if they were very familiar friends. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. As far as I know, the pills you have were all refined by Hong Zhuang. Are you unhappy? Xiren's expression stiffened. He looked at him helplessly and said, I really can't negotiate with you. Alright, you win. You've been losing for so many years. You should get used to it. Shang Guaniying smiled and excitedly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Hongzhuang, we finally meet. I have no choice but to disobey master's orders. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. In fact, they had already seen Xiren and Shang Guaniying the day before yesterday. Everyone just exchanged glances and no one took the initiative to communicate. After all, master had asked them to train separately. They naturally had to do their best. Even if they saw them, they would treat them as ordinary people. But they never thought that such a situation would happen today. They could no longer continue to pretend that they didn't see anything. This situation. I believe that even if master knew, he wouldn't blame us. Shang Guaniying smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, her expression relaxed. Gong Jun looked at the two people who suddenly appeared, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He didn't expect that there would really be helpers. Guani didn't expect such a situation. He thought to himself, are these two guys crazy? There was a huge disparity in the number of people on both sides. Even if they had two more people, they were still not a match at all. It's just two more people, and you're already so proud. This is just dragging two more people down with you. Yun Xiaoman sneered, and here I thought it was something amazing. Xiuqiu's group of 5, wanting to gain a foothold in Xiyin City is very difficult, and yet they are proud of it. How laughable. However, just as Yun Xiaoman's voice fell, another two figures appeared beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Sister, we're here. Bai Li Yanche and Linger were overjoyed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Yanche, you're here. These two guys are really haunting. Sister spared their lives at that time. I didn't expect that they would come looking for trouble again. They really won't cry until they see the coffin. Bai Li Yanche narrowed his eyes. He had already heard about this matter before. He thought that it was over, but he didn't expect that these two guys would come up with a devious idea again. Sure enough, they are brother and sister, their appearance is really amazing. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to have a brother. I already noticed this man here 2 days ago, but I didn't see any interaction between them, so I thought they didn't know each other, but I didn't expect them to be so close. Didn't you guys just hear? This seems to be their master's order. So, there shouldn't be anyone else, right? Everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, their expressions became very interesting. Previously there were only 3 people, but in the blink of an eye, there were already 7 people. If there were other people, then the number would be much less than Guanyi's group. The cultivators who were roped in by Guanyi felt a little complicated when they saw this scene. They didn't think that the other party would have helpers. Moreover, these people seemed to have an extraordinary bearing. They acted so casually as if they didn't put them in their eyes at all. This feeling was very unpleasant. Guanyi was also a bit stunned. He had never heard that Bailey Hongzhuang had relatives and friends here. Yun Xiaoman stared at Bai Li Yanche in a daze. Different from Bewitching's shocking celestial being, this man revealed a trace of an evildoer's aura. This brother and sister pair, suddenly a trace of regret rose in her heart. If she knew it would be like this, she wouldn't have found trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang. You're the one who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Guanyi flew into a rage out of humiliation. The other side's helpers appearing one after another made him extremely unhappy. Even if you add them together, it's only 7 people, what's there to be arrogant about? The next moment, Guanyi said to the people beside him, attack. 2 against 1, do you think we can't beat them? It's good that these people delivered themselves to our door, let's take their cultivation resources. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Just Gong Jun alone was already rich enough, and they heard that Xiren's medicinal pills were all given by Bailey Hongzhuang, so the amount would not be small. If these 7 people were taken care of, everyone's storage rings would be rich. Do it. A cold glint flashed in Bewitching's eyes as boundless killing intent swept out. When Xiran was the first to respond. It just so happens that I haven't exercised in a long time. The battle broke out in an instant. Almost at the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' auras changed. Unlike their previous carefree attitude, a strong murderous aura spread out from their bodies. Their sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent, forming a sharp contrast. Feeling the other party's terrifying killing intent, Guanyi and the others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They felt that these people were even more ferocious than when they fought in front of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Ding ding ding. Bailey Hongzhuang clashed with the sharp sword in her hand. Her body was like an agile snake, and every move she made was fatal. His phoenix eyes were cold, and the power of darkness lingered around his body. It was a stark contrast with his white robes. The aura of darkness lingered, like a shadow following the body. The man originally didn't take the slender Bailey Hongzhuang seriously, but after this exchange, he realized that this woman was not as weak as she looked. On the contrary, her strength was terrifyingly strong. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang flew out and kicked the man's chest fiercely. Save me, quick! The man looked anxiously at the person next to him. The other man did not dare to delay and jumped between the two of them, blocking Bailey Hongzhuang's next attack. Faced with the man's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately diverted her attention and changed the direction of the sharp sword in her hand. The swift and fierce sword energy was like a treasured sword that had been born into the world. Its sharpness was so oppressive that one had no choice but to dodge. Otherwise, if the sword energy were to land on one's body would be sliced in half. Just as the man retreated to avoid the attack, Bailey Hongzhuang increased her speed and charged towards the first man. The man who had fallen to the ground heaved a sigh of relief with great difficulty. However, he suddenly sensed the terrifying aura appearing once again. The swift and fierce sword energy continued to grow larger in his eyes. Slash! The sound of a sword piercing a body rang out. Even though the sound was almost inaudible due to the fluctuations from the battle, the scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding crowd. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly pulled out her sharp sword. Her face was as cold as ice and did not contain a single trace of emotion. In the face of fresh blood, her indifference caused one's heart to tremble. This Bailey Hongzhuang has actually used a killing move right off the bat. This is basically a one-hit kill. She doesn't even give the other party a chance to speak. Actually, this is very normal. Didn't this fellow want Bailey Hongzhuang's life in the first place? She's giving him a taste of his own medicine. This is her reaping what she sowed. Even though the man had spoken calmly, the crowd could not help but feel apprehensive upon witnessing this scene. They do not know why, but when they had first seen Bailey Hongzhuang, they had thought that she was just an ordinary woman. However, after she had made her move, they suddenly realized that this woman seemed to have gone through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Her indifference towards death was rather terrifying. When Bailey Hongzhuang turned around again, the man noticed a flash of murderous intent in her eyes and could not help but panic. Relying on their own cultivation to ascend to this place, everyone had to go through a series of battles to reach this place. His hands were also stained with a lot of blood, but for some reason, this woman gave him an indescribable sense of panic. Just when everyone's attention was on Bailey Hongzhuang, another exclamation was heard. The two men were unable to withstand Bewitching's attacks and were defeated. They had only fought for a short period of time, but the two of them had already been defeated. This result was hard for everyone to believe. It can't be? Was this man really that strong? How many rounds has it been? I think Guanyi is really in big trouble this time. It's not a loss for him to fall into the hands of these two people. Since these fellows have a master and their strength is so shocking, could they be people from the immortal domain who came out to train? Hearing the speculation of a cultivator, everyone's eyes lit up. This situation was indeed very likely. There were many cultivators in the immortal domain and many of them were also in the Radiant Sun realm. Under such circumstances, many people would come out to train. If this was really the case, then they were really existences that they could not afford to offend. Guanyi and Yun Xiaoman's faces turned pale. They had never thought of this situation. If this was really the case, then wouldn't it be terrible? Guanyi, are you deliberately trying to harm us? Young Master D, today I have eyes but failed to recognize MT Tai, please let me go. The man quickly begged for mercy, I only attacked you because I believed Guan Yi's slanderous words. I have eyes but failed to recognize MT Tai. I won't dare to do it again. Even though begging in front of so many people is very shameful, but after fighting for a while, he clearly understood how big the gap between them is. Guan Yi saw this scene and couldn't help but become anxious. In any case, you are also an expert. This is just a fight and you are begging for mercy. Aren't you too spineless? If you didn't say that their strength is not strong, why would I agree to your request? The man's face is sullen. At this moment, he is also very angry. If he knew the situation would be like this, no matter what, he wouldn't have agreed. Facing the man's begging for mercy, Beichen's eyes are indifferent. Unfortunately, I will not forgive you. As soon as his voice fell, Beichen's sword suddenly pierces out, not giving the other half a chance. Shock, everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. They never thought that Beichen would be so decisive. The other side clearly apologized, but he didn't give them any chance. You. How can you do this? The other man quickly retreated a few steps, looking at Beichen in disbelief. They clearly begged for mercy, but Beichen still didn't give them any face. If it wasn't for the slightest bit of kindness, the two of them wouldn't have lived until now. However, after I let them go, they tried to find trouble with me. Rather than that, it's better to kill them all. The cold and hard voice is full of majesty. It's obviously a very indifferent voice, but when it falls on everyone's heart, it's as heavy as 1,000 pounds. If a second ago they thought that Beichen's action was a bit excessive, now they have to admit that what he said is indeed reasonable. Kindness, for them, is the emotion that they should not have. Once they made a wrong decision, it would leave them with endless trouble. Guan Yi and Yin Xiaoman look at each other, their hearts can't help but panic. The Beichen in front of them is even colder and more indifferent than before. His words are full of decisiveness. Beichen, you're right. The corners of Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly. They didn't want to completely offend the Wanbao Pavilion, so as to avoid even greater trouble. But now, it seemed that he shouldn't have had such thoughts in the first place, because there were some people that you couldn't avoid even if you wanted to. Rather than being constantly wary of their secret schemes, it would be better to kill them directly to prevent future troubles. As for more troubles, he would deal with them as they came. He would just have to overcome them one by one. After hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Beichen, who had a murderous look on his face, instantly melted. The gentleness on his face was even more frightening. With just a momentary change in expression, everyone understood what Beichen was thinking. Wen Xiren and the others were not weak in the slightest, but their speed was not as fast as Beichen's duo. Beichen, when you're done with your side, come help me. At this time, don't talk too much with them. Xiren called out. Hearing this, Beichen chuckled, didn't you say before that you wanted to compete with me? Now you actually want my help? These two guys in front of me are definitely stronger than the two you dealt with. Their moves are really too sinister. However, when the two of them joined forces, one of them would always sneak up on him while he was unprepared. This feeling of being tied down was extremely uncomfortable. All right. Beichen's expression was indifferent. His figure swept over to Xiren's side. It was clearly more than 10 people besieging 7 people. However, in such a huge battle circle, everyone felt that Bailey Hongshuang and the others were not pressured at all. If there was an exception, it would be Gong Jun. Gong Jun's combat experience was obviously not as good as the others. Whether it was his combat skills or speed, he paled in comparison. However, although he was fat, he was quite agile in dodging. Following behind Beichen, he simply dodged left and right. If he could not handle it, he would rely on his boss to protect him. That completely destroyed the aura of the entire team. However, it also became the highlight of the entire scene. Boss, you guys are really amazing. Not only are you guys training, your friend Mian is also amazing. He can actually take on 2 people at once. Gong Jun's face was full of amazement. Previously, his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He did not expect the real situation to be much better than he thought. If you have time in the future, you should train well too. Beichen looked at the agile fatty beside him. A trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Others may not have noticed it, but his observation was very obvious. Although Gong Jun had been hiding all this time, he would take advantage of the opportunity to make a sneaky move, causing the other party to be flustered. In fact, his eyesight was also very good. Gong Jun's face was bitter. "Boss, I still prefer doing business. I'll leave this kind of fighting and killing to you. If I'm not around, what will you do?" "That won't happen." Gong Jun shook his head. "I will always follow you, boss. I will never leave." With Bewitching's help, Xiran broke through the opponent's attack. After that, he looked at Bewitching in surprise and said, "Beichen, we haven't seen each other for a while and you've already taken in a follower?" "Yes." Seeing Bewitching admit it, Xiran was even more surprised. As Bewitching's good friend, he knew his character very well. Taking in underlings wasn't a big deal for others, but it was too strange for Bewitching. "You're actually taking in underlings? Did the sun rise from the west today?" Without waiting for Bewitching to speak, Gong Jun came forward and said, "Brother, that's because I'm different." "What's different about you?" Xiran asked, puzzled. I'm different in every way." Gong Jun's face was calm. He raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Have you seen a fatty as cute as me?" He really didn't. Xiran's lips twitched. Although he didn't understand the ins and outs of the whole thing, he could vaguely understand a little from Gong Jun's appearance. As the saying goes, evil women are afraid of pestering men. "Beichen, you're actually afraid?" Xiran sighed and shook his head. "Depraved, really depraved. Public morals are deteriorating day by day, people's hearts are not what they used to be." "Shut up." Shang Guanying glanced at Xiran. "Can't you see that he has more points than you?" When Xiran subconsciously glanced at Gong Jun's scoreboard. With this glance, he was also somewhat dumbfounded. He had seen Gong Jun do business with his own eyes and guessed that the number of points would not be small. But now, it was a little shocking. "I'm not praising you, okay?" When Xiran rolled his eyes. "This guy is really not modest at all. You guys don't seem to be discussing this." Bai Lianche looked at Xiran and Gong Jun suddenly talking about this and couldn't help but remind them. "Oh, right. When Xiran suddenly realized, just looking at you, I actually forgot about this important matter. The most important thing now is to get rid of these people." Following the fall of a few cultivators, the others couldn't help but feel flustered. Because they found out that these people actually had the ability to fight 1 against 2. Don't look at how it was just 2 people. Everyone was of the same cultivation level, so their strength was naturally not much different. Under this kind of situation, to be able to fight against 2 people, that's very impressive. "If this continues, I'm afraid we'll all lose our lives here," one of them couldn't help but say. Previously, more than 10 people joined hands but they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Now that 5 people had fallen, they were even more suppressed. Not long later, they would all have to give up their lives here. "Let's run?" Since begging for mercy didn't work, then they might as well take the opportunity to run. At least they could still keep their lives. Not knowing who said it first, everyone seemed to have made up their minds at the same time. Without hesitation, they ran in all directions. Today, they were tempted by wealth and not because of blood feud. If they lost their lives here, it's really not worth it. When Guani and Yun Xiaoman saw the others running away, their faces instantly turned pale. "Brother E, let's run too." Yun Xiaoman pulled Guani and quickly retreated. The others and Bewitching didn't have a deep grudge against each other. But if the 2 of them didn't leave quickly, then they would definitely die today. "Chase after them." Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed. Since these guys came to seek death, then don't even think about running away. Today's matter was already high profile enough. If they wanted to prevent future troubles, then they had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let these people see the price of offending them clearly. If they wanted to cause trouble in the future, they would have to consider the consequences first. Everyone's figures flew away, but they did not blindly chase after Yun Xiaoman and her brother. Instead, they left them to Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang. With their strength, dealing with these 2 people did not take much effort at all. Yun Xiaoman and her brother did not go far before they were blocked by Bewitching. "What? You still want to run?" Guan Yi looked at Di Baichen in front of him and Bailey Hongshuang behind him. His expression turned ugly. What do you want to do? What do you think? Bailey Hongshuang retorted. Of course, I'll kill you. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Bailey Hongshuang held her sword and pointed it at Guan Yi. After what happened back then, I had originally planned to just let it go. However, you all refused to budge. Since that's the case, we can only fight to the death. I don't understand what you mean. Guan Yi pretended not to understand. This matter is because your table manners are too ugly. So many people have decided to take action. We are only two of them. Seeing Guan Yi still being careless at this time, Bailey Hongshuang found it funny. Our identity cards, weren't you the ones who did it? Guan Yi's expression changed slightly. He knew that the two of them had already seen through everything. Originally, he still had a trace of hope. But now, it seemed that everything was meaningless. Guan Yi wanted to stall for time and think of a plan, but he never thought that Di Baichen would attack him without saying a word, not giving him any chance to delay. Bailey Hongshuang also attacked Xianxia. The other side's repeated attempts to trip her up had already angered her. Today, she must take their lives. Di Baichen, don't think that you're so great just because you're slightly stronger. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. You may not be able to kill me now. Guan Yi's face showed a trace of ruthlessness. He had been in seclusion for so long and his strength had improved a little. Although he was defeated by Bailey Hongshuang in front of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, it was not a defeat where he could not fight back. Now that he was fighting to the death, he might be able to take the opponent's life. You think too much. Di Baichen's understatement directly blocked Guan Yi's clamor. The most important thing was that the other side did not put him in his eyes at all, which angered Guan Yi. He was not happy. This guy was nothing special, but he was so arrogant in front of him. You're courting death. Vigorous spirit energy exploded from Guan Yi's body. At this moment, the blue color proved that his attribute was water. Essence energy whizzed out, transforming into a massive wave that surged downwards. Di Baichen's figure flashed and stood on top of the wave. At the same time, the dark energy surged and turned into countless palms. Seeing this, Guan Yi's eyes showed a trace of panic. At first, he did not pay too much attention to it. Now that he saw it, he realized that Di Baichen was of the dark attribute. This guy must know that his dark attribute identity cannot be revealed, so when he fought before, he did not use his spirit energy in a large area. He only hid it between his fists and feet, making it difficult for others to detect. Guan Yi's mind flickered, and the huge waves in the sky turned into a wall, blocking the hand of darkness. Di Baichen's right hand suddenly stretched out and the countless dark palms suddenly gathered together and fiercely slammed into the water wall. Bang! A loud sound spread out as seawater splashed everywhere, giving off splashing sounds. However, that hand held on to Guan Yi tightly, clamping him to the ground and unable to move. Guan Yi struggled madly, but he found that the strength of this dark hand was astonishing. No matter how hard he tried to escape, he found that he couldn't move at all. Seeing the white figure getting closer and closer to him, Guan Yi's face showed a trace of fear. Back then, Di Baichen had always been fighting with his uncle. It was only now that he realized how strong this man was. It had only been a short while, but he had already completely crushed him. You, what do I have to do for you to let me go? Guan Yi looked at Di Baichen nervously. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If it wasn't for Xianxia and by Liuchuan's instigation, he wouldn't have angered the two of them after the matter was over. Now, the grudge was getting bigger and bigger, and in the end, it ended up like this. Di Baichen looked down at Guan Yi condescendingly. Previously, I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Now, I can only send you to your death. No, I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. Guan Yi's face was pale as he begged for mercy. No matter how many cultivation resources you want, I will find a way to gather them for you. As long as you let me go, I beg you. I beg you. No matter how Guan Yi begged for mercy, Di Baichen remained unmoved. The moment his voice fell, his sword had already ruthlessly pierced Guan Yi's heart, seeking his own death. No one can spare him. Leaving this kind of guy alive is tantamount to bringing more danger to the people around him. This kind of thing will not happen again. Brother E. Yun Xiaoman's face was pale, her eyes were filled with horror as she watched Guani lose his life, her mind was blank. If others died, she didn't care at all, but seeing Guani die with her own eyes, she found it hard to accept. Bang! A terrible force fiercely fell on her body, sending her flying. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed and arrived in front of Yun Xiaoman. Guani is already dead, you can go down and accompany him. Bailey Hongzhuang, let me go, okay? Yun Xiaoman spat out a mouthful of blood, but she didn't care about the injuries on her body. She quickly knelt in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, her hands clinging to the latter's white clothes, her body trembling. I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore, last time, you said the same thing. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold, the grudge between them was originally caused by Yun Xiaoman. Whether it was the conspiracy in the tunnel or the alliance just now, if they hadn't been prepared, they would have lost their lives. This kind of guy, without a doubt, will die. The sword in her hand stabbed down without hesitation. Yun Xiaoman's face also showed a trace of despair. Ding! A throwing knife blocked Bailey Hongzhuang's attack, followed by a roar full of anger. Bailey Hongzhuang, you dare! A clear shadow appeared in front of Yun Xiaoman, blocking Bailey Hongzhuang's sword. Looking up at the man in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes slightly raised. She had never seen this person before, but from the other side's aura, the other side's strength is not ordinary, not a simple person. At this time, the roar continued from behind, but with a trace of concern. Xiaoman, are you okay? Yun Xiaoman originally thought that she was going to die, but she never thought that at this critical moment, someone would actually save her. Suddenly, it was as if she saw a life-saving straw, and her whole person was relieved. She timidly hid behind the green-robed man and turned to look behind her. Her eyes immediately lit up when she saw who it was. Brother Bai, you're here. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching turned their eyes. When they saw that it was Bai Luchuan, a strange look appeared in their eyes. Who would have thought that this guy would come at such a good time? If he had been a little late, Yun Xiaoman's little life would have been gone. Bai Luchuan quickly walked to Yun Xiaoman's side. How are you? Yun Xiaoman shook her head with tears in her eyes. Her sobbing appearance made Bai Luchuan's heart soften. They killed Brother E. Hearing this, Bai Luchuan's eyes turned slightly, and as expected, he noticed Guan Yi's corpse not far away. With this look, his pupils instantly dilated. He never thought that he would only go back once, and when he came back, Guan Yi had already lost his life. How dare you? Bai Luchuan angrily rebuked, his face became ferocious because of anger. Do you know that Guan Yi is from Wanbao Pavilion? Kill him, and you will be hunted down by Wanbao Pavilion. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was paying attention to the people beside Bai Luchuan. There were many people around him, but they were clearly not Zhong Yiluan's group. This made her feel a little more at ease. However, this fellow was only participating in the demon-slaying competition, yet he had brought so many people with him. In comparison, when she heard that Bai Qingli had come alone, she understood why Bai Luchuan had always been unable to defeat Bai Qingli. Under the protection of so many people, it would be strange if Bai Luchuan's improvement was faster than Bai Qingli's. Of all the people, the one she feared the most was the azure-robed man in front of her. At this level of cultivation, it was impossible to tell his age from his appearance. The only thing she could be sure of was that this man was older than them and his strength was extremely extraordinary. Bai Luchuan saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Yun Che were ignoring him and his expression turned ugly. He immediately said, attack, kill them and avenge Guan Yi. As soon as he said that, his 20-odd subordinates surrounded Bailey Hongzhuang and Yun Che almost immediately. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Looking at the 20-odd people around her, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly as a grave expression appeared on her face. Bewitching's gaze also quietly turned behind. In the current situation, it was clearly impossible to fight head-on. The only way was to leave first. With more than 20 people, even if their strength was outstanding, it was impossible for them to win. Beichen, you're here. When Wen Ziren and the others saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen had not returned after so long, they all rushed in their direction. With their strength, it should be easy for them to deal with those two fellows. However, since they had not come for so long, it meant that other problems might have occurred. When they arrived, they discovered that Beichen and Yunche were surrounded by more than 20 people. Not far away was Guanyi's strength, while Yin Xiaoman was tightly leaning on another person's side. They immediately understood what was going on. I didn't expect their reinforcements to be so fast. A hint of coldness appeared in Bai Lianche's eyes. He had never seen this guy before, but he already had a guess in his mind. Bai Luchuan looked at the 5 people who had suddenly appeared in surprise. It was fine if it was Gong Jun, but where did these 4 fellows come from? Brother Bai, they are in cahoots. Yun Xiaoman looked at Bai Luchuan nervously. You must avenge Brother Yi. None of these fellows are good people. If we let them succeed, who knows how much trouble we will have in the future. Bai Liuchuan's eyes were sinister and vicious as he said with an ashen face, kill them all. TSK, TSK, TSK. The moment he opens his mouth, he wants to kill everyone. This man really knows how to show off. Xiren shook his head and sighed. However, we're not scared. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Bai Luchuan sneered. A mere 7 people actually dare to spout nonsense here. Why don't you think about how to kneel and beg me for mercy later? If you perform well, I might spare your lives. I realized that the people of Xiyun City really like to dream. 1 is like this, 2 are like this. I didn't expect this guy to be like this too. Shang Guanying sneered. Kill them. Quickly do it. Boom. Boss, should we think of a way to blast a way out and take the opportunity to escape? Gong Jun stood beside Di Beichen and suggested in a low voice, there are so many of them. We are definitely no match for them. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Bai Luchuan had already guessed their thoughts when he saw Gong Jun's expression. He immediately said, I want all of them to die here. None of them can escape. Don't worry, young master. None of them will be able to escape, the azure-robed man said. Beichen, this fellow's strength is probably not simple. We have to think of a way to leave first, Xiren said in a low voice. Under such circumstances, it would be unwise to fight head-on. Di Beichen nodded. Think of a way to leave first. At that moment, the azure-robed man had already charged towards Di Beichen. He could already tell that he was the strongest among all of them. As long as he could control him, the others would be much easier to deal with. The ferocious fist blasted through the air and headed straight for Di Beichen's face. Di Beichen took a step back and countered with a palm strike. Bang! Di Beichen retreated more than 10 steps as the solemn expression on his handsome face deepened. Upon seeing this scene, the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and company changed slightly. They knew Di Beichen's strength very well. As Senior Zhong Li's favored disciple, his combat strength had always been extraordinary among cultivators of the same level. Ordinary cultivators of the same level were no match for him, but the other party was able to repel him with a single punch. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. This person's strength is probably not far from breaking through to the elementary immortal realm. Ling Er's expression was complicated. Even at a certain distance, she could sense the other party's tyrannical aura. Clearly, this man's strength surpassed most of the cultivators participating in the demon slaughter competition. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze landed on Bai Luchuan. As soon as this person appeared, she had already sensed that his strength was extraordinary. It was likely that this person was specially invited by Bai Luchuan. Yun Xiaoman had already regained her senses after her initial panic. After understanding that her life was no longer in danger, she noticed the azure-robed man and could not help but ask, Brother Bai, who is this man? He seems to be very strong. He's my most capable subordinate. A smug look appeared on Bai Liuchuan's face. His cultivation talent is extremely strong. Back then, I saw that he was in dire straits and was being pursued, so I saved him. After that, he has been protecting my safety. What happened in the tunnel earlier was too strange. I felt that something was wrong, so I called him over. I didn't expect him to come in handy so soon. I see. Bai Luchuan. Bai Luchuan nodded slightly. It's a pity that I was still a step too late. Otherwise, Guani wouldn't have, Brother Bai, this isn't your fault. It's all because of these guys. They are the culprits. Yun Xiaoman's eyes were sinister. Only by killing them can we avenge Brother Yi. A hint of coldness appeared in Bai Liuchuan's eyes. Don't worry, none of them will be able to escape today. Beichen, you have to be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the other party's strength and said worriedly. What should I do? There are so many of them, I can't hold on for long. A trace of panic appeared on Shangguan Yingying's face. Her cultivation had improved a lot compared to before, but facing the attacks of 3 cultivators at the same time, she really paled in comparison. She had been suppressed all the time. If she wasn't careful, she would make a lot of mistakes and the other party would seize the opportunity and be in danger. In just a few short moves, she was almost hit in the vitals. If this continued, her good luck wouldn't last long. Wen Xiren's brows were also tightly knitted together. He also tried to break out of a path, but to no avail. These fellows firmly sealed him off, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. Not to mention Ying, even if all of them continued like this, they could lose their lives at any time. When Bai Luchuan saw that everyone was being suppressed and beaten, a trace of pride appeared on his face. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded not far away. After searching for so long, I still haven't met any of you. I didn't expect to see such a scene when I arrived. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone's eyes lit up. They turned around and saw Mo Yunjue, Zhong Limu, Di Xiaofeng, Bailey Yunyan, Xiao Xuanzi, and Xiao Hua all appear. Bai Lulu also turned his head. The 6 people in front of him were also very unfamiliar. He had never seen them before. Who are these people? Yun Xiaoman looked at the people who suddenly appeared in puzzlement. The other party's words were somewhat inexplicable. She didn't understand whether they were enemies or friends. Bai Luchuan didn't understand at first, but when his gaze fell on Di Xiaofeng's face, he quickly glanced at Di Beichen. After noticing the slightly similar expression, he understood. These 2 people were obviously brothers. Since you're already here, don't just stand there and watch. Come and help. When Xiren looked at Mo Yunjue and the others' calm and composed appearance and couldn't help but shout. Aren't we here now? Di Xiaofeng chuckled and his figure flashed into the battle circle. His figure was elegant, and his handsome face had a trace of playfulness. We haven't been apart for long, how did you offend so many people the moment you arrived? Zhong Limu could not help but sigh. I've been in the demon slaughtering mountain range for a few days, and this is the first time I've seen such a large group. You guys really know how to find trouble. I think I still have to follow you guys. Grandpa said that we shouldn't be afraid of causing trouble, but I haven't caused any trouble yet. I'm really ashamed of myself. Looking at Zhong Limu's serious expression, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Senior Zhongli. Are you really not tricking your own grandson? Who would teach someone like that? Bai Liuchuan's expression turned ugly when he saw these people join the battle without any hesitation. He never knew that these guys actually had so many helpers. Back then, it was only a team of 3 people. In the blink of an eye, it had become a team of 13 people. No one knew if there would be more helpers behind them. With this in mind, Bai Luchuan turned somewhat anxious. He said, don't show any mercy when you attack. End the battle quickly. Yes. At this moment, Di Beichen was engaged in a fierce battle with the man. The other party's cultivation was slightly higher than his, and his combat power was also very strong. Every move of the man was filled with ferocity. There was no sloppiness, and every move was meant to take one's life. However, Di Beichen wasn't any weaker than others in this area. He had often been on the brink of life and death over the years. If it was a competition of ruthlessness, he wasn't afraid at all. The man clearly didn't expect Di Beichen to be such a ruthless character. He was ruthless enough, and it was common for him to injure the enemy while injuring himself. Ordinary cultivators would easily be frightened by such an aura. However, the man in front of him didn't show any fear. On the contrary, his attacks were abnormally ruthless. That murderous aura was even more terrifying than his. It was like a devil. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds and rain. With a monstrous, domineering and arrogant aura, he was like a monarch in the dark night, causing fear in people's hearts. The other party was clearly younger than him, but even he couldn't help but be frightened by such an aura. Boom! The two of them collided once again. Their bodies retreated a few steps, and their expressions became increasingly ruthless. Green lotus fire. The man's hand seals flipped, and vigorous elemental energy swept out, ruthlessly covering Bewitching. The surrounding temperature seemed to rise at this moment. Raging flames appeared out of thin air, bringing with them an astonishing temperature. Once surrounded by the flames, one would definitely be burned to ashes. Raging dark energy swept out like a giant net in the dark night, enveloping the ball of flames. Crackle. Sparks flew in all directions as the two forces tore at each other. The surrounding aura was extremely oppressive, as if it would explode at any moment. When Bai Lutuan saw that Bewitching was able to fight with the man in green to such an extent, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He knew very well how strong the man was. Up until now, he had never met anyone who was his match. However, Bewitching, who he had never taken seriously, was able to fight with him for so long. It was enough to show that his strength couldn't be underestimated. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Bai Lutuan narrowed his eyes, and the murderous aura in his heart grew stronger. This fellow had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become a huge problem in the future. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang was facing the siege of two cultivators. Bang bang bang. The chi forces continued to collide, erupting into terrifying shockwaves. Even though the two of them wanted to suppress Bailey Hongzhuang, they found that the woman in front of them was too agile. It was too difficult to pin her down. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Although the two of them were not weak, they were no match for her in a one-on-one fight. But now that the two of them had joined forces, their battle prowess had already suppressed her. She had to think of a way to control one of them so that she could defeat them one by one. When this thought appeared in her mind, another thought flashed through her mind. In the next moment, the formation stone was thrown out, and a trapping array was formed. The man was rushing forward, but he didn't expect a barrier to block him. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground. An attack smashed onto the barrier, injuring his own hand instead. He quickly stood up and immediately realized that he was trapped in the array. He could only immediately attack the array in an attempt to break out. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the man indifferently before attacking the other person. The man naturally knew that once he was trapped, the other person would not be able to hold on for much longer. He immediately attacked the trapping array with all his might. However, the trapping array which he had thought would be easily broken through unleashed a power beyond his expectations. Even after a few attacks landed on it, the trapping array did not break. Ah, a blood-curdling scream sounded. The other man had already fallen under Bailey Hongzhuang's sharp sword. Hearing this, the man could not help but panic. When he turned his head, he realized that the other man had fallen in the blink of an eye. When he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, his heart was filled with a sense of dread. This woman. Her battle prowess far surpassed cultivators of the same level. When Xiran and the rest were moaning incessantly as they were surrounded by many cultivators. They were clearly not afraid of a one-on-one battle, but they had lost because of their disadvantage in numbers. This made him very unhappy. Suddenly, he saw Bailey Hongzhuang casually throw out a trapping array, trapping the man in it. His eyes immediately lit up. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of this move? A smile appeared on Wen Xiran's face. It was indeed difficult to deal with two people at the same time. However, as long as he could trap one of them and get rid of the other, wouldn't it be much easier to deal with this one? In the next moment, Wen Xiran waved his hand and crushed the array stone in his hand. A trapping array was quietly formed and trapped one of the cultivators within it. When the man had noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, he was feeling very conflicted. He never thought that this move would land on him in the blink of an eye. Let's see how you're going to work together now. Wen Xiran chuckled. His speed suddenly increased and he quickly attacked the other cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. Different types of yuan qi collided with each other and the surrounding trees were all destroyed. The lush green area had long been flattened to the ground. The other cultivator noticed that Xiran's attacks had suddenly become more violent, like a violent storm. Although this man was smiling all the time, his attacks were not careless at all. Every move was aimed at a vital point. Xiran had been cultivating with Senior Yu Hong all this time. Senior Yu Hong was very skilled in swordsmanship. During this period of time when he was cultivating with his master, His attainments in swordsmanship were also constantly improving. The moment he held the sword in his hand, his entire aura changed. There was no longer the joking and casual attitude he had before. Instead, there was a trace of coldness and sharpness. The sword was like the sharpest weapon in the world. Wherever it passed, everything was cut in half. Bai Luchuan was originally standing by the side casually watching the battle with a huge disparity in strength, but when he saw the combat strength these fellows unleashed, his expression gradually changed. If Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were the only ones who performed unusually, that would be fine. However, he discovered that none of these fellows were simple. Needless to say, the black-robed man's temperament was cold like ice. His baleful aura spread out, and every move he made was ruthless. Just a glance from him was enough to cause fear in people's hearts. The battle prowess of the other purple-clothed man and woman could not be underestimated either. After observing them for a short while, he discovered that the strength of these two people was truly astonishing. As for the man and woman who were fooling around, they looked very casual when they were talking, but after they started fighting, it was as if they had changed their appearance. It was impossible to connect them with their previous appearance. The most eye-catching one was the young man who looked the youngest. He was obviously very young, but the combat power he unleashed was the most terrifying. He alone was able to restrain 3 people. Moreover, he was not at a disadvantage under the siege of 3 people. This was simply terrifying. These guys. How can their strength be so terrifying? Bai Luchuan frowned. He had originally treated these guys as grasshoppers that he could casually crush. Now that he saw them with his own eyes, he realized that these guys were not simple. With such powerful strength and appearing in a group, they were probably not rogue cultivators. At the thought of this, Bai Luchuan's expression became very ugly. It was not that he had never seen such a situation before. If the other party was a disciple of a sect who had gone out to train and provoked these guys, the consequences would be extremely troublesome. After seeing Xiren and the others use the trapping array, a trace of worry appeared on Xiaoman's face. Brother Bai, they used this trapping array, so their advantage in numbers is weakening. Upon hearing that, Bai Luchuan snapped out of his thoughts. Indeed, the trapping arrays had trapped the cultivators one after another. Idiot, they can use trapping arrays. Can't you use them? As Bai Luchuan's voice fell, a portion of the cultivators also used trapping arrays, trapping Xiaoxuanzi and the others in it. However, there was still a portion of the cultivators whose faces were full of hesitation. Array stones were also very expensive. If they were not array masters, they would have to spend a lot of money to buy an array stone. At this moment, using it to deal with these guys was really not worth it. Feel free to use it. I'll compensate you later. Bai Luchuan noticed this scene and shouted, as long as you kill these guys, I'll reward you well. As soon as these words were said, all the cultivators' eyes lit up. In an instant, trapping arrays appeared one after another, flickering with different attribute lights, illuminating the world even more brilliantly. Bailey Hongzhuang's attack landed on the trapping array. With a slight cracking sound, a crack appeared on the barrier. With her second attack, the trapping array immediately collapsed. Xiren and the others were not slow either. On the other side, when everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had only used 2 moves to break the trapping array, their expressions became even more complicated. Because their 2 moves could not break the trapping array in front of them at all, what was going on? Everyone was at a loss. Was it that their combat strength was inferior, or was the other party's trapping array? After Shang Wanning cast a trap array, she was surprised to find that this trap array lasted for a shorter time than the one when Xiren had cast. Her expression immediately became solemn. I'm afraid this man's strength is stronger than the others. The speed at which he broke through the trapping array is faster than the others. Seeing Shang Waning's expression as if she was facing a great enemy, when Xiren couldn't help but chuckle, don't be nervous, it's not like that. When Xiren looked at Shang Wanning in embarrassment, but the smile on his face remained bright. Shang Wanning, who was originally confused, immediately understood when she heard this. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Didn't you say that your trapping array is about the same as Beichen's? There's not much difference in the first place. It's just that there's a slight difference in time. When Xiren's face was calm. Isn't the strength of this trapping array dependent on the strength it withstands and the time it is trapped? Your trapping array is much weaker than the one created by Beichin. Shangguan had also learned how to create trapping arrays, so she naturally understood the difference. As the saying goes, a slight mistake can lead to a huge error. Although it was only a moment, this short period of time could sometimes affect the outcome. Xiran smiled faintly. Beichin's research in this area is deeper than mine. I'll study it for a while more and I'll probably catch up. I hope so. Shangguan had a look of disbelief, but there was still a hint of a smile in the depths of her eyes. She understood in her heart that when Xiran had already made great progress compared to before. Moreover, she had seen how hard he had worked. Naturally, she was clear about it. As trapping arrays were activated one after another, Bai Luchuan didn't care at first. With the wealth of these fellows, it was impossible for there to be too many trapping arrays. Even if both sides stalled for more time, the final outcome couldn't be changed. The only pity was that it was a pity for these array stones. If they could get rid of these fellows earlier, then the array stones would be theirs. Such a huge commotion attracted many cultivators. Everyone was waiting to see the final outcome. Later, when they saw that Beichin and company had not returned for a long time, Bai Lianche and company had also disappeared, they were somewhat curious. When they heard the commotion not far away, some people became curious and ran over to take a look. Isn't it just a trapping array? Let's see how many they have. Bai Luchuan threw the array stones on him to the other cultivators. In terms of foundation, he wasn't afraid of these fellows at all. When the onlookers arrived, they heard Bai Luchuan's words. Immediately, their expressions turned very interesting. Ignoring everything else, I think Bai Luchuan will definitely lose in terms of the number of trapping arrays. When Gong Jun was doing business, he had a lot of array stones. Although he bought a lot of them, from the looks of it, he probably still has a lot on him. No matter how rich Bai Luchuan is, he can't compare to a shop owner. This isn't a battle. This is a competition of who has more money. Everyone was secretly speechless. Fights between cultivators were the most common thing on a daily basis, but this was the first time they had seen such a way of fighting in their lives. It was really too unbelievable. When Bai Luchuan heard everyone's conversation, he couldn't help but be taken aback. His gaze landed on Gong Jun, who had been hiding, and he suddenly understood. Xiaoman, they said Gong Jun is doing business here? Hearing this, Yun Xiaoman nodded and immediately told her about Gong Jun's business. As she said more and more, Bai Luchuan's face turned darker and darker. If he had known earlier, why would he have let everyone compete like this? Wasn't it obvious that he couldn't win? Yun Xiaoman didn't notice Bai Luchuan's ugly expression. She only spoke her mind. Upon hearing this, Bai Luchuan's expression turned slightly better. His gaze landed on Gong Jun. To him, wasting some cultivation resources was nothing. Obtaining points was the most important thing. Are you saying that everyone has been using points to buy cultivation resources from Gong Jun? Yun Xiaoman nodded. That's right. Gong Jun's business has been booming these days. Many cultivators have bought things from him. Although the number of points isn't clear, it must be shocking. That's good. Bai Luchuan's face slowly curled into a smile. He didn't expect to receive such a big gift today. Due to the tunnel incident, many of their cultivators had died. As a result, their points had been affected. He was thinking about how to make up for this gap. From the looks of it, with Gong Jun and company's points, all of this could be made up for. In the next instant, Bai Luchuan couldn't help but move. He charged straight at Gong Jun, the others were already restrained. Gong Jun was undoubtedly the weakest. As long as he took the opportunity to capture Gong Jun, these fellows would definitely be affected. No one expected Bai Luchuan, who had been watching the show from the side, to suddenly make a move. They also didn't expect him to charge straight at Gong Jun. When Gong Jun noticed Bai Luchuan's actions, he panicked and hurriedly dodged to the side. At that moment, Beichin was in full swing with the azure-cloaked man. Both of them were using all their skills. Perhaps it had been a long time since they had seen an evenly matched opponent. The two of them were sweating profusely as they fought, understanding their differences. Boss. After exchanging blows with Bai Luchuan, Gong Jun understood that his combat strength was inferior to this fellow's. Although Bai Luchuan was also a hedonistic son, his strength was not simple. If it wasn't for Bai Qingli suppressing him, his reputation would definitely be much louder than it was now. Now that he had made a move against Gong Jun, the latter was naturally no match for him. Hearing Gong Jun's exclamation, Bewitching also noticed the situation behind him. He immediately wanted to shake off the person who was fighting with him. However, the azure-clothed man clearly knew what Bewitching was thinking. His attacks became even more intense, forcing Bewitching to fight him without being distracted. A smug look appeared in Bai Luchuan's eyes. After a few feints, he directly attacked Gong Jun's vital gate. Gong Jun's figure kept retreating. That terrifying power kept getting closer and closer, and his heart became even more flustered. Just as Bai Luchuan's attack was about to land on Gong Jun, a hand suddenly stopped the attack. Bai Luchuan looked up and realized that the black-robed man had unknowingly appeared in front of him. The man's opponent had already been trapped by both the trapping formation and the illusory formation. It was obvious that he would not be able to break free for a while. "You're courting death," Bai Luchuan roared. Mo Yunjua's voice slowly sounded, but it was directed at Bewitching. "Don't worry. Leave this to me." When Bewitching heard this voice, he immediately felt relieved. He knew Mo Yunjua's strength very well. As Senior Meng's favorite student, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds in the past year, astonishing everyone. Bai Luchuan looked at Mo Yunjua with a hint of fear in his eyes. Previously, he had already discovered that Mo Yunjua's strength was not simple. His lightning attribute power was superb. Not only that, but he was also somewhat different from the others. This was because his moves were fatal. Although the others' attacks were also aimed at the famous sex, Mo Yunjua's moves were the true killing moves. He had seen such a situation before. It was like an assassin's organization. The people inside often didn't make a move, but once they made a move, they would definitely take someone's life. If he wasn't wrong, this black-cloaked man should be from this sect. Mo Yunjua's gaze landed on Bai Luchuan. He had always been a man of few words, and there was no need to say much during a battle. While Bai Luchuan was still thinking, Mo Yunjua's attack came crashing down. With a wave of his hand, heavenly thunder immediately resounded. With a raise of his hand, bolts of violent lightning struck towards Bai Luchuan. Amidst the lightning that filled the sky, the unsmiling Mo Yunjua was like a god of lightning. His aura was awe-inspiring, causing one to gasp in amazement. When facing Bai Luchuan, Mo Yunjua did not underestimate him at all. His master had taught him earlier that when he was in the lower planes, he might encounter many hedonistic sons who were not strong but had many people protecting them. However, it was different in the immortal realm. Hedonistic sons still existed, but these hedonistic sons had extraordinary strength and could not be underestimated. This was because a hedonistic son with no ability would find it difficult to survive in this place. When Bai Luchuan saw Mo Yunjua use such a ruthless move, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. However, his reaction speed was extremely fast. His body nimbly dodged the lightning. At the same time, he waved his hands and an earth wall suddenly formed. He raised his right hand slightly and the earth wall leaped into the air, blocking the lightning. In the next moment, his origin power surged again, and the flat ground suddenly turned into waves, rolling towards Mo Yunjua. Mo Yunjua's eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Luchuan's understanding of the earth element was extremely deep. He took 2 steps back and was about to block the earth wall when the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into a swamp. The quagmire controlled his body, and the earth wave came at him at an even faster speed. Die. A smug look appeared in Bai Luchuan's eyes. These damn fellows had always looked down on him. He wanted to let them know his strength. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Mo Yunjua was in a precarious situation, she quickly rushed over. Just as she arrived, a violent bolt of lightning appeared in the man's hand. The bright light was dazzling in this part of the world. Accompanied by the unique sizzling sound of thunder, it was filled with an extremely terrifying power. He pressed his hands together slightly, and the lightning gradually retracted. However, the sound that came out was even more shocking. Boom! Mo Yunjua's movements were extremely fast. The lightning in his hand met the incoming earth wave. Just as he was about to attack, Bailey Hongzhuang had already stretched out her hand. Mo Yunjua held the soft and boneless hand. A force attacked him, and he escaped from the quagmire at lightning speed. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet tremble for an instant, and a terrifying wave of air swept out. The earth wave blotted out the sky and lightning flashed in the sky. A hint of fear appeared in Bai Liuchuan's eyes when he saw the terrifying lightning flash. The lightning attribute had always been the most destructive among the various attributes. Mo Yunjua's actions just now were filled with clues. At a glance, he could tell that it wasn't simple. He naturally couldn't take the risk. Rumble, a deafening sound constantly resounded as layers of earth exploded. Sand flew in the air, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. Even though Bai Liuchuan had retreated immediately, he couldn't help but be affected by the force. The terrifying blast sent his body flying 100 meters away. This guy's strength is actually so strong. Bai Liuchuan frowned slightly. He had never taken it to heart when Guani had told him that Bewitching's strength wasn't simple. From his point of view, the reason why Guani had lost so miserably to the two of them was because of Bailey Hongshuang's poison, and now, after understanding the strength of these people, he understood that their strength wasn't simple. Clearly, the other party had fewer people than them, but they couldn't subdue them. This proved that every one of them had the strength to fight above their level. From his point of view, this was impossible, but all of this had happened. It was unbelievable. At that moment, Bai Liuchuan couldn't help but feel apprehensive. For one or two cultivators to be so outstanding, it could be said that they were talented. However, for everyone in the team to be so impressive, it definitely wasn't something that could be explained by talent. This proved that this group of people definitely had a very powerful faction behind them. Under the nurturing of this faction, their strength had grown to such an extent. His gaze shifted slightly as he looked at the azure-robed man. He saw that he was still fighting with Bewitching. He knew the azure-robed man's strength too well. Up to now, he had never met anyone who was his match. However, Bewitching had never been at a disadvantage from beginning to end. On the contrary, from the azure-robed man's expression, he knew that Bewitching was a truly formidable opponent. He knew that the azure-robed man still had a killer move and hadn't used his full strength. However, Bewitching didn't look simple either. Perhaps he hadn't used his true strength. If that was the case, it might not be a good thing to continue fighting. Hongshuang, thank you. Mo Yunjua looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a smile, his icy face melting like snow. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. If you really want to thank someone, I should be the one thanking you. Just as the two of them were about to continue attacking, Bai Liuchuan's voice suddenly sounded. Let's go. This sudden decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the green-robed man and the others doubted if they had heard wrongly. Why did they suddenly stop? However, Bai Liuchuan didn't explain. After making his decision, he left. Seeing this, the other cultivators no longer had the intention to fight and followed suit. Big brother Bai. Big brother Bai, wait for me. Yun Xiaoman quickly chased after him, her face full of confusion. It wasn't just them. Bailey Hongshuang and company also looked at Bai Liuchuan's departing back in surprise. What was wrong with this fellow? All of a sudden, everyone looked at each other and did not continue to attack. What happened to Bai Liuchuan all of a sudden? Why would he suddenly stop at such a time? It doesn't match his style at all. I don't know. He stopped for no reason. Could it be that the black-cloaked man seriously injured him just now? It doesn't seem like it on the surface, but the truth is unknown. Everyone sighed with emotion. Only then did they disperse. They hoped that this battle would be a fight to the death. Whether it was Bewitching's group or Bai Liuchuan's group, they were all powerful opponents to obtain the top 10. It would be best if both sides were injured. This way, their chances of obtaining the top 10 would be much higher. However, since both sides had stopped, their hopes naturally couldn't be fulfilled. When Xiren's eyes revealed a trace of doubt, why did this guy leave? I'm still in high spirits. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes narrowed. Her eyes flashed with wisdom. This guy probably didn't expect Yunju's strength to be so strong. He judged the situation and decided to stop. Bai Liuchuan was a narrow-minded person, but he wasn't stupid either. He understood that if they didn't immediately gain the upper hand in such a situation, the situation would only get worse and not better. He knows how to judge the situation. He does have some ability. Di Baichen spoke slowly. He also agreed with Hong Zhuang's point of view. Other than this, there was no other reason. It's a pity that Yun Xiaoman is still alive. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes gradually sharpened. Although Yun Xiaoman wasn't strong, she was a person who was good at stirring up trouble. From Guan Yi's previous attitude, she could already see that if it wasn't for Yun Xiaoman's incitement, Guan Yi wouldn't have done such a thing. In short, leaving Yun Xiaoman alive was a problem. Hong Zhuang, if you want to take her life, it's only a matter of time. Shangguan Yingying walked over. I think this guy looks like he's going to die young. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was originally a little gloomy, couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. Yingying, when did you learn how to read people's faces? Haha, I just happened to learn about it. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Bailey Yunyan and Little Blossom were injured. She quickly walked over and asked, how are your injuries? I'm fine. Bailey Yunyan shook her head. It's just a small injury. It won't affect me. Bailey Hongzhuang examined him carefully and was relieved when she found that his injuries were not serious. Previously, it was 2 against 1 after all. Even though they had cultivated with their masters for so long and their strength had improved tremendously, cultivators who could ascend to Cloud City must have had their own fortuitous encounters, and their trump cards were all extremely powerful. Therefore, even if everyone managed to withstand the attacks, it was inevitable that they would be injured. Little Blossom also took a medicinal pill. For them, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it wouldn't take long for them to recover. Baichen, what do we do now? Xiren raised his eyes and looked at Di Baichen. He noticed that Bai Luchuan was heading in the direction where they had previously hunted demons. If they were to go there again, they would have to be on guard against the other party's actions at all times. If the other party took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while they were fighting the demons, it would be really troublesome. Another place? Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. Baichen, could it be that you know a lot about the Demon Slaughter Mountain Range? At this time, Zhong Limu also came over. We also bought the map of the Demon Slaughter Mountain Range and the so-called strategy to get points, but after coming here, we found that the situation didn't match at all. It was simply useless. Isn't that so? I believed it at first, but I heard that this thing is a version from several years ago. Not only have the number and species of monsters changed a lot, even the terrain is not the same. Xiren couldn't help but complain. He knew that the price of these things couldn't be so cheap. Now it seemed that this was the so-called cheap things are not good. I have a real introduction to the strategy in my hands. Di Baichen smiled faintly. Gong Jun's friend was obviously not simple. He could even get such a thing. He must have been to the Demon Slaughter Mountain Range in person. He didn't know how the other party did it. He could even find some secret places. However, in the Immortal region, there were countless talented people. Everyone had their own methods. Really? Xiren said in surprise. Di Baichen just glanced at him. Xiren said, well, you don't need to lie at all. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Gong Jun. Di Baichen walked to Gong Jun's side and introduced him to everyone. He is the shopkeeper of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. You should know him a little. We know. Since we fought together, we are good friends. Your friends are our friends, Yi Zichen said. Everyone smiled and welcomed Gong Jun's addition. Since this person could become Di Baichen's friend, he must be very good. Let me introduce you. This is my big brother, Di Xiaofeng. His wife is Bailey Yunyan. As Di Baichen introduced everyone, Gong Jun quickly remembered everyone's names. His chubby face was full of smiles. Hello, I am the boss's follower. If there is anything you need me to do in the future, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. After hearing Gong Jun's self-introduction, everyone was stunned at first, then they all laughed. This guy's personality was really interesting. Let's go ahead and rest for a while. After we recover, we will go to the next location. After Di Baichen identified the direction, he led everyone forward. At the same time, everyone in Bai Liuchuan's team kept asking questions. Master Bai, why did we suddenly stop? Yun Xiaoman was also a little confused. Brother died. How could you let them leave just like that? Hearing this, Bai Liuchuan's voice was filled with anger. If it wasn't because you weren't strong enough, why would I do this? How many people do they have in total? We have twice as many people as them, but we are the ones who have suffered more losses. If this continues, I am afraid that all of you will die there. When these words came out, everyone's heart trembled. In fact, they also understood that Bai Liuchuan was telling the truth. Facing such a group of people, they didn't even have the thought of fighting. Because these guys were too strong, it made them feel very frustrated. When Yin Xiaoman saw Bai Liuchuan's anger, her eyes instantly turned red. She said timidly, "Brother Bai, When Bai Liuchuan turned his head and saw Yin Xiaoman in such a state, the anger in his heart immediately reduced by half. His voice also became gentler. "Xiaoman, don't be anxious. We will definitely avenge Guanyi, but the current situation isn't suitable. It won't be too late for us to take action when there's a better opportunity." Hearing this, Yin Xiaoman nodded. There was still a trace of nervousness between her brows. "I'll listen to Brother Bai." A smile appeared on Bai Liuchuan's lips, and his mood improved. "Jingsong, what do you think of Bewitching's strength?" His gaze slowly turned to the azure-robed man beside him. Bai Liuchuan's gaze also became complicated. "Young Master Bai." Jiang Jingsong cupped his hands. His handsome face was filled with seriousness. "Bewitching is very strong. He's a formidable opponent. Although I didn't use all my skills, according to my observation, Bewitching also didn't use his final move." Bai Liuchuan nodded. He had also noticed this point. He said, "If we were to fight to the death, are you confident?" Jiang Jingsong fell into silence. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Not necessarily." The moment he said that, Bai Liuchuan's expression changed. He knew Jiang Jingsong's true strength very well. Other than Bai Qingli, no one in the younger generation could block his ultimate move. However, he actually said that he didn't have enough confidence to deal with Bewitching. It was enough to show that this man was stronger than he had imagined. "I really didn't expect this fellow to be so strong." Bai Liuchuan narrowed his eyes. "From the looks of it, we have to take the long view. We can't act rashly." At the moment, the most important thing for him was the ranking in the demon-slaying competition. Although it was a pity that Guanyi died, he was dead. A dead person no longer had any value. If his opponent could be easily dealt with, he naturally didn't mind avenging Guanyi. However, it wasn't worth it if he had to hurt himself. After Bailey Hongzhuang and company found a quiet place, they sat down to recover their essence energy. They weren't sure if Bai Liuchuan had other ideas. Only by adjusting their condition to the end could they best deal with danger. Bailey Yunyan and the others who were injured stayed at the side to recuperate. Di Xiaofeng wasn't injured, so he looked at Bewitching curiously. "Where do you want to bring us to later?" Here. Bewitching pointed at a place on the book and handed it to Di Xiaofeng. The latter took a look at it and saw the introduction on it. Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared between his brows. "There's actually such a place? This place is very interesting. However, the strength of the monsters that appear is definitely not to be underestimated. If we go there, we must be extremely careful," Bewitching said after some thought. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to the conversation between the two and immediately had a guess. She smiled tenderly and said, "Are you talking about the changing world of monsters?" "You guessed it?" Di Xiaofeng smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "When I saw this place in the book, I found it very interesting. I felt that if I had the chance, I would definitely go and take a look." In comparison, although the place they were at before had killed a lot of monsters, the points weren't high. Not only that, if they weren't careful, they would be ambushed by other monsters. Overall, it wasn't a very good place. What's more, they had to deal with other cultivators at any time. Bewitching's group was originally fine, but trouble came knocking on their door. It's said that there will only be one monster in each area. The whole place is like a maze. Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. "I didn't expect the demon-slaughtering mountain range to have such a magical place. It's really interesting." Xiren also came over. After hearing Di Xiaofeng's introduction, he was the first to agree. "Such an interesting place, we must go and broaden our horizons. This place is very dangerous." If we encounter a monster that's too strong, we might lose our lives. Bewitching said slowly. Xiran waved his hand. Don't scare me. Haven't we encountered a lot of things like this? Master said that I lack the courage to fight with my life on the line. This kind of environment is quite suitable for me. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows turned slightly, and she looked at Wen Ziran with some surprise. When he said this, his face was unprecedentedly serious. It could be seen that he remembered everything that Yu Hong had said. After a short rest for half an hour, everyone set off for their destination. This place is still a distance away from where we are. We should be able to arrive tomorrow. Bewitching looked at the map in his hand and judged. Everyone nodded. The two places were definitely not close. It would be good if they could arrive in one day. However, the entire demon slaughtering competition only lasted for a month. Every day was extremely precious. As she walked, a thought suddenly appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Beichen, we haven't seen Bai Qingli. Do you think he's there? Beichen's eyes narrowed slightly. A trace of wisdom appeared in his deep eyes. He's there. Bai Qingli has always been a lone wolf. Furthermore, he has taken first place in the past few demon slaughtering competitions, so his points are very high. In other places, even if he was strong, it was impossible for Bai Luchuan to lose to him in points with so many people helping him. Therefore, I'm afraid there's no other place apart from this place. Mo Yunjia's magnetic and cold voice rang out. If that's the case, if we stay here until the end of the competition, we should have accumulated quite a lot of points. That makes sense. Xiran's eyes lit up. I hope Bai Luchuan doesn't appear again. It's too troublesome. Bai Luchuan might think so too, Shang Guanying said with a smile. The night passed, and the next day, everyone finally arrived at their destination. Xiran looked at the towering mountain in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. Beichen, are you sure this is the place? Not bad, this is the place. Beichen put away the book, and a satisfied smile appeared on his handsome face. Bailey Yunyan was curious. This is only a mountain. How can there be demons? Could these demons be on the mountain? At this moment, Di Xiaofeng's gaze landed on an inconspicuous small cave in the distance. Could it be that the mystery is in this cave? Beichen smiled faintly. That's right. It's over there. After everyone entered the cave, they suddenly noticed that there were many passages in front of them. It was obvious that these different passages led to different places. Wow, there are so many passages right after we entered. It's too hard to choose. Xiran said in surprise. Bai Lianche chuckled, this passage is not like the inheritances we encountered before where we would lose our lives if we took the wrong path. Since this is a maze, there must be many intersections. However, I believe that many of the passages will intersect. Di Xiaofeng nodded, that's right, this place is a large-scale maze. Every path we take may lead to different demons with different strengths. Thinking about it carefully, this is indeed a good place to train. Training in other places would definitely not be as good as here. Let's go in separately. Master told us to train separately. It's already against the rules for so many of us to gather together. Shang Guanying said. Then we'll still be in a group of two? Xiao Xuanzi asked. At this moment, Zhong Limu shook his head, there are so many passages here. It's enough for each of us to take one. Since we're out to train, we'll help each other. There will always be a thought in our hearts, so we won't try our best. This way, we won't be able to achieve the effect that Master said. I think it's better for us to go separately. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. In terms of courage, Zhong Limu was definitely the first. Zhongli, if Senior were here to hear this, he would definitely be very happy. Zhong Limu scratched his head and smiled, if Grandpa were here, he would definitely say that my progress is too slow. I want to increase my cultivation as soon as possible and break through to the elementary immortal realm. This way, when I go back to see Grandpa, he will be pleased. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all showed a kind smile. Zhong Limu was different from them. He only wanted to cultivate well and live up to Senior Zhong Li's expectations. Other than that, he had no other thoughts. At this moment, Xiren suddenly sighed, I'm thinking of finding a wife for Zhongli as soon as possible. This way, he won't urge us to go on a life-and-death adventure every day. Pfft, Shangguaninging couldn't help but laugh, you really know how to come up with a dirty trick. I'm telling the truth. Xiren had a serious look on his face. When that time comes, we won't even need to stop them. Someone will do it for us. Alright, since everyone has decided, let's go in. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped everyone from fooling around. Bai Qingli has been training here alone for the past few years, so we naturally have nothing to be afraid of. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression turned serious. Along the way, they had their own pride. Since others could do it, they believed that they could do it as well. That's great. Let's see who gets more points. Di Xiaofeng's playful gaze swept across everyone. How's the competition? Alright. No problem. I'm afraid you won't compete. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately stepped forward to enter the passage. However, at this moment, Gong Jun's voice slowly rang out. Boss, what should I do? Why don't you come with me? Bewitching asked. Since Gong Jun had come here with them, there was nowhere else for him to go. It was too dangerous to be alone. At least it was much safer to be with him. Gong Jun, why don't you go with Bewitching? Bailey Hongzhuang also said, actually, your cultivation isn't weak. It's just that you don't have many opportunities to fight normally. If you can find an opportunity to gain experience, it wouldn't be bad. She had already noticed Gong Jun's situation when she was fighting with Bai Luchuan and the others. Not to mention anything else, the fact that he was able to dodge nimbly under the other party's probing attacks without being injured already proved his talent and ability in this area. As long as he practiced more, this area wouldn't become his shortcoming. Gong Jun pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Boss, can you let me take a look at that booklet? Why not? Bewitching handed the booklet to Gong Jun. This is yours, but what do you want to see? Gong Jun chuckled. Before I participated in the competition, that old fellow said that there was a strategy for me recorded in here. He said that I could pass with my strength. Let me see if there is one here. If there is, then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened as a look of surprise appeared on their faces. There's actually someone so powerful? Xiren was stunned. It's wonderful to have such a friend. Gong Jun flipped through the booklet for a moment before his eyes lit up. He said, this old fellow really didn't disappoint me. He actually recorded it. Really? Bewitching couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the contents of the booklet that Gong Jun was reading. As expected, it marked the path that he could take. Gong Jun nodded his head. This guy does have a conscience. Boss, I'll take this path. Are you sure? Bewitching was a little worried. No one can be sure of the monsters that appear in this maze. Although your friend is very capable, if something goes wrong, don't worry, this guy won't trick me. Gong Jun's face was full of confidence. I'm a man after all. Although I'm not as strong as everyone else, I should really train myself. Otherwise, with my appearance, won't I always trouble you when I follow boss? Around in the future? Gong Jun, don't try to show off if you can't do it. Bailey Hongzhuang asked with concern, if there is any danger, it will be a matter of life and death. Madam, I know what to do. Seeing that Gong Jun had already made up his mind, no one tried to persuade him any further. Everyone had their own thoughts, and it was good that Gong Jun was willing to cultivate properly. Let's go. In the next instant, everyone chose a path and walked in without hesitation. Xiao He sat on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. She wanted to simply choose another path and walk on her own, but she had been by her master's side for so many years that she was used to it. She really didn't want to leave. The inside of the path was pitch black, and rich dark energy was constantly spreading. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. This environment was really suitable for her to cultivate. After hunting monsters, even if she cultivated here, the effect would be much better than outside. In the upper realm, there were fewer dark energy places, but in the immortal region, there were more of them. The mountain walls were slightly damp and without any light, the path was very dark and gloomy. It was clearly not a very long path, but in this extremely dark environment, it seemed especially long. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked forward. She had already understood the situation here from the book. Every path would lead to demons. However, these demons were usually one at a time. Once they were dealt with, they would be able to move on. If they lost, they could only become food in the demons' stomachs. In the beginning, if they were quick enough, they would be able to escape through this path. However, after going through a series of twists and turns, it would be very difficult to return. Therefore, charging forward bravely was the best way to go about it. Master, do you think that this place is really naturally formed? Xiaohe was in disbelief. This is too strange. This place sounded like a training ground specially prepared for cultivators. However, these were all demons and did not seem to have been prepared by the people of Cloud Division City. Besides, the demons did not only appear in this place. Many cities had the same situation. This was not something that the average person could do. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. I don't know about the rest, but this place must have been deliberately set up by someone. Master, do you think so too? Demons would not appear here for no reason. However, I don't know what the person who set up this place is trying to do. Perhaps they just want to nurture some cultivators. The reason why Bai Qingli's power had been able to rise so quickly must have something to do with this place. Just as the two of them were conversing, a beast's roar was heard from the front. This roar could be said to be deafening. Even though they were quite far away, they could feel a gust of wind blowing past. However, upon hearing this sound, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression suddenly changed. Master, what's wrong? I feel that this sound is rather familiar. Bailey Hongzhuang mumbled to herself. Familiar? Xiaohe was puzzled. Could it be that you've heard it when you were killing those demons? But I don't feel that the roars of those demons we've encountered before were so shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. It's not those monsters. I've heard this kind of beast roar somewhere else. That's even more impossible. Xiaohe shook her head. We've never seen these monsters anywhere else. Bailey Hongzhuang was also secretly surprised, but this feeling was very strong. She quickened her pace and quickly walked forward. She wanted to see what kind of monster this was. As their line of sight gradually widened, they could vaguely see a trace of light. Bailey Hongzhuang was also able to clearly see the appearance of the demonic beast in the distance. Isn't that the giant centipede? Xiaohe was dumbfounded when she saw the monster's appearance. As expected. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. The monster in front of them was the giant centipede they had seen when they were training in the desert world. The only difference was that the centipede in front of them was much larger than the one they had seen before. Its aura was also much more shocking. In comparison, the giant centipede they had seen before was like a child who had not yet grown up. The one in front of them was a true adult centipede. Why has this giant centipede appeared here? Xiaohe was a little confused. They had always thought that the desert world and the oceanic world were just places for them to train. Even though everything in those worlds was far too realistic and had caused them to have their suspicions, they had not taken it to heart. Could it be that the other demons have come from that realm as well? Hearing Xiaohe's question, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was also pondering over this question. The Chaos Ring. How is it related to all of this? The world was so vast and there were so many realms. However, the Chaos Ring had allowed her to enter this realm. Could this be a coincidence? In a trance, a thought seemed to flash through her mind. However, it flashed through her mind too quickly, and she couldn't catch it at all. Without giving her time to think carefully, the centipede roared and swept its tail towards her. Boom! Its long tail swept across the ground, creating a terrifying sound. However, the ground seemed to be made of steel and did not show any signs of damage under such power. Bailey Hongzhuang had already dodged the attack. Once the centipede noticed this, it quickly chased after her. With a long sword in hand, the woman's figure floated gracefully as she stabbed and slashed at the centipede's body, creating a sharp sound. However, she was unable to break through the centipede's defenses. Most importantly, she realized that this centipede's speed was much faster than the ones she had encountered in the past. It was clearly a very large body, but its speed and agility had exceeded her expectations. Indeed, this dark environment is more suitable for its survival. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed and a fierce look appeared in the space between her brows. This was a radiant sun-state centipede and its powers were not ordinary. However, she was not afraid. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out continuously. The centipede was extremely fast, so Bailey Hongzhuang decided not to dodge. She had crossed swords with this centipede many times before, so she knew its weakness very well. When the centipede saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was standing motionless on the spot, its eyes lit up with joy. Then, it quickly charged towards her. Roar! An astonishing roar of a beast suddenly spread out, bringing with it extreme pain. It kept rolling in the cave, and a terrifying power kept sweeping out, scattering the stones. The momentum was astonishing. Bailey Hongzhuang's white robes fluttered in the wind. The sharp sword in her hand had already pierced into the centipede's eye. Seeing the giant centipede struggling, Bailey Hongzhuang quietly watched for a moment before flying out and pulling out the sword. At the same time, she gathered her elemental energy in the long sword, causing the tip of the sword to become even sharper. The strength in her hand increased abruptly, and with a sudden burst of strength, she directly cut open the outer shell of the skull. The centipede also felt the approaching danger and quickly struggled, wanting to throw Bailey Hongzhuang off its head. However, Bailey Hongzhuang stood very steadily. After cutting open the outer shell, her elemental energy surged as she ruthlessly stabbed the sharp sword in. Poochie! A dull sound rang and the centipede's violent struggle stopped. Its body gradually fell to the ground and the entire cave quietened down. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the demonic crystal of the centipede. The blood-red demonic crystal exuded a bewitching luster. She sensed it slightly and found that the energy contained in it was much stronger than that of the centipede she had killed. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohe couldn't help but laugh. I reckon that Xianxia still likes to eat them. It's just that he's already in his human form. If he continues to eat these demon crystals in his current form, the scene would be a little out of place. The image of Xianxia eating demon crystals flashed across her mind. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. That's true. It's said that these demon crystals can be used to refine elixirs. After the competition is over, I'll go back and try to see if these demon crystals have any effect. Now that I think about it, I'm really envious. Back then, Xiaobai and I cultivated as if our lives depended on it, but in the end, our cultivation speed couldn't compare to Xianxia's, who was constantly eating demon crystals. Xiaohe shook her head and sighed. At that time, what they were most envious of was Xianxia's method of cultivation. Wasn't it very enviable that his strength could soar just by eating and eating? In fact, Gong Jun also used this method to increase his cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly smiled. But ordinary people don't have that much money to buy treasures to eat. After dealing with the giant centipede, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the identity card in her hand. As expected, this centipede gave them more points than the monsters they had killed for half a day. If it weren't for the fact that she was experienced in dealing with this kind of centipede and knew where its weakness was, ordinary cultivators would probably have to spend a lot of effort on it. If we speed up and kill monsters here, then our points might really be very high. A glimmer of joy flashed through her pitch-black phoenix eyes. The reward for first place this time was extremely generous. Naturally, they had to give it a try. After resting for a moment, she continued to walk forward. The environment in the maze was very interesting. Only the monsters were relatively spacious, and when they headed to the next place, the path became very narrow. This path is really strange. It's clearly very large, so why is it so small? Xiaohe couldn't help but say as she looked at the pitch-black darkness in front of her. It seems that this path was purposely made. Bailey Hongzhuang smirked. If the cultivator is no match for this monster, he can take the opportunity to run into this passage. With the monster's huge body, it would definitely not be able to barge in. What's more, this cave is very mysterious. No matter how shocking the shockwaves from the battle are, this rock doesn't move at all. It's not affected at all. If it was an ordinary cave, it would have collapsed after their battle just now. Because of this, she was even more certain that this place was specially set up by someone. When Bailey Hongzhuang was hunting demons, the others were almost in the same situation. However, the demons that everyone encountered were different, and there was a slight difference in strength. Unsurprisingly, these monsters were all at the Radiant Sun realm. The only difference was their strength. 3 days later. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the monster in front of her with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Isn't this the demonic beast that Master summoned? Xiaohei looked at the huge, sinister-looking demonic beast in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. I was wondering why I couldn't find out what species the demonic beast was. It's not from the immortal region, but from another plane. The demon beasts in the desert world are demons, and the demon beasts I summoned are also demons. If there was an ocean here, would the demon beasts from the ocean world also appear here? Bailey Hongzhuang thought to herself. She had always thought that the desert world and the ocean world were not the same plane, but two completely different places. But now, could it be that this was the same place, but the environment was slightly different? As this thought surfaced, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that everything was not so simple. The demon beast she summoned also came from that plane, so the Chaos Ring was not the key to every world, but only to that plane. When she thought of this, she was even more certain that this might be the truth. Then, what is the relationship between the Chaos Ring and that plane? Now that the immortal region rejects everything that appears in that plane, treating it as an external enemy and desperately trying to get rid of it, then all of this, rich dark energy, could it be that that is a dark attribute world? Then why are they constantly appearing in the immortal region now? Countless thoughts appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind, but she could not answer all of these thoughts. Vaguely, it seemed like something was about to break through the ground, but in the end, only a bud was revealed and then disappeared. This feeling is just like in the upper realm. Dark attribute cultivators have always been rejected, but they kept working hard in order to have their own place of safety in this place. Bailey Hongzhuang muttered to herself. This situation was really quite similar. She felt that her understanding of the Chaos Ring was really too little. This ring was too miraculous. Ever since she had transmigrated, it had been helping her, and it was only now that she realized that all the functions she knew might be just a side function of the Chaos Ring. As for the real function, she might not understand it yet. Master, what's wrong? Xiaohei saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had suddenly stopped saying anything and was standing at the side in a daze, lost in thought, and could not help but ask. Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang came back to her senses, shook her head and said, "Nothing." Xiaohei did not think too deeply about it. She only said with concern, "This fellow's combat power is not simple. Master, you must not be in a daze. Otherwise, you will easily get injured." Bailey Hongzhuang put aside the doubts in her heart and clenched the sharp sword in her hand. Her eyes suddenly sharpened and she rushed toward the demon. Originally, she had always summoned it for her own use, but she had never really fought with it. She also wanted to know how strong this monster's combat power was. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a gust of wind whistling past, and her footsteps came to a halt. Bailey Hongzhuang paused for a moment, then rushed forward again, the sharp sword in her hand stabbing out rapidly. Ding! Rip! The long sword slashed across the monster's body, leaving a greenish-white mark, but it did not really hurt the monster. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. This guy's skin was stronger than the demons she had killed before. With just this thick layer of skin, it was already very difficult to injure it. Her sword had already contained sword intent, but it still could not break through. The monster looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with disdain, as if mocking her attack for not having any effect. Bailey Hongzhuang took 2 steps back and the power of darkness instantly surged outwards, following the shadows on the ground and gradually attacking the demon. The demon was very smart as well. It keenly sensed that the power of darkness was in the shadows and immediately increased its speed. In the blink of an eye, the demon had charged in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. It raised its large claws and slammed them down. Bailey Hongzhuang tumbled backwards. Just as the claws were about to crush her, the tip of her sword pointed upwards. A soft sound rang out, followed by the furious roar of the demon. Ding! The demon forced the long sword back and it fell back into Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. I never thought that this fellow's skin would be so rough and thick on the surface, but its palm would have no defense at all. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a cold smile as she remarked. Xiaohei stood to one side and watched as the demon grew more and more powerful. However, it was not too worried. its master's methods have never been simple. During this fight, it had clearly noticed that its master was using this fellow to practice her latest technique. Normally, it would not be easy to find an opponent. Now that she has this demon to practice on, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Hence, it was not in a hurry and simply watched from the side. During this fight, Bailey Hongzhuang had discovered that these demons had a rather thorough understanding of the power of darkness. She could also learn a thing or two from this fight. Xiaohei, are you sure you don't want to try? Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes darted around as she turned towards Xiaohei. This fellow has always been lazy ever since it had arrived. It would refrain from fighting whenever it could. There's no need, master. You just have to train well. Xiaohei waved her hand as her face was filled with smiles. You're really lazy. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. From before to now, this guy's habit of being lazy really hadn't changed at all. As she gradually gained a better understanding of this demon's characteristics, she gradually found its fatal weakness. She immediately moved and the inner energy within her body instantly erupted. A great killing move was quietly formed. Boom, the monster was suddenly sent flying by Bailey Hongzhuang's attack. A large hole had already appeared in its vital part. It was obviously going to die soon. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly took out the demon crystal and placed it into her chaos ring. She then sat down at the side. After fighting for such a long time, she had exhausted a lot of energy. She needed to rest for a while to recover. While she was resting, she suddenly sensed the fluctuations of a battle in front of her. She could also vaguely hear the sounds of people talking. However, due to the distance, he couldn't hear it clearly. Master, there's someone ahead. Xiaohei ran to the entrance of the cave and leaned against the wall to listen to the sounds on the other side. We've been here for a few days, but we haven't met a single person. Bailey Hongzhuang also had a hint of curiosity in her eyes. From the sound of it, it seems like the two of them are enemies. Even if they couldn't hear it clearly, they could still make some guesses from the speed of their conversation and the fluctuations of their battle. Master, could it be that they're not working together to fight against the demon? Would you talk so much when you're working together with your friends? Bailey Hongzhuang asked in return. Hearing this, Xiaohei was stunned. She immediately understood. I understand. However, it's also possible that they're fighting over the demon crystal or points. Anyone who killed a demon beast here would gain a lot of points. If someone happened to pass through the passageway and saw the other party about to defeat the demon beast, it wasn't impossible for them to take the opportunity to snatch the points. Bailey Hongzhuang quickened her pace as she led Xiaohei forward. She wondered if one of them would be among them. Not only was this place suitable for cultivators to raise their cultivation level, but it was also suitable for cultivators to earn points. Even if it was filled with danger, there would definitely be many cultivators who came here. As Bailey Hongzhuang approached, she realized that the situation was more exciting than she had imagined. It turned out that a cultivator was facing the siege of 3 cultivators. The demons here had already been killed, but the 3 cultivators were ruthlessly attacking the man. The besieged man was dressed in a light green robe. His figure was elegant, and his strength was extraordinary. He didn't immediately retreat under the siege of the 3. Instead, he was able to persist. It was obvious that his strength wasn't simple. However, as time passed, the man also showed signs of being suppressed. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the 3 people opposite her. The 3 of them weren't simple either. They were even stronger than Bai Liuchuan's subordinates. Under such circumstances, it wasn't easy for the man to still be able to do so. Master, from the looks of it, they seem to be seeking revenge. Xiaohei sized up the situation in front of her. The 3 of them looked like they wanted to take the life of the light cyan-robed man. Furthermore, the viciousness they revealed wasn't the state of snatching points. That's right. They're seeking revenge, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. In this demon-slaying competition, it was very normal for cultivators to die. It wasn't easy to take action normally, but here, they could attack without any scruples. It was undoubtedly the best. Then what should we do? Xiaohei was secretly speechless. The other party was in full swing. It didn't seem appropriate for them to just watch, right? Salad, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. The sudden appearance of a woman naturally attracted the attention of the four people who were fighting. Their expressions immediately became complicated. The three cultivators thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was on the side of the light green man. Fear and confusion appeared between their brows. The light cyan man was only worried that she was also one of them. Originally, he was already having a hard time dealing with the attacks of three people. If one more person joined in, he was afraid that he would really lose his life here today. In an instant, all four of their gazes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang, and the atmosphere became extremely strange. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang said, "I'm just passing by." As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang took a step forward and slowly walked past the edge. She didn't know how long these people would fight for. She couldn't stay here and waste time because of these guys. Hearing the woman's words, the light cyan-robed man immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the other party wasn't a match for them, then it was a good thing. The other three looked at Bailey Hongzhuang suspiciously. This person appeared out of nowhere and was so calm in the face of such a situation. It was really too strange. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely avoid this situation like the plague. However, she deliberately came here. There must be something wrong with this woman. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to enter the passage, a man's voice suddenly rang out. "Stop her." Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes as she stared at the two men who had blocked her way. A cold light flashed across her eyes. "I've said it before, I'm just passing by." However, the two men chuckled. "It doesn't matter if you're just passing by. Since you've seen what's happening today, consider yourself unlucky. You're really arbitrary. Are you trying to silence me?" Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a cold smile. As expected, one look and she could tell that these guys were not good people. "That's right, we want to silence you. Who told you to be so unlucky?" The man was very calm. Their actions today were carried out in secret. It was because they knew that this person was here that they had risked their lives to come here. As long as they could kill this person, they would have a meteoric rise in the future. However, there was a prerequisite to this, and that was that they could not be discovered by anyone. Although this woman looked unfamiliar, if she were to expose this matter, the consequences would be unimaginable. The light green man clearly didn't expect things to turn out like this, and he was a little surprised. "I saw that the three of you couldn't take him down after so long. Now that I'm here, are you sure you can win?" Bailey Hongzhuang's face rippled with a smile like a spring breeze, but her eyes were like 10,000 years of ice and snow. These guys never cared about other people's lives. Even if she wasn't here, as long as these guys found her at the next cave, they would definitely take her life. Because they could not let anyone find out about this. Thinking about this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at the light green man. For something like this to happen, it was obvious that this man's position was not simple. Although she originally wanted to kill Guani and Yun Xiaoman quietly to prevent the Wanbao Pavilion from coming back to cause trouble, she didn't care too much about this matter before it was carried out in secret. Although it would be troublesome, it wouldn't be to this extent. The three men in front of her were different. From their expressions, she could tell that this matter could not be spread. Presumably, when they made this decision, they must have thought about it for a long time. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, the three people's faces changed slightly. This was also what they were worried about. However, when they saw the woman's disdainful look, the anger in their hearts surged. This woman was actually looking down on them? "Who do you think you are? How arrogant." The man snorted coldly. "Let me get rid of you first. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. You too, stop him. Don't let him escape. I'll deal with this woman first." The other two nodded. "All right." In the next moment, the man threw a punch at Bailey Hongzhuang. He understood that any cultivator who appeared here would not be too weak. However, this place was not very far from the entrance. In addition, many people had come here to explore before. Perhaps this woman was lucky and the monsters she passed through were not strong. Or perhaps, the monsters in front of him had been taken away by others. A mere woman, even if her strength wasn't bad, was definitely not a match for him. When the light green man saw this scene, he could not help but say, "The person you want to kill is me. It has nothing to do with her." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed when she saw the man's attack. At the same time, she raised her hand to meet the attack. The man in light green wanted to help Bailey Hongzhuang when he heard the woman's calm voice. Let's deal with your side first. You should have no problems dealing with these two people. Hearing this, the man's eyes flashed with astonishment. Even at a time like this, the woman was not flustered at all. Her calm and indifferent demeanor did not show any signs of nervousness. Instead, it was as if she had seen through everything and exuded a sense of confidence from her very bones. Does she not know that none of these three people's powers are simple? I'm sorry for dragging you into this. The space between the man's brows carried a sense of guilt. Then, a thick murderous light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the two people in front of him with murderous intent. Give me some time, I'll deal with them. Bailey Hongzhuang gently raised the corners of her lips. All right. When the three people saw that the two people before them had formed an alliance in the blink of an eye, the murderous intent in their eyes intensified. Wham! Bailey Hongzhuang and the man's palms collided. When they were about 20 centimeters away, the power in their palms exploded. Light and metal energy clashed, exploding into a dazzling light. However, at almost the instant they exchanged blows, the man's expression suddenly changed. Unlike his previous confidence, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. This was because he had clearly realized that this woman's powers were much more powerful than he had imagined. Thud, thud, thud. The man quickly retreated until his body touched the mountain wall before he stopped. What about me? Didn't you want to silence me? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a seductive smile. Her cold and distant face instantly turned enchanting like a blooming devil's snare, emitting a deadly charm. However, this mesmerizing smile was like the smile of death in the man's eyes. It sent a chill down his spine and sent a chill down his spine. If he could turn back time, he would never have stopped this woman. Because this woman's powers were enough to crush his existence. At the same time, the light green man unleashed his full strength. Previously, when he was surrounded by three people, he had to be careful. At this moment, although there were still two people in front of him, the pressure was much less than before. He had implicated this young lady for no reason. If he did not deal with these two people as soon as possible and caused the young lady to lose her life, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Bang bang bang. The man's attacks were as fast as lightning, and each of his moves was like a thunderbolt. Terrifying power continued to erupt, which was completely different from the previous situation of suppression. It was only at this moment that the other two men realized that this was his true strength. Previously, he had been holding back, but when he truly erupted, it was actually so terrifying. Under such circumstances, they could not even pay attention to the battle at the side. This was because they realized that after the other party erupted, even if the two of them worked together, they were still being suppressed. Such a situation was truly unimaginable. The terrifying power of lightning exploded, and the entire cave seemed to have turned into a lightning lake. Bolts of lightning struck down continuously with terrifying might. The man seemed to have turned into a god of death at this moment. Even Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but raise her eyebrows at such an attack. This fellow was indeed a formidable opponent. Knowing that the man wouldn't have a problem dealing with the two of them, Bailey Hongzhuang was completely relieved. Coincidentally, she felt that she didn't have enough points. Zhong Yiluan's situation was still uncertain, and Bai Luchuan was already a problem. No matter what, she would never let Bai Luchuan become first place. Other than him, there was also Bai Qingli. This fellow was also an idiot. His cousin had been playing tricks behind his back, but he actually didn't know about it. Even though the three fellows in front of her had specially come to kill people, with their strength, they must have killed quite a number of demons along the way. If she could snatch their points, it would probably be pretty good. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's attacks became even more vicious. Every move was swift and fierce. Bang! When the man was sent flying by Bailey Hongzhuang again, Bailey Hongzhuang took advantage of him and grabbed his neck with one hand. The man's face stiffened. Feeling the force on his neck, his face turned pale and fearful. You don't mess around. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. What do you think counts as messing around? If you kill me, you will definitely pay the price. The man looked at the charming and enchanting face in front of him, but his heart was pounding. This woman was definitely not a kind person. She probably wouldn't show any mercy when she attacked. I'll pay the price if I kill you? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, then wouldn't I have to kill you even more? Otherwise, if I let you escape, wouldn't I be in endless trouble in the future? The man's expression stiffened. From the faint teasing look in the woman's eyes, he knew that this woman was teasing him. He quietly turned his gaze. He originally thought that if the other two could defeat each other, they would be able to spare some effort to save him. However, when he turned his gaze, he saw that the other two had been completely suppressed. From the looks of it, it was impossible to turn the tables. They were clearly just a little bit away from completing this mission and rising to the top. However, because of a single step, because of a variable, they had ended up in such an outcome. All of this was because of this woman. Just as the man was about to explode with rage, the woman's nonchalant voice sounded. Give me your points. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She glanced at the identity card on the man's waist. As expected, his points were very good. Hearing this, the man really wanted to strangle the woman in front of him. What? You're not willing? The man snorted coldly. Now that things have come to this, the outcome is set. No matter what happens, there won't be any changes. Why should I give you the points? That's not necessarily true. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. The outcome hasn't been decided yet. As soon as these words came out, the man was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in his eyes. So, you mean, as long as I give you the points, you'll let me go? The man looked at Bailey Hongzhuang expectantly. As long as you agree, not to mention my points, even their points will be given to you. Now, he didn't want any information to be exposed. As long as he could complete this mission, the three of them could escape to a faraway place. If they were in another city, who would be able to implicate them in this matter? As long as they could get everything that they deserved, that would be enough. You've been in this place for so long, yet you're still so naive? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows. If it were you, would you let go of someone who had threatened to kill you? The man was stunned. The excitement on his face quickly dissipated and was replaced by anger. So everything you said just now was just a joke? No. Bailey Hongzhuang stretched out her index finger and shook it. Her slender finger was like white tofu and water could be squeezed out of it at any time. You can choose a different way to die. The man sneered, there's no need. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I have many ways to torture people. If you have to suffer such torture before you die, it won't be an ordinary kind of misery. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, a trace of sigh in her eyes. Pitiful, really pitiful. Trying to scare me? That won't work. The man stared coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't let you have your way. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll fulfill your wish. Bailey Hongzhuang took out a pill and stuffed it into the man's mouth. With a little force from her right hand, the pill was swallowed uncontrollably. Even though he was already mentally prepared, the man's expression changed abruptly. He had thought that this woman was just saying it. After all, when faced with a person who was about to die, no one would be willing to waste a pill. But this woman didn't play by the rules at all. What did you feed me? I've always kept my word. Since you want to die in a different way, I'll naturally fulfill your wish. Bailey Hongzhuang released the man and slowly walked to the side. She looked over and saw that the man in light green was about to finish his battle. When the man saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had released him just like that, he was momentarily at a loss. This woman was just too strange. In the next moment, the man charged towards Bailey Hongzhuang again. Even if I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me. Bailey Hongzhuang stood quietly on the spot. She watched as the man charged towards her but didn't react. Bang! The man threw a punch at her. Bailey Hongzhuang casually waved her hand and the wind from her palm sent the man flying. When he landed on the ground again, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that Bailey Hongzhuang's move was much weaker than before, but the injury it caused to him was the most serious. After a moment, the man realized that he had lost his cultivation. Without Yuan Qi, he was no different from an ordinary person. Bailey Hongzhuang's attack. On the other hand, the two people who were being pressured by the light cyan-clothed man also had ugly expressions when they noticed what had happened to this person. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. In the current situation, it was absolutely impossible for them to kill him. The two of them looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they turned around and ran into the tunnel. The two of them together couldn't even deal with one person. Once that woman joined in, the two of them could only die here. The man in light green robes quickly followed after them when he saw what they were doing. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang prepared to walk to the other side. "Master, are we leaving just like that?" Xiaohei asked in shock. That light cyan-robed man went to chase after the other two. "I wonder if he'll be in danger?" "Don't worry, that man is very strong. It won't be a problem for him to deal with the two of them." Bailey Hongshuang waved her hand. Along the way, she had seen a few experts and understood that the cultivators of the immortal region were extraordinary. Bai Liuchuan's strength was not weak, and the cyan-robed man beside him was not simple either. Now that she saw another one, it was really a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The immortal region of chaos was already like this. Who knew how terrifying the immortal region would be? When the man saw that Bailey Hongshuang ignored him and left just like that, he couldn't help but feel anxious. You're leaving just like that?" Bailey Hongshuang turned her eyes. "If I don't leave, should I stay here and chat with you?" I'm willing to give you my points and all my cultivation resources. I wonder if you can let me live." The man's face was full of pleading. "I didn't recognize Mount Tai before. Actually, there is no enmity between me and you. Let me live. I will definitely remember your kindness in the future." "How about it?" "You're right." Bailey Hongshuang stopped and turned to walk in the man's direction. The man was delighted. "You are indeed a heroine. Your magnanimity is admirable." Bailey Hongshuang took the storage ring from the man's hand and found that the man had taken the initiative to erase the imprint on the storage ring. With a quick glance, he found that this guy's family was indeed quite rich. After Bailey Hongshuang accepted the storage ring and points, the man looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a smile. "Please give me the antidote." "What antidote?" Bailey Hongshuang asked. The man was slightly stunned. "Miss, you can't go back on your word. After you die, this storage ring will be mine." "What kind of payment is that?" Bailey Hongshuang shook her head and sighed. "It seems that your brain was damaged just now." You. The man's eyes widened as he stared at Bailey Hongshuang angrily. He had never thought that this woman would go back on her words and even speak as if it was a matter of course. A mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably, and the man immediately fell to the ground. It was as if he was breathing more than he was inhaling. "Master, this move of yours is truly powerful." Xiaohei gave her a thumbs up. "I don't think this guy was poisoned to death. Instead, he was angered to death by you. Unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. Everything has a cause and effect. This is what he brought upon himself." Bailey Hongshuang's face was cold and there was no trace of guilt in her eyes. This guy deserved it. However, right when they were about to leave, a deafening sound suddenly resounded. Bang! The sound of a huge explosion swept across the area. It was quite far away, but it sounded as if it had exploded right next to their ears. Bailey Hongshuang turned towards the source of the sound. That should be the direction in which the man in light green had chased after the other two men. "Master, what's going on?" Xiaohei's face was filled with shock. Even if he had thrown explosives, the sound shouldn't have been so shocking. "I'm afraid that something big has happened." "Master, even if that man is more powerful, he shouldn't have been able to unleash such a terrifying attack, right?" Xiaohei's face was filled with confusion. Although it had felt that the man was not powerful enough, it did not think that he was more powerful than its master. However, when it heard the terrifying commotion and the continuous waves of air, it felt that if this man was able to unleash such an attack, he must be a first-rate God's chosen one. This attack shouldn't have been unleashed by him. Not him? Xiaohei was shocked. Could it be that someone else has gone after him? Just how hateful is this man that so many people want to kill him? Bailey Hongshuang gently shook her head. If my guess is correct, the ones who had unleashed this attack should be the two people he was chasing. Xiaohei was even more confused when she said this. Master, did I hear wrongly? How could those two people be so powerful? If they were that powerful, they wouldn't have needed to run away. They had used this sure-kill attack because they had nowhere else to run. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were deep and profound. Haven't you used the sure-kill attack before? You just didn't succeed. Me? Xiaohei's face was filled with question marks as it fell into deep thought. After a moment, it suddenly understood. Its eyes focused and it exclaimed in shock, those two. They couldn't have self-destructed, could they? Bailey Hongshuang gently nodded. That should be the case, damn. Xiaohei was shocked. Those two really went all out. They had actually chosen to self-destruct. They must have been forced to do it. Their powers were no match for that man. Their fate was already sealed. I just didn't think that they would choose to use this method. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was complicated. She did not know who that man in light green was. The three of them had clearly come with the intention of killing him and had made such a choice in the end. Although many cultivators have died on a daily basis, those who chose to self-destruct were few and far between. Once they self-destructed, it meant that there was no turning back. Not even their bones would remain after they died and they would be annihilated. The environment here is so unique and those two fellows suddenly self-destructed. I wonder if that man in light green will survive? Xiaohei's eyes were filled with curiosity. She had thought that the outcome was already set. However, based on the current situation, they might have perished together. Let's go take a look and find out. Bailey Hongshuang slowly walked forward. He was not very fast because of the terrifying aura of self-destruct. Even after a while, the aura of self-destruct. 2. If this guy is really dead, then he can only be considered unlucky to have met these two crazy guys. However, we can still take their storage rings. That can be considered a great harvest. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. They had only met by chance. Naturally, there was no friendship between them. If the other party died, the items would fall into someone else's hands sooner or later. She might as well let them take advantage of it. As Bailey Hongshuang gradually approached, the smell of blood in the air grew thicker. One could almost imagine the frightening color of blood in the previous pit. Such a terrible situation, I'm afraid that person's fate is grim. Bailey Hongshuang thought. Young lady. Save me. A bloody hand grabbed Bailey Hongshuang's ankle and left a bright red handprint on her white robes. Bailey Hongshuang lowered her eyes and looked at the person before her. The passageway was very dark and if one did not look carefully, one would not have noticed that someone was lying on the ground. Even though she could not see the man's face clearly with her naked eye, she could tell from his weak voice that this was the man in the light green robes. After the man had said that, his hands drooped down uncontrollably. He was clearly seriously injured and had fallen into a coma. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at the man and sighed in her heart. This fellow is quite lucky to still be alive under such circumstances. He was not meant to die. Master, do you intend to save him? Bailey Hongshuang nodded gently. Since this person is not meant to die, why don't we save him? This person has an extraordinary status anyway. If we become his savior, he might be able to help us in the future. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled and a playful look appeared in the space between her brows. She was rather curious as to who this person was. Seeing that his master had made her decision, the child did not say anything else. Instead, he enlarged his body and carried the man to the front. The stench of blood in this place is simply too pungent. Let's hurry to the hole in front. Xiaohei said. Xiaohei only put the man down after they had found a relatively clean spot. As her vision returned, Bailey Hongshuang realized that the man's injuries were extremely shocking. His skin was completely exposed and there was not a single piece of unharmed flesh on his body. His entire body was drenched in blood and it was a ghastly sight. Bailey Hongshuang was secretly speechless. As a physician, she had seen countless people with serious injuries but it was rare to see someone with such terrible injuries. Under such circumstances, he was still able to use all his strength to beg her to save his life. This person's will to live was extremely strong. Master, he's already in such a state. Can we still save him? Xiaohei's lips twitched when she saw the man's expression. It naturally had no objections to saving him, but looking at the man's appearance, it was obvious that he was hanging on to his last breath. It was afraid that even if it helped, it would be difficult for him to survive. Let's try our best. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes became more serious. Since she had made up her mind to save this person, she would definitely do her best. Ever since he came to the celestial realm, although he had learned many ways to save people from his master, most of the time he used poison. The number of times he saved people was really not many. Now that this man's injuries were so serious, it was a good opportunity for her to test if her medical skills had improved. Seeing this, Xiaohei nodded slightly and helped Bailey Hongzhuang. 3 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei were actually sitting at the side cultivating. It had to be said that these three fellows had an abundance of cultivation resources. Not only did they have the blood spirit stones that they usually needed for cultivation, but they could also find some heavenly treasures in their storage rings. Now that they could not split themselves to hunt demons for the time being, they might as well just stay here and cultivate quietly. They were of the dark attribute to begin with. In this environment that was filled with dark attribute energy, it was very suitable for them. The speed at which their strength improved was also much faster than usual. It would be very difficult for anyone else to solve this problem. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not pose much of a problem. As a cultivator of the dual attributes of darkness and light, not only could she absorb the power of darkness around her, she could also use the power of light to hasten the man's recovery. The Saint Spirit Crystal had played its role. After all, the Saint Spirit Crystal had been brought to the upper realm by the Saint of Light. Since it belonged to this plane, there was no need to elaborate further on its role. Under the dual effects of the Saint Spirit Crystal and her medical skills, the man's life had been saved. However, the man's injuries were too severe. It would take some time for him to regain consciousness. It had not been easy to pull the man back from the gates of hell. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally could not just leave him here. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt if anyone else were to arrive. Water, a hoarse voice sounded faintly, carrying a sense of struggle and pain. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped her cultivation state and handed the water to the man. The man slowly opened his eyes and saw a beautiful woman. His eyes were filled with confusion for a moment. After feeling the pain in his body, his memories from before came back and he completely understood what had happened. Thank you for saving me, Mississippi. The man joined his fists and his eyes were filled with gratitude. However, his actions were a little too forceful and affected the wounds on his body, causing him to frown. It's good that you're awake. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. It seems that my medical skills have improved. The man then looked at his hands. His flesh, which had been badly mangled, had slowly healed. Although there were still some scars, it was an earth-shattering change compared to the past. Even though he had not been aware of his injuries in that dim environment, he had a rough idea based on the pain he had felt. He had thought that he would definitely die this time. However, he had vaguely heard the sound of footsteps and sensed a familiar aura. That was why he had cried out for help. However, even he did not think that this woman would really save him. After all, this young lady had acted so decisively just now. Clearly, she wasn't someone who liked to help others. The most important thing was this young lady's medical skills. Even he couldn't help but marvel at her skills. Even the most famous doctor in the city couldn't compare to her. For a moment, she rejoiced. If she hadn't met this young lady, he definitely wouldn't have woken up one day. Miss, your medical skills are truly exquisite. I truly admire you, the man said with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, since you're awake, I'm relieved. You shouldn't stay here for too long. Once you've regained your mobility, you should leave. The man nodded. With his cultivation, it was not a problem for him to wander around here, but now that his injuries were so serious, although the recovery effect was very good, it would still take some time for him to recover to normal. It was obviously not appropriate for him to continue staying here. Who are you? So many people are trying to kill you. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask, are you the city lord's son, Bai Qingli? The man was slightly taken aback. He smiled and asked, why do you think so? For the past few years, he has always been number one. His family background is extraordinary and his strength is high. There should be many people who hate him, so it's normal for him to be hunted down. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. If you are manager Bai, then all of this can be explained. If not, then your identity should also be extraordinary. Why do you think so, miss? The man was curious. Why can't these people be sent by my enemies to kill me? Perhaps it has nothing to do with my identity. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. We have all come from the lower realms and have seen many such things. These people want to kill you even if they have to risk their lives, and they don't dare to leak this news. Obviously, they are afraid of revenge. On the other hand, this also proves that your enemy has given him a lot of benefits. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so desperate. The man listened to Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment and suddenly felt that what she said was very reasonable. You're right, but even I don't know who sent them. But the reason why Miss saved me, could it be that you think I'm Bai Qingli? The man suddenly asked with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. Although I think you might be this person, from my point of view, I hope you're not him. Why is that? The man was surprised. If I really am Bai Qingli, then you saved the city lord's son. He definitely won't treat you unfairly. I don't want to think about this kind of thing. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. Seeing the man's confused look, she found it funny. I heard that Bai Qingli is obsessed with the way of the sword and doesn't understand human relationships. Even if I saved him, I'm afraid there's no friendship between us. Besides, I have a grudge with that guy. When these words came out, the man was even more surprised. I didn't expect Miss to offend the city lord's son. Then won't you be in trouble in this cloud city? Actually, I have some friendship with Bai Qingli. Why don't I help you make peace? Forget it, forget it. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I think this guy won't be able to live for long. Why do you say that, miss? The man's expression changed slightly, and a trace of concern appeared on his face. Looks like your relationship with Bai Qingli is pretty good. You actually care about him so much. The man's lips curled into a smile. We're friends after all. Besides, he's always pursued the Tao of the sword. His heart is pure. I didn't hear him mention any conflicts with others at that time. He has been in closed-door cultivation all this while and has not come out. May I know how Miss has offended him? As he spoke, the man recalled Bailey Hongzhuang's earlier words and his expression changed. Miss, are you kidding me? Earlier, you clearly said that you've never seen Bai Qingli, so how can you say that you've offended her? Do you know Bai Luchuan? Of course I know. He's Bai Qingli's cousin. The two of them grew up together and have a very good relationship. Bai Luchuan is my mortal enemy, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. The man was slightly taken aback, and then he laughed involuntarily. Miss, you sure are indifferent. Even Bai Luchuan is a top figure in the city. You offended him, but you don't take it to heart. I've already offended him. Besides, he was the one who took the initiative to cause trouble. Do I have to hide? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. As far as I know, although Bai Qingli has an extremely good relationship with Bai Luchuan, he might not become your enemy just because of this relationship. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her phoenix-like eyes and looked at the man with an unfathomable gaze. She heard him continue, Bai Qingli rarely interacts with others, and Bai Luchuan's personality is the opposite. Therefore, he rarely asks about Bai Luchuan's matters. Perhaps. Bailey Hongzhuang stretched and said casually. I wonder what you mean when you said that Bai Qingli won't live for long. Since you are friends with him, I won't tell you this. In any case, even if I say it, you might not believe me. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. Clearly, she did not intend to continue this topic. Hearing this, although the man had some doubts, he did not continue to ask after a moment of silence. If you ask me, that Bai Qingli is a fool. Xiaohei could not help but ridicule. His cousin is thinking about how to deal with him every day, and he actually treats him as a good brother. How laughable. Xiaohei. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. What I said was the truth. Xiaohei pouted. Anyway, Bai Qingli won't believe such words. He can't hear it, so it's not a big deal. After the man heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Miss, why would your contracted beast say such words? If you want to sow discord between the two of them from my point of view, I'm afraid he won't believe it at all. Young master, you're thinking too much. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled, what does the relationship between the two of them have to do with me? This little beast of mine is just used to being straightforward. Just treat it as a joke and don't take it to heart. Xiaohei was unhappy when she heard the man's words. She immediately said, I don't care to sow discord. It's just that Bai Qingli is stupid. Although he has been first place in the demon-slaying competition all these years, the gap between him and Bai Luchuan is getting smaller and smaller. Do you know why? This person is the result of Bai Luchuan's diligent cultivation, the man said matter-of-factly. Haha. Xiaohei couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so funny? Although we haven't seen Bai Qingli's strength, we know Bai Luchuan's level. If he was really strong enough, then he wouldn't need so many people to help him kill monsters and accumulate points. You. What did you say? He's looking for someone to help him kill monsters? The man couldn't help but widen his eyes, unable to conceal the astonishment on his face. Isn't that right? Previously, we were forcefully pulled in by his team to help him kill demons. Relying on their numbers, they thought they were extraordinary. Their attitude was much stronger than the city lord's son, Bai Qingli. Why do you think he's trying so hard to snatch the first place? Could it be that you're like Bai Qingli, who's focused on cultivation, that your brain is fried and you can't even understand such a simple question? Alright, Xiaohei. Bailey Hongshuang carried Xiaohei over. This is their family matter. There's no need for us to worry. Why do we care so much? Following Xiaohei's words, the man's expression instantly changed, revealing a sense of awkwardness and helplessness. I was too careless with my words earlier, I hope little beast won't hold it against me. Xiaohei glanced at the man, her expression looking much better. Alright, I, as a big beast, am magnanimous. I won't lower myself to your level. Cough, cough. The man coughed dryly. This was probably the most indescribable demonic beast he had ever met. I've already treated your injuries. You only need to recuperate for a while and you'll gradually recover. In about 2 days, you'll be able to walk again. Bailey Hongshuang looked worriedly at the man, you must be careful when you leave. Don't run into any enemies or provoke anyone else. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Miss, are you planning to leave now? The man asked instinctively. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head gently, I'll wait until you've recovered your mobility before leaving. Otherwise, if any cultivators or demonic beasts appear, you'll definitely lose your life. Hearing this, the man sighed in relief, finally feeling at ease. Thank you, Mississippi, since I've saved you, I won't let you lose your life just like that. Otherwise, wouldn't I have saved you for nothing? Seeing the playful smile on Bailey Hongshuang's face, the man's mood could not help but improve. If I hadn't met you by chance, I really wouldn't have been able to keep my life. The man's eyes were sincere and sincere. He knew very well that Bailey Hongshuang's appearance had saved his life twice. This person was simply the benefactor of his life. I don't know how to repay you, Mississippi. I have some cultivation resources here. Why don't I give them to you as a token of my sincerity? The man took out a Qianquan bag and handed it to Bailey Hongshuang, his eyes full of sincerity. Bailey Hongshuang waved her hand, it's fate that we've met here this time. There's no need for this. If you don't accept it, I really can't rest easy. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again in the future. If I want to repay you, I'm afraid I will have to put in a lot of effort. Therefore, I want to give this to you first to express my gratitude. If we are able to meet again in the future, I will do my best to help you whenever you need me. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the man's serious expression and thought for a moment before nodding. Alright, I'll accept it. The smile on the man's lips became brighter. His face was pale due to his serious injuries, but he still looked handsome. Have a good rest first. You just woke up, so your body is not in good condition. Then I'll rest first. The man's face was slightly pale. It was already very difficult for him to say so much. Not only his body, but even his mind could no longer hold on. He took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Bailey Hongzhuang did not say anything else and continued to cultivate. The next day, when the man opened his eyes again, he was in a much better state. Bailey Hongzhuang took out some food and handed it to the man. "You're very weak now. Eat something first." Looking at the delicious food in front of him, the man was stunned. Then, an unconcealable look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "I didn't think that you would bring so much food with you when you came out for training." Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but recall the scene in the abandoned immortal forest when she saw the man's shocked expression. Her smile became gentler. "That's because the elders in my family love to eat all kinds of snacks, so I'm used to bringing them with me. Although they aren't here now, it's a good habit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the luck to eat them now." The man nodded slightly. "It's all thanks to the elders. Xiaohei, come and eat too." Bailey Hongzhuang waved at Xiaohei. It was already waiting when Bailey Hongzhuang took out the food. When it heard Bailey Hongzhuang's call, it ran over immediately. As the man ate, he couldn't help but look at Xiaohei. "Miss, what kind of beast is your contracted beast? It's so strange. I've seen many amazing hands, but I've never seen one like this. It's a rare contracted beast. It's called the White Light Spirit." "I see. The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. I've learned something new today." The man sighed and said, "Miss, according to my observation, your contracted beast seems to have broken through to the Radiant Sun stage." "That's right. Why? Do you have any questions about me?" Xiaohei turned to look at the man who was so interested in her and asked. "Among cultivators, there are very few who can raise their contracted beasts to this level. Most of the amazing hands who come from the lower realms can't raise their strength to this level. You must have your own luck to be able to cultivate until now. However, there's something I'm curious about." "What is it?" "Contract beasts that have cultivated to this level are usually able to transform into human form. I've seen some contract beasts that can transform into human form. Almost all of them face the world as human cultivators. Why are you still in beast form?" The man's eyes were filled with doubt. He wasn't spouting nonsense. He knew a few contracted beasts and understood their thoughts. After all, in the chaotic immortal realm, living in human form was much easier than living in beast form. "You really know how to rub salt into my wound." Xiaohei rolled her eyes. "If I could transform into a human, I wouldn't be in this state right now." "Why can't you transform into a human?" "Xiaohei is a special species. There are very few of them in this world. We don't know how it can take human form." Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, "Previously, we also thought that it would be able to transform after its strength had broken through. However, after a year of cultivation, it still hasn't succeeded. I wonder if it will be able to transform after breaking through to the elementary immortal stage." "Then I do have some understanding," the man said after some thought. "As far as I know, there are indeed some demonic beasts in this world that find it difficult to transform into human form. However, it is not completely impossible. It only requires one thing." "What is it?" Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Currently, all of her contracted beasts had transformed into human form, except for Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Although these two fellows were usually carefree and rarely talked about this, as their master, she knew very well that these two fellows had always been looking forward to the day she could transform into human form. They also wanted to see how she would look like after she transformed into human form. "An illusory bead," the man said in a deep voice. "An illusory bead?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. "Judging from the name, it has something to do with transforming into a human." The man nodded slightly. "This illusory bead is a treasure to some demonic beasts that can't transform into a human. I only heard of it by chance. Do you know where I can find an illusory bead?" "I heard that the city lord of Qingyang City has an illusory bead." The man smiled faintly. "Qingyang City? I've heard of this city before. It doesn't seem to be very far from Xiyun City." Bailey Hongzhuang searched through her memories. There were many cities in the realm of chaotic immortal. When she looked at the map earlier, she only looked at the cities that were relatively close. She had some recollection of the name Qingyang City. "That's right. It's not far." Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. However, this thing is in the hands of the city lord of Qingyang City. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to get the illusory bead from him. If it was an ordinary person, it would be easier. As long as she could provide a certain amount of things that the other party needed, there was a possibility of a successful exchange. Even if the other party was unwilling, they could try other methods. However, the other party was the city lord. He had a noble status and countless cultivation resources in his hands. Ordinary things wouldn't catch his eye. With her current wealth, she really didn't have any bargaining chips to exchange with the other party. There are no absolutes in this world. No matter what the situation is, we can always try. The man comforted her. If Miss needs it, I'll find a way to help Miss inquire after we return. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly surprised. She said, "Thank you very much, young master." After hearing all this, Xiaohei couldn't help but feel a trace of anticipation. "Hey, are you sure this illusory bead really has such an effect? You're not lying, right? Little beast, you're my saviors. If I were to lie to you about this, wouldn't I be too heartless?" The man shook his head. "However, when you go out, you can ask around for more information about this." "Will there be a lot of people asking for the illusion form bead?" Xiaohei couldn't help but ask. Actually, the use of this illusory form bead is rather special. It is extremely precious for monstrous beasts that are unable to transform. However, for other people, this illusory form bead is of no use. You know the situation in the realm of chaotic immortal. There are very few cultivators who can raise their contracted beasts to this level. Most people's contracted beasts can't cultivate to this level, not to mention that most contracted beasts can directly transform. The man looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei's expressions and understood their worries. With a few words, he eased the pressure. "So you don't have to be too anxious. I believe it shouldn't be too difficult." "Thank you, young master, for telling me this." Bailey Hongzhuang cupped his hands. This information was indeed very useful to them. The man smiled faintly. "You're too polite. I've only told you what I know. It's nothing." Everything was as Bailey Hongzhuang had expected. 2 days later, the man had already regained his mobility. Although his injuries hadn't healed, it was already very rare for him to be able to walk. "Thank you, Mississippi," the man stood up and said after some thought. "Miss, the reason why I was able to survive this time was all because of you. Now that I have yet to recover from my injuries, it's impossible for me to continue participating in this demon-slaying competition. Why don't I give all my points to you so that it won't be a disgrace?" Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect the man to make such a decision before leaving. "I've also obtained quite a number of points these days. I originally wanted to make it into the top 10, but I didn't expect to give up on that thought because of this. Anyway, these points are useless. Miss, don't refuse." The man's face was full of smiles. He couldn't help but recall how Bailey Hongzhuang had asked the man for points. Even though they had only known each other for a few days, he felt that this woman was very interesting. When facing an enemy, she was completely infuriating. She wouldn't stop until she had squeezed out every last bit of benefit. However, when facing a friend, her attitude was completely different. This made him feel somewhat fortunate. At least the woman treated him as a friend. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang hesitated for a moment before handing the identity card to the man. "Since you've already said so, it would be impolite for me to refuse." A bright and moving smile bloomed on her exquisite facial features. It was as if the sun was shining and hundreds of flowers were blooming. It was bright and beautiful. When he took Bailey Hongzhuang's identity card and realized that there were only numbers on it, the man couldn't help but be shocked. "Miss, why is your identity card? That's why Bai Luchuan and I are enemies," Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. The man's eyes changed slightly. "So, Bai Luchuan deliberately made it so that Miss couldn't get her identity card? Other than him, how many people can do it?" The man didn't say a word as he transferred the points to the woman's identity card and handed it back. "May I know Mrs. name? If I find out more about the illusory form bead, I can inform Mississippi I'm Bailey Hongzhuang." "Bailey Hongzhuang." The man muttered, "Good name. I haven't said my name until now." Actually, no need. Without waiting for the man to finish, Bailey Hongzhuang had already interrupted him. Since your identity is special, it's fine if it's not convenient for you to say it. We've met by chance, so we're friends. If we meet again in the future, it won't be too late for you to tell me your name. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and walked towards the other end of the tunnel with Xiaohe. Young master, please be careful on your way back. The man stood there in a daze until Bailey Hongzhuang's figure disappeared into the tunnel. Then, he slowly came back to his senses. His eyes also changed into a complicated smile. What an interesting woman, but I don't know if what she said is true. After walking for a long distance, Xiaohe could not help but ask, Master, why didn't you hear his name? If we don't know his name, I'm afraid we won't be able to find him in the future. Why should we look for him? It's already good that he told us about the illusory form bead. As long as he gave us a direction, we can find out the rest ourselves. Besides, I already know who he is. Xiaohe nodded slightly when she heard the first part of the sentence. They really didn't need to look for this man. Besides, this man had not only given them cultivation resources, but also points. He was already very kind. Master, did you say that you already know who he is? Xiaohe was surprised. They didn't know many people in Xiyun City. The other party didn't state his identity, so how did Master know who he was? Looking at the dazed little guy beside her, Bailey Hongzhuang flicked its head with her index finger and said, He's by Qingli. Ah? Xiaohe was stunned. Isn't he by Qingli's friend? You believe such words? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. When I first met him, I wasn't very sure. After all, I've never seen him in person before. Furthermore, I don't know much about him. However, he's so powerful. He's training alone and has enemies chasing after him. It does match his identity. So, I probed and asked. If I wasn't sure before, then after seeing his reaction, I was sure. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. If he wasn't by Qingli, he wouldn't have paid so much attention to Bai Liuchuan's matter. After hearing everything you said, he wouldn't have thought that you were trying to sow discord. If he's really Bai Qingli's good friend, it's normal for him to stand up for him. Xiaohe was puzzled. If he's really a friend, he might be surprised, but he won't be angry or suspicious. His doubtful look clearly shows that he doesn't want to believe that a good brother he grew up with would treat him like this, so I let him hide it. At this time, if we expose him, it will seem like we're deliberately sabotaging him. Xiaohe came to a realization. Then this guy is really stupid. Everything is clearly the truth, but he actually thinks that we're lying to him? After all, we've been brothers for so many years. He's never thought about it in this way. It's normal for him to be unwilling to believe it. However, this time, we've also planted a seed of doubt in his heart. I think, with his ability, he should be able to investigate all of this very soon. This guy is so stupid. I don't think so. Xiaohe curled her lips. I still feel a little uncomfortable when I think about how this guy is by Qingli. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head with a faint smile. Actually, Bai Qingli is a smart person. Anyone who can be famous has their own methods. He just doesn't want to waste his energy on this. Based on my interaction with him, if this guy really focused his energy on other aspects, Bai Liuchuan would never be able to beat him. There were some people like this who only wanted to live a pure life, so they didn't want to be calculative about many things. Once they were calculative, it would be a bloody storm would be a storm. Master, are you trying to kill him? Bai Liuchuan was Bai Liuchuan was Bai Liuchuan's was Bai Liuchuan she was Liuchuan. It just so happened that this guy had a huge family and business, and he had countless followers behind him. It was really troublesome to deal with him. Liuchuan have a Liuchuan. Perhaps. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were deep. Actually, it can also be said that I'm reminding him from the perspective of a friend. With such a cousin, it's only a matter of time before he cries. If he discovers it earlier, the outcome might be different. If it weren't for this Bai Liuchuan, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the demon slaughter competition has passed. I don't know if our points are enough. Xiaohe couldn't help but sigh. In order to save Bai Qingli, they had been delayed here for several days. There was only a month of competition left in total, and there wasn't much time left. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. I reckon that this guy came straight here as soon as he arrived at the Demon Slaughter mountain range. After staying here for so many days, I'm sure he has a lot of points. Let me take a look. She slowly raised the identity card. As she glanced at it, her gaze immediately changed. She couldn't help but take another look. Only when she was sure that she wasn't mistaken did she completely believe it. This guy's points are more than twice mine. No wonder he was able to take first place every year. This speed is very abnormal. Xiao He was also delighted. This guy also knows how to make the best use of everything. He didn't waste these points. Master, we've made a lot of money this time. Even if they hadn't been delayed these few days and were hunting monsters first, it was likely that their points wouldn't be more than this. In the cave, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and everyone else were fighting monsters. Only by killing the monsters could they pass through this passage. However, everyone was determined to press forward. Once they were injured, they would temporarily return to the tunnel to recuperate. When their injuries had recovered a little, they would start fighting again. Every time a monster was killed, they would receive a considerable amount of points as a reward. Outside the Demon Slaughter mountain range. Look, that number's ranking has risen again. It's so strange. Could it be that this year's powerhouses don't use their own names and instead use numbered identity cards? A few days ago, these numbers began to hover around the 10th place. Sometimes they would appear on the rankings, and sometimes they would be suppressed. Later, these numbers began to climb up bit by bit and never disappeared. Especially that number 002. Originally, it was always 001, 003, or something like that on the leaderboard. But on that day, for some reason, this number 002's points suddenly skyrocketed and directly jumped to first place. This is too shocking. Usually, the first place has always been by Qingli, but now it has been snatched away by someone else. This is really surprising. Everyone looked at the rankings and couldn't help but be surprised and exclaim in their hearts. This kind of scene was something that had never happened since the beginning of the monster slaughter competition. Now, they really hoped that the demon-slaying competition would end soon so that they could see the true appearance of these cultivators with serial numbers. Bai Qingli actually withdrew from the monster slaughter competition? Bai Luchuan was extremely surprised when he heard the news. He had spent a lot of money to send people to kill him, but he hadn't expected this fellow to escape. What a pity. This news is already confirmed without a doubt. Bai Qingli did withdraw from the monster slaughter competition, and when she returned, she seemed to have suffered serious injuries, so she chose to withdraw. Bai Luchuan narrowed his eyes. Seriously injured? They actually didn't see such a good opportunity. What a bunch of trash. Young Master Bai, now that Bai Qingli has withdrawn from the competition, no one will be able to surpass you in points. Go and investigate this matter for me. Since those three fellows have the ability to severely injure him, they shouldn't have let him live. Bai Luchuan narrowed his eyes. This time, he had given a death order. Bai Qingli's strength had increased too quickly in the past few years. It was too far away for him to catch up. However, in order to surpass him and become first place, he had sent out more and more subordinates. Most importantly, if this continued, this fellow would probably break through to the elementary immortal realm. Once this fellow successfully broke through, he would have no hope of surpassing him. Young Master, could it be that the three of them lost their lives after seriously injuring Bai Qingli with all their might? The man voiced his guess. Hearing that, Bai Luchuan frowned. That shouldn't be possible. I fought with Bai Qingli a while ago, so I have a good understanding of his strength. If the three of them join forces, their strength will definitely be able to suppress Bai Qingli. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent them. Either something happened, or Bai Qingli is deliberately hiding his strength in front of me. At the end of his sentence, Bai Luchuan's voice became abnormally solemn. If Bai Qingli had already discovered his actions, then things would really become troublesome. Young Master, Bai Qingli has always trusted you. You have never revealed any flaws. I believe that it's impossible for him to deliberately hide it. Bai Luchuan nodded slightly and felt more at ease. That's right. However, if something really happened, we have to investigate thoroughly. We can't let anyone find any clues. Yes, young master. Master, I've calculated the time. It's only a few days until the end of the demon-slaying competition. It's time for us to walk out of this maze. Xiaohei carefully recalled the time after entering. Initially, she wasn't too worried, but after these days of wandering, she realized that the maze was ridiculously huge. Their speed along the way wasn't considered slow, but they still hadn't reached the exit. Staying here made it impossible to determine how far the exit was. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and subconsciously looked at her identity token. The points on it were much higher than when she first came. Although she didn't know what kind of name such a point would be, according to her judgment, her ranking shouldn't be too bad. Save me, save me, suddenly, a scream came. From the front. Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei's expressions changed, and they quickly rushed over. This is Gong Jun's voice. Gong Jun's voice was very recognizable. It was already very difficult for this guy to make it this far in the maze. Now that he was asking for help, he must have encountered something that he could not solve. The man and the beast quickly rushed forward. After staying here for so long, they were already very accustomed to the dusky environment, and their speed had increased a lot compared to before. Gong Jun, what's wrong with you? At this time, another low and magnetic voice sounded, followed by Gong Jun's surprised voice. Boss, you've come. Thank the heavens, boss. Now that you're here, I feel much more at ease. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard the familiar voice, the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. After walking in this labyrinth for so long, they finally met. Madam, you're here too. Gong Jun turned his head in surprise. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, the smile on his face became even wider. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, your voice is so special. I could hear you crying for help from far away. What happened in the end? After Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang, a trace of tenderness flashed across the depths of his eyes. The corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile, and his temperament suddenly became much gentler than before. Right in front, there's a demon with terrifying strength. I was discovered as soon as I appeared. That terrifying aura directly locked onto me, making it impossible for me to hide. I also tried my best to quickly turn around and run, and only then did I run here. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on Gong Jun's feet. Until now, this guy's feet were still trembling. It could be seen that he was really frightened just now. You were frightened by that demon to such an extent. Could it have reached the elementary immortal realm? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was complicated. She had some understanding of Gong Jun's character. Although this guy was usually startled, he was not someone who liked to exaggerate. If just its aura made Gong Jun feel so terrified, then this demon's strength was really shocking. I don't know either. Gong Jun's expression was somewhat complicated and awkward. I was forced by its aura as soon as I appeared. I didn't even look at it before running over. Fortunately, this tunnel was relatively narrow, and that big guy couldn't pass through at all. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. Boss, I think we should change our path from here? Gong Jun suggested. Bewitching thought for a moment, we've been going out along the original path. If we change our direction from here, it will be really difficult to get out. Why don't we go and see what kind of monster it is? Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. At the same time, she sent a message to Beichin. Beichin, you must have seen the demons here before. Some of them are actually the same species as the demons I summoned. I've noticed that as well. Beichin nodded slightly. It said that these monsters only appeared a few years ago. The Chaos Ring must have a lot to do with this plane. Do you think the Chaos Ring is something from this other plane? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Bewitching muttered to himself, that's not impossible. It's just that most of the monsters in this plane are of the dark attribute, and almost none of them are of the light attribute. The primordial Chaos Ring has recognized you as its master, but this attribute, isn't it a little strange? It's indeed a little strange. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were deep and serene. This was also a question she had never understood. If that was really the case, then the Chaos Ring should have chosen any cultivator of the dark attribute to be its master, and not her. But the palace in the Chaos Ring is originally black and white. I didn't quite understand it at first, but now I suddenly understand. Perhaps the master the Chaos Ring is looking for has the dark and light attributes. If there's a chance, I really want to go to this plane to take a look. Maybe I can solve the mystery of the Chaos Ring. When Gong Jun saw Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang looking at each other without saying anything, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. I say, boss, madam, even if we haven't seen each other for a while, you don't have to be so lovey-dovey in front of me, right? How am I supposed to live like this? Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't continue this topic. In short, after coming to the upper realm, they discovered the strange mystery of the Chaos Ring. There was something fishy about it, but they didn't know when they would be able to solve it. Gong Jun, according to the mark in your book, how far are we from leaving this maze? Gong Jun frowned and said, boss, look. I also feel that the monster slaughtering competition is about to end. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. I found that the fastest way to leave is to the left of the path I took, so I came here. Bewitching looked at the map in the book, and his eyes lit up. According to the contents of this book, as long as we can defeat the monster inside, we can directly leave the maze? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be surprised. Really? Could it be that this monster is the strongest existence in this maze? Although this kind of situation happened relatively rarely, it did indeed exist. Whenever such a situation occurred, the monster blocking them would definitely be the strongest one. In this way, everything that Gong Jun described made sense. It seems that if we want to leave now, this is the only way. Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his handsome face. Speaking of which, it's strange. Looking at it carefully, I found that the path that Bewitching took was actually so complicated. It was a circle. Bailey Hongzhuang compared the path that she took. Back then, she only felt that every path was the same, but now that she carefully compared it, the path that Bewitching took was really complicated. In comparison, the path that Xianxia and the others took was more suitable. According to the time, they should not be far from the exit. As for her, she had delayed a lot of time because she was treating by Qingli, so she only came here now. Indeed. Bewitching's brows were filled with surprise. I didn't notice this before. Boss, why don't we go over and take a look? Gong Jun suggested. We still have to go out and find Xianxia first. That guy hasn't given us his points yet. Seeing that Gong Jun was most concerned about points at this time, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. As expected, you don't wake up early without benefits. We spent so much effort to succeed. How can it be gone just like that? Gong Jun had a serious expression. Let's not talk about anything else. In any case, we definitely can't let Bai Luchuan get what he wants. As for that Bai Qingli, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop her. However, with Boss and Madam's strength and Zhong Yiluan's points, we might still be able to defeat Bai Qingli. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Don't worry. Bai Qingli has already withdrawn from this demon-slaying competition. Hearing that, Bewitching and Gong Jun were somewhat surprised. Is what you said true? I met him earlier. He should have been chased by someone sent by Bai Luchuan. If I hadn't appeared, he would have died. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Bai Luchuan has gone to great lengths to kill him. If he really dies, wouldn't Bai Luchuan's wish be fulfilled? Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix-like eyes pricked up slightly. She believed that as long as Bai Qingli wasn't a fool, she would definitely spend some effort to investigate the matter after returning. When the time came, Bai Luchuan would have such a formidable opponent and would likely have a headache. Gong Jun's eyes gradually lit up. Madam, you are right. Although Bai Luchuan's status in the city is extraordinary, he can't be compared to Bai Qingli. Once Bai Qingli targets him, he probably won't be able to care about us. When the time comes, we will take action. Hee hee. Profiteer, profiteer. Xiao He and Xiao Bai said in unison. Gong Jun glared at the two rascals. What's wrong with being a profiteer? Alright, let's head over and take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and smiled faintly. It would probably take quite a bit of time to take another path. Why not try and see if they could defeat the demon together? On the other hand, if the demon was that strong, it would likely have a lot of points. Bewitching nodded and took the lead to walk forward. Bailey Hongzhuang followed closely behind. Gong Jun walked at the back, unable to hide his nervousness. As the distance got closer and closer, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt a powerful aura. This aura was stronger than anyone they had seen before. However, it was naturally incomparable to Granny Hua and company. This demon is definitely an extremely powerful existence in the Radiant Sun realm. Even if we join forces, it won't be easy to deal with it. Di Beichen's face was dignified. Along the way, the strength of the monsters in the labyrinth was much more tyrannical than outside, but this kind of strength, they had never encountered an opponent like this before. Upon hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This fellow is indeed not easy to deal with. Only when they got close to the entrance of the cave did they see the monster's appearance clearly. This was a monster related to the tiger clan. Its body was huge, and its form was very similar to a tiger. The difference was that its body was black and red, and it had 2 heads. There was also a pair of huge wings on its back. The 2 heads seemed to have different souls and had different expressions. The moment it noticed the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, its gaze suddenly became ferocious. Roar. 2 loud and clear roars spread out with terrifying sound waves, revealing their cold and sharp fangs. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others only felt a gust of wind blow past them. Their ears were filled with that terrifying sound, and even their eardrums were shaken. He subconsciously used his elemental energy to cover his ears. This terrifying sound wave was no different from an attack. These monsters all look very unique. Xiao He sized up the majestic big guy in front of it. Although it had 2 heads, in all fairness, this guy really had an imposing aura and was extraordinarily mighty. In fact, although the demons they had seen before also looked very scary, they all had a ferocious characteristic, which was completely different from these cute-looking ones. They couldn't be said to be ugly, but they looked more ferocious. It's indeed a completely different style. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. In comparison, that plane should be a completely different scene. No matter whether the colors were gorgeous or deep, they all had different kinds of beauty. As long as we kill this demon, we'll be able to leave this place successfully. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. At this point, they could only try their best. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other in tacit understanding. In the next moment, the 2 of them walked in directly. When the demon saw the 2 of them appear, the anger in its eyes intensified. These 2 fellows were really digging their own graves. They actually dared to take the initiative to charge at it. In the next moment, the demon raised its claws and directly attacked Di Beichen. The huge claws immediately set off a demonic wind. Di Beichen's aura was instantly locked on, and he could only feel a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. If he was crushed by this fellow's foot, he would definitely be turned into a pile of meat paste. Di Beichen's brows furrowed. The origin energy in his body surged out violently, and he immediately broke free from the aura lock. His figure flew out, and after dodging, he leaped into the air and attacked the demon with his sword. Bang! The biting cold sword aura lingered around the dark energy. It was like a black sharp blade, and it slashed down violently with a violent air wave. When the demon saw this scene, it let out another huge roar. A terrifying air wave filled with dark energy rushed out at the same time. The 2 air waves met in midair, and in that instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The black sharp sword was completely defeated in the blink of an eye. Di Beichen also took a few steps back. One of his feet stepped on a high rock, and his handsome face was extremely serious. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also swung her sword. The dazzling light energy flashed out, and with a terrifying force, it attacked the demon's back fiercely. The demon flapped its wings and flew directly into the air. When it looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, the murderous intent in its eyes was even more intense. Roar! The shocking roar was like a hurricane. Immediately, the sand and stones around Bailey Hongzhuang were blown away, and it was difficult for her to open her eyes. A terrifying gust of wind and waves surged over, ruthlessly crushing over. Hongzhuang, be careful. Di Beichen's expression froze. At the same time, he rushed out and stabbed the monster's back with his sword. Poochie! The monster suddenly felt a sharp pain in its back, and blood immediately sprayed out from its wound. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure suddenly moved forward. She knelt on the ground and slid past the monster's body. She raised the sharp sword in her hand and charged forward. Rip! The sound of the monster's stomach being ripped open rang out, and a bloody gash appeared on the monster's stomach. The moment Gong Jun saw Bailey Hongzhuang display the power of light, his expression changed. Shock, suspicion, and disbelief appeared in his deep black eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, he had already regained his original expression. It was so fast that it was as if he had never appeared before. With 2 wounds in a row, the demonic beast became even more irritable. Its eyes turned blood red, and its aura was incomparably shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that although a long bloody gash had appeared on the demonic beast's stomach, it was not seriously injured. A trace of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Earlier on, it was indeed an excellent opportunity. However, she did not expect this fellow's stomach to have such a shocking defensive power. In comparison, Bewitching's attack on its back was more serious. "Boss, madam, you're really amazing." Gong Jun was pleasantly surprised. "I thought that this fellow was really too difficult to deal with. I didn't expect that you'd be able to injure it with your combined attacks. It seems that there's hope for us to get out of here." However, Bewitching shook his head, and his expression became even more solemn. Upon hearing Bewitching's words, Gong Jun's face fell. However, he quickly regained his spirits. "Boss, let's help together. We must kill this fellow." Gong Jun picked up his weapon. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also enlarged their bodies and surrounded the demon. The demon's piercingly cold gaze swept across everyone. However, it paused briefly on Gong Jun. After being injured, the demon became even more irritable. The murderous aura in its eyes became even sharper. Its body flew and it spread its wings and leaped into the air. A huge shadow covered Bewitching as it viciously slammed its claws down. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all attacked the monster together, only to see a terrible black energy ripple burst out, and under that unparalleled power, their bodies were directly shaken and sent flying. Bang! 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 Everyone fell to the ground. The huge power felt as if they had crashed into a mountain. Their internal organs felt as if they had been displaced. Bewitching also felt a numbing power coming towards him. Raging primary energy surged out from his palms and met the claw head-on. The dark energy formed a circular barrier in the air, blocking the demon's claw. Its claw paused for a moment. Then, with a snort, it suddenly increased its strength. The power exploded once again and quickly destroyed the black barrier. Boom! Once the barrier was broken, Bewitching's body was sent flying. A mouthful of sweet blood was spat out. His handsome face was stained with a hint of paleness. However, he only saw the demon charging towards him again. Its blood-red eyes were filled with murderous aura. As long as its claw came down, he would definitely lose his life. "Beichen!" Bailey Hongzhuang quickly stood up. She transformed into a white light and charged forward. She then stabbed her sword fiercely at the demon. Just as the monster's foot was about to land, it sensed the airwave behind it and quickly turned around. It flew into the air and changed direction. At the same time, it raised its claws and the airwave attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. Bang! The fierce sword chi collided with the chi wave. The demonic beast's strength was undoubtedly stronger. Bailey Hongzhuang was also sent flying, once again hitting a rock. Upon seeing this, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Gong Jun also rushed forward. 3 attacks came from different directions. A trace of disdain flashed in the monster's eyes. Its body shook, and a dark wave of air swept out like a black curtain, blocking the 3 attacks. Damn it! How can this monster be so strong? Xiao Hei's vision turned black. This terrifying power had severely injured it with just 1 strike. Earlier, this fellow must have underestimated his opponent and did not display his true strength. Now that it has been injured, its bloodthirst has been aroused. Its attacks are even more ruthless. Gong Jun clutched his chest and said with an ugly expression. Bewitching rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. His eyes were full of heartache. "How are you?" Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "I'm fine. This fellow is not easy to deal with. It'll be a fierce battle." Bewitching's expression was solemn. After just 1 round of battle, the gap between the 2 of them had been revealed. This monster must be very close to breaking through to the elementary immortal stage. Coupled with its terrifying defense, it would be very difficult to kill it. No matter what, let's give it our all. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed. Her blood chi field and murderous chi field instantly exploded. Her aura was much stronger than before. The Radiant Sun stage seemed to be only one stage away from the elementary immortal stage, but it was too difficult for cultivators to cross. This was a stage where one's origin energy was constantly accumulating, but no one knew when one would be able to break through. Hence, the Radiant Sun stage was not divided into levels, and there was only one stage. Once one broke through, it would be a different world. If one could not break through, one could not be called an immortal. Although the monster in front of them was at the Radiant Sun stage, according to their judgment, this fellow must have been cultivating at this stage for a long time. The gap between them was not small. Bewitching nodded slightly, and his blood aura and murderous aura spread out at the same time. When the monster noticed the increase in Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaobai's aura, a hint of surprise appeared in its eyes. However, this did not make it afraid. It only felt that these two fellows were even more annoying. Roar, the monster roared and charged forward again. It wanted to cripple these two fellows. The two of them also charged forward again with great tacit understanding. The sharp sword and the giant claw collided, and 3 streams of air collided in midair. When Xiao He and Xiao Bai saw this, they attacked the monsters back fiercely. Gong Jun took the opportunity to stab forward with his sword. After the monster sensed several auras, it became impatient. A huge amount of energy exploded, and Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Gong Jun were sent flying. As for Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching, they forcefully used their origin energy to block the monster's claw. This fellow's origin energy was so huge that it was almost stronger than the two of them combined. At this moment, they also deeply understood the situation that Granny Hua had mentioned earlier. The Radiant Sun stage was the stage where cultivators stayed for the longest time. This fellow's origin energy was already so terrifying that it could not break through. Then, how long would it take for them to break through? Just thinking about it was enough to know. Boom! A huge energy ripple exploded, and the two of them retreated several steps. However, the monster also retreated 2 steps under the influence of the energy. When it looked at the two of them again, there was a hint of seriousness in the monster's eyes. It did not expect these two fellows to be able to block its all-out attack when they worked together. After truly understanding the difference in strength between the two sides, Bailey Hongshuang also understood that it would be very difficult for them to defeat this monster in a head-on confrontation. In the next moment, a surge of elemental energy erupted from her body. All the elemental energy swept out at this moment, and a dense dark energy surrounded her body. They clearly noticed that their master's eyes had turned as black as ink. As well, Bewitching also displayed the same trick, and his aura suddenly became cold and murderous. Why haven't I seen it before? Xiao He looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Although she did not understand what kind of move it was, she could feel that the power of this move was extremely shocking. It was far more powerful than any of the previous moves. Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. However, it quickly understood. Is this the inheritance of the Bitter Sea's abyss? Gong Jun listened to Xiao He and Xiao Bai from the side, and a trace of doubt flashed between his brows. What kind of move are you talking about? We're not sure either. We only know that Master has obtained the inheritance of the Bitter Sea abyss, but we've never seen it before. Thinking about it, this move should be quite powerful. The two beasts were very confident about this point because the inheritance of the 3-grade abyss had never disappointed them before. They thought that this time, it would not disappoint them either. Gong Jun quietly watched Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's changing aura. A trace of understanding quietly flashed in his eyes, and there was even a trace of amazement. After Bailey Hongshuang set up the barrier, she only felt that the dark energy in the entire area could be controlled by her at will. She raised her right hand and waved it out casually. A huge dark energy ball attacked the monster. After the monster sensed the changes in the surrounding situation, it also became hesitant and uneasy. The dark energy in its body also became restless. This feeling was as if there was an invisible net binding it. Even using its power felt a little awkward. Raising both hands slightly, Bailey Hongshuang blasted out a palm, and energy poured out continuously. Bewitching stretched out his palm, and a huge palm formed by dark energy attacked first. The monster roared and swung its claws. This time, although it was able to block the power, it was clearly much more difficult than before. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes, and a trace of joy appeared between her brows. Sure enough, once this barrier was set up, their strength increased a lot. Seeing this, the two of them did not stop moving, and their moves became even more violent. Although the effect of the barrier was obvious, the consumption of primary energy was also very terrifying. If they could not get rid of this guy in a short period of time, once they ran out of energy, only death would await them. Tyrannical energy fluctuations continued to explode. Gong Jun, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai could no longer intervene in this situation. Because both sides were very strong, and if they rashly attacked, they might directly break into their barrier. Gong Jun stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Boss, could it be that they are using a barrier? Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Xiao He could not help but ask, Profiteer, you actually know about barriers? Gong Jun glanced at Xiao He and ignored the way she addressed him. Although I'm not strong, I'm quite knowledgeable. I've heard a lot of things from others. It's said that this barrier can only be comprehended by cultivators who have broken through to the elementary immortal stage. That's not all. As far as I know, even cultivators who have broken through the elementary celestial stage are rarely able to grasp it. Most cultivators can't even touch this threshold. But Boss and Madam were only at the Radiant Sun realm. How could they possibly comprehend a barrier? Logically speaking, this is simply impossible. Seeing Gong Jun's stunned expression, Xiao Bai also had a smug look on her face. Master and Madam are first-rate geniuses. Naturally, their comprehension ability is not something that ordinary people can compare to. If this was seen by others, I'm afraid they would not even dare to believe it. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other. Their masters always thought that they were noisy, but now it seemed that Gong Jun was the one who was noisy. Don't be happy too early. I can see that this big guy's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with it. Xiao Bai's expression was solemn. It had been by its master's side every day, so its eyesight was much better than before. Even though their two masters' combat strength had greatly increased after casting the barrier, they did not know what kind of tricks this guy had up its sleeves. Since the monster from that plane could appear here, it was impossible to say that it did not have any powerful tricks up its sleeves. Bang, bang, bang. Energy kept pouring out, and more wounds appeared on the monster's body. It attacked Bailey Hongzhuang with all its might. It was clearly not very far away, but the mountains formed by the dark energy blocked its path, stopping it in its tracks. After noticing that the monster's condition was gradually worsening, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching tacitly launched a fatal attack. Turbulent dark energy condensed in their hands, and like a storm, they attacked the monster in the middle at the same time. In an instant, Gong Jun, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai felt that the entire cave was about to collapse. The terrifying shockwave caused their bodies to sway outside. Roar. The monster suddenly roared, but this roar was much more terrifying than its previous roars. The formless sound wave swept out, and its body suddenly flew into the sky. Then, the same black energy wrapped around it like a huge black ball. In the next moment, its wings suddenly opened, and a terrifying black energy suddenly exploded with it as the center. Everything before them was pitch black. The terrifying storm sent Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching flying, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground like kites with their strings cut. Bailey Hongzhuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes closed weakly, and her consciousness was in a blur. It wasn't until the moment before she fainted that she finally understood that this was the self-detonation of a demon. The terrifying energy swept across the surroundings. Even Xiao He and Xiao Bai were sent flying by the terrifying storm. They crashed into the rocks and lost consciousness. Bewitching's situation was no better than Bailey Hongzhuang's. They were in the center of the energy storm and could not avoid it. However, after the entire cave regained its silence, Gong Jun slowly walked to Bewitching's side. His fleshy face no longer had its usual naivety. His eyes, which were always full of astuteness and laughter, were now serious and dignified. His temperament seemed to have undergone a huge change in an instant. He flipped his hands and a strange seal quietly appeared. His right hand reached out to Bewitching's head. Gradually, his eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. At this moment, another figure appeared next to Gong Jun. He slowly said, "There's no doubt about it." After hearing this, the man's face was filled with excitement. "That's great. Then shouldn't we bring Master back now?" "No." Gong Jun shook his head. His expression was solemn and serious. "We've only broken the first seal. It's not time to go back yet." "But, no buts." Gong Jun's voice was filled with endless dignity, and there was no room for doubt. "Young Master Gong, this woman. Let's kill her." The man's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, his hand directly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. Just then, Gong Jun's voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." The man's hand paused and his expression instantly turned ugly. "Young Master Gong, don't forget your responsibility." "She's not that woman," Gong Jun said indifferently. The man was stunned and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment, then looked at Gong Jun. "She's not. Didn't you notice the dark energy lingering around her body?" Gong Jun said coldly. The man then squatted down. After sensing Bailey Hongzhuang's aura, the strong murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipated and he revealed a comfortable smile. "She's not. That's great. Since there's nothing else, you should leave. Otherwise, they'll find you when they wake up." "Yes." In the blink of an eye, the man's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Gong Jun quietly looked at Bewitching, unconcealable joy between his brows and the corners of his lips slightly raised. "Master, long time no see." When Bailey Hongzhuang slowly woke up, she saw a familiar handsome face. Bewitching happily said, "Wife, you're awake." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and looked at everything around her. The scene before she fainted gradually surfaced in her mind. "We're still in the cave?" Bewitching nodded and gently helped her up. "Earlier, that demon suddenly self-destructed and we were all seriously injured and unconscious. I've already fed you a pill, how do you feel?" Moving her heavy body, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. "I'm fine as long as I'm not dead." "Where's Gong Jun and the rest?" Bewitching pointed not far away. The energy storm from the demon's self-destruction was too strong and they were all knocked unconscious. Xiao He and Xiao Bai have just regained consciousness and Gong Jun should be waking up soon as well. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang felt relieved. Only then did she notice that the originally pitch-black environment had suddenly become very bright. She looked up and realized that there was sunlight shining above her head and she immediately understood. "From the looks of it, we'll be able to leave from the top." "That's right." Bewitching nodded. "As long as we kill this demon, we'll be able to leave this place." "How long have we been unconscious?" "We really should be quick." Bailey Hongzhuang checked the injuries on her body. The power of this demon's self-destruction was truly terrifying. Fortunately, although they were unconscious, their situation was not as bad as Bai Qingli's. Although there were many wounds on her body, they did not affect her much. After taking the healing pill, her recovery speed was also very fast. "I'll go check on Gong Jun. When he wakes up, we'll leave this place." "Okay." Gong Jun. Bewitching looked at the unconscious Gong Jun. Although this guy was in the periphery, his injuries were also very serious. He reached out and patted Gong Jun's face. "Gong Jun, wake up." Hearing this voice, Gong Jun slowly woke up. There was a trace of confusion on his face. When he saw the face in front of him clearly, he said in surprise, "Boss? It's good that you're awake. We have to prepare to leave this place." Gong Jun immediately came back to his senses and subconsciously wanted to sit up. The moment he moved, he pulled on his wounds and could not help but wail. Everyone fainted when that monster self-destructed. "I've already fed you some pills, but it'll take some time for you to recover. It's getting late, and the monster slaughtering competition is about to end. We have to leave this place quickly." Bewitching's expression turned serious. Gong Jun understood as well. He endured the pain and stood up. "Yes, yes, yes. Let's go quickly." Even though everyone's injuries had not fully recovered, flying out of the cave was not difficult for them. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were out of the maze. At the same time, Bai Li Yan Che and the rest were puzzled. We haven't seen sister and brother-in-law for so long. Could it be that they're faster than us and have already left? Linger nodded. That's not strange. They're the strongest, so it's natural that they'll pass faster than us. Since we were able to pass, it shouldn't be a problem for them. When Xiren had a casual expression as he said matter-of-factly, "Don't worry, we came here separately to gain experience." They should have already left. There's still a few days before the monster slaughtering competition ends. It's just enough time for us to hurry back. Zhongli said. I've gained a lot in this maze. I wonder what ranking I'll get with these points. Hearing this, Wen Xiren immediately moved to Zhongli's side. I've gained a lot too. Let's see if you have more points than me. Seeing this, Bai Lianche and the rest looked at the two of them curiously. But in the next moment, they heard Xiren's wail. That's ridiculous. How can you have so much more points than me? I've clearly compared with Ying. The difference in points between us isn't that big. Zhongli smiled. When I came out, I didn't see any of you, so I went in for a while before coming out. When Xiren stared at Zhongli for a moment before shouting, "Beast!" Haha. Zhongli laughed unceremoniously. Who asked you to be slower than me? When Xiren moved closer to Imo Yunjua's side. Yunjua, let me see your points. Calm me down. Imo Yunjua handed the identity card to Xiren with a cold expression. However, after seeing the number on it, Xiren's eyes widened and he could not help but wail again. You. How can you have more points than Zhongli? Could it be that your speed is faster than his? No. Imo Yunjua shook his head. What's going on? At this moment, even Di Xiaofeng was curiously looking at Imo Yunjua. In fact, he had always been very clear that although this cold man rarely spoke, his strength had always been extremely strong. I met a few people when I was passing through the level. After I finished them off, I took their points. Imo Yunjua's voice was calm, as if it was a matter of fact. Xiren's lips twitched. Yunjua, when you're talking about something so outrageous, can your expression not be so casual? Is this outrageous? Imo Yunjua's face was calm. This is very normal. When Bewitching and the other two walked out of the maze, they found that there was no one nearby. After thinking for a moment, they understood that everyone should have left first. The three of them slowly walked forward. Xiao He and Xiao Bai shrunk their bodies and sat on Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang's shoulders. Their speed was not fast. Along the way, they also paid attention to whether other cultivators would appear. After all, their injuries had not healed yet. If they encountered other cultivators, some trouble would inevitably occur. Fortunately, because the competition was about to end, almost all the cultivators had left. Along the way, they did not encounter anyone. Not only that, but even those monsters had been killed by everyone, so they did not have to worry about these problems. Therefore, although their speed was not fast, it was not much slower than when they came. If that monster was going to die, then so be it. How dare it self-destruct? How abominable! Gongjun's face was full of resentment. I've never suffered such serious injuries since I came to Xiyun City. This time, it's good. Looking at Gongjun's indignant look, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen smiled faintly and shook their heads. This guy was different from them. They usually went through fire and water, so this kind of situation was normal. Actually, this monster's strength is extraordinary. It's very lucky that its self-destruction only seriously injured us and did not kill us. A trace of doubt flashed across Di Baichen's brows. Logically speaking, it was a miracle that such a strong monster self-destructed and they were so close to it. Gongjun smiled and said, I think that monster is different from the monsters we've seen before. Although it's strong, the power of its self-destruction is not strong enough. I didn't notice that this monster was planning to self-destruct at all. Its speed is much faster than ours. Hearing this, the doubt between Di Baichen's brows gradually dissipated. You're right. This monster is different from the monsters we've seen before. Whether it's the power or speed of its self-destruction, it's different. One who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune in the future. On the way back, they met some cultivators sporadically. Bailey Hongshuang kept looking for Zhongyiluan. However, they didn't see Zhong Yiluan even as they got closer and closer to the end. I haven't seen Zhong Yiluan for so long. I wonder where he went. Bailey Hongshuang frowned. Although she didn't know what ranking they would achieve with their points and Zhong Yiluan's points, it wouldn't be a problem to enter the top 10. Furthermore, as long as Bai Luchuan didn't have these points, his ranking would definitely drop greatly. This guy wouldn't go back on his word, right? Gong Jun said worriedly. This fellow is a person who cherishes his life. Even if he's working for Bai Luchuan, he wouldn't be willing to lose his life. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head, her expression still showing a trace of confidence. Unless Xian City has a person with superb medical skills, he has no other choice. In my opinion, he should have already met up with Bai Luchuan. I'm afraid we won't be able to see him until we reach the end. Bewitching revealed a pondering look. We'll see what happens when the time comes. He should think of a way to approach us. While Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were deep in thought, Bai Luchuan was also anxiously searching for Zhong Yiluan. Where did Zhong Yiluan run off to? The demon-slaying competition is about to end, but this fellow is still nowhere to be seen. Bai Luchuan was flustered and exasperated. It wasn't easy for Bai Qingli to give up on the competition. It was a good opportunity for him to show off, although he couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Bai Qingli. As long as he could show his prowess and overshadow his limelight, it would be excellent. Young master, we have already sent people to search everywhere. However, in the later stages of the competition, Zhong Yiluan suddenly disappeared for some reason. My points are still only 5th place. What the hell are the 4 numbers on the ranking list? Bai Luchuan looked at the top 4 names on the ranking list. They were all numbers. Such a situation had never happened since the demon-slaying competition was held. Now, almost everyone was discussing who the owner of the number was. He was really puzzled. Why would these fellows use numbered identity cards for no reason? Most importantly, when he thought of the numbered identity card, he couldn't help but think of Bewitching and company. These fellows were forced to use their identity cards because of his obstruction. Now that such a situation had happened, could it be related to them? Brother Bai, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching both used numbered identity cards. I wonder if they are among the 4. Yun Xiaoman also had a bad premonition. These 2 fellows had been extraordinary from the moment they appeared. If they really obtained 1st place this time, wouldn't that be terrible? Bai Luchuan's expression immediately darkened. He turned to look at the man beside him. Do you know their numbers? Young master, every year, the numbered identity cards are randomly distributed. Any cultivator can receive them, so they don't pay attention to this aspect. Furthermore, according to the memories of the person who issued the numbers, he has never seen Bewitching and Bai Qingli. Unlucky. Bai Luchuan cursed. A bunch of trash. Looking at Bai Luchuan's cursing appearance, Yun Xiaoman couldn't help but comfort him. Brother Bai, in my opinion, this might not be them. Look, 4 out of the top 5 are serial numbers. Maybe it has nothing to do with them. I hope so. When Mo Yunjue and the others arrived, they discovered that many cultivators had already gathered there. However, there were still many cultivators nearby who were still fighting monsters for some points. This year's monster slaying competition is truly the most peculiar one. The top 4 are actually all numbered identity cards. Do you guys think they're ruthless people from other cities? I think this should be the most likely scenario. Our Cloud City's strength is a bit inferior compared to the other cities. Once the cultivators from the other cities came, it wouldn't be strange for them to obtain such results. If that's really the case, then wouldn't our Xian City be a bit embarrassed? If it wasn't for Bai Qingli being hunted down and giving up on the competition, the 1st place would still be his. Everyone sighed. Bai Qingli was the undisputed number 1 in their hearts. Even if they couldn't get it, they didn't want it to fall into the hands of people from other cities. A look of anticipation appeared on Zhong Limu's face. Let's go and take a look. Before they came, they had already compared their scores. Among them, he and Yunju had the highest points. However, they didn't know about the past results of the demon slaughter competition, so they couldn't use this to determine their ranking. Di Xiaofeng and the others also quickened their pace. When they saw the rankings, a smile appeared on their faces. As expected, you guys are third and fourth. Di Xiaofeng's face didn't have the slightest bit of surprise because above Mo Yunjue and Zhong Limu's rankings were Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. I remember that Beichen's points weren't much higher than ours back then. Xiren looked thoughtful. Could it be that Beichen is the same as you guys and robbed others in the maze? Mo Yunjue looked at the difference in points above and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, then Beichen and Hongzhuang must have robbed a group of people. The corner of Xiren's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking about the difference in points, it was indeed not the difference of one or two people. These two guys are really abnormal. I didn't meet anyone else along the way in the maze. Me too. Shang Guanying nodded. But I think even if we met, the ones in danger would still be us, right? Look, that Bai Luchuan is fifth. Although you didn't chase this guy out of the top 10, it's still not bad. Xiao Xuanzi smiled. This annoying guy actually wanted to kill his master. Now that he had such a result, he must be very depressed. While everyone was discussing, Bailey Yanche began to search the vicinity. Why haven't I seen elder sister and brother-in-law yet? Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses from the rankings and started to search the surroundings. However, as the crowd circled around the area, they did not see Bailey Hongzhuang and Lin Mingya. Their faces were filled with doubt. Beichen and the others won't be slower than us, right? Xiren pondered. Not necessarily. Di Xiaofeng said, maybe they rushed out of the labyrinth too quickly, so they went back again. That way, they'll be behind us. Listening to Di Xiaofeng's perverted explanation, Xiren didn't know what to say. This kind of thing. You don't have to be so willful, do you? You think it's impossible? Di Xiaofeng asked. Xiren stared at Di Xiaofeng for a second. No, I think it's very possible. Isn't that right? Emperor Xiaofeng smiled faintly. This also explains why their points are so much higher. Haha. Wen Xiren laughed. I still believe that they robbed others. Alright, I think so too. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bai Luchuan had been looking for Zhong Yiluan. Suddenly, he saw those familiar figures in front of him and his face became gloomy. Big brother Yun, aren't they Di Beichen's helpers? Yun Xiaoman also noticed the appearance of this group of people. In fact, from the moment these guys appeared, many people had already started discussing them. Why did they appear, but I didn't see Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang? Yun Xiaoman's gaze searched her surroundings. When she thought of these two fellows, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of unwillingness in her heart. They really didn't appear. Bai Luchuan frowned slightly and suddenly chuckled. These two fellows like to cause trouble so much. They might have already died at someone's hands. Hearing this, Yun Xiaoman couldn't help but laugh. Brother Bai, what you said isn't impossible. If that's the case, then that's great. Bai Luchuan only glanced at them before shifting his gaze. He wasn't in the mood to argue with these fellows. He only wanted to find Zhong Yiluan as soon as possible. The demon slaughter competition was about to end. If he still couldn't find Zhong Yiluan, then his name would stop at 5th place. Not to mention being in the limelight, even if he were to compare a few times, his results would be much worse. Bai Qingli giving up on the competition because of the assassination could be considered a dignified reason. However, if he were to obtain such results after participating, then the one who would be truly embarrassed would be him. Fuck, while Bai Luchuan sent people to search everywhere, Zhong Yiluan's mood was extremely complicated. He kept looking around, hoping that the two figures would appear soon. If they didn't appear, then he would inevitably be caught. Great aunt, hurry up and show up. Zhong Yiluan hid to the side, the anxiety on his face was obvious. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Luchuan had only agreed on the exchange of points. As for where the exchange would take place, they didn't say anything. Now, the competition was about to end, but he couldn't find the two of them. Wasn't this asking for his life? He had spent a tremendous amount of effort to secretly frame someone else, but if he couldn't get the antidote, then it would be completely over. Gong Jun, in your opinion, where would Zhong Yiluan be waiting for us? As they got closer and closer to the rankings, Di Beichen's voice sounded. Gong Jun paused for a moment as he recalled the scene near the rankings. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in his mind. Boss, if it were me, I would definitely choose to wait over there. Gong Jun pointed to a spot not too far away. That place is rather secluded, so most people won't pay too much attention to it. However, the field of vision is also quite wide. If anything happens, there are many ways to escape. Then let's go to the place you mentioned. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in surprise. Do you think Zhong Yiluan will be there? Gong Jun is an expert, so he must be very good at this. As for Zhong Yiluan, he's different from us. He's already participated in the monster slaying competition several times, so he's definitely very familiar with the surrounding terrain. If he is waiting for us, he will definitely find a suitable place to hide. Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile. If he isn't around when we go this time, then forget it. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Okay. Boss, do you really trust my judgment that much? Along the way, even Gong Jun did not believe in himself. If it were you, you would choose that place, right? If it were me, I would definitely choose that place. Then it can't be wrong. Bewitching said casually. No need to think too much. We'll know when we get there. After realizing that Zhong Yiluan was nowhere to be seen, Gong Jun's face fell. Boss, Zhong Yiluan isn't here. Even if he isn't here, it's fine. The competition is about to end, and it's our fault that we didn't come up with a plan. Bailey Hongzhuang consoled him gently. Ever since they killed the self-destructing monster, their points had risen by a large margin. Even though she wasn't sure of the result, she was still quite confident in her points. Don't worry, let's wait for a while. Bewitching smiled faintly. His handsome and unparalleled face was calm and indifferent, like a wisp of wind. Any worries could be blown away by the wind. Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Jun stood to the side, looking around. After climbing over the hill, the ranking board would be right in front of him. Speaking of which, their location was quite convenient to find someone. Just as they were thinking, an excited voice came from the side. My lady, you're finally here. Hearing the voice that sounded like tears of joy, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but turn to see Zhong Yiluan crawl out from the bushes. At that moment, there were a few strands of grass stuck to his head. Obviously, he had been hiding in the bushes to not attract attention. When he saw them arrive, he quickly ran out. Compared to the first time she saw him, his appearance at the moment was really too embarrassing. In the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang, there was an inexplicable feeling of joy. Zhong Yiluan, did you bring the points? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Yes, I did. Zhong Yiluan nodded repeatedly. I brought them all. My lady, I'll give you all the points, but you have to give me the antidote. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her right hand. Show me the points first. Zhong Yiluan respectfully handed his ID card to Qing Chong. My lady, I brought all the points. I've not left a single one behind. Glancing at the points on the ID card, a satisfied look appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. From the looks of it, Zhong Yiluan's team's efficiency in obtaining points was quite good. If these points landed in Bai Liuchuan's hands, he might really become first place. After transferring the points to her ID card, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up when she saw the points rise by a large margin. First place should be in the bag. When Zhong Yiluan saw that the points on the identity card had been reset to 0, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of pity in his eyes. However, he quickly erased this trace of thought and nervously said, Great Aunt, I've already given you all the points. The antidote. Here you go. Bailey Hongzhuang placed the antidote in Zhong Yiluan's hand. I always keep my words. Looking at the antidote in his hand, Zhong Yiluan was stunned. He couldn't believe that she would really give him the antidote. He knew very well how much he had gone overboard with what he had done earlier. Even though he had handed over the points, he only had a 1 in a million hope. Under such circumstances, most people wouldn't give him the antidote. However, looking at the antidote in his hand, he suddenly felt that the woman before him was emitting an endless glow. Instantly, the hatred from before seemed to dissipate. Don't worry, this is the real antidote. If I don't want to save you, I just don't need to give you the antidote. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I believe you, I believe you. Zhong Yiluan nodded repeatedly and immediately swallowed the antidote. Leave this place as soon as possible. If you are discovered, you won't be able to keep your life. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. She wasn't worried that Zhong Yiluan would tell Bai Luchuan about this matter. After all, they were already enemies, so she didn't plan on hiding it. On the contrary, if Bai Luchuan knew about this, he would definitely be very angry. His expression would definitely be very interesting. Zhong Yiluan looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze. A hint of regret flashed across his eyes. The next moment, he quickly left. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her eyes and said with a smile, "Gong Jun, your judgment is really amazing." Gong Jun himself found it unbelievable. "I didn't expect this guy to really be here." "Boss, how did you know?" For a moment, the two humans and two beasts looked at Bewitching in surprise. His judgment in this aspect was simply too amazing. However, Bewitching didn't say anything. He turned around and slowly walked towards the ranking board. Deliberately mystifying. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and quickly followed. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Luchuan appeared, Wen Xiren and company immediately noticed them and quickly came forward. "Where did you guys go?" "You actually arrived a day later than us," Wen Xiren asked. "Naturally, we went to earn points." Di Xiaofeng's face also revealed a hint of surprise. "Hongzhuang, I just realized that your points suddenly increased a lot. What's going on?" As they hadn't seen Hongzhuang and Bai Luchuan, they couldn't help but feel worried. Therefore, they had been staring at the points on the ranking board. As long as the points moved, it meant that the two of them were still safe and sound. Just a moment ago, he discovered that Hongzhuang's points had suddenly increased rapidly, and there was a huge gap between her and Beichen. He went to rob others of their points. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, a sly look on her face. As expected. Xiren shook his head. "You are all bandits." "Us?" Bailey Hongzhuang was confused. "Yunju and Zhongli are both bandits." Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. She couldn't help but smile. "Isn't that good? Save yourself the trouble." After Bai Luchuan realized that he couldn't find Zhong Yiluan, he sent people to collect points. Now, the ranking could be roughly confirmed. When some cultivators felt hopeless, as long as they offered certain conditions, it was possible to get their points back. It wasn't easy for him to recover some points, but he had also paid a hefty price. "Brother Bai, although these points can't be compared to the points accumulated by so many people, it's still not bad. As long as you add these points, your ranking will be able to surpass 2 people. Tomorrow will be the day when the competition will officially end. Although the difference in points between first and second place is relatively large, it's not impossible." Yun Xiaoman's eyes were filled with anticipation. "Brother Bai, I believe you will definitely become first place." Hearing this, Bai Luchuan smiled and nodded. Although he had wasted a lot of resources this time, as long as he became first place, whether it was the reward or glory, it was not something that could be compared to these. "Look, the points have changed. Bai Luchuan's ranking has changed from 5th to 3rd. I saw him earlier. I'm afraid he's still unwilling to give up, so he's taking advantage of the last bit of time to hunt some monsters? Such an increase in points is too shocking. There's still one more night. Perhaps his points will rise again tomorrow?" The cultivators discussed. As long as the competition was not over, there was still a possibility of the rankings changing. No one could be sure of the outcome until the last moment. However, most of the people present were smart. Seeing the sudden increase in points, they knew without thinking that it was impossible for them to have obtained it from killing monsters. In the depths of the Demon Slaughter mountain range, encountering some extremely ferocious monsters might increase the points at an extremely fast speed. However, in the periphery, almost all the monsters that could be killed had been dealt with. There was only one way for Bai Luchuan to obtain so many points in a short period of time. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze after hearing the discussions around her. Noticing the change in the rankings, she could not help but say, Bai Luchuan really spent a lot of effort this time. To collect so many points in such a short period of time, the price he paid is probably not small. Zhong Limu's expression turned ugly when he noticed that his ranking had been surpassed. This Bai Luchuan is too despicable. He actually used such a method to surpass me. Hongzhuang, there's still one more night. Will his points surpass yours? Shang Guanyin revealed a worried expression. Originally, everything was in the bag, but she never expected such a sudden change. Her heart also became uncertain. Bailey Hongzhuang observed the difference in strength between them and shook her head with a faint smile. Don't worry. His points will definitely not surpass Beichen and me. Even if his methods are not simple, the cultivation resources he has spent from the beginning of the competition until now is already astonishing. He is only the city lord's nephew, not the city lord's son. His financial resources are ultimately limited. Up until now, the gap between Bai Luchuan and her points was too large. Unless he took away all the points of everyone on the rankings, it was impossible. The top 10 would all receive glory and rewards. If it were any other cultivator, they would definitely not be willing to give up. Even if Bai Luchuan offered very tempting conditions, the average person wouldn't be moved. Most importantly, most of the people in the top 10 were their people. Xiren, show me your points, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said. Oh. When Xiren immediately gave his identity to Bailey Hongzhuang. After Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone's points, a plan immediately formed in her mind. This time, how about we make a name for ourselves together? As the woman's voice fell, a trace of doubt surfaced in the eyes of Wen Xiren and the rest. Hongzhuang, every time I see this expression on your face, I know that you must have a plan. Shang Guanyin chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and blinked. You've always known me well. Look, our total points added together is very shocking. In fact, the ranking board only showed the top 10. 7 of the top 10 were numbered, and no one knew who the real people were. This kind of thing had already defied common sense. The remaining 3 true-name cultivators were all very famous cultivators in their daily lives. The names on the ranking board were so clear, but everyone couldn't help but think that it was fake because it was too unbelievable. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Fortunately, they had the booklet that Gong Jun brought. If they had been hunting monsters outside, they definitely wouldn't have so many points. However, the maze was really the best place to obtain points. Although the time and energy spent killing monsters was much more than outside, the return of points could be said to be very satisfactory. This was also the reason why Bai Qingli could obtain first place for several years in a row. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to go there to train. When Di Xiaofeng and the others heard Bailey Hongzhuang's suggestion, they only felt that this idea was too crazy. However, thinking about it carefully, this was really a bold and feasible decision. If we do this, wouldn't it be too high profile? Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but ask. Because of Bai Luchuan, they were already very famous. If they took all the top 10 spots, it would be too exaggerated. They would probably be targeted very soon. I think this is very good. How domineering. Zhongli Mu's face was full of anticipation. Usually, there are too few people who find trouble with me. If someone really does find trouble with me, whether it's cultivation resources or battle experience, it's all a gain for me. In the face of Zhongli Mu's high spirits, Bailey Yunyan directly ignored his thoughts. This guy was definitely a battle maniac, Gong Jun also said with both hands in agreement. As long as we distribute the points, we will definitely be able to occupy the top 10. In this demon slaughter competition, the rewards for the top 3 are the most generous, but the rewards for the remaining 7 aren't bad either. These cultivation resources will definitely help you improve your cultivation. Even if you need them, it's also very good to sell them. Di Xiaofeng chuckled. Beichen's newbie little brother really cared about benefits at all times. It would be strange if this guy didn't make money from his business. I agree too. This is pretty good, Ling Er suddenly said. Agreed. Mo Yunjue replied. Since everyone agrees, let's do it. Di Beichen's voice sounded. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She planned to go and get the illusion form pearl for Xiao He and Xiao Bai. After all, it was in another city. If it wasn't suitable for them to stay here, they could just move to another city. Even though there was a slight difference in the strength of the cultivators in each city, with their current strength, it would not be a problem for them to enter a few cities. Then, shall we split the points now? Wen Xiren said excitedly. Not to mention anything else, just the thought of them being in the top 10 made him very excited. No. No. Bewitching and Xianxia objected in unison. Xiren was slightly startled. What's wrong? There's still 1 day left. Let's hold back for now and wait for changes. We'll do this when it's almost over. At that time, Bai Luchuan will definitely be caught off guard. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here, lest we attract too much attention. Bailey Hongshuang looked around. At present, there were many cultivators hunting demonic beasts in the vicinity, especially those who were ranked at the top. They all wanted to take advantage of this last opportunity to climb into the top 10. Hongshuang, I see that your aura is a bit weak. Are you injured? Shang Guaninging looked at Bailey Hongshuang. At first, she felt that Hongshuang's complexion was a bit weaker than usual. Now that she looked more carefully, she was even more certain. We encountered an extremely powerful monster earlier and fought a great battle. We suffered some injuries, but it's nothing serious. We just need some time to recover. Hearing that, Bai Lianche said in surprise, there was such a powerful monster in the maze that you and brother-in-law were seriously injured? Bailey Hongshuang nodded. That monster was extremely powerful. Even though Beichen and I used all our means, we were still seriously injured by its self-destruction. It's good that you're fine. The two of you are very lucky, Di Xiaofeng said with relief. Gong Jun, have you heard of the illusion bead? Bailey Hongshuang turned to look at Gong Jun. Among them, Gong Jun had stayed in the realm of chaotic immortals the longest. Perhaps he would know something about it. Illusion bead? Gong Jun nodded. I've heard of it. It's very rare. I heard that Qingyang City's lord has one in his hands. How do you think we can get it from him? Bailey Hongshuang's face was full of concern. This thing could be said to be the thing she wanted the most right now. Gong Jun looked thoughtful. I've only heard of the illusion bead before. As for where it is, I didn't pay too much attention. Since the city lord of Qingyang City has it, I'll find a way to find out about it after we get out. How about it? All right. This night was destined to be the most restless night in Cloud City. Even though it was already late at night, no one felt sleepy at all. They kept staring at the changes on the ranking board. Most of the discussions were about the identities of the numbered cultivators. Even though the competition was about to end, they were still completely unaware of the true identities of these people. They were simply too curious. Bai Luchuan kept sending people to help collect points. However, he couldn't do such a thing on a grand scale to prevent others from spreading it. It would be very unpleasant. Under such circumstances, although his points kept rising, the extent of the increase was limited. Most importantly, his cultivation resources were constantly being used up. If this continued, even with his wealth, he would be in a deficit. I'm still quite far away from first place. No matter what, I have to catch up. Bai Liuchuan's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. He really didn't want to wait another year. Young master, we've already done our best. We'll definitely make up for the points. Zhong Iluan still hasn't been found? No, that guy seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Damn it. Bai Luchuan cursed. Does that guy dare to betray me? Young master, Zhong Iluan has been doing his best for us for the past few years. He shouldn't dare to be disloyal. Do you think he might have been killed? City Lord's Mansion. As Bai Qingli's injuries gradually recovered, his mind kept recalling what Bailey Hongshuang had said to him. He had already understood the situation of this woman coming to Xian City. Judging from the time, he was certain that Bailey Hongshuang had never seen him before. He never thought that Bai Luchuan would plot against him behind his back, but for some reason, when he thought of the woman's indifferent and casual manner without any intention of instigating him, he felt that what she said was very likely true. Wasn't it too laughable that the cousin he had always trusted treated him like this? Young master, there's news about the matter you sent me to investigate. A black-clothed man appeared in front of Bai Qingli. Speak. Bai Qingli's expression was cold, and his voice did not waver at all. The man looked at Bai Qingli's cold appearance and his heart trembled slightly. Ever since he began following the young master, he had rarely seen such an expression on his face. According to the young master's description, we have already confirmed the identities of the 3 assassins. We have investigated everywhere and found that they have indeed come into contact with young Master Lu Chuan. However, we have yet to find any concrete evidence to prove that it was young Master Lu Chuan who did it. I understand. Bai Qingli nodded slightly. Other than that, do you have any information about the matter of purchasing points? Master, there is indeed such a matter. The man said respectfully, a few years ago, young Master Lu Chuan sent people to collect points. In the past few years, young Master Liu Chuan's results on the rankings were all fake. It was not his true strength. Hearing this, Bai Qingli chuckled. He's just a relative of my city lord's mansion. He was actually so arrogant when participating in the demon-slaying competition. It was clearly a competition in the city, but it was as if it was his competition. Isn't it laughable? The man did not say anything, but his heart was filled with apprehension. Even if they did not find any irrefutable evidence about the assassins, he believed that the young master knew that this matter was probably related to young Master Lu Chuan. In fact, he had reminded the young master of this point in the past, but the young master had never believed it and had never taken it to heart. This time, for some reason, he began to investigate this matter after returning. However, this made him feel at ease. As a cultivator, it was best to cultivate peacefully, but he also had to be careful of the people around him. You may leave. Bai Qingli said, don't tell anyone about this, and don't let anyone discover any clues. Yes. The next day, Bai Luchuan looked at the points on his identity card and immediately revealed a look of joy. After paying such a high price, I've finally caught up with the points of the first place. I wonder if the points of the first place increased after we left yesterday? Yun Xiaoman looked at Bai Liuchuan's points and said with a smile, Brother Bai, your current points are already a few thousand points higher than yesterday's first place. Even if that guy's strength is not bad, it's impossible for him to get so many points in a day. Bai Luchuan revealed a comfortable smile. That's right. It's impossible for that fellow to increase his points by so much. First place will definitely be mine. I'll congratulate Big Brother Bai first. Yun Xiaoman happily said. Looking at Bai Liuchuan's concerned look, Yun Xiaoman's cheeks flushed red. She said with a smile, Brother Bai, I know you've always been a person who values relationships and righteousness. With you around, I'm relieved. Hearing this, Bai Luchuan gave Yun Xiaoman a deep look. The smile in his eyes deepened. Don't worry. Follow me when we return. I'll take good care of you. Thank you, Brother Bai, Yun Xiaoman said with a smile. As it was getting closer and closer to noon, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also returned to the ranking list. Seeing that Bai Luchuan had jumped to second place on the list, a hint of understanding appeared in everyone's eyes. Bai Luchuan probably thought that our points wouldn't increase by much, so he kept calculating according to the previous points. He didn't expect me to take all of Zhou Niluan's points. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. If Bai Luchuan knew that all the points he had painstakingly accumulated had landed in her hands, his expression would definitely be very interesting. She was also looking forward to it. It's about time. Let's divide the points. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully looked at the points above. She didn't need to say anything else, but the first 3 places were a must. Little Xuanzi and Little Blossom directly handed over all their points. Anyway, we can only see the top 10. As long as you can take all of these rankings, that would be excellent. Yes, yes, yes. I'll hand over my points too. Gong Jun also handed over his identity card. Anyway, these points are useless to me. Hearing this, no one was pretentious. After all, they were all together. When they received the cultivation resources, they would distribute them. Look, the rankings suddenly changed. Why did the top 10 suddenly become numbered? It wasn't easy for Bai Luchuan to become second place. In the blink of an eye, he became outside of the top 10. Isn't this too shocking? The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. Such a huge change happened before the end of the competition, and it directly squeezed Bai Luchuan and company down. This was something no one had expected. Everyone looked at each other and understood that these points were definitely not obtained by them. However, this kind of thing happened almost every time, so everyone was well aware of it. Such a method might seem simple, but it was practically impossible to accomplish. Even after thinking through the entire Xian city, they couldn't think of anyone who could do such a thing. Even Bai Luchuan had been defeated. Who else could do it? Bai Luchuan excitedly walked to the front of the ranking board. He realized that from the moment he appeared, everyone was looking at him strangely. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Come to think of it, it must be because he had taken first place, so everyone was surprised. It only took one night to catch up with such a big gap, so it was natural for everyone to have such a reaction. Young master, the ranking board. At that moment, the man beside Bai Luchuan immediately widened his eyes when he noticed the change in the rankings. His face was filled with horror. They had only been away for a day. What had happened? Brother Bai, there must be a problem with the ranking list. Otherwise, how could it become like this? Yun Xiaoman looked at the ranking list in disbelief. In just a short day, Brother Bai's points had clearly increased by a lot, but now, he wasn't even in the top 10, she had also observed the points on the ranking list. Other than the first and second place having high points, the others' points were about the same. It was normal for there to be changes. However, with Brother Bai's points, it was impossible for him to suddenly disappear from the top 10. This is impossible. Bai Luchuan couldn't help but rub his eyes. When he looked at the ranking list again, he realized that there was still no change. It was all serial numbers, and his name wasn't there at all. Look, Bai Luchuan is here. Judging from his expression, he probably doesn't believe that all of this is true, right? It's obvious. He was already second place before, but he suddenly became outside the top 10. If this result is confirmed, then he will lose a lot of face this time. The competition is about to end. I think it's almost impossible for him to change all of this. Bai Luchuan's expression was extremely ugly to begin with. After hearing the discussions around him, his expression turned even uglier. These damn fellows actually dared to ridicule him now? Young master, what should we do now? Bai Luchuan looked at his points and compared them to the points on the ranking list. He said angrily, find someone with very high points. It's best if he's in the top 10. As long as we add his points, it should be enough. Young master, any cultivator who can obtain such a ranking is quite powerful. It's very difficult to bribe them, the man said awkwardly. I know it's very difficult, but is there any other way? Bai Luchuan cursed. No matter what conditions the other party proposes, as long as they don't exceed what I can bear, I'll agree to them. Hearing this, the man's expression became even more troubled. Young master, in order to buy these points, we have already given out all the resources we can use. If we still do this now, then the remaining resources won't be enough. Even if you obtain the reward for first place, you will still suffer a heavy loss. Bai Luchuan's heart skipped a beat. He also understood that he had already paid too much for this demon-slaying competition. Just to obtain these points yesterday, the price he had paid was astonishing. If he wanted to make up for such a gap, he could imagine the price he had to pay. So what if we suffered heavy losses? At the very least, he would be able to gain some reputation. But if we give up just like that, then all our previous efforts will have been for naught. Hearing Bai Luchuan's roar, a look of panic appeared on the man's face. He nodded repeatedly and said, all right, I'll go now. I'll go now, look, the city lord is here. Bai Qingli is also here. Looking at his appearance, his injuries should have already recovered. It's a pity that Bai Qingli withdrew from the competition. Otherwise, the rankings wouldn't be like this. City Lord Bai Ziyuan walked over with Bai Qingli, and the originally noisy environment suddenly quieted down. Gazes of respect fell on the two of them. When Bai Luchuan saw Bai Ziyuan appear, he restrained his previous temper. He respectfully walked to Bai Ziyuan's side and bowed. Greetings, uncle. Upon hearing Bai Ziyuan's concerned question, Bai Luchuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He looked like he was in a difficult position, as though he found it difficult to speak. Uncle, the situation this time is really a little strange. Oh? Bai Ziyuan slowly walked forward. The situation on the ranking board fell into his eyes. At that instant, even he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He had always paid attention to the situation on the ranking board, but he had always heard that Bai Luchuan's name was firmly in the top 10. He never expected it to disappear. There's nothing strange about that. Perhaps the cultivators this time are very strong, Bai Qingli said slowly. Bai Luchuan looked at Bai Qingli in surprise and said, "Brother, you can't say that. Look, all of them are cultivators using numbered identity cards. We know very well what the situation was in the past. It's too strange for such a situation to suddenly happen. Perhaps they didn't have enough time, so they received such identity cards. Since such a situation is usually allowed, this isn't considered a violation." Bai Qingli's expression was calm. Nowadays, cultivators are getting stronger and stronger. I've also realized this. There's really no limit to how strong one can be. Looking at Bai Qingli's sigh, Bai Luchuan cursed inwardly for being an idiot. This fellow had always only paid attention to his cultivation. He had never been sad about anything else. In such a situation, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was a problem, but he didn't care about it. It was no different from playing the lute to a cow. The ranking this time is indeed a little strange. Bai Ziyuan sized up the ranking board. There's actually no one familiar in the top 10. I'm very curious as to who these cultivators who use numbered identity cards are. Uncle, I suspect that these people are from other cities. They want to use this opportunity to obtain cultivation resources. Wouldn't it be a pity if they succeed? Bai Luchuan said indignantly. Bai Ziyuan was very indifferent. This demon-slaying competition is a competition held in every city. It's not against the rules for any cultivator to participate. When the rewards are distributed later, I'll be able to understand those youths when I see them. As long as their strength doesn't exceed the limit by too much, it's within the range. Upon hearing that, no matter how indignant Bai Luchuan was, he could only swallow all of this. Damn it, he had to figure out who these people were. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze landed on Bai Qingli. She did not expect to see him again so soon. Bai Qingli also looked towards Bailey Hongshuang, a smile appearing on his face as he nodded towards the woman in the distance. The corners of Bailey Hongshuang's lips rose slightly as she nodded her head. Bai Ziyuan had already slowly walked towards the high platform. When Bai Luchuan noticed Bai Qingli nodding at Bailey Hongshuang, he couldn't help but frown. "Big brother, do you know that woman?" Bai Qingli raised her eyebrows and asked indifferently, "Is there a problem?" "Don't be fooled by that woman's appearance. She is indeed a peerless beauty, but she is a poisonous poppy. The real person is not easy to get along with." A hint of viciousness appeared in Bai Luchuan's eyes. "Her true identity is a poison master. One of my friends died at their hands. So that's how it is. She is actually a poison master? However, brother, how do you know her?" Bai Luchuan asked tentatively. According to his understanding, his brother had always been in seclusion. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have had the chance to come into contact with Bailey Hongshuang. "I just met her once when I participated in the competition," Bai Qingli said indifferently. "So that's how it is." Bai Luchuan was secretly alarmed. Bailey Hongshuang and he were mortal enemies. She couldn't have secretly said something to Bai Qingli, right? "Did she say anything to you?" "This woman isn't simple. Guani died at her hands. I heard that her methods of sowing discord are also very impressive. Brother, you mustn't believe what she says." Bai Luchuan had a sincere look on his face. He looked like a sincere subordinate who was only worried that his brother would be in danger. If it was before the investigation, Bai Qingli might have really believed it. However, now that he knew Bai Luchuan's true colors, the more he said it, the more it meant that there was a problem with him. "She didn't say anything. It was just a one-time encounter. She doesn't even know who I am." Seeing Bai Qingli's calm appearance, Bai Luchuan was relieved. From the looks of it, his brother probably didn't know anything. "Brother, the results are about to be announced. You should go to the platform as well." "All right." After Bai Qingli left, the man who followed Bai Luchuan walked over and said, "Young master, it's already too late. What should we do?" "There's only one way left." Bai Luchuan narrowed his eyes. These people's points increased so much on the last day. It's obvious that they didn't obtain the points themselves. When the time comes, I'll raise this doubt. No matter what, I have to make everyone doubt this result. Only then would everyone not be disappointed by his results and not use this point to make an issue out of it in the future. Go find a few people and get them to spread the news of fake points. Be careful not to be discovered. Don't worry, young master. I'll definitely settle this matter properly. As City Lord Bai Ziyuan stood on the high platform, everyone present quieted down. The annual demon slaughter competition has ended. The demons in the Demon Slaughter mountain range have been suppressed. Regardless of the results of everyone present, all of you have contributed to Cloud City. Pa loud applause resounded in all directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect and admiration as they looked at the noble and imposing figure on the stage. I believe everyone has already noticed that the top 10 this time are very special. They are all numbered. Everyone chuckled when they heard that. They didn't even know who these people were. No matter what, I have to congratulate the top 10 cultivators who used numbers to replace their identities. You have won the top 10 of the Demon Slaughter competition and will be rewarded by the City Lord's mansion. Next, let's invite number 001, 002, 003, 004, 10 cultivators onto the high platform so that everyone can see your true faces. Bai Ziyuan read out the 10 numbers with great interest. Even he felt that these people must be related to each other. Otherwise, these numbers were too coincidental. Following Bai Ziyuan's words, almost everyone looked around, wanting to know who the top 10 were. Bewitching and the others looked at each other and smiled. Then, they slowly walked towards the high platform. In this situation where almost everyone stopped moving, the movements of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were immediately noticed by everyone. For a moment, one thought after another appeared in everyone's minds. Could it be that the people on the ranking list are them? This Bailey Hongzhuang is from our Xian city and not from other cities. I heard that because of Guanyi, Bailey Hongzhuang offended by Luchuan and was directly driven away on the day of receiving the identity card. She must have had no choice but to take the numbered identity card. The moment everyone saw Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, all the doubts in their hearts dissipated. This grudge caused quite a stir in the city. After all, shopkeeper Guan had previously invited all the pharmacists in the city away. This matter caused an uproar and made everyone understand that this seemingly young Bailey Hongzhuang's poisoning method was not simple. All the pharmacists in the city were unable to solve it, which meant that once they offended her, it was equivalent to a dead end. Previously in the Demon Slaughtering Mountain Range, everyone clearly saw the conflict between Bai Luchuan and Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of helpers, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching would have fallen by now. After seeing this scene, Yun Xiaoman's eyes also changed and her face instantly became abnormally ugly. Brother Bai, could it be that the cultivators on the ranking list are really them? How could these guys have such ability? Bai Liuchuan's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that this was true. Although their strength is not bad, they have just arrived in Xian City and their methods are not outstanding. It is impossible for them to obtain so many points. Hearing this, Yun Xiaoman's gaze was somewhat complicated. She also didn't want to believe that all this was true. However, all these doubts and certainty became a joke when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stepped onto the stage. A trace of surprise flashed across Bai Ziyuan's brows, and then a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the top 10 on the ranking list this time are all unfamiliar faces, and so young. My Xian city is indeed full of talents. Thank you for your praise, Mayor. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others cupped their hands and bowed. Whether it was when they first met at the start of the competition or now, the city lord's attitude made them feel very comfortable. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up Bai Ziyuan. It turned out that the city lord's personality was more like Bai Qingli's and not like Bai Liuchuan's scheming. This was somewhat unexpected. Being able to achieve such results at such a young age is enough to prove that you are favored by the heavens. However, before I reward you, I still have to ask you a question. Mayor, please ask. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked more serious. Are you from Xian City? Reporting to the city lord, we are indeed from Xian City. Bai Ziyuan nodded slightly. If that's the case, why are you using such an identity card? It's not impossible to use a numbered identity card. It's just that receiving an identity card is a very easy matter. Today's situation has never happened in my Xian city. It's really too absurd. Xian City was the closest city to the abandoned immortal forest. The cultivators who came here were often not strong enough. The closer a city was to the immortal region, the stronger the cultivators inside. He understood the strength of Xian City and did not take it to heart. After all, from the moment he became the city lord, he was already very clear about the situation in Xian City. Even so, he still hoped that more talented people would appear. Every year's demon slaughter competition was an excellent opportunity to perform. In the past few years, some familiar faces would often appear in the top 10. It was very interesting that he had not seen any of the top 10 this year. If not for the numbered identity card, he would have been even happier. As Bai Ziyuan's voice fell, the gazes of everyone present became strange. Bai Luchuan could not help but feel anxious. He did not wish for Bailey Hongzhuang to expose this matter. If that happened, his image in his uncle's heart would definitely be greatly reduced. However, in the current situation, he could not stop it even if he wanted to. City Lord, if I tell you the truth, I hope you won't be angry, Bewitching said slowly. Hearing this, Bai Ziyuan revealed a faint smile. There's no harm in saying it. Previously, when we were receiving the identity cards, we were judged to be unqualified. We had no choice but to use the numbered identity cards. Bewitching's face was calm. Under everyone's gazes, he was not afraid at all. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others knew very well that if such words were said in private, the other party might be displeased. However, in front of so many people, even if he was displeased, he would definitely not show it. Bai Ziyuan gradually frowned. There was a trace of doubt in his deep eyes. Unqualified? Why not? This is also what we want to know. Bewitching's words without an answer seemed to have a deeper meaning. Even an idiot would know that there was definitely a problem. For a moment, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Bai Luchuan. Wasn't this done by Bai Luchuan, however? He would never have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would obtain first place. Furthermore, he had even mentioned this matter in front of the city lord. Bai Ziyuan noticed everyone's gaze and his eyes gradually darkened. However, a smile appeared on his face again. When I return, I will definitely investigate this matter and give everyone an explanation. Thank you, City Lord. Bai Liuchuan's heart trembled when he noticed the City Lord's gaze. He was afraid that this matter could not be concealed. He knew very well that his uncle had always valued the demon slaughter competition and hated such actions. When he returned, he would definitely be punished. Since the biggest mystery has been solved, Bai Luchuan, Liuchuan's Bai Ziyuan, the City Lord, and the City Lord, the Luchuan. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a smile, her eyes unconsciously falling on Bai Qingli's body. This father and son both had such personalities, it was really rare. Noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, Bai Qingli returned the smile. This scene naturally did not escape Bai Ziyuan's eyes. When he realized that his son, who had always been cold and indifferent to others, was actually smiling at a woman, he was secretly surprised. What the hell is going on? Just as Bai Ziyuan was about to award the reward, a voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. No. Everyone subconsciously looked at the source of the voice and realized that the person who had stopped him was Bai Luchuan. Luchuan, what are you doing? Bai Qingli looked at Bai Luchuan in puzzlement. Do you know what time it is? Although Bai Ziyuan didn't say a word, his face revealed his displeasure. I know what time it is. It's precisely because of this that I want to take advantage of this opportunity to stop all of this. A determined look appeared in Bai Liuchuan's eyes as he steadily walked up the platform. City Lord, this ranking is suspected of cheating. If we don't investigate this matter thoroughly, I'm afraid no one will be able to accept it. As soon as these words were said, many cultivators below the platform echoed. That's right. These points are clearly fake. How can we give the rewards to these cheaters? If we can obtain first place by cheating, then we can all cheat in the future. Why waste so much time? We must investigate this matter thoroughly and give everyone justice. Yun Xiaomen and company were also mixed in with the crowd. They had already arranged for many people to spread such rumors. Furthermore, the sudden change in the points of Bailey Hongzhuang and company had already attracted the attention of many people. Everyone knew very well that there was definitely something wrong with the points. Now that it was mentioned, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Damn it, this fellow really knows how to cause trouble. Xiran narrowed his eyes, which were filled with disgust. Originally, this matter had happened unexpectedly smoothly. He had thought that they were lucky to have met a good city lord, but he never expected Bai Luchuan to be such a restless fellow. Even now, he still refused to give up. Bai Ziyuan put down his hand that was about to take the reward and his gaze landed on Bai Luchuan. What do you mean by that? City Lord, just a day ago, my name and 2 other people's names were still on the ranking list. I was even ranked second. However, in just a short day, so many people have directly surpassed my points and occupied all the top 10 positions. Isn't this too strange? Bai Luchuan recounted the previous situation. He had long made up his mind. Even if he said that, he might not be able to change the outcome. However, as long as he could make the outcome suspicious, it was enough. As a result, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would inevitably end up with an unjustified result, and they would also lose face. After hearing Bai Luchuan's words, Bai Ziyuan turned his gaze to his subordinate. His subordinate also whispered a few words into his ear. His expression gradually turned solemn. City Lord, there is indeed a problem with the rankings this time. I hope you can make a decision. We absolutely cannot accept such an outcome. Wave after wave of voices rang out. When Bai Luchuan noticed Bai Ziyuan's expression, he knew that there was a chance. He spoke even more impolitely. City Lord, if it weren't for their tricks, my points would definitely be first. Bai Luchuan said. He was already number 2. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were defeated, he would be the undisputed number 1. After pondering for a moment, Bai Ziyuan turned his gaze to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. What explanation do you have for the point that everyone is objecting to? Although it was an inquiring tone, there was a hint of seriousness in it compared to before. The city lord's aura was completely revealed. The atmosphere in the entire venue seemed to have frozen. Even the people who were still discussing below the stage shut their mouths and didn't dare to say anything else. However, in the face of Bai Ziyuan's words, Bewitching remained indifferent, as if he didn't notice the seriousness in it at all. There must be a reason for everything that exists. There are more than 1 or 2 people who cheat in this point competition. There should be many people present who do the same. As Bewitching's words fell, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Under such circumstances, anyone would think of a way to cover it up or explain it, right? Bewitching, on the other hand, suddenly said such words. Wasn't that equivalent to directly admitting it? Bai Luchuan also looked at Bewitching in surprise. Apart from being surprised, he was also happy. This fellow was really an idiot. Originally, he couldn't produce conclusive evidence, but now this fellow had directly admitted it. In this way, everything she said became irrefutable evidence. Bai Ziyuan's expression also darkened, and his voice became deeper. In that case, you admit that your points were obtained by cheating? Bewitching smiled faintly. Doesn't the city lord think that this is also a kind of strength? What a fallacy. Bai Luchuan sneered. I think you're completely talking nonsense. How can you say that cheating is so natural? Looking at Bai Luchuan's smug and self-proclaimed righteous appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes revealed a trace of a sneer. This fellow's ability to make a false accusation was simply astonishing. Young Master Bai, this is only our first time participating in the demon-slaying competition. We learned the method of cheating from you. Isn't it too funny to put on such a sanctimonious appearance now? Bai Luchuan's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Since young Master Bai has taken the initiative to reveal this matter today, I don't mind explaining it more clearly. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. They had originally come for the rewards of the demon-slaying competition, but for some reason, she felt that it was more interesting to expose Bai Luchuan's true colors in front of everyone. When we first entered the demon-slaying mountain range, we were forcefully pulled to join the team. According to them, they specially participated in the demon-slaying competition for you, Bai. Every year, the points they earn will be handed over to you, and you will give them a certain amount of remuneration. You're full of nonsense. Just because you were exposed, you put all the blame on me. How shameless. Bai Luchuan's face was ashen as he loudly questioned Bailey Hongzhuang. Do you have any evidence for everything you said? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, what I said is the truth, what evidence do I need? I believe that with the city lord's means, it won't be difficult to find out all of this. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix-like eyes turned slightly as she looked at Bai Ziyuan with a smile. It was time for Bai Luchuan to take off the mask he had been wearing for so long. City Lord, everything she said is not true. I don't need to do this at all, Bai Luchuan hurriedly said. Bai Ziyuan's calm gaze swept across Bai Luchuan's face. The latter immediately felt a chill in his heart as the ominous premonition intensified. He was already extremely regretful. If he had known that this would happen, he would have killed Bailey Hongzhuang and company no matter the price he had to pay. If Bailey Hongzhuang had angrily accused him, it might not have shaken his uncle's trust in him. But she was so indifferent. Everything was irrefutable. On the contrary, it was even more convincing. However, the most important thing now was to get rid of all of this. As for the rest, he would speed up the process when he returned. As long as he could shut those fellows up, he might be able to avoid this calamity. Qingli, what do you think? Bai Ziyuan turned his head to look at Bai Qingli. His stern expression softened a little. Bai Qingli looked at the anxious Bai Luchuan and the calm Bailey Hongzhuang and company and slowly said, Father, I think what this young master said is not without reason. No matter what method they used, being able to obtain first place in this point competition is a form of strength. Otherwise, why would they be the only one to obtain first place out of all the people present? Brother, how can you say that? Bai Luchuan looked at Bai Qingli in astonishment. He never expected him to say such a thing. Luchuan, what I said is the truth. What's the problem? But brother, the points you obtained in the past were all obtained by yourself. You have never used any other method. If they do this, it's unfair to you. Bai Qingli smiled faintly and shook his head. The reason I did this is because of my own choice. I also know that others will use other methods to obtain points. In the end, this is a method to obtain points. Everyone uses different methods. Looking at Bai Qingli's calm appearance, Bai Luchuan felt a mouthful of blood in his heart. No matter what happened, his brother would always have an indifferent look. It was simply infuriating. Let's not talk about anything else. Such a situation will indeed happen in this competition. However, they have gone too far this time. This will make everyone unhappy, Bai Luchuan said. At this moment, another man stood up and said, City Lord, their points are too fake. This will chill our hearts. I hope the City Lord can judge clearly. I hope the City Lord can judge clearly. The City Lord is wise. In an instant, everyone present began to shout out loud. Their momentum was so great that it was as if they would not accept the City Lord's decision if he did not change the outcome. This was the first time that such a situation had happened in the history of the demon slaughter competition. Bai Ziyuan looked at the extremely chaotic scene, but his calm expression was not affected by it. It was as if the protests in front of him did not exist. His heartbeat was as still as water. Was admirable. Everyone, please calm down. A low and majestic voice sounded, instantly suppressing the voices of protest. Luchuan. Bai Ziyuan smiled faintly. If that's the case, we can only recalculate the points. The moment that was said, Bai Luchuan and company revealed looks of puzzlement. They didn't understand what he meant. Hold a new demon slaughter competition. When this thought appeared in everyone's minds, they couldn't help but frown. After this, everyone was already physically and mentally exhausted. Even though their cultivation wasn't weak, dealing with these monsters in this environment where dark energy lingered all day was really unpleasant. Moreover, many of the monsters had already been dealt with. Once they started again, they would definitely have to go deeper. At that time, the injuries on their bodies would probably worsen again. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel even more depressed. This result wasn't what they wanted. At this moment, the City Lord's calm voice sounded again. I've already heard that there's a problem with the points in this demon slaughter competition, so I've already thought of a way to recalculate the points. Any points that aren't obtained by oneself will be directly deducted. In this way, everyone's points will be the real points obtained by oneself. As the City Lord's voice fell, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. No one had expected that the city lord had already thought of a way to deal with it. If they hadn't mentioned it, who knew what the outcome would have been? When Bai Luchuan heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had never thought that the city lord would make such a preparation. This method? He had never heard the city lord mention it before. When did he prepare this? According to his original intention, he only wanted to question the results this time and make the reputation of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others unstable. However, once all the points were recalculated, there was no need to mention the fake points of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. But what about his points? Brother Bai, if we recalculate, then your points. Yun Xiaoman looked at Bai Luchuan worriedly. Ever since Guan Yi's death, she had been following Bai Luchuan, so she knew his points very well. Even though he had also obtained a lot of points, the points that he had collected were also quite a lot. Bai Luchuan's expression also became extremely ugly. When he thought of his previous threat, he felt as if a slap had landed on his face. It was burning with pain. City Lord, is what you said true? In the crowd, a question could not help but sound out. Bai Ziyuan laughed heartily. Of course it's true. From now on, the demon slaughter competition will be fairer. All methods will be eliminated. The points can only belong to the cultivators themselves. All of a sudden, cheers came from the crowd. In Xi'an City, there were very few cultivators with power and influence like Bai Luchuan. They could only rely on their own strength. Under such circumstances, they were completely incomparable to Bai Luchuan and company. However, with the change of the points rules, it meant that they would have a day of success. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes couldn't help but fall on Bai Qingli's body. She had a feeling that this method should be proposed by Bai Qingli. It had been a while since he withdrew from the demon-slaying competition. And he expected that Xiao Hei's words had undoubtedly made him suspicious of Bai Luchuan. Once he used this method, all of his tricks would be exposed. It was indeed a good plan. What a pity. Originally, the top 10 rewards would have been ours. Actually, there's nothing to pity. I feel that even if Bewitching and company were to remove the other points, the results would definitely not be bad. Shangguan Yingying had a look of confidence. It was indeed difficult to calculate the points on the rankings. However, based on the previous situation, even if they were to remove these points, there would still be quite a number of them on the rankings. Zhong Limu said in high spirits, I think this is quite good. Otherwise, Bai Luchuan will inevitably find trouble with us. Why don't we let him lose wholeheartedly? Indeed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I also want to know what our true ranking will be. Bai Qingli also stood up. His handsome and elegant face had a faint smile like a breeze. We originally wanted to ask for everyone's opinion on this matter. We happened to realize that everyone had many questions about this, so we took this opportunity to reform it. We will continue to implement it in the future. Everyone nodded. This was the most fair and just decision. No one would object. Bai Luchuan couldn't help but feel anxious. When he thought of what he had said previously, he really wished he could slap himself to death. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have said such words. No matter what, however, under everyone's watchful eyes, he couldn't find any other way to change it even if he wanted to. Brother, can I not change my points? Bai Luchuan sent a voice transmission to Bai Qingli. Bai Qingli was the only one who could save him from his predicament. Bewitching and company aren't good people. Because they cheated, I couldn't take it lying down, so I bought some points. If I'm exposed in front of everyone, then I'll lose all my face. Seeing Bai Luchuan's anxious look for help, Bai Qingli remained calm and collected. She looked cultured and elegant, and her tone was filled with sincerity. Luchuan, since this matter was pushed by father, if everyone changes except you, once it's discovered, where will father's face go? Brother. Bai Luchuan was somewhat anxious. This brother of his couldn't be reasoned with no matter what. It was simply infuriating. There's no need to say anything else. It definitely won't work this time. Bai Qingli rejected him without hesitation. Luchuan, your strength has always been outstanding. Even if the matter of points is investigated, you should believe in your own strength. Upon hearing this, Bai Luchuan shut his mouth. Thinking about it carefully, what his brother said made sense. Brother Bai, I don't think you need to worry. Even if the matter of buying points is exposed, you can completely blame it on Bewitching and company. You've been doing your best to kill monsters during the competition. I believe that even after deducting your points, you're still worthy of being first place. Bai Liuchuan's gaze turned gentle. You're right, Bai Qingli. The people of the city lord's mansion quickly took back the identity tokens of each cultivator and began to recalculate the points. To Luchuan, Luchuan to Luchuan. Of course, Luchuan to Liuchuan's of the Luchuan. Bai Qingli gave Bailey Hongzhuang a deep look. His eyes were complicated and apologetic. Miss, I'm really sorry for hiding my identity earlier. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Her exquisite face became even more beautiful. Sir Bai, you wanted to tell me your identity earlier, but I stopped you. To be honest, you didn't mean to hide it. Bai Qingli saw that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't even have the slightest idea about this, and her heart felt even more guilty. Compared to the other party's magnanimity, as a man, he wasn't magnanimous enough. This matter is indeed my responsibility. However, what you said at that time had quite an impact on me. Coupled with the fact that I was being pursued, I didn't say it out loud. I'm grateful to you for saving my life from the bottom of my heart. I wonder if you regret saving me. After much deliberation, Bai Qingli still asked the question in his heart. He clearly remembered that Bailey Hongzhuang had said that she didn't want him to be Bai Qingli, but he was. I should have said earlier that I don't regret saving you. Although your identity is somewhat unexpected, I don't think you and Bai Liuchuan are the same kind of people. He is him, and you are you. There's no connection between them, so you don't have to take it to heart. If I really cared, I wouldn't have greeted you when I first saw you. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was casual, and there was a trace of openness in her eyes. She really admired Bai Qingli, and she knew very well that he was different from Bai Liuchuan. There was no need to mix them up. The troubles in Bai Qingli's heart quickly dissipated with Bailey Hongzhuang's words, and the smile on his face also brightened. I didn't expect you to think so thoroughly. In comparison, I'm the one who's too narrow-minded. No matter what, I'm still very happy to meet you. Me too. Apart from Bewitching and Gongjun, Wen Xiren and the others couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang chatting happily with the city lord's son. When did Hongzhuang get to know Bai Qingli? I don't know. I've never heard her mention it before. She actually saved his life? Bailey Yunyan's eyes widened. Bai Liuchuan and Bai Qingli. Isn't this interesting? Di Xiaofeng and the others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Originally, they thought that after offending Bai Liuchuan, it was equivalent to offending the city lord's mansion. Now, after offending Bai Liuchuan, they saved Bai Qingli. It seemed like the situation had changed. Madam is really a lucky star. Gongjun smiled. I think there's no need to be afraid of Bai Liuchuan now. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. They never thought that things would take such a turn in the end. It was really interesting. Even if Bai Qingli had an excellent relationship with Bai Liuchuan, it was impossible for her to watch her younger brother target his savior. One was his son, and the other was his nephew. There was no comparison between the two. After the points were recalculated, the rankings changed. Every cultivator's points appeared on the ranking board, but the rankings disappeared. Every time a cultivator's points changed, it would appear on it. With this, everyone realized that there were quite a few people who had faked their points. At that moment, a name suddenly appeared above. When they saw the change in the name's points, everyone's expressions immediately turned interesting. Look, Bai Liuchuan actually has so many points that aren't his own. Isn't that too funny? He previously said that Bailey Hongzhuang and company's points were fake, as though his points were real. Almost half of his points were fake. What a joke. Actually, Bai Liuchuan has always cheated in this aspect. It's just that no one has exposed him in the past. This time, he probably didn't expect that someone would be even more excessive than him on this point. That's why he jumped out, but he never expected to lose himself. Do you still remember what that woman said earlier? They were captured by Bai Liuchuan's men to earn points. The reason why such a situation happened later on might be to take revenge on Bai Liuchuan? Everyone discussed animatedly. Recalling how Bailey Hongzhuang and company were completely indifferent towards Bai Luchuan, they felt that it was very likely the truth. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the change in Bai Luchuan's points and a playful look appeared in her eyes. This fellow's points really weren't that high. Ignoring everything else, with this exposure, Bai Luchuan was already very odd in everyone's eyes. Damn woman. Bai Luchuan looked viciously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Don't be smug. It will be a real joke when your points are out later. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged indifferently. Let's wait and see. Bai Luchuan snorted coldly. Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude made him even angrier. If these fellows weren't resolved as soon as possible, there would be endless trouble. Young master, everyone's eyes. What should we do? The man behind Bai Luchuan wore a troubled look. Almost at the instant the points changed, everyone's eyes landed on them. They were clearly gloating over their misfortune. What's the big deal? Bai Luchuan's expression turned cold. When the results are out, my results will definitely be top. When that happens, they will shut up. All these years, he had always been suppressed by Bai Qingli. Now that Bai Qingli was not here, he believed that he would be able to take first place by himself. The man beside him looked at the confident Bai Luchuan with a complicated expression. He knew very well his young master's results over the years. In the past, young noble had always been ranked second, but that was because of the points they had collected. Once these points were no longer counted, young noble would not have such a good ranking. However, looking at the young master beside him who didn't allow him to comment, he could only shut his mouth. Otherwise, if he made the young master unhappy at this time, he would only be the unlucky one. As the cultivators recalculated their points one by one, the city lord's mansion had quite a number of people to begin with, and their collective speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, everything had been recalculated. The points of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were also the focus of everyone's attention. The change in their points was indeed a lot less than before. Even so, everyone looked at them with a strange look in their eyes. Unlike their contempt for Bai Luchuan, there was a hint of surprise. It was as if they hadn't expected them to have such results. Now that the recalculated ranking is out, this is the fairest ranking. Everyone can be completely at ease. Bai Ziyuan waved his hand, and a layer of light flashed on the ranking board. Following that, a brand new ranking appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the ranking on the ranking board, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips gradually curled into a faint smile. My ranking has actually changed to third place. Shangguaningyin chuckled. Hongzhuang, you've gone from first place to third place. Why are you smiling so happily? So what? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She knew in her heart that there was bound to be a gap between her points. In order to save Bai Qingli, she had wasted several days. If it wasn't for the fact that the demon she killed in the end had brought her a lot of points, it was hard to say if she would have been able to enter the top 10. Young master, your name has also appeared on the ranking board. When the man saw Bai Luchuan's name appear on the ranking board, his face immediately revealed a joyful smile. Bai Luchuan stared blankly at the name on the ranking board, his expression extremely ugly. This is impossible. Yun Xiaoman also looked at the changing rankings in shock. How could their rankings still be so high? On the ranking board, the first place was Di Beichen, the second place was Mo Yunjue, the third place was Bailey Hongzhuang, and the fourth place was Zhong Li Mu. However, the fifth place was still not Bai Luchuan, but a cultivator who had previously appeared on the ranking board. The sixth place was Di Xiaofeng, and the seventh place was another unknown man. He knew that the eighth place was Bai Luchuan. Such a ranking was undoubtedly a ruthless slap to Bai Luchuan's face. I remember hearing young master Bai say that as long as the points are recalculated, you will definitely be first place? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile. Now it seems that this result is really hard to describe. Her cold voice carried a hint of playfulness, and it could be said that she was not polite at all. I already knew that his strength wasn't good. Otherwise, why would he find so many people to help him accumulate points? Yet, he still wants to push all the problems onto others. This is the funniest part. Shangguaningyin curled her lips, her eyes full of disdain. I didn't expect Bai Luchuan to be the one with the most fake points. Then, didn't that mean that his points in the previous demon-slaying competition were all fake? It was unknown who suddenly mentioned it, but everyone suddenly understood. In the past, Bai Luchuan had always been in second place, but this time, he had forcefully become ninth place. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had not been here before, it was obvious that the second place was not his true strength. Bai Ziyuan looked at Bai Luchuan with a complicated gaze. He never expected the usually honest Bai Luchuan to do so many things. Previously, when Qingli came back and suddenly mentioned the recalculation of the points, he felt a little strange. He knew his son very well. Usually, he would not care about such things at all. And he was being hunted down in the demon-slaughtering mountain range. When he connected all these things together, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. No way, no way. Bai Luchuan looked at the blinding name on the ranking board and shouted, something must have gone wrong during the recalculation. This can't be my ranking. Luchuan, it's not a bad thing to face your own strength. Bai Ziyuan said meaningfully before turning his gaze to the crowd. Congratulations to the top 10. Strength is strength. There's no room for deception. Bai Ziyuan's words smashed heavily into Bai Luchuan's heart. In an instant, his face turned pale. How could he not understand that his uncle was beating him up? The matter of the points had already been exposed. If he could obtain first place, it would be fine and cover up this matter. But now, with such a ranking, it was truly a joke. Yun Xiaoman looked at Bai Luchuan worriedly. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. In the current situation, no matter what she said, she wouldn't be able to comfort Bai Luchuan. The following reward ceremony went very smoothly. When Bai Ziyuan handed over the reward for first place to Bewitching, he suddenly said, "You're right. This is a part of strength." Bewitching smiled faintly. "Thank you, City Lord." Bai Luchuan didn't accept the reward. Instead, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The so-called 8th place wasn't a reward for him at all. It was a humiliation. He wasn't willing to accept the reward that made him feel humiliated, nor was he willing to admit that he was in 8th place. This wasn't his true strength at all. Bai Ziyuan and Bai Qingli didn't say anything about this. In the end, Bai Luchuan was too willful. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the reward in her hand and couldn't help but laugh. Gong Jun, you're right. The City Lord's mansion is very generous. This reward is very generous. Of course. Gong Jun had a smug look on his face. Every year, who knows how many people are eyeing the City Lord's mansion's rewards. With these rewards, there's even a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the elementary immortal realm. The City Lord's mansion actually has so many cultivation resources? Di Xiaofeng looked at the reward in his hand. Although his ranking wasn't high, the reward was very useful. Gong Jun nodded. Let me tell you, being a city lord is a good job. There are so many shops in Xiyun City, and every shop has to hand over a certain amount of things to the City Lord's mansion. Think about it. Isn't the City Lord's mansion very generous? Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. They didn't expect the City Lord to have such good benefits. Under such circumstances, the resources of the City Lord's mansion could be imagined. Boss, you're so powerful. If you have the chance to become a City Lord, that would be great. Bewitching and the others chuckled when they heard that. How could it be so easy to become a City Lord? There are quite a few cultivation resources rewarded this time. I will go back and refine these medicinal herbs into medicinal pills before handing them over to you. Bailey Hongzhuang put away the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the reward. Apart from that, there were also some weapons and runes. Everyone could make their own arrangements as they saw fit. Of course. Hongzhuang, your alchemy skills have always been amazing. It's most appropriate to hand these medicinal herbs over to you, Bailey Yunyan said with a smile. Don't worry, I will refine them as soon as possible. I'm afraid Bai Luchuan will cause trouble when he returns this time. Everyone has to be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were as dark as the night. Bai Luchuan had lost face because of them this time. He would definitely not let it go when he returned. It was inevitable that he would cause trouble. Everyone nodded with a solemn expression on their faces. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching returned to their residence, they rested for a few days. Because of the monster self-destruction, they had not recovered from their injuries. They needed to recuperate well to avoid any lingering effects. Their physical fitness was very good now, and their recovery ability was also very strong. Therefore, after a few days of rest, their bodies had recovered to their original state. Bailey Hongzhuang made a list of the medicinal herbs she needed and gave it to Gongjun. She wanted to refine the medicinal herbs rewarded by the competition into elixirs. It was inevitable that she would lack some other medicinal herbs, so she had to leave it to Gongjun to solve. Gongjun opened the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and had a very close relationship with the medicinal herb shop. Therefore, he quickly brought all the medicinal herbs she needed. Looking at the medicinal herbs in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. In addition to the medicinal herbs I need, you also brought a lot of medicinal herbs? Gongjun rubbed his hands and smiled. Madam, your alchemy skills have always been good. I have sold most of the elixirs you refined in the demon slaughtering mountain range. However, after I came back this time, I found that the business is unprecedentedly good. Everyone already knows that the elixirs you refine are better than ordinary elixirs, so our Immortal Treasure Pavilion has become their first choice. I have already sent people to collect elixirs from other alchemists, but I still need some elixirs you refine to support the scene. I hope you can help. So, your business now is not worse than that of the Wanbao Pavilion? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. She was very clear about the gap between the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Wanbao Pavilion. How could there be such a change in such a short time? Isn't that so? Gongjun's face was filled with pride. The proportion of cultivators participating in the monster slaughter competition in the city is very large. In the past, many people have never bought pills from me. After trying it this time, they understand how effective the pills you refine are. What's more, the price of our elixirs is not more expensive than that of the Wanbao Pavilion. If it weren't for the fact that we have fewer goods than the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Guanhongtian wouldn't have been my match. Looking at Gongjun's happy face, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and smiled. Gongjun wholeheartedly wanted to improve the business of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Now that there was such progress, they were very satisfied. Since that's the case, I'll tell you once I've finished concocting the pill. Bailey Hongzhuang received the herbs. Through the herbs that Gongjun brought, she could tell that he did not want the grade of the pill to be high. With her current alchemy skills, refining these pills didn't require much effort, so she just casually helped out. Thank you, madam, thank you, madam. Gongjun's face was full of joy. His gaze then turned to Bewitching. Boss, if you have nothing to do, you can also make a few of these formation stones. You don't leave out a single one. Bewitching glanced at him. There was a hint of playfulness and helplessness in his voice. Boss, your formation stones are also selling very well. The Wanbao Pavilion has all kinds of elixirs, but one of the formation stones you made is actually not available in the Wanbao Pavilion. Gongjun's eyes were full of excitement. You and Madam are simply the signboards of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Ever since he had received He Shenjuan's true teachings, Bewitching had been diligently practicing in this area. His array skills were also getting better and better. She had also learned from Bewitching, but her attainments in this area were naturally inferior to his. It's that confinement killing array. Gongjun was in high spirits. Ordinary confinement killing arrays are overlapping confinement arrays and killing arrays. However, Boss's confinement killing array is the fastest to activate, and its combat strength is extremely strong. After the first customer bought it, it didn't take long for him to come back and buy several more array stones. At that time, I didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, confinement killing arrays have always been in high demand. However, later on, I discovered that more and more cultivators were buying it, so I went to look into it and found out the problem. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. She also had some understanding of the confinement killing array's abilities. By activating this array when under threat, it could stall for time and save one's life. If one still had the strength to fight back, they might even take advantage of this opportunity to counterattack. Bewitching, this array of yours is quite impressive. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. In comparison, there were the most brilliant Sun Realm cultivators. At the same realm, other means were also very important. After all, everyone's combat strength was always about the same. I can't compare to my wife. Bewitching chuckled and said to Gongjun, I know. Don't worry. Thank you, boss. Gongjun was delighted. I will use the money I earn to buy the cultivation resources I need the most. The best way is to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. You're worth teaching. Bewitching nodded slightly. To him, earning money was not important at all. The most important thing was to raise his cultivation. In their current state, their initial plan was to use array stones, pills, and the like to exchange for cultivation resources. Now that they had a stable partner like Gongjun, there was no need to say anything more. Ever since the fiend slaughter competition ended, the anger in Bai Liuchuan's heart had not dissipated for a long time. Because he had lost so much face in front of so many people, he didn't even have the face to go out. In any case, he was still a well-known figure in Xian City. This time, after such a thing happened, an 8th place was a complete disgrace to him. How's the situation with Bewitching and company? Bai Liuchuan asked his subordinate with a cold expression. Sir, they returned to their original residence after the demon slaughter competition ended. It is said that they were injured in the demon slaughter mountain range. I think they are still recuperating. Injured? Bai Liuchuan narrowed his eyes. These fellows are just stumbling blocks. I have to kill them. Since they are injured, why don't we? Gongzi, now everyone knows about the enmity between you and Bewitching. If something happens to Bewitching and the others now, I'm sure everyone will link it to you. I'm afraid that will be a little troublesome. The man showed a difficult expression and tried to persuade her. Bai Liuchuan snorted coldly. With my background, do you think I'm afraid of them, even if everyone believes that I did it? So what? They have no relatives or friends in Xian City. No one will help them take revenge. Gongzi, that's true. It's not difficult for you to deal with them with your means. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang is Bai Qingli's savior. Bai Liuchuan's expression gradually changed. He could ignore the others, but he had to be wary of Bai Qingli. After all, this fellow was the son of the city lord and had always been stubborn. Even though he and Bai Qingli were brothers, if he killed Bailey Hongzhuang, Bai Qingli would definitely be angry. When the time came, it would hurt the harmony between them. The assassination failed and he had been worried that he would be exposed. After returning, he immediately cut off all the clues. Once Bai Qingli found out that he had something to do with the assassination, then he would really be finished. Fortunately, he had been back for a few days and Bai Qingli had not made any movements. This made him feel more at ease. It's all because of those 3 fellows. Not only did they not kill her, but they also caused Bai Qingli to withdraw from this demon slaying competition. Instead, it allowed him to preserve his reputation. Young master, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. There's no need to rush. Bai Liuchuan gradually calmed down and narrowed his eyes. What has Xiaoman been doing recently? Miss Yun is also very tired from this training. She has been recuperating in the side hall. Let her go back to see shopkeeper Guan and tell him about Guanyi. Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. Young master wants shopkeeper Guan to take action? It's a fact that Guanyi died at the hands of Bewitching. I only gave him a chance to take revenge. If it wasn't for Guanyi, I wouldn't have caused such trouble. Bai Liuchuan's eyes revealed a trace of depression. If he had known that Bailey Hongzhuang and her group would be so troublesome, he would definitely not have taken the initiative to find trouble. However, since it had become like this, he could only persevere to the end and get rid of all these stumbling blocks. It took Bailey Hongzhuang a few days to refine all the medicinal pills. She looked at Bewitching, who was making the array stones. She slowly walked to the side and sat down. Her beautiful face was filled with a gentle smile. She held her chin in one hand and looked at him with interest. After Bewitching finished making another array stone, he turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Are the pills all done? Of course. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, and took out the pills. This part is the reward for the competition, and this part is what Gongjun asked me to help refine. How is your array stone? I've also made quite a few in the past few days. I was just waiting for you to come out. Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongzhuang onto his lap and lowered his head to peck her cherry-colored lips. Although it's the same type of array stone, I feel that my technique has improved after practice. Now, the number of times I make them is not the same as when I was in the abandoned immortal forest. Practice is extremely important. The more I practice, the more skilled I become. It just so happens that Gong Jun needs these things very much, so you can give them to him. Bailey Hongzhuang had a serious look on her face. Ever since she started cultivating, her alchemy skills had always been improving, and a large part of the reason was due to her diligent practice. I didn't expect you to be so good at preaching. Bewitching looked at the serious look of the woman in his arms and felt that there was an indescribable cuteness. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. When she saw Bewitching's doting eyes, she couldn't help but smile. I'm telling the truth. Stop joking. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, they suddenly realized that there was a large group of people gathered at the entrance. It was bustling with noise coming from inside. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. Did something happen? Let's go take a look. Bewitching subconsciously held the woman's hand and walked forward. In the crowd, a man with wounds on his body was cursing with righteous indignation. This is the formation stone that your Immortal Treasure Pavilion sells? Not only is it useless, it can't even be activated. It's because of this that I suffered such serious injuries. You have to compensate me. After hearing the man's arrogant words, the surrounding people's expressions became very complicated. Is this real or fake? The Immortal Treasure Pavilion's formation stone can't be activated? I've never heard of such a situation before. My friend clearly said that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's formation stone is very useful. I didn't expect this to happen. Let's wait and see. If this is really the case, we won't dare to buy anything here in the future. If we can't activate it when it needs to be activated, we'll lose our lives. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion's reputation was very well known now. Many cultivators came because of its reputation. When they suddenly heard this today, they couldn't help but feel frightened. After all, they hadn't bought it before. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown after hearing the man's words. There's a problem with the formation stone? It can't be that you made the formation stone, right? Bewitching's expression was somewhat serious. The formation stones I make are all confirmed to be successful. There won't be a situation where it can't be activated. Previously, when he was learning from Master Zhongli, he was told that there must be no problems in this area. Not only that, Senior Zhongli also taught him how to confirm success. Therefore, when he made the formation stone, he would always check if there were any mistakes. Perhaps the array stones that Gong Jun collected from other places had this problem. Although this is a small probability event, there is still a certain possibility of it happening. There was a trace of worry in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. I'm afraid Gong Jun will have to spend some effort in this regard. Any businessman was most worried about encountering such a situation. If they couldn't handle it properly, it would inevitably affect their future business. Bewitching's gaze inadvertently fell on the Wanbao Pavilion opposite him. Ever since the end of the monster slaying competition, the business of the Wanbao Pavilion had been much worse than before. Gong Jun had always been very careful when doing business. Logically speaking, such a situation shouldn't have happened. Once this accusation was confirmed, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion would benefit the most. It's been a few days since Guan Yi's death, but Guan Hongtian hasn't done anything. It's really not his style. Bewitching said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked towards the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. This was indeed a little strange. Could it be that the Wanbao Pavilion is behind this? Bailey Hongzhuang fell into deep thought. If this wasn't an accident, then it was either the Wanbao Pavilion or Bai Luchuan who did it. These two fellows weren't people who would give up easily. It wasn't easy for them to be quiet these days. Presumably, they couldn't sit still anymore. Let's wait and see for now. When the man saw Gong Jun come out, the anger on his face grew. He quickly walked forward and said, Shopkeeper Gong, the reason why I suffered such serious injuries is all because of the problem with your array stones. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Gong Jun carefully sized up the man. When he saw that the injuries on his body were not fake, a trace of worry appeared between his brows. He had been doing business for so long and had never encountered such a situation. Sir, why don't we go in and talk in detail? If this array stone really came from Immortal Treasure Pavilion, then I will take full responsibility for this matter. I won't let you suffer in vain. Gong Jun was very polite and his words were sincere. He knew the principle of doing business very well. Once this kind of thing happened, it had to be resolved properly. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. However, after hearing this, the man's face was full of reluctance. Shopkeeper Gong, I bought this array stone from you. What do you mean by sure? Do you think I'd deliberately cheat you? Sir, that's not what I meant. This is just a routine. The man snorted coldly, don't talk nonsense with me. Anyway, the array stones in your shop are harming people, the price is not cheap, but there's still such a problem. I shouldn't have listened to others and come to your shop to buy the array stones. I almost lost my life because of it. Gong Jun looked at the man's unyielding appearance, and his brows gradually furrowed. Don't try to drag me in. This matter needs to be witnessed by others. Who knows if you will blackmail me after dragging me in? I'm not that stupid. The things in your shop are obviously not very good, but there are still so many people flattering them. Now it seems that they have received benefits from you. That's why they are working so hard to promote you, right? The man's voice was extremely loud and clear. It was as if he wanted everyone present to hear him clearly. After hearing this, everyone's thoughts could not help but change. Problems with the array stones had happened before. It was just that the frequency of it happening was not high. What he said makes sense. Immortal Treasure Pavilion is much stronger than before. If we go in, maybe they will just cover up this matter. That's right. This matter must be reported in front of everyone. Oh, you have to be clear. If the things in Immortal Treasure Pavilion are really so unreliable, then we won't dare to come here casually in the future. Although the things in Immortal Treasure Pavilion are more expensive, it is a shop in the Immortal region. The things inside are guaranteed. In my opinion, the saying cheap goods don't have good goods is very true. Gong Jun noticed that some customers who wanted to buy things in the store were wavering. Many cultivators who had just bought things wanted to return the goods. His expression turned even uglier. In this world, there were many cultivators who followed the opinions of others. Seeing this man's words, Immortal Treasure Pavilion's immortal, immortal treasures, immortals, immortal treasure, immortal, immortals. Young master, you said that the formation stone came from my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, but it's not confirmed yet. Don't be in a hurry to pin this on my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Seeing the change in Gong Jun's attitude, the man's expression became even more aggrieved. Everyone, take a good look. This is what they call a big shop bullying its customers. If he can act like this in front of everyone, if I go into the shop to talk to him in detail, I don't even know if I'll be able to leave. In my opinion, this is a shady shop. Hearing the man's questioning, everyone had different expressions. Gong Jun's change in attitude was too obvious, and it was hard for them to accept. I've already said before that as long as the array stone is confirmed to be from Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the compensation will definitely not be small. We will also do our best to satisfy your requests. It's you who has been clamoring without giving up, and you still haven't mentioned compensation. I've been running the shop for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone like you. If there's really a problem, the most concerned thing would be compensation. Who would be like you? Could it be that you're not here to ask for compensation, but to frame me? Gong Jun narrowed his eyes, which were shining with a sharp and shrewd light. He was now certain that this guy was here to cause trouble. Such methods must have something to do with Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The man's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said with full confidence, I'm just afraid that your shop is bullying its customers. That's why I asked for compensation in front of everyone. May I know what kind of array stone you bought from our shop? Gong Jun asked in a low voice. It's none other than your shop's famous trap and kill array. Apart from Immortal Treasure Pavilion, no other shop has this array stone. Now you can't deny it. The man took out the array stone. The packaging was also from Immortal Treasure Pavilion. It's actually a trap and kill array? Bailey Hongzhuang, who was outside the crowd, raised her eyebrows when she heard this name. She looked at the man beside her. Previously, Beichen said that there wouldn't be any problems with the array stone he made. He didn't expect that the array stone that the other party was looking for trouble with was made by him. This was interesting. Master, they're saying that your formation skills aren't good enough. Xiaobai's face was ashen. His master had spent a lot of effort on array techniques, and every array stone had been carefully checked. Now, someone had actually splashed dirty water on him. Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see. Bewitching was not in a hurry. His handsome face was as calm as ever. Given the current situation, it would be best if we can find out who the mastermind is through this fellow. However, judging from the current situation, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the Wanbao Pavilion, but found that the Wanbao Pavilion was very quiet at the moment, as if the noise outside did not affect the inside at all. Similarly, she did not see Guan Hongtian's figure. However, it was precisely because of this that it was the strangest. Usually, when a competitor encountered a problem, they would definitely come out to watch the show. If they didn't come out now, they probably already knew what was going on outside. At the same time, Guan Hongtian was coldly watching the farce outside the Immortal Treasure Pavilion from a restaurant not far away. Gong Jun, this time I'll start with your Immortal Treasure Pavilion. After this incident, I'd like to see how many people will take care of your business. When he thought of Guan Yi's death, he wished that he could directly kill Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Fortunately, not only had these two guys annoyed him, they had also annoyed Bai Luchuan. Now, he would first destroy the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and cut off Gong Jun's thoughts. First, he would collect some interest. As for their lives, he would find a way to make them accompany Guan Yi in death. Ever since the demon-slaying competition ended, he had noticed that the business of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was getting better and better. Many of his regular customers had also appeared in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. This feeling really made him unhappy. Recently, the business of the Wanbao Pavilion had been declining. When the time came, they would also be criticized. When he thought of this, his hatred grew even stronger. Ever since Gong Jun confirmed that the man was deliberately causing trouble and was very likely sent by the Wanbao Pavilion, he had made up his mind, he would never admit it. The things sold by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion have always been strictly inspected. The situation you mentioned would never happen. Recently, our business has been getting better and better. I also know that many people are envious. However, it's too shameless to do such a thing just because of greed. Gong Jun's expression was serious. Everyone here should have bought something from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. You should know very well what the thing is like. Some people around nodded slightly. The things in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion have always been cheap and beautiful. The price of the elixir is not higher than that of the Wanbao Pavilion, but the effect is much better. That's not a bluff. I bought this trap and kill array before. The effect is indeed excellent. There were no problems. The man did not expect Gong Jun to be so calm in such a situation. With just a few words, he had the hope of clearing all suspicion. This made him even more anxious. This was his mission here. He could not let Gong Jun have his way. Shopkeeper Gong, I also admire your glib tongue. However, this thing came from your shop. It's too ridiculous for you to refuse to admit it. Take a good look at these two array stones. If you don't believe me, take out the other trap and kill array stones in your shop. We will know after comparing them. At this time, the man beside Gong Jun could not help but whisper, Shopkeeper, this trap and kill array was sold out 2 days ago. Although his voice was soft, it was heard by the man. He immediately laughed mockingly. What did I hear? Your trap and kill array has been sold out? I think you just don't dare to compare, so you came up with this excuse, right? That's ridiculous. If something like this happens again in the future, any one of you can just come and say that the stock has been sold out and there's no more stock to be replenished. Wouldn't that be like a dead man telling no tales? Gong Jun frowned. Recently, many things in the shop had indeed been sold out. He tried his best to buy from others, but he could not stop the business. Previously, Boss had indeed promised to help him make some array stones, but he didn't know how it was going. Go and ask my boss if he has any array stones, Gong Jun instructed. He finally understood that Guan Hongtian had purposely chosen this moment to arouse everyone's suspicions. The trap and kill array. At this moment, a magnetic voice suddenly sounded from the periphery of the crowd. Boss, you're here. Gong Jun looked at the man in surprise. He didn't expect everything to be so coincidental. Just as he was worrying about the array stone, the boss and the others arrived. With the appearance of Bewitching, everyone's gaze changed. They had long heard that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had a close relationship with Bewitching, the winner of the demon-slaying competition. Now, it seemed that their relationship was indeed very good. Coincidentally, I brought the array stones here. Now, we can compare them. Bewitching raised his right hand, and the Xianxia bag appeared in his hand. Since this young master wants to compare, then let's compare in front of everyone. Gongjun looked at Bewitching's confident expression, and his original worry dissipated. He gave the waiter beside him a look, and the waiter immediately ran into the shop and carried a table out. After placing the array stone Bewitching brought on the table, Gongjun looked at the man. Come, let's compare. The man obviously didn't expect this to happen, but he didn't panic. He slowly took out his array stone. Let's compare. This is your store's array stone. In an instant, many cultivators surrounded them. Everyone wanted to see if this was the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's array stone. When the two array stones were placed together, they fell into everyone's sight. The array stones themselves didn't look very different. Only the pattern on the array stones showed the function of the array stones. After careful comparison, the crowd found that the pattern on the two array stones was exactly the same. In addition, this was the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's trap and kill array. There was no other possibility. After seeing this, the expressions of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's attendants became very ugly. This matter had been blown out of proportion. If it was really their fault in the end, their reputation would be greatly reduced. On the second floor of the restaurant, Guan Hongtian listened to his subordinate's report, and a trace of a contemptuous smile appeared in his eyes. Shopkeeper, will they find out what we're doing? The attendant at the side was a little worried. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had always been at odds. This was something that everyone knew. If they didn't succeed in framing the Immortal Treasure Pavilion today, then everyone would definitely blame it on them. At that time, it would be troublesome. Guan Hongtian chuckled. This formation stone was made by a formation master I specially invited. The lines drawn on the surface are exactly the same as the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's confinement and killing formation, so it's impossible to find any clues. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame themselves for being unique. They just had to push out this kind of formation stone that other shops don't have. Once something happens, they won't be able to get away with it. A confinement killing array that couldn't be activated at all. What methods could the other party have to prove it? Dead men tell no tales. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since he heard that the trap and kill array was selling very well, he sent people to buy it and study it. He even found many array masters to decipher the secrets of the trap and kill array. As long as he could figure out how to make this trap and kill array and contribute it to the Wanbao Pavilion, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Perhaps his status would also be elevated. However, no matter how many array masters he found, they were unable to simulate all of this. Everyone, look clearly. The pattern on this formation stone is exactly the same. You can't deny it now. The man raised his head and questioned loudly, everyone, you have to be my witness. Bewitching picked up the man's formation stone and sensed it. He immediately understood where the problem was. Boss, what's going on? Did they imitate the trap and kill array? Gongjun asked Bewitching telepathically. He didn't believe that this thing was really sold by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. With Guan Hongtian's methods, it wouldn't be difficult for him to create such a situation. The other party must have tampered with the pattern on this formation stone and imitated it exactly. However, they didn't figure out how to create the trap and kill array, so they only imitated the surface, Bewitching said in a low voice. Gongjun immediately understood. However, even if he understood this matter, it was useless. After all, the others wouldn't accept such an explanation at all. Boss, do you have any way to prove this point? Gongjun turned his gaze to Bewitching. He wasn't a formation master and didn't know much about this. Even though he knew very well that there was probably no way to solve this problem, it would be troublesome if he couldn't give a reasonable explanation in front of so many people. It's not my formation stone. Naturally, I have a way. Bewitching's lips curled up slightly. His formation skills wouldn't allow others to slander him like this. Gong Jun, who was just probing, suddenly heard Bewitching's affirmative answer. He couldn't help but be surprised. For a moment, he even suspected that he had misheard. "Boss, you said you have a way to prove it?" "That's right," Bewitching said with certainty. Hearing this, the worry in Gong Jun's heart dissipated, and he was completely at ease. The pattern on these two formation stones does look the same, but this isn't the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's formation stone. Gong Jun raised his head, his round face full of seriousness and sternness. "This is simply an array stone that you use to frame others." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. The other party had already produced ironclad evidence, yet Gong Jun actually still denied it so firmly. When the injured man saw Gong Jun's confident appearance, he panicked for no reason. However, he quickly calmed down. The plan this time was flawless. It was impossible for the other party to break it. The two array stones are clearly the same, yet you still refuse to admit it. Aren't you a little too shameless? The man's face was full of indignation. "I bought this array stone from you. There's no such thing as framing someone else." At this moment, Bewitching also stood up. "The array stones of this death trap array were created by me. I am very clear about every single one of them. This one is indeed not made by me." His voice wasn't very loud, but it carried a special kind of magic. It caused the originally extremely noisy environment to suddenly become silent. Everyone looked at him seriously, waiting for his reasonable explanation. The injured man originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to arouse everyone's indignation. He didn't think that after spending so much effort to make everyone angry, Bewitching would only need to open his mouth to pacify everyone. Wasn't the difference a little too big? Bewitching faintly glanced at the man, his sharp eyes carrying an unparalleled sharpness, and the man could not help but shut his mouth. "The formation stones that I made look no different from ordinary formation stones, but each formation stone has my mark on it." Hearing this, the man was stunned. "What kind of joke is this? How did you leave a mark on such a small stone?" "Look carefully." Bewitching took out his own array stone. On one side of it, there were a few tiny marks. "These are the marks I left behind." In the next second, Bewitching took out a few more array stones from his heavenly pouch. "Look carefully. Every single stone has my mark." The man didn't believe it. He took all the documents and looked through them. After looking through them, his face turned pale. He never thought that someone would leave a mark on an array stone. This was far too strange. As a result, they had truly made a mistake this time. Gong Jun also didn't realize there was a mark on the stone. Now that he saw it clearly, his eyes were full of excitement. His boss truly had foresight. This kind of small mark would have been assumed by a normal person. If they didn't look at it carefully, they wouldn't have noticed. However, this also happened to be their evidence. "How do I know you didn't do this on purpose?" The man's face was white and he couldn't help but to panic. If he didn't succeed this time, he would be punished when he returns. Most importantly, it was difficult for him to find a way out. "What you said is interesting. We didn't even know that you would come looking for trouble today, so how could we have been one step ahead of you in making the array stones?" Gong Jun retorted. You. The man opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain himself. He was going crazy. Why would someone choose to leave a mark on something like this? At this moment, everyone looked at the man's expression. How could they not understand the truth of the matter? "I really didn't expect this man to come here today to frame me. I almost believed him earlier. The things in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion are cheap and beautiful. Recently, their business has been booming. I'm afraid there are people who can't stand it anymore. That's why they came up with such a method. In the future, you really can't believe such words. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a mark on the formation stone, then the Immortal Treasure Pavilion would have really been swindled." Everyone shook their heads and sighed, looking at the man with eyes full of disgust. Seeing this, the man didn't have the face to stay any longer. He immediately turned around and left the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd sighed again and couldn't help but look at the Wanbao Pavilion. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion was the most dissatisfied with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The two sides had always been competitors. Coupled with the grudge between Bewitching and Guan, it was expected that something like this would happen. Thank you, everyone, for witnessing today. Our Immortal Treasure Pavilion has always done business properly. Unfortunately, there are always people who find ways to cause trouble. I hope everyone can believe in our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's character. We will definitely not sell things that are not up to standard. Of course we believe you. Everyone smiled faintly. Guan Hongtian had been waiting for a good show. Once the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's reputation was tarnished, it would be impossible for them to make a comeback. He wanted to cut off their source of income. In the entire Xian city, as long as he and Master Bai worked together, they wouldn't be able to sell their things even if they wanted to. However, just as he was waiting for the show to get bigger and bigger, he found that the person he found had left with his tail between his legs. What's going on? Guan Hongtian's face immediately darkened. Didn't I tell you? Could it be that the person you found couldn't even do such a simple thing? Feeling Guan Hongtian's anger, the attendant's heart tightened. He quickly said, Manager Guan, this person has always been good at this kind of thing. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. I'm afraid there's been a change in the situation. What change could there be? A bunch of trash. Guan Hongtian cursed. Go and find out what's going on right now. Yes, I'll go right away. The attendant didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly ran out. Guan Hongtian stood there with a gloomy face. If today's matter didn't work, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would be the one to be implicated. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was even livelier than before, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Now that today's misunderstanding has been resolved, even if someone tries to slander the Celestial Treasure Pavilion in the future, people won't believe it so easily. People were like this. Once someone was wrongly accused and cleared their name, if something like this happened again in the future, people would think it was a repeat of the same story. This Guan Hongtian is really despicable. I can't believe he came up with such a plan. Gong Jun was a little scared. Fortunately, Boss was far-sighted and left such an excellent mark on this little formation stone. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to clear our name even if we jumped into the Yellow River. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in surprise. How did you come up with the idea of leaving a mark on the formation stone? I learned it from Master. Bewitching smiled faintly. When I was studying earlier, I found that my master had a habit of leaving a mark on the things he made. He said that this was to be responsible for his own things. Once the things you make aren't good, you'll be ruining your reputation. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about Zhongli Xiaoran's usually strict appearance, and understood in her heart. Senior Zhongli had always been a very serious person. Whether it was towards others or towards himself, he always had high expectations. This kind of habit was indeed very much in line with his personality. Boss, it turns out that your master is also so powerful. Gong Jun's face was full of admiration. This time, Guan Hongtian must have been caught unprepared. Since he failed to slander us, everyone naturally thought of them, but what? Gong Jun's brows gradually furrowed, and a thought-provoking look appeared on his face. I've fought with Guan Hongtian for a long time, so I have some understanding of his character. He's not a scheming person. I originally thought that after learning of Guan Yi's death, he would definitely come looking for trouble immediately. However, instead of directly rushing to our door and yelling about killing us, he instead used this method. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. Compared to the previous public appearance of trouble, Guan Hongtian's secret scheme was much more troublesome. Bai Luchuan hasn't made any moves yet. It's also not in line with his personality. Gong Jun frowned. Although he looked the same as usual on the surface, he had always been on guard. He was prepared to deal with the other party's methods at any time. However, the situation had exceeded his expectations. The two of them hadn't come looking for trouble first. Bai Luchuan shouldn't dare to make a move for the time being. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. I previously told Bai Qingli that Bai Luchuan has been playing tricks behind her back. I believe Bai Qingli is also concerned about this. Bai Luchuan is currently busy dealing with her, so he shouldn't be able to find trouble with us for the time being. Upon hearing this, Gong Jun understood. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Bai Liuchuan's personality suddenly changed. Now that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion has gone for wool and come home shorn, I think they will temporarily stop for a few days before they eliminate this negative impact, Bewitching said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the pills she had refined and placed them on the counter. These are the herbs you asked me to help you refine. I've already refined them all. Do as you see fit. With that said, she took out some more pills. These are for Xianxia and the others. They should be coming to get them in a few days. Help me hand them over. Gongjun nodded repeatedly. Madam, don't worry. I will definitely teach them properly. Di Beichen also handed all the array stones to Gongjun before saying, these things should be enough for the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to hold on for a while. The City Lord's Mansion's rewards are very generous. The pills refined are also very suitable for our current cultivation level. Hong Zhuang and I plan to go into seclusion for a while. I hope our strength can increase. Part of the reason for going out to train was for combat experience, and the other part was for cultivation resources. Although the cultivation resources in the abandoned Immortal Forest were considered rich, there was still a large gap between them and the outside world. Now that they had an abundance of cultivation resources on hand, they naturally had to work hard to cultivate and improve their cultivation. I understand. Boss and Madam will only be able to protect me if they become stronger. Gongjun chuckled. Don't worry. With me looking after the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, there won't be any problems. Di Beichen nodded slightly. If you need anything, you can come to us. I understand. After giving some instructions, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen went back to their secluded meditation. Ever since they had witnessed the power of that demon, they had deeply understood how difficult it was to break through to the elementary immortal stage. At the very least, with their current cultivation, they were too far away from the elementary celestial stage. If they wanted to reach the same cultivation level as the demonic beasts, they would have to work hard and cultivate for a long time. However, before going into seclusion, the two of them made a trip back to the D family. No matter what, their family was the most important. When they went out to train, they had to go back to visit when they had the time. Fortunately, everything in the family was in order and there were no problems. The only pity was that even though the family head and the rest had spent a lot of effort, they still could not find Xiaosuo's whereabouts. This made them feel uneasy. Xiaosuo was not an easy person to deal with, and along the way, they were very clear that luck was a very mysterious but very special thing. Di Yujue naturally understood Di Beichen's concerns and promised to continue the search. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Yujue also understood that the chances of finding Xiaosuo under these circumstances were not high. So many people have been searching for her, but they still haven't found her. She's quite good at hiding. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Thinking back to the ancient battlefield, Xiaosuo's strength had also increased by quite a bit. Coupled with Shiyu's careful guidance, her strength should have improved quite a bit as well. Shiyu isn't with Xiaosuo right now. Father and the others have already asked around, but they couldn't find any clues. Now that I think about it, it's quite troublesome. Neither of them spoke, but there was an indescribable premonition in their hearts. They vaguely felt that they would meet Xiaosuo again in the future. After putting this matter aside, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Yujue left a portion of the blood spirit stones they had obtained from the monster slaughtering competition with the family. Because the cultivation resources that the two of them brought back were extremely precious to the D family, after a few times, the D family began to implement a new reward and punishment system. Every 3 months, the young cultivators of the D family would have a competition. The winning cultivator would receive a certain amount of rewards. Under this kind of reward system, every cultivator put in a lot of effort. It was precisely because of this subtle change that the D family's current strength was not something that the major forces of the upper realm dared to underestimate. Everyone understood that although these were only the younger generation and did not affect the major forces for the time being, in a few more years, these juniors would become the mainstays of the major forces. When that time came, the situation would naturally change. After the two of them returned to the immortal region, they went into closed-door cultivation. Bai Lianche and the others also went into closed-door cultivation after obtaining the pills from Gongjun. They went into closed-door cultivation for 3 months. When Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes, a black and white light flashed in her eyes. Very quickly, they returned to their usual black color. A satisfied smile appeared on her face as she sensed that her body was much more abundant than before. The city lord had rewarded her with many resources, and the medicinal herbs were all prepared for cultivators of their level. With the help of the pills and enough blood spirit stones, her strength had improved quite a bit. This time, she had only used one pill. As an alchemist, she knew very well that pills were very helpful for cultivators. However, using them too frequently could lead to dependence, so she had always been careful about this. This point. For the rest of her time, she used the blood spirit stone to cultivate in order to consolidate her cultivation. Other than the pills he had taken, there were still 2 pills left. It would be a good choice to go into seclusion after a while. She raised her eyes to look at Bewitching, who was still cultivating beside her. She did not disturb him and quietly walked out of the room. The Radiant Sun realm is indeed a very strange realm. After cultivating for so long, I only feel that this realm is like a vast ocean. Even though I can feel the improvement of my origin power, I know even more clearly that there is still a very long road ahead. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her head to look at the bright sunlight. The weather had unknowingly turned cold. The sunlight that shone on her body was less scorching and more warm. How rare. You actually know how to comfort me now. Bailey Hongzhuang rubbed Xiaohei's head. It had to be said that Xiaohei's head felt really good to the touch. Hee, I'll grow up too. Xiaohei's hair was dyed slightly red, making her seem even more adorable. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly rang out from outside the door. As soon as she heard the heavy footsteps, Bailey Hongzhuang already knew who it was. Without waiting for the other party to knock on the door, she directly opened the courtyard door. The person did not seem to have expected the door to suddenly open. He was stunned at first before smiling. "Madam, you've emerged from seclusion." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. "I've only just emerged from seclusion, and I've already run into you. It can't be that coincidental, right? Madam really is smart. Actually, this is already the 3rd time I've come. I just wanted to try my luck and see when you and boss would emerge from seclusion." Gong Jun rubbed the back of his head with a naive look on his face. "But what happened? It's actually nothing major. Didn't Madam tell me to pay attention to the city lord of Qingyang City? I've been trying to find out more about this recently." Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. "Is there any news about the city lord of Qingyang City? It'll be the city lord's birthday in a few days. The city lord's estate will hold a banquet according to past customs. The city lord of Qingyang City is on extremely good terms with our city lord, and they've always been in contact with each other. He obviously won't be absent from the city lord's birthday banquet." Gong Jun smiled. "So I thought that since there's a chance to meet the city lord of Qingyang City, why don't we give it a try?" "That's fantastic." Bailey Hongzhuang was unable to hide her joy. She had always thought that if she wanted to obtain the illusory form pearl, she would probably have to make a trip to Qingyang City. She never thought that the city lord of Qingyang City would come to Cloud Gathering City before they even made a move. It really couldn't be any better. She could not help but think about how Bai Qingli had once said that she would find a way to help her obtain the illusory form pearl back in the labyrinth. She didn't take it to heart at first, but now it seemed that Bai Qingli really had the ability. "Madam, the city lord manor sent this over a few days ago." Gong Jun handed the 2 invitations to her. "Originally, these invitations were sent to you, but because you were in closed-door cultivation, they were sent to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Bailey Hongzhuang opened the invitation and found that it was an invitation to the city lord's birthday. This should have been sent by Bai Qingli. "Madam is his savior, he can't forget about you." Gong Jun's face was full of joy. "Because of boss and madam, I had the chance to go to the city lord's mansion to take a look. That would be great." Bailey Hongzhuang carefully looked at the date and found that the birthday celebration was in 7 days. By that time, Beichen should have already come out of seclusion. "Madam, this is the city lord's birthday celebration. We still have to prepare a gift," Gong Jun said after some thought. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Since they were going, they naturally could not avoid the gift. However, with the city lord's status, the gift they had to give couldn't be too simple. "What do you think we should give?" "I've already chosen a few things." Logically speaking, they don't need to be too expensive. Just a few things worth admiring and playing with will do. I'm at ease with you handling things. Then I'll leave this to you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She had never been very good at this aspect. Having a know-it-all like Gong Jun was really the best. Have Bai Luchuan and Guan Hongtian been up to anything recently? Bailey Hongzhuang asked after putting away the invitation. Gong Jun shook his head slightly. I don't know what's wrong with them, but they've been very quiet recently. Nothing's happened. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang was relieved. It wasn't until Gong Jun left that she sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard. There was a thoughtful look on her face. Master, what are you thinking about? Xiao Hei jumped onto the table and tilted her head to look at her master in puzzlement. I'm just thinking that Bai Luchuan and Guan Hongtian have been too quiet recently. It's a little strange. Perhaps they know that master is not to be trifled with, so they've temporarily stopped. I hope so. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Although in my heart, they aren't such tactful people. As the city lord's birthday approached, the entire Xi'an city seemed to be livelier. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Bewitching hadn't come out of seclusion, she thought that perhaps only she and Gong Jun would be going together today. However, just as she was about to set off, Bewitching exited his cultivation state. Wife, are you ready to set off? Bewitching stood up. His picturesque eyebrows were beautiful to begin with, and his gentle voice was even more touching. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it today, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Wait for me for a moment. I'll change my clothes. All right. Boss, wait. Just as Bewitching was about to go in to change his clothes, he saw a round figure roll in like a ball. There was a look of anxiety on his face. What's the matter? Stopping in his tracks, Bewitching looked at Gong Jun in puzzlement. Could something have happened at this critical juncture? Who knew that after Gong Jun stopped, he had a smile on his face. Boss, today is the city lord's birthday. We have to dress formally. You and madam usually dress too simply. I specially sent someone to customize a set of clothes for you today. Quick, put on the clothes I prepared for you. Gong Jun handed the clothes in his hand to Bewitching, his eyes full of anticipation. Today is the city lord's birthday, not ours. Why do we need to dress so grandly? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She had never spent too much effort in this regard, as long as she was not rude. You usually like to wear white, but today is a happy occasion. It's not good to wear white. Listen to me and change. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it and felt that Gong Jun's words were very polite. Looking at the red and white clothes in her hand, it was very appropriate, so she did not refuse. All right then. Wait for us for a moment. We'll come out after changing. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang finished changing. Feeling the texture of the clothes, a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Gong Jun had obviously spent some effort on the clothes. The material was very comfortable. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and had a great touch. The size was indeed tailor-made. Wife, I'm done. Bewitching slowly walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. His face was full of smiles, like a spring breeze, or like spring returning to the earth. Looking at the handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but be shocked. Hongzhuang had always known that Bewitching was extremely good-looking, but this appearance of wearing luxurious clothes gave her a completely different feeling. Bewitching looked at the woman in red in front of him, and a trace of amazement flashed across his brows. Different from her usual elegance and purity, there was a trace of enchanting charm, which made people's eyes light up. Oh my god, this is amazing. Gong Jun looked at the two people in front of him in admiration and couldn't help but applaud. My taste. TSK, this dress suits you too well. Looking at Gong Jun's exaggerated expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, you don't have to show off. It's not appropriate to be late on a day like today. Hee, let's go now. The three of them walked towards the city lord's mansion, and along the way, they met many people who were also going to the city lord's mansion to deliver gifts. Looking at such a large scale, Xiao Hei couldn't help but say in surprise, there are actually so many people attending the city lord's birthday banquet. This is simply a grand occasion. Gong Jun smiled faintly. You don't know this, but it's the city lord's birthday banquet. Everyone naturally wants to express their sincerity, but most people only send congratulatory gifts. There aren't many who actually attend. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood, this kind of situation couldn't be more normal. The city lord's status in the city was not to be underestimated, especially when doing business. Everyone had to rely on the city lord. On such a day, even if they weren't qualified to attend, they definitely couldn't be lacking in etiquette. When the three of them arrived at the city lord's mansion, they saw City Lord Bai Ziyuan and Bai Qingli standing outside the door to welcome guests, congratulatory voices resounding everywhere, and the entire city lord's mansion was filled with a joyous scene. Miss Bailey, young Master D, you're here. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Bai Qingli quickly walked over, a rare smile appearing on his handsome face. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and cupped her hands. Congratulations, we're here to celebrate the city lord's birthday. Come, please come in. Bai Qingli waved his hand and a servant took the congratulatory gifts from Gong Jun's hands, and the three of them walked in front of Bai Ziyuan. Congratulations to the city lord on his birthday. After seeing them, Bai Ziyuan smiled. Thank you, please come in. Almost everyone who came here was trying to find a way to say a few words to the city lord. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others no longer bothered them, and under the personal guidance of Bai Qingli, they entered the city lord's mansion. Unlike the outside, it was 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 not as luxurious as the outside, the inside, it was not like the inside, there was a feeling of a secluded mountains. At this moment, there was an endless stream of servants and maids. All kinds of fruits and snacks were constantly being served, and the wine and tea emitted a faint fragrance. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, she hadn't seen such a lively scene for a long time. There are many snacks prepared here, if there's anything you like, just try it, there's no need to be restrained. Bai Qingli was very friendly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, looking at the man's rosy face, she smiled and said, it seems that you've been doing well recently. Thinking of this, Bai Qingli was extremely grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang. He was also very aware of how good the medical skills of the pharmacists in the city lord's mansion were. So when he heard from this person that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were far better than his heart was shocked. Because Bailey Hongzhuang was just too young. Although he was also shocked when he was saved, he only understood how difficult it was for him to keep his life after coming back. This was also his luck, the heavens left him a way out. This is also because you've been recuperating since you came back. Seeing Bai Qingli's complexion, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that he had recovered. The self-destruction of humans and monsters were different. Although she and Beichen were injured, their foundation was not damaged. Compared to Bai Qingli, their injuries were much lighter. That's right, the city lord of Qingyang City I told you before will also come today. When the time comes, I will think of a way to get the illusion form bead for you. Don't worry. Bai Qingli gave her a look. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's life-saving grace, the cultivation resources he gave her back then were nothing. He had always felt like he owed her. Fortunately, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang cared a lot about the illusion form bead. As long as he could find the illusion form bead, he would have a way to repay her. Seeing the man's serious appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment before saying, then thank you, Sir Bai. She really did need the illusion form bead, but with her status, it was too difficult to get it from the city lord of Qingyang City. It was much easier for Bai Qingli to do this. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Bai Qingli smiled and said, you guys take a seat first, I still have to greet the guests. Hurry up and get busy. Only after Bai Qingli left did Bailey Hongzhuang and the others continue to walk inside. Beichen, you guys are here. Hearing a surprised voice, Di Beichen turned his head and saw Di Xiaofeng, Mo Yunjue, and Zhong Limu walking over. Today, you guys. Di Xiaofeng looked at the two people in front of him with surprise, looks really extraordinary. Zhong Limu was also surprised, you guys look really good today. Suddenly being praised, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and heard him say with a smile, this is all Gong Jun's idea. If you're interested, ask him to tell you the name of the shop and you can order a few custom-made. Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. The weather is getting colder. Yunyan should buy some clothes. Gong Jun, you have to tell me later. Big brother, there's no need for you to worry. Leave it to me. Gong Jun was as friendly as ever. Ever since he found out that Di Xiaofeng was Beichen's big brother, he called him that. Di Xiaofeng didn't care about this. This guy's personality was like this, but it wasn't annoying. Look, Bai Luchuan is right in front. Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and pointed not far away. Bailey Hongzhuang followed the line of sight, and sure enough, she met Bai Luchuan's gaze, which was still too late to retract. It was full of resentment as usual. From this, it could be seen that even though this guy had stopped for a while, this matter was still on his mind. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang revealed a look of understanding. As expected, this guy was definitely not someone who would stop easily. After being locked up for a few months, I'm afraid he hates us even more now, Mo Yunjue said coldly. Guan Hongtian is right beside Bai Luchuan. These two fellows might pull some dirty tricks when they get together. You guys have to be prepared. At this moment, a slightly unfamiliar voice sounded behind Di Beichen. Everyone could not help but turn their heads. Gong Jun looked at the stranger in front of him with a complicated expression. They didn't have any interactions with this person, but he suddenly said such words. It seemed that he understood their situation very well. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the man in front of her. For some reason, she vaguely felt that she had seen this person somewhere before, but she could not remember where. She did not have a deep impression of him. However, after Di Beichen looked at the man for a moment, the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. So it's you. I really didn't expect you to be first in this competition. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you, the man said with a chuckle. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard this, she thought carefully for a moment before remembering where she had seen this person before. That's the person who told us to get the numbered identity card back then. Miss, you have a good memory. I thought you had forgotten about me. The man chuckled. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mu Haiqing. Just as Di Beichen was about to introduce himself, he heard the man say, Young Master Di, Miss Bailey, I already know. Everyone has amazed everyone in the demon-slaying competition. There aren't many people in Xi'an City who don't know you. I didn't expect to see young Master Mu here again. Nice to meet you. Mu Haiqing cupped his hands. It's fate that brought us together. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to remind you that I vaguely heard that Bai Luchuan and Guan Hongtian seem to have some plans. In short, these two people are full of evil tricks. It's always good to be on guard at all times. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows revealed a trace of surprise. This person is really interesting. Could it be that he likes to meddle in other people's business? If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not be willing to offend Guan Bai Luchuan. They would not get involved in such matters if they could. However, this person actually took the initiative to get involved. After saying this, Mu Haiqing turned around and walked away. This person is strange. He said such a sentence without any rhyme or reason. I wonder if he is a friend or foe. Di Beichen looked at Gong Jun. Have you heard of this person? Mu Haiqing, this name sounds familiar to me, but I can't recall it at the moment. Let me think about it first. Gong Jun's brows were tightly knitted. It was obvious that he had some recollection of this person. Seeing this, Zai Hongren didn't urge him. Even if Gong Jun really couldn't remember, after the birthday banquet was over, he would go back and check. However, Gong Jun's memory did not disappoint everyone. Very soon, he remembered everything. I remember now. This Mu Haiqing. Quickly tell me, who is he? Zhongli Mu asked curiously. Gong Jun's expression changed. Speaking of this Mu Haiqing, he is also a character. However, he and Bai Luchuan can be said to be mortal enemies on the surface. Speaking of which, back then, Bai Luchuan and Mu Hailan were a match made in heaven, attracting the envy of many. City Lord Bai had always liked to fulfill the wishes of others. After learning of their feelings, he set up a marriage contract. At that time, Mu Haiqing and Bai Luchuan's relationship was very good. However, Bai Luchuan was a womanizer. Back then, he liked Mu Hailan because she was beautiful, but as a man, there were many who changed their minds. Not long after the marriage, Bai Luchuan continued to be a womanizer. Later on, this matter became more and more strained. Mu Haiqing was very angry when he saw Bai Luchuan treat Mu Hailan in such a way. He often found opportunities to teach Bai Luchuan a lesson. Bai Luchuan wasn't weak either. When the two of them fought, they naturally won and lost. A wistful look appeared on Gong Jun's face. I remember that Mu Hailan was already pregnant back then. However, Bai Luchuan had another fight with Mu Haiqing. When he returned and saw Mu Hailan crying, he was extremely angry. The exact situation that day has been sealed by City Lord Matter. All we know is that Mu Hailan died that night. From then on, Mu Haiqing and Bai Luchuan became mortal enemies. After hearing all of this, Bailey Hongshuang's expression gradually turned cold. As a woman, Mu Hailan's experience was truly worthy of sympathy. I originally thought that Bai Luchuan was terrible enough, but I never expected him to be so terrible. She couldn't determine how Mu Hailan died, but she was certain that it had something to do with Bai Luchuan. Such a man is worse than an animal. Di Xiaofeng spat inwardly. As a man, he looked down on such people the most. Mu Hailan was blind back then. She actually fell for such a fellow. What a pity. Gong Jun shook his head. What I can be sure of is that Mu Haiqing really hates Bai Luchuan. The reason why he has been staying in Xian City is probably to kill Bai Luchuan to avenge his sister. Bailey Hongshuang and company had a look of understanding in their eyes. If they were in Mu Haiqing's shoes, they would probably want to kill that bastard. From the looks of it, Mu Haiqing is on our side, Bewitching said slowly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mu Hailan's help and his reminder made sense now. Then what did he remind us of just now? Bailey Hongshuang frowned slightly. After finding out that Mu Haiqing was not an enemy, his previous warning became very interesting. Mo Yunjue looked around and his face darkened. Don't tell me they're going to play some tricks on this occasion? I don't think there will be any problems with today's situation. Gong Jun's expression also became a little more serious. Today, almost all the reputable people in Xian City were here. If something were to happen, it would be very embarrassing. Let's wait and see. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was as usual as she walked to the side and picked up a piece of pastry to taste. So far, nothing had happened. If they were too nervous, they would be at a disadvantage. Qingyang City's city lord has arrived. At this moment, a loud voice sounded from outside the door. Hearing this voice, everyone present could not help but look outside the door. In their line of sight, a tall and straight figure slowly appeared in front of Bai Ziyuan. Brother Yang, welcome, welcome. Haha, you're an honored guest. It's not a big deal today, so I've troubled you to come. Bai Ziyuan smiled. You're treating me like an outsider. We've known each other for many years. How could I not come to your birthday celebration? Yang Han turned to the man and woman behind him and said, quickly greet Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai. Bailey Hongshuang saw a very young man and woman. The two people's eyebrows were somewhat similar. Obviously, they were brother and sister. Nephew and niece are both here. Quickly come in. Bai Ziyuan called Bai Qingli and Bai Luchuan over. You young people can interact with each other. Father, don't worry. Bai Qingli nodded. Bai Ziyuan did not continue to stand outside the door. Clearly, he had been waiting outside for City Lord Yang's arrival. As everyone took their seats, the banquet officially began. City Lord Bai was not very formal, so the entire City Lord's mansion was very comfortable. Xiao He and Xiao Bai ate the snacks in front of them to their heart's content. The food the City Lord's mansion took out to entertain people was naturally not bad. It was much better than what they usually ate in restaurants. During this process, many people took the initiative to befriend Bewitching and the others. After all, they were first place in the demon-slaying competition. There was no harm in befriending such young talents. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze fell into the distance. There were many alchemists participating in the banquet today. Ever since the competition ended, she had wanted to get to know some alchemists. She did not know much about the demon crystal alchemy, and she had never tried to refine it directly. If she could take advantage of today's opportunity to befriend a few people, it would be very good. However, she did not know much about the people of Xian City. It was not appropriate to rashly disturb them. In this regard, Gong Jun was also unable to help. He was a businessman. Although alchemists often dealt with shops and auctions, they were often unwilling to pay attention to such occasions. It was as if this was the only way to show their noble temperament. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought, Bai Qingli walked over again. "Miss Bailey, let me introduce you. This is Apothecary Wei Shang. He is also the apothecary who often treats me." A man who looked to be in his 50s stood beside Bai Qingli. Unlike the arrogance of the other pharmacists, he had a kind of amiable kindness. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he was the first to smile. "Little friend Bailey, nice to meet you." "Greetings, Medicine Master Wei," Bailey Hongzhuang said politely. "Ever since Medicine Master Wei saw my injuries, he's been hoping to get to know you. Since we're all here today, why don't you have a chat?" Bai Qingli winked at Bailey Hongzhuang and transmitted her voice. "Medicine Master Wei is very famous in Shiyun City. He can be considered a highly respected senior." "Thank you." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She secretly thought that Bai Qingli was very smart. She knew what she needed and immediately sent it over. Since this person was highly respected, he must be very skilled in alchemy. If she did not understand anything, she could ask him for advice. "Little friend Bailey, I saw that Qingli's injuries were very serious. I wonder what kind of medicine you used to improve his condition. It's indeed inappropriate for me to rashly ask about this. However, this old man has been racking his brains recently and still can't figure it out. I hope that little friend can enlighten me." Bailey Hongzhuang didn't reject Wei Shang's politeness. "Senior, at that time, I could only do my best to treat her." Bailey Hongzhuang knew very well that if she wanted to know what she wanted to know from the other party, she would have to tell him something first. Therefore, she didn't hide this point. After all, the more sincere she was now, the more difficult it would be for Wei Shang to avoid answering her questions later. As she explained the meaning of the treatment method at that time, a trace of understanding appeared on Wei Shang's face. It turns out that these few medicinal herbs have such a curative effect when added together. It's really enlightening. I was a bit stubborn before. After Wei Shang understood, he finally understood that when many medicinal herbs were put together, they would have a completely different effect. The method that Bailey Hongzhuang mentioned was like the finishing touch. Usually, people wouldn't use such a method when treating people, and changing the way of thinking would give them a completely different feeling. Seeing Wei Shang's look of sudden realization, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a little funny. This situation was just like when she listened to Granny Hua's explanation. Granny Hua's attainments in this field were definitely not comparable to ordinary people. At that time, she was in this kind of new thinking every day. However, as her thinking expanded, she realized that there were many ways to treat people, and changing the way of thinking often had unexpected results. However, there was one thing that she didn't tell Wei Shang. The effect of these medicinal herbs was excellent, but Bai Qingli's injuries were too critical at that time. Even if she used these medicinal herbs, she might not be able to recover. The reason why she was able to completely recover was because she used the Sanctus crystal. This kind of treasure was not something that ordinary items could compare to. Naturally, its effects were needless to say. Obviously, Wei Shang didn't think too much about it. He probably didn't know how serious Bai Qingli's injuries were at that time. "Little friend Bailey is so young, yet you already have such shocking attainments in the field of medicine. This is truly admirable. In the future, your name will definitely resound throughout the immortal realms." Wei Shang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. With just a few words, he had already discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang had a completely different way of thinking from them. This kind of thing was already very shocking at the moment. In the future, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang continued to develop, her influence would definitely expand rapidly. "Senior, you flatter me. I don't dare to be your senior. To be honest, your comprehension in this aspect is much deeper than mine," Yi Zichen said with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. Looking at the situation, wasn't Wei Shang a little too careless? "Little friend, you can just call me by my name. After all, you're much younger than me. It's not good for me to address you as my senior. How about we treat each other as equals?" Looking at Wei Shang's expectant expression, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. She couldn't help but think of the few old fellows she knew in the past. They also had the same personality. It was really nostalgic. Then I'll overstep. No, no. Wei Xiang's status among the pharmacists in Xian City was not simple. Guan Hongtian did not expect Bai Qingli to take such good care of Bailey Hongzhuang and specially introduce her to pharmacist Wei. From the way they chatted happily, pharmacist Wei should also be very fond of Bailey Hongzhuang. He had thought that these guys had just arrived in Xian City and that it would be easy to take them down. He did not expect that in just a short period of time, these guys' foundation would become more and more stable. Young Master Lu Chuan, Bai Qingli takes such good care of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. If this continues, it will be even more difficult for us to take them down in the future. Guan Hongtian looked to his side worriedly. Previously, due to the framing incident, the Wanbao Pavilion's reputation had been greatly affected. Their business had also suffered a lot. On the other hand, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's reputation was becoming more and more resounding. In the end, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had always relied on Bewitching's confinement killing array and Bailey Hongzhuang's pills. In fact, he knew very well that although the two of them had always been providing the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, they had put more effort into cultivation. Therefore, these could only be the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's last resort. However, recently, some pharmacists and refiners in the city had turned to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion for sale. This made him very unhappy. Evil King's beloved wife, arrogant demon concubine is too heaven-defying. In the past, the Wanbao Pavilion had always been everyone's first choice. Isn't it all because of your incompetence in the past? Bai Luchuan looked at Guan Hongtian with disdain. It was clearly a good hand, but this guy had ruined it. I didn't expect this to happen. Then why didn't you buy a few more array stones back then and study them properly? Wouldn't you have found the problem if you had observed more? Bai Luchuan said coldly. Guan Hongtian was speechless. He had indeed failed in that matter, but leaving a mark on an array stone was indeed something that had never happened before. Be careful in the future. If something like this happens again, don't expect me to help you. Yes, yes. Bai Liuchuan's gaze turned to Bailey Hongzhuang. This woman was becoming more and more smug. It made him very unhappy. Let's wait for a good show today. I'll let them have a good taste of what it's like to be defeated. His pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly, revealing resentment and viciousness. Because of these guys, it was the first time he had been punished by the city lord, and he had been confined for so long. It was simply a great humiliation. Sister Xianxia, why are you here alone? I thought brother was taking care of you. Bai Luchuan walked to Yang Xianxia's side with a smile. Yang Xianxia raised her eyebrows. Brother Qingli brought pharmacist Wei over there. They must be busy. Having said that, Lu Qinghua's gaze constantly fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Bai Luchuan took in everything as a plan surfaced in his mind. So Big Brother went to look for Miss Bailey. No wonder. Miss Bailey? Yang Qinshua's expression immediately changed when she heard this name. Clearly, she had been silently paying attention. Bai Luchuan nodded calmly. Previously, Big Brother was injured in the demon-slaying competition and almost lost his life. It was all thanks to Miss Bailey that he was saved. She is Big Brother's savior. Miss Bailey has indeed saved Big Brother's life. However, her strength is also extremely outstanding. Her medical skills have also reached perfection. Currently, who knows how many men in the entire Xian city have fallen in love with her. However, ordinary men are obviously unable to enter her eyes. Bai Luchuan smiled, and there was a trace of yearning between his eyebrows. In Yang Qinshua's eyes, it was his admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. These words just happened to poke at the problem that she was most concerned about. She had always been known as a beauty, but after coming here today, she found that this woman's appearance was simply astonishing. Even she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. If she did not see it with her own eyes, it would be difficult to imagine that such a peerless beauty existed in the world. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's sweet smile, she felt more and more jealous. Brother Qingli had never been close to women. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed a little too special. Medicine Master Wei, I also have something to ask you. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Wei Xiang had recovered from the previous question, she took the opportunity to ask her own question. Little friend, there's no harm in asking. I heard that the demon crystals of monsters can be used to refine pills. This is the first time I've seen a monster. I'm really curious about this demon crystal. I hope Medicine Master Wei can give me some advice. Hearing this, Wei Shang understood and immediately said with a smile, I see. All medicine masters who have just entered the chaotic immortal realm are usually very interested in this. Today, I'll explain it to you. Thank you, Medicine Master Wei. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. She was originally worried that her question would delay Wei Shang's time. It would be bad if she made him impatient. However, she did not expect Wei Shang to be so interested in chatting with her. She was completely relieved. Actually, many medicine masters only began to study the demon crystals after the appearance of monsters a few years ago. The demon crystals of monsters are usually blood red and have different attributes. However, most of them are of the dark attribute. As long as the impurities in these demon crystals were removed, the remaining energy could be said to be very pure. If used in medicine, the effect would be excellent. According to our observations, pills of different attributes only need to be refined with demon crystals of different attributes, and the quality of the pills refined will be higher. So it has such an effect. Bailey Hongshuang suddenly understood. She had also thought about this before. Don't look at how it only increased the quality of the pill by one level. In fact, the gap between the two was very big. It was the same medicinal herbs, but with the addition of demon crystals, the effect of the elixir had improved so much. Perhaps the commonly used pills weren't much, but there were some pills that cultivators couldn't take too many times. Naturally, the better the effect, the better. Even so, it's not easy to refine the impurities in the demon crystal. Wei Shang looked at Bailey Hongshuang's happy expression and knew that she was oversimplifying things, so she deliberately emphasized the main point. The demon crystals of these monsters often contain a lot of violent qi, blood, cruelty, and other negative emotions. Only by completely removing these things can the best effect be brought out. According to our current progress, there are very few medicine masters who can completely remove these impurities. Aside from a few occasional situations where it could be done, it was extremely difficult to do so at any other time. Bailey Hongshuang nodded in understanding. Monsters hadn't been around for a long time, and all the pharmacists in Xian City were probably researching them. It would take a lot of time to thoroughly study them. However, she had a few more tricks up her sleeves than the average pharmacist. Since she possessed both darkness and light attributes, it would be easier for her to remove the impurities compared to people with other attributes. Regardless, she would go back and do some research after today's birthday banquet. Wei Shang saw the expression on Bailey Hongshuang's face and understood that his words had not stopped her curiosity. Thinking about it, such a young girl already had such achievements, even if she spent more time studying it, what's the point of it? As a pharmacist, it was important to maintain some curiosity. Little friend Bailey, you haven't been in Xian City for long. Coincidentally, there are many pharmacists here today. How about I introduce you to the other pharmacists? Wei Shang loved Bailey Hongshuang from the bottom of his heart. At his age, the happiest thing for him was to see a young person doing well. There were many people in the city whose medical skills couldn't compare to Bailey Hongshuang's, but they were much more impetuous and arrogant. Bailey Hongshuang was such a simple-minded girl, but she was like a clear stream, making people like her very much. Bailey Hongshuang looked up and saw the kindness and admiration in Wei Shang's eyes. She nodded in agreement. Thank you very much, Pharmacist Wei. You're welcome. With your strength, as long as you continue to stay in Xian City, you'll get to know these people sooner or later. After greeting Bewitching, Bailey Hongshuang followed Wei Shang to where the other pharmacists were gathered. Pharmacist Wei. Pharmacist Wei. The pharmacists who were chatting happily restrained themselves when they saw Wei Shang appear. Their postures were respectful. Wei Shang smiled faintly. Long time no see, everyone. Pharmacist Wei is usually busy studying medicine and rarely goes out. Naturally, it's rare to see him. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to meet him today. Pharmacist Wei, this one has something to ask of you today. In the blink of an eye, the group of pharmacists had surrounded Wei Shang. As for Bailey Hongshuang behind him, she was completely ignored. Seeing this, Wei Shang suddenly spoke up. Everyone, please calm down. We'll talk about this matter later. Today, I'd like to introduce a little friend to everyone. He turned his head and pushed Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him. Little friend Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills are already outstanding at such a young age. As Wei Shang's voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Although many people's theirs SSSS, SSSSS, SSSSS, TSSSS. Now that this girl had appeared in front of them again, they couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. But when they heard Wei Shang call Bailey Hongzhuang little friend, they understood Wei Shang's admiration for her. So it's little friend Bailey Hongzhuang. Nice to meet you. I've long heard of yours. Seeing you today, you're indeed extraordinary. The few compliments were scattered. Just by listening to them, one could tell how distant they were. When Wei Shang saw everyone's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that something had happened that he wasn't aware of? Otherwise, everyone's attitude was a little strange. You all really know how to act. A man looked disdainfully at the people who were feigning civility. This smile is uglier than crying. I don't know what's so funny. Niao Su, don't go overboard with your words. How am I going overboard? Isn't that the truth? Niao Su's face was full of disdain. I think that Miss Bailey is not only outstanding in medical skills, her poison skills are also first class. I really admire you, I really admire you. His drawn-out tone was full of ridicule, and even the stupidest person could understand that he was deliberately insulting her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang acted as if she didn't hear any of this and smiled faintly. You flatter me. Niao Su's expression was blank and his heart was instantly filled with anger. As a doctor, you actually poison people. I can't learn this kind of method. After coldly throwing this sentence, Niao Su turned around and walked away. His manner clearly showed that he disdained to be associated with Bailey Hongzhuang. When the crowd saw that someone had taken the lead, they couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore and retreated to the side with waning interest. Wei Shang obviously didn't expect this situation. According to his conversation with this girl, he felt that this girl was very polite and wasn't like what everyone said. Medicine Master Wei, I've let you down. Hongzhuang naturally didn't care about the thoughts of others, but she couldn't help but feel apologetic towards Medicine Master Wei. However, these fellows were all too petty. It had been quite a while since that incident and they still hadn't let it go. This breadth of mind, I didn't understand the situation clearly. Wei Shang shook his head with an apologetic look on his face. Little friend, can you tell me what happened just now? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't mind and immediately recounted what had happened. After hearing everything, Wei Shang laughed. I see, no wonder everyone has such an attitude. You don't mind? Wei Shang said indifferently, as an alchemist, if you can heal others, you can naturally harm others as well. At this point, who can say that they have never harmed others? They are merely trying to save face, so there is really no need to care about it. However, from your appearance, I believe that you do not take it to heart. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. It's not a big deal. I'm already very happy to have met you today. Haha, so do I. The two chatted for a while before Wei Shang left. Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to find Beichen, but she found a figure blocking her way. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Wasn't this person City Lord Yang's daughter? You like brother Qingli? Yang Xianxia stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and got straight to the point. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Yang Xianxia in astonishment. This girl had suddenly appeared in front of her and asked such a strange question. However, she quickly understood that Yang Xianxia must be in love with Bai Qingli. Yang Xianxia had originally thought that all women couldn't resist looking at Bailey Hongzhuang up close. However, after looking at Bailey Hongzhuang up close, she found Bailey Hongzhuang to be even more perfect. Miss Yang, you're mistaken. I have no feelings towards Master Bai. If you like him, then you like him. What's there to deny? Yang Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with some disdain. If you admit it frankly, I can still think highly of you. Being so timid makes me unhappy. Seeing Yang Xianxia's worried, jealous, and conflicted look, Bailey Hongzhuang also found it very interesting. It was rare to see a girl with such a genuine temperament. I'm already married. Faced with Yang Qingshua's disbelief, Bailey Hongzhuang could only use her ultimate move. The effect of this move should be the most obvious. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yang Qingxue was dumbfounded. You. What did you just say? Bailey Hongzhuang pointed at Bewitching not far away and said, "That's my husband." Bewitching noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's actions and walked over. As soon as he came over, he said, "Wife, what's wrong?" After hearing this address, Yang Qingxue completely understood that she had made a mistake. She felt that she had thought of him as an imaginary enemy for a long time, but it turned out that he was already taken. She did not have any improper thoughts at all. Immediately, she felt awkward. "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Yang Qingxue felt ashamed for a moment. She cursed Bai Luchuan in her heart. It was all his fault for saying such inexplicable things to her, causing her to come here and embarrass herself. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, "Mistakes are common. Miss Yang is a thoughtful person. I'm sure you'll get what you want." Looking at the woman's understanding look, Yang Qingshue's face turned red. Her original thoughts of tit for tat dissipated. Such a woman really made people want to befriend her. "Thank you for saving Brother Qingli. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, don't hesitate." After understanding this point, Yang Qingxue returned to her original straightforward personality. "Then I'll thank Miss Yang first." "You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you first." Yang Qingxue smiled and waved her hand. "You guys continue chatting. I'm leaving." Seeing Yang Qingxue leave like a wisp of smoke, Bewitching thought of the previous changes, and his heart had some understanding. "It seems that Madame has been treated as a love rival?" Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head and saw Bewitching's jealous face. She immediately smiled and said, "I have such a good husband. How could I be involved in such a thing?" With just one sentence, Bewitching's face turned from gloomy to sunny, as bright as the sun. It must be Bai Luchuan and company who wanted to cause some trouble. However, I never expected wife to be so efficient. Bailey Hongzhuang followed Bewitching's gaze and realized that Yang Qingxue had already rushed to find Bai Luchuan. Is Bai Luchuan stupid? He clearly knows our relationship, but he still said such words to make Yang Qingxue misunderstand? The woman frowned slightly. She really couldn't understand this method. It was really unwise. Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. "That's because he doesn't know that wife's love for me is stronger than gold. He only thinks that she's like an ordinary woman trying to curry favor with a powerful man." Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "Isn't this fellow underestimating me too much?" At the same time, Yang Qingxue was aggressively questioning Bai Luchuan. This fellow was deliberately messing with her and embarrassing her. Yang Qingxue looked at Bai Luchuan suspiciously. She originally wanted to teach this fellow a lesson, but when she saw his puzzled expression, she was immediately puzzled. Could it really be like this? Bailey Hongzhuang only glanced at it and did not continue paying attention. There was a hint of thought in her eyes. Could this be the matter that Mu Haiqing came to remind us of? Bewitching also calmed his thoughts and said, "If it's just this, then it's too simple." As the daughter of Qingyang City's city lord, Yang Qingshue's identity was naturally not simple. However, once the matter of a love rival began, it would naturally be very complicated. However, it was also very simple to resolve it. If this was the only big move that Bai Luchuan had prepared, then it would be too simple. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Her point of view was the same as Bewitching's. There should be something that they had not noticed. At this moment, the two city lords were chatting happily. Seeing that city lord Yang was chatting happily, Bai Qingli took the opportunity to make his request. "Illusory form pearl?" When city lord Yang heard that Bai Qingli wanted the illusory form pearl, surprise appeared on his face. "Could it be that your demon beast is unable to take human form?" Bai Qingli saw that although city lord Yang was very surprised, he did not show any signs of unwillingness on his face. He knew that there was hope for this matter. "Uncle, the one who needs the illusory form pearl is not me, but my friend." Hearing this, city lord Yang was even more puzzled. His gaze unconsciously swept across Yang Qingshue's face. "Your friend?" Up until now, he knew very well that Bai Qingli spent most of his time in seclusion. Although he had friends, he did not have many. At this moment, he actually came to ask for the illusory form pearl for a friend. This was really not in line with his character. He had always hoped that Bai Qingli could be together with Xianxia. However, he did not know whether the friend he mentioned was a man or a woman. Bai Qingli clearly didn't realize these problems and immediately nodded, "This person is my savior. If it wasn't for her, I'm afraid I would have lost my life this time. After returning from this trip, I have always wanted to repay her. Coincidentally, I heard that her monster beast is unable to take human form, and this illusory form pearl is exactly what she needs. Therefore, I want to use this to repay her kindness. I hope that uncle can part with it." Only then did City Lord Yang understand, and the vigilance in his heart dissipated a little. Bai Ziyuan also said, "Brother Yang, this illusory form bead isn't of much use to you, so why don't you give it to my son? Aren't you very interested in my calligraphy and paintings? If you like it, why don't you choose one later?" City Lord Yang's eyes lit up. "You brat, you usually treat that painting like a treasure. I didn't expect you to be so generous today. Of course I have to repay you for saving my life. Today, I'll be generous." City Lord Yang chuckled, "Since that's the case, I naturally won't be stingy. I'll just give this illusion form bead to you." A round bead emitting a dazzling luster appeared in Yang Han's hand. It was the illusory form bead that could help demonic beasts transform. "Master." Xiao He looked forward excitedly. From the moment the illusory form bead appeared, it clearly sensed that this was a treasure. Xiao Bai's eyes also lit up. Could this be the illusory form bead? Why do I feel like this is what I've been missing? It seems that you won't be far from transforming. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai with a smile. She had been thinking about how to let the two little fellows transform into their human forms, but she couldn't find a way. However, as long as they obtained the illusory form pearl, they would be able to see Xiao He or Xiao Bai transform into their human forms. The only helpless thing was that there was only one illusory form pearl at the moment. If the two little fellows wanted to transform, they naturally had to find another illusory form pearl. Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't in a hurry. Since she already knew that such a treasure existed in the world, if she could find the first one, there was probably a chance to find the second one. It was only a matter of time. Xiao He and Xiao Bai couldn't hide their excitement. Bai Shi and Xiao Xuanzi had followed their master for a shorter time than them and had long transformed into their human forms. Only they were still in this state. Fortunately, they had finally found a way to change. Bai Qingli is still very trustworthy. She said that she would fight for the illusory form pearl for us, so she will fight for it. Xiao He looked at Bai Qingli, who was not far away, and immediately had a good impression of him. Just as Bai Qingli was about to take the illusory form pearl, Bai Liuchuan's voice suddenly sounded. "City Lord Yang, this Miss Bai Li's medical skills are known to be the best in Xi'an City. I previously asked her about your young master's condition and she said that there shouldn't be a problem. Why don't we ask her to help treat him?" As soon as these words were said, the originally joyous atmosphere immediately froze. City Lord Yang's expression suddenly turned cold and he quietly retracted his outstretched hand. Bai Ziyuan's expression also changed as he looked at Bai Luchuan with a hint of reprimand. For him to say such words in this kind of situation, he was clearly rubbing salt in the wound. However, Bai Ziyuan also understood that the reason why Bai Luchuan did this was to prevent Bailey Hongzhuang from getting what she wanted. This fellow had been locked up for so long, but he still hadn't figured this out. It was really disappointing. Bai Qingli's expression also darkened. How could he not understand that this was City Lord Yang's taboo? Bai Luchuan had actually mentioned it in front of so many people. City Lord Yang's mood would definitely be affected. What's more, because no alchemist had been able to cure him all these years, and there was an alchemist who looked down on everyone and said outrageous things, City Lord Yang never had a good impression of alchemists. If he had a good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang previously because she had saved him, then Bai Liuchuan's words had completely destroyed City Lord Yang's good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. I don't know what kind of ability this Miss Bailey has to speak so arrogantly. It's really unexpected. City Lord Yang sneered. He had already taken back the illusory form bead. From his cold expression, it was clear that it would be very difficult to obtain the illusory form bead again. Uncle, there might be some misunderstanding. Miss Bailey isn't that kind of person. Bai Qingli couldn't help but say. In that case, Luchuan is lying? City Lord Yang asked. Bai Qingli's voice faltered. Although he knew that Bai Luchuan was looking for trouble, he couldn't say all of this in front of so many people. Otherwise, wouldn't he be completely disrespecting Bai Luchuan? Bai Luchuan naturally knew that Bai Qingli had no other choice under such circumstances. Immediately, he became even more fearless. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw this scene, her expression turned gloomy. So, Bai Luchuan's real plan is here. At that moment, Bailey Hongzhuang understood everything. The reason why Bai Luchuan had said those words to Yang Qinxue was to make her hate him. When these things happened again, Yang Qinxue would definitely help him. However, he didn't expect Yang Qinxue to directly question him. In fact, if it were any other woman, they would only feel resentment under such circumstances and wouldn't ask directly. He had just misjudged Yang Qinxue's personality. Bewitching frowned slightly as his deep eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had always held a high position in their hearts. Transforming into human forms had always been their wish, but Bai Luchuan wanted to destroy all of this. It was truly abominable. Hongzhuang, does City Lord Yang's son have a hidden illness? Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask when he saw this. He had previously noticed City Lord Yang's son. He was young, handsome, and had an extraordinary manner of speech. It didn't seem like there was anything wrong with him. My world, City of Dreams. Bailey Hongzhuang also turned her head to look. This person doesn't seem to have any problems on the surface. I didn't notice it before, but from City Lord Yang's taboo appearance, there should be a problem. If that's the case, wouldn't it be fine if you can treat him? Di Xiaofeng's brows were filled with concern. He was very confident in Hongzhuang's medical skills. Bai Luchuan knows that Hongzhuang's medical skills are good, but he still said such words. It seems that this young master's illness should be very difficult to treat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to give Hongzhuang a chance to become famous, Mo Yunjue said slowly in a deep voice. Di Baichen nodded slightly. Today, I'm afraid that not only does he want us to fail to obtain the illusion form bead, but he also wants City Lord Yang to hate us. When Mayor Yang saw that Bai Qingli didn't say anything else, his face remained gloomy. Even when he looked at Bai Ziyuan, there was a trace of anger. Looking at Yang Han's appearance, Bai Ziyuan secretly sighed in his heart. This matter was originally Yang Han's taboo, and it had been mentioned in front of so many people. At a glance, many people were quietly sizing up Yang Lingfeng, guessing exactly what kind of hidden illness he had. Vampire Daddy, unparalleled Queen City Lord Yang, this matter. Bai Qingli wanted to say something more, but she was stopped by Bai Ziyuan's gaze. Now that things had come to this, it was useless for them to say anything more. If he continued, it would only make Yang Han even more unhappy. City Lord Yang also understood that today was Bai Ziyuan's birthday. Naturally, he couldn't be angry with him. However, he didn't mention this matter again. At this moment, Yang Qinxue's voice suddenly sounded. Father, I got to know this Miss Bailey earlier and felt that she was a good person. She shouldn't be speaking without thinking. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Yang Qinxue to speak up for Bailey Hongzhuang at this time. Bai Qingli looked at Yang Qinxue in surprise. She knew Qinxue's personality very well. Generally speaking, it was already good that she didn't provoke others. It was really unexpected that she would take the initiative to speak up for them. Yang Qinxue's words were very skillful. According to Bai Luchuan, Bailey Hongzhuang was young and impetuous and thought highly of herself. However, with her words, it became that she indeed had true ability and wasn't bragging. Yang Han was in a bad mood, but with his daughter speaking up for him, the dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated slightly. He knew Qinxue's personality very well. If the other party didn't have some ability, she would definitely not speak up for others. Bai Qingli looked at Yang Qinxue gratefully. He had already promised Bailey Hongzhuang today. If he couldn't fulfill it, it would be difficult for him to explain. Although he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't blame him, he still couldn't help but feel depressed that he couldn't do what he had promised. Yang Qinxue also winked at Bai Qingli. Ever since she found out that the girl was married, she no longer had any enmity towards her. If she could help Qingli Gij complete this repayment, it would undoubtedly be for the best. Among everyone, only Bai Luchuan had a look of disbelief. He had gone through so much trouble to make young Qianxia feel dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, not only was she not dissatisfied, she had even become a helper. Since Qianxia has seen it, I'll give you this illusory form bead. Yang Han sighed. Although his expression was still somewhat ugly, he still decided to hand the illusory form bead to Bai Qingli. After all, it was something he had promised. As an elder, it wasn't good for him to not relent. It was just that his impression of Bailey Hongzhuang was still not good. Thank you, uncle. Bai Qingli's voice was filled with excitement. He quickly put away the illusory form bead. It was as if the illusory form bead would be snatched away if he was a step too late. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Han couldn't help but laugh. How could he usually see Bai Qingli in such a state? Bai Liuchuan's expression was extremely ugly. He had deliberately appeared at this moment to ruin everything. Who would have thought that this calculated step would be so easily destroyed by Yang Qianxia? Bai Ziyuan heaved a sigh of relief and said to Bai Qingli, "Your uncle Yang is really good to you." "I know." Bai Qingli smiled. The next moment, Bai Ziyuan turned his gaze to Bai Luchuan. As the slightly cold gaze swept over him, Bai Luchuan knew that something was wrong. The city lord was an intelligent and far-sighted person, and this little trick of his would definitely not escape his eyes. He knew that he would be punished. And he had yet to complete. If he were to return. And if he was punished, wouldn't he be a huge loss? With this in mind, Bai Luchuan almost immediately made up his mind. "Luchuan, go back first, Uncle Yang, since this Miss Bailey's medical skills are so good, why don't we let her treat you? She told me earlier that she was very confident. If she could succeed, that would be a good thing." Bai Liuchuan's face was filled with excitement. His look of anticipation made him look like he was wholeheartedly thinking about Yang Lingfeng. Not far away, Yang Lingfeng's face turned ugly when he heard the matter being brought up again. It was to be. Bai. Go back and reflect on yourself now. His cold voice was filled with anger and dignity. Bai Ziyuan no longer gave Bai Luchuan any face. This kid was becoming more and more lawless. He had repeatedly caused trouble at his birthday banquet just to avenge his personal grudges. It was obvious that he didn't take him, an elder, seriously at all. Seeing Bai Ziyuan's furious appearance, Bai Luchuan was somewhat stunned. For a moment, he stood there in a daze and forgot to move. Even though he had already expected Bai Ziyuan to be angry, he didn't expect him to be so angry. He had never seen such a furious appearance before. Seeing that Bai Ziyuan was angry, Yang Han didn't say anything. He only looked at Bai Luchuan with a hint of dissatisfaction. It had been a while since he had come to Xian City, so he naturally didn't understand the grudges. However, no matter how ignorant he was, he understood that there should be some grudges between Bai Luchuan and Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept causing trouble. Since there was a personal grudge, and considering Bai Qingli and Qianxia's previous attitude, he roughly understood that perhaps all of this wasn't what Bailey Hongzhuang had said at all. It was just Bai Luchuan adding fuel to the fire. Everyone had been young and impetuous, so they were naturally no stranger to such methods of harming others for their own benefit. However, Bai Luchuan actually wanted to use him to deal with a young lady. What did he take him for? Yang Han narrowed his eyes and immediately came up with a plan. Since Luchuan is recommending her so seriously, I believe Miss Bailey's medical skills are indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort to recommend her. Then, after the banquet ends, I'll ask Miss Bailey to help with the diagnosis. With that said, Bai Ziyuan and the others looked at Yang Han in surprise. Brother Yang, Miss Bailey's medical skills are indeed not bad, but she's still a little young. Bai Ziyuan was a little worried. He admired this young girl very much. To be able to achieve such results at such a young age, as long as she continued to work hard, her future achievements were needless to say. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of Bailey Hongzhuang or for the sake of protecting young cultivators, he did not wish for Bailey Hongzhuang to get involved in this mess. Yang Han waved his hand indifferently. You don't have to be so worried. I'm just giving it a try because of Liu Chuan's recommendation. Would I make a move on such a junior? Even if it's for the sake of you and Qingli, I wouldn't go that far. Seeing the sudden change in Yang Han's attitude, Bai Ziyuan felt a little relieved. They had known each other for so many years, and he knew that the former's personality was not the source of his ruthlessness. Things like venting his anger should not happen. He must have been angry with Liu Chuan, so he decided to give it a try today. Thinking of this, Bai Ziyuan sighed and shook his head. He used to think that Liu Chuan was a good seedling who would become a great talent in the future. Who would have thought that after all these years, his personality would become more and more narrow-minded? He also understood the hatred between young people. In the end, this hatred was between Guanyi and Bailey Hongzhuang. It had nothing to do with Liu Chuan at all. He just wanted to be in the limelight and get involved. Instead of doing these useless things, it was better to cultivate properly. This was really putting his energy in the wrong place. When Bai Liu Chuan heard that City Lord Yang was willing to give it a try, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He knew very well that this matter had always been City Lord Yang's sore point. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't cure it and knew about it, this matter would inevitably become a thorn in City Lord Yang's side. But at this moment, seeing City Lord Yang's attitude, he felt that things didn't seem to be as he thought. What was going on with this completely different trajectory? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were completely relieved after seeing Bai Qingli obtain the illusory form bead. They didn't have to worry about anything else for the time being. At least this thing had fallen into their pockets. With the city lord's character, even if he was displeased later on, it was impossible for him to take this thing back. Bai Liu Chuan is really hateful. Fortunately, his scheme didn't succeed, hee. Xiao He snickered. Previously, when City Lord Yang took the thing back, she was really disappointed. She didn't expect that the thing would come back after such a short while. Her mood fluctuated greatly. Bai Liu Chuan went for wool and came back shorn this time. A city lord narrowed his eyes. His wise gaze swept across everyone on the stage and finally landed on Bai Liu Chuan's somewhat blank face. Anyone who could become a city lord must have some skills. Their ability to see through people's hearts was also top-notch. If he didn't understand before, then when City Lord Yang agreed just now, he clearly felt the change in attitude. I originally thought that this guy had some ability and would have a lot of influence in Cloud City in the future, but recently, he seems to be courting death more and more. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were deep. He had grown up in a family clan since he was young, so he understood this kind of power very well. Bai Liu Chuan had disappointed the city lord in order to take revenge for his own grudge. This was simply a stupid move. Personal grudges were only for the sake of venting his anger. However, offending the city lord meant that his future training would be greatly affected. Perhaps the resources he would enjoy from now on could not be compared to before, but this was extremely good news for them. Not long after, Bai Qingli and Yang Qinshui arrived beside Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Miss Bailey, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with something later. Bai Qingli said with some difficulty. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, her delicate jade-like face showing some understanding. You mean to treat young Master Yang after the banquet? Looks like you already know. Bai Qingli smiled faintly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Uncle Yang has always been magnanimous. You are so young, so he definitely won't hold it against you. You can rest assured. Yang Qinshui also said, that's right. I'll be here later, so you don't have to worry about anything else. It doesn't matter even if it can't be cured. This is a very difficult problem to solve. With you here, I naturally feel at ease, Bailey Hongzhuang said gently. I would like to ask, what kind of illness does young Master Yang have? She had also seen Yang Lingfeng's face. He didn't seem to have any very serious illness, nor did he seem to be poisoned. This made her feel very strange. Even if it was a hidden disease, it shouldn't have made City Lord Yang so angry. There must be something going on, but no one knew what it was. After a while, Yang Qinshui said, there's no need to rush. You'll know after you treat him. If you can't, then forget it. Looking at the two of them, Hongzhuang understood that they didn't want to talk about this matter, so he didn't ask any further. After all, he had to help with the treatment after it was over. When the time came, he would naturally understand everything. During the banquet, other than Xiao He and Xiao Bai who were eating happily, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were thinking about the treatment. In this absent-minded situation, the banquet ended very quickly. Not long after, Bai Qingli came to invite Bailey Hongzhuang to the guest room. "Miss Bailey, come with me to the treatment." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and immediately followed behind Bai Qingli. Bewitching and the others didn't leave either. When Bai Qingli noticed this scene, she couldn't help but say, "Young Master D, why don't you rest in this garden for a while and leave together after Miss Bailey is done?" To tell you the truth, Yang Lingfeng's condition has always been a secret. He is, after all, the son of the city lord. If someone were to find out about it, it would inevitably cause some trouble. I hope you can forgive him. Hearing this, Di Baichen and the others understood. Then we'll wait here. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Bai Qingli said this to Di Baichen. Following behind Bai Qingli, Bailey Hongzhuang walked all the way into the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was really huge. The place where they were at the banquet was only a corner of it. It wasn't until they arrived at their destination that Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Bai Luchuan was still here. From the looks of it, he had to see the results today before he gave up. Miss Bailey is here. A cold glint appeared in Bai Luchuan's eyes. He had offended two elders today in order to completely drag down Bailey Hongzhuang. The so-called godly doctor was just an undeserved reputation. Lingfeng's illness has been going on for quite some time. He's seen many doctors, but none of them can cure him. Everyone says that you're the #1 alchemist in Xian City. I hope you can cure his illness. That would be great. Bai Luchuan revealed a look of concern. Although his words of concern landed in Bailey Hongzhuang's ears, it clearly didn't mean that. This guy is trying to kill me with excessive praise. Miss Bailey, please come in. Yang Han didn't intend to waste too much time. He opened the door and said. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed slightly and walked into the room. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Yang Lingfeng's face was a little ugly, a bit uneasy. He really didn't want to, but today's matter had come to this point. There had to be an outcome. It was just that his illness. Facing such a peerless beauty, it was really difficult to talk about it. After Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Yang Lingfeng's expression, she vaguely had some guesses in her heart. Looking at Yang Lingfeng's masculine appearance, it really didn't seem like it. "Young Master Yang, I'm Bailey Hongzhuang." She slowly walked to the side and sat down before continuing, "I'm here to treat you. No matter what the situation is, you can tell me. As a doctor, you can rest assured of the most basic confidentiality. You don't have to worry about it. As a doctor, there is no gender distinction." Outside the house, Yang Han and the others also had worried looks on their faces. "Father, I believe that Lingfeng's problem will definitely be cured." Yang Qianxia naturally understood her father's worries. Didn't Apothecary Wei say that Miss Bailey's understanding of medicine is different from many apothecaries? She has a brand new line of thought that even Apothecary Wei was shocked. Perhaps, with her help, this situation can really be resolved. Bai Luchuan was worried that no one would help raise Bailey Hongzhuang's status. Now that he heard Yang Qianxia say that, he immediately said with a smile, "Isn't that so? Miss Bailey's attainments in this area have never been simple. I believe in her." Yang Han glanced at Bai Luchuan indifferently. If it wasn't for Bai Ziyuan, he would have long chased this fellow out. Lingfeng's problem indeed needs to be resolved as soon as possible. If a good young man like him were to develop an inferiority complex because of this problem, I'm afraid it will be troublesome in the long run. Bai Ziyuan's voice was slightly heavy. To any man, this problem was very difficult to speak of. However, it would be even worse if he were to hide his illness for fear of treatment. Yang Han sighed. How could he not know this? Stealing face after such a long time, he could clearly sense that Ling Feng was becoming more and more taciturn. In the past, he was a rather sunny kid, but now, he only liked to be alone. Previously, a few apothecaries said that as long as we find the medical poison sage, Granny Hua, she can cure Ling Feng's illness. Unfortunately, this Granny Hua has disappeared for many years. No one knows where she went. Even though I've sent many people to inquire, there's no news at all. The medical poison sage, Granny Hua's medical skills and poison skills are top-notch. No one can compare to her. However, her temper is somewhat strange. Even if we know where she is, it's very difficult to ask her for help. However, since a few years ago, she has never appeared in front of the world again. She must have hidden herself from the world. Bai Ziyuan's gaze was complicated. Once such an expert hid herself from the world, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find her. Let's give it a try today. I feel that Miss Bailey's medical skills are indeed very exquisite. Bai Qingli was filled with confidence in Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills. However, in this aspect, he really didn't believe it. After all, a girl probably wouldn't study this aspect. Jiyu, who loves his wife till the end, when Bailey Hongshuang found out that Yang Lingfeng really had erectile dysfunction, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. According to her observations, Yang Lingfeng didn't look like it. Young Master Yang, when did this matter begin? Bailey Hongshuang looked serious. Although she was not good at this, as a doctor, she naturally knew a little about it. It started when I went out to train 5 years ago and saw a girl being humiliated. Yang Lingfeng's expression was unsightly. He clearly didn't want to recall the scenes from back then. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang understood a little. This was not a physical illness, but a psychological one. No wonder she could not feel anything from his face. Young Master Yang, is it because this matter has affected you too much that you're acting like this? Bailey Hongshuang said slowly, if that's the reason, then you have to overcome your psychological barrier. Are you sure you've really overcome it? Many people hypnotize themselves into thinking that they've overcome it, but in reality, deep down, they're still the same. They can't be shaken at all. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was serious. She once heard from her mother-in-law that psychological problems were the most difficult to solve because external influences were very small. One could only rely on oneself. Yang Lingfeng was originally very repulsed by female pharmacists. Even when his father agreed in front of so many people just now, he did not refuse because he wanted to save his father's face. But at this moment, looking at the serious and meticulous manner of the woman in front of him, the trace of hostility in his heart dissipated. Because from the beginning to the end, she did not show the slightest bit of ridicule. On the contrary, she had been very carefully thinking about the problem. I'm sure I've overcome it. Yang Lingfeng nodded. When I went out for training, it was my first time out. Usually, I've always been cultivating in the city lord's manor, so I've never experienced such a scene. So I was deeply shocked and somewhat depressed. But all these years, I've been exposed to a lot of things when I went out for training. I understand the cruelty between cultivators. Although this kind of thing doesn't happen often, many people might have experienced it before. I've deliberately experienced a lot of things because of this problem. My mentality also went from being nervous at the beginning to being calm later on. Listening to the man's steady narration, Bailey Hongshuang also understood. Everything he said did not seem to be forcing himself. Instead, it was from the bottom of his heart that he had gradually adapted to all of this. Perhaps he had not completely let go of that matter, but it was already a lot better. Logically speaking, if you're gradually getting better, you should show it physiologically. Bailey Hongshuang pondered. Yang Lingfeng smiled faintly. All these years, many pharmacists have treated me. Regarding this problem, they also couldn't understand it. Miss, if you don't understand, you don't have to worry. Maybe I haven't completely overcome it. Looking at the man's faint smile, Bailey Hongshuang's impression of him changed. Originally, she only thought of him as a person with a strange temperament and did not like to talk much. But when he smiled, it was filled with a kind of spring breeze-like warmth. Thinking about it, before this incident, he must have been an optimistic and cheerful person. Bailey Hongshuang carefully checked his pulse. His pulse was calm and steady, and it didn't seem like there was any problem. She had been a doctor for so long, but it was rare for her to encounter such a problem where she could not find any clues. Just as Bailey Hongshuang was about to withdraw her hand and confirm that it was a psychological problem, there was suddenly an abnormal beat in her steady pulse. Noticing this, her expression couldn't help but change slightly for a moment, and the hand that was about to withdraw tightened again. When Yang Lingfeng saw the change in Bailey Hongshuang's actions, he was also a little surprised. He maintained his original position and did not move. As time passed, Bailey Hongzhuang kept feeling Yang Lingfeng's pulse. At that moment, she had clearly noticed an abnormal heartbeat, but when she continued to take his pulse, it disappeared again. It was as if her previous discovery was simply an illusion. However, she was certain that that moment was not an illusion. It truly existed. "Miss Bailey, what are you?" Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had not moved an inch, Yang Lingfeng felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward and could not help but ask. However, Bailey Hongzhuang only shook her head slightly, indicating that he should not speak. This minute change was not obvious and needed to be carefully observed. Yang Lingfeng also kept his mouth shut, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Could it be that she had discovered something? After waiting for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang finally felt that abnormal pulse and her eyes lit up. She seemed to have discovered a problem. If it wasn't for the fact that she happened to run into this opportunity, she might have really missed it. This pulse was too subtle and would not have been discovered if one did not pay attention. "Master Yang, 5 years ago, other than the scene that you saw with your own eyes, did anything else happen?" Hearing this question, Yang Lingfeng's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. "When this happened that year, I was also poisoned, but after Brother Qingli and the others arrived, my poison was quickly cured. After that, nothing else happened in the years of training. Did you discover something?" "You were poisoned?" Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. "What kind of poison was it?" "That poison was very strange. According to the person who poisoned me, this poison was very powerful. However, although I was poisoned, it did not take much effort to cure the poison, so I always thought that he was just talking nonsense and was just bluffing." Yang Lingfeng's face was calm, obviously disdainful of the man's words. "This poison. I'm afraid there is indeed something strange about it." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows revealed a trace of thought. She didn't think about it before, so she didn't pay too much attention to it. At this moment, after discovering this clue, she carefully studied it and found the problem. Yang Lingfeng's expression changed. "You're saying that the reason why I am like this is not because of a psychological problem, but because of the poison?" None of the pharmacists had ever mentioned this before, and this thought shocked him greatly. If it was really because of the poison, then as long as the poison was cured, would he be able to recover? "This problem has been in your body for a full 5 years, but it hasn't been discovered. Either the poison itself isn't very destructive, but the other party clearly said that this poison isn't simple, so it's very likely that this poison is a slow-acting poison." Bailey Hongzhuang's expression became serious. If this was the case, then everything had become complicated. This slow-acting poison often did not seem like much in the short term, but after a long time, it would penetrate deep into the internal organs and could cause death. Although Yang Lingfeng was not a pharmacist, he had seen many pharmacists over the years and had some understanding of this situation. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang did not say it, he knew the power of this slow-acting poison. All these years, this slow-acting poison for such a long time? Yang Lingfeng still couldn't believe it. Slow-acting poisons did exist, but it was rare to see one that could last for such a long time. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yang Lingfeng's expression changed abruptly, as if he had recalled something. Seeing the change in the man's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask, "Have you recalled something?" "Back then, I had said that the poison was very serious and that ordinary antidote pills would not have any effect at all. Therefore, the antidote pills that they had brought out were of extremely high quality. It was said that this antidote pill seemed to be the antidote pill that the saint of medicine and poison, Granny Hua, had once sold. My father and the others had bought it at a high price." "Granny Hua?" Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. She had not expected to hear Granny Hua's name again today. It seemed that Granny Hua's name was really resounding. Yang Lingfeng nodded slightly. Granny Hua's medical and poison skills can be said to be top-notch. Don't look at how Medicine Master Wei and the others' medical skills are not bad. They can't be compared to Granny Hua at all. All along, the pills that Granny Hua refined were hard to come by. However, Granny Hua had not appeared for a long time. Everyone said that as long as we could find Granny Hua, my problem would be easily solved. It's a pity that Granny Hua is nowhere to be found now. Bailey Hongzhuang heard this and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. It was true that they could not find Granny Hua now. However, the person in front of them was Granny Hua's disciple. Flourishing Age's favorite concubine, the demonic emperor takes advantage. Are you sure that other than some problems in this area, you don't feel any other discomfort? Bailey Hongzhuang confirmed once again. She had to understand the situation clearly before she could prescribe the right medicine. Yang Lingfeng nodded affirmatively. That's right. I'll take some of your blood first and study it when we get back. All right. The blood was bright red and they could not see any problems. This was also within their expectations. It was only when Bailey Hongzhuang and Yang Lingfeng walked out of the room together that everyone came forward to welcome them. Miss Bailey, how was the diagnosis and treatment this time? Is there a way to treat Lingfeng's condition? Facing everyone's concerned gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said, I need to go back and study it before I tell you. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Yang Lingfeng was here. What was he going to study? Yang Han was a little disappointed. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was unable to diagnose and treat him, so she made such an excuse. When she returned, would they still pursue the matter? Medical Garden. There was a sneer in the depths of Bai Liuchuan's eyes. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't tell at all. She was just deliberately mystifying things. I thought that Miss Bailey's medical skills were outstanding and that she would definitely have a solution. I didn't expect that I would disappoint Uncle Yang. I'm really sorry. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bai Liuchuan indifferently but didn't say anything. You can't casually spread this matter. You must keep it a secret. Otherwise, once this news is known by others, Bai Liuchuan's expression turned sinister. He had long planned that after the woman returned, he would send people to spread the news near her residence. Once such a matter was spread, City Lord Yang and company would definitely lose face. When the time came, they would vent their anger on Bailey Hongzhuang. Then, don't worry. A doctor is benevolent. I definitely won't tell anyone. End of chapter 6702. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.